The Dark Divide. Chapter 1. The first thing Cole remembered about the end of the world was not the noise. People who had survived disasters in the old stories always spoke about the sound first. They talked about sirens, thunder, engines, screams, and the deep animal roar of buildings giving way. Sound made sense to grown people because they believed the world warned them before it broke. Cole had been 9 years old on the day the sky split open, and what he remembered first was the light. It had changed before anyone around him understood what it meant. That morning had begun with heat pressing against the windows of their apartment like a giant hand. Summer in the city always felt dirty, with the air thick from traffic and hot concrete. But that day the sun looked wrong even before noon. It burned behind a pale white haze that made every edge on every building too sharp. Shadows were black and narrow. The clouds, what few there were, sat high and thin, like the sky had been scraped raw. Cole was on the floor near the balcony door with a cracked plastic tub of soldiers and animal figures spread around his knees. He had lined them up along the grooves in the tile, making tiny armies face each other across a canyon of grout. His mother was in the kitchen singing under her breath while she cut fruit into a bowl. She always sang when she was nervous, though he had not known that then. To him, it was simply one of the sounds that meant home still existed. The low run of her voice, the scrape of the knife against the cutting board, the rattling hum of the old fan that pushed hot air from one side of the room to the other without making it any cooler. His father should have been there. He had promised to take Cole to the riverfront after lunch because the city was hosting some kind of festival with music and paper lanterns and food carts. Cole had believed him because children were built to believe the next good thing would arrive on time. His father had gone out before dawn for an emergency shift at the transit authority. He had kissed Cole's head hard enough to push his hair flat and told him to be ready by noon. Cole had clung to that promise all morning as if it were a ticket already in his hand. At 11:20, the power blinked once. The fan stuttered and came back. The digital clock on the stove died and returned with all the numbers flashing. His mother stopped singing. Her head lifted like a deer, hearing something deep in the timber. "Probably the grid again," she said, though he had not asked. Cole looked up from his toys. "Can we still go?" "Yes." She forced a smile at him. "If your father makes it back before the crowds get bad." He accepted that. He accepted everything then. The city worked, adults knew things, and promises only failed for reasons that made sense later. Another blink hit the apartment. This time the power stayed off. The fan slowed to a tired crawl, then stopped. The refrigerator went quiet. The buildings seemed to inhale around them. In the silence that followed, they heard other apartments begin to stir. Doors opened. Someone shouted down the hall. Far below, car horns stacked on top of each other in quick, angry bursts. Cole got to his feet and padded to the balcony door. Their apartment sat on the 23rd floor of a tower that faced west over blocks of glass and steel, all of it shining beneath the hard white light. The river cut a dull strip through the buildings. Usually he loved the height because it made the people below look like toys he could rearrange in his head. That day he pressed his forehead to the glass and noticed a strange bruise on the horizon. A cloud towered there, so large it did not seem real. It had risen behind the far western line of buildings in a shape that made his skin pull tight. The base of it was dark, almost black. Above that, a wall of boiling red-brown climbed higher and higher, as if the earth itself had stood up and was trying to become the sky. Lightning flickered inside it in ugly, silent veins. His mother came beside him and froze. The fruit knife was still in her hand. "What is that?" Cole whispered. She did not answer right away. He saw her mouth open, then close again. She turned and crossed the room fast enough that a chair leg scraped the tile. She grabbed her phone from the counter, saw it had no signal, and reached for the radio she kept above the refrigerator for storm season. It gave back only static. She twisted the dial so hard her knuckles went white. On another floor of the building, a child began crying. Then the sirens started. They did not rise from one place. They rose from everywhere at once, a city of alarms waking together. Police sirens, fire alarms, and ambulance wails. Warning systems Cole had never heard before and would later hear in nightmares until he no longer needed sleep to dream. The sound echoed between the towers until it seemed the streets themselves were screaming. His mother moved in a blur. She shut and locked the balcony door. She pulled a wet dish towel from the sink and pressed it into his hands. "Put this over your mouth if I tell you. Do not argue. Do you hear me?" He nodded because her voice had changed. It had stripped itself of softness. She ran to the bedroom and came back with a backpack. Into it went water bottles, a flashlight, 2 sweaters, a first aid kit, the old photograph album she always said she would save in a fire, and the envelope of important papers she kept hidden in the linen closet. Cole watched her with the stillness of a child who does not yet understand fear but can smell it on the adults around him. The apartment trembled. Not a shake, a pulse. The glasses in the cabinet chattered. A picture frame tipped off the shelf and broke on the floor. For one stunned second, Cole thought some giant had kicked the base of the tower. Then the tremor rolled again, stronger, and the floor moved beneath his bare feet in a slow, ugly sway. His mother lunged for him and caught his shoulders. Under the table. Now. He crawled beneath the kitchen table just as the building began to groan. The sound came from the bones of it, deep and metallic. A living complaint dragged upward through steel and concrete. Above him, the fruit bowl rolled and spilled peaches across the floor. A cupboard door slammed open. Somewhere nearby, a woman screamed. Cole squeezed the damp towel in both hands and looked through the chair legs at his mother. She braced herself in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room, one arm wrapped around the frame, waiting for the shaking to stop. Instead, it grew worse. Glass burst somewhere in the building with a popping rush like hail. Dust dropped from the ceiling. The lights in the hall outside flashed once and died for good. Cole heard a crash from several floors below, followed by a rising chain of impacts that sounded like furniture tumbling down a stairwell. The tremor finally eased enough for his mother to move. She dragged him from under the table, shoved the backpack onto her shoulders, and seized his wrist with a grip that hurt. "We are leaving. What about Dad?" Her face broke for half a second, not into panic, but into something more cruel, because it looked like hope trying to survive an injury already too deep. "We will find him downstairs." The hall outside their apartment was full of people. Neighbors staggered in pajamas and work clothes, carrying children, pets, bags, nothing at all. Smoke drifted from somewhere on a lower floor. The emergency lights glowed a weak red through the dimness. Cole's mother pulled him into the flow toward the stairwell, but the crowd was already bunching there in a jam of bodies and raised voices. "Move. There is another stair on the south end. It is locked. My father is on 27. Stop pushing." A heavy man shoved past them, nearly knocking Cole into the wall. His mother yanked him close again and used her shoulder like a blade, cutting through the panic inch by inch. Cole could barely breathe. The hall smelled like sweat, dust, and hot plastic. Somewhere behind them, a fire alarm began to pulse. The red light painted every face the color of fresh meat. When they reached the stairwell door, a pressure wave hit the tower. The whole building lurched sideways. People slammed into each other. A child flew from his mother's grip and skidded across the concrete landing before someone caught him. The lights went out entirely. In the pitch dark, the screaming became animal. Cole's mother shoved him against the wall and wrapped herself around him. He heard a sound like 1,000 windows shattering at once. A hot breath washed through the stairwell, carrying a smell he did not have words for then. Later he would know it as sulfur, ash, and burned stone from the buried lungs of the earth. Emergency lights sputtered back to life in blood-red strips. Someone above them shouted, "The west side is gone." People began pushing downward with the mindless force of floodwater. Cole's shoes slipped on the concrete steps. His mother kept one hand on the rail and one hand clamped on his arm. They descended floor after floor through heat and noise and bodies, while the tower groaned around them like a ship dying at sea. At the 18th floor landing, they met the first wave coming up. They were not climbing. They were crawling. A man in a security uniform dragged himself on hands and knees, coughing black sludge onto the steps. The skin on one side of his face hung in strips. His eyes rolled white when the crowd tried to step around him. A woman farther up the stairs had blood running from both ears. She kept saying the same phrase in a calm, flat voice. as if someone had set her to repeat it forever. The windows melted. The windows melted. The windows melted. Cole stared until his mother turned his head against her hip and forced him onward. By the time they reached the lobby, the world outside the tower no longer looked like the city he knew. The front wall of glass had cracked in a spiderweb pattern from end to end. Through it, the day had gone brown. Ash swarmed the air in thick spinning curtains that hid the buildings across the street and made the ones still visible look ancient and abandoned. Car lights glowed in the dark like drowning eyes. People ran in every direction, bent forward, shirts pressed over their mouths. A bus had jackknifed across the intersection. Several cars had smashed into each other behind it. From somewhere west came a low, endless roar that made Cole think of ocean surf, though he had only heard that sound once on a family trip years before. This roar was heavier. It carried weight. It was the voice of something vast rolling forward that could not be reasoned with. His mother did not take them outside right away. She dragged him behind the front desk, forced the wet towel over his face, and crouched so they were eye level. "You stay with me. You do not let go. No matter what happens, you keep hold of me. Do you hear?" He nodded. He could smell soap and the sharp metal smell of her fear. The lobby doors burst inward as several people fought to come back inside. Ash came with them in a choking cloud. The air turned gritty at once. Cole coughed beneath the towel. Security guards were shouting for everyone to head to the underground parking level. Someone else screamed that the lower levels were flooding with smoke. Another voice said the bridges had collapsed. Another said all flights were grounded. The words crashed into each other until none of them meant anything. Then Cole saw his father. For one blazing moment, he was there beyond the ruined doors, half visible through the swirl of ash. His orange transit vest was dark with dust. He was pushing against the crowd, searching, one hand raised. Cole tore free of his mother's grip and ran 3 steps toward him before she caught the back of his shirt and hauled him hard against her. "Dad!" His father turned at the sound. Their eyes met through the storm. Cole would carry that image longer than any other from the old life. His father's face smeared gray, mouth open to shout something Cole could not hear, one hand reaching through the dark while the city came apart around him. The glass wall behind him blew inward. A shock hit the lobby so hard it threw people off their feet. Cole slammed into the tile and skidded beneath the front desk. Ash and splinters and broken glass blasted over him. Someone landed on his legs. The air filled with dust so thick he could not tell if his eyes were open. He heard his mother calling his name, but the voice seemed very far away. He tried to answer and inhaled fire. Hands found him. Strong hands, frantic hands. His mother dragged the stranger off him and pulled him close. They crawled together through broken glass while the lobby dissolved into a mass of coughing bodies and screaming alarms. His father was gone. Cole twisted to look for him and saw only gray. His mother saw him searching. Her face hardened into something ruthless and grieving all at once. She cupped the back of his head, forcing him to face her. "We move," she said. "Now." Outside, the ash storm hit like a wall. The towel over Cole's mouth went dry within seconds. Grit covered his lips, his lashes, his hair. The city block that had always seemed wide and bright now felt like a tunnel being crushed from both sides. Streetlights glowed dimly in the false dusk. The sun, which had ruled every hour of Cole's life until then without asking permission, had become a pale blurred coin behind layers of smoke. They staggered east with the crowd because everyone seemed to believe east meant safety. Behind them, beyond the towers and the river and the rail lines, the western horizon had vanished beneath a black-red column that went far beyond the clouds. Lightning flickered in it, but the thunder never arrived in a proper rhythm. The sky itself seemed to keep tearing open and stitching itself shut around the raw break. The ground shook again. Cars bounced on blown tires. A traffic light snapped from its pole and crashed onto a taxi. Cole's mother yanked him around it just before a second impact sent sparks skidding across the pavement. A man lay half under the crushed hood with one arm twitching. Cole stared at the dark spreading around his body until his mother blocked the sight. "Keep moving." They passed people on their knees vomiting ash. A woman with blood pouring from her scalp carried a cat carrier that had gone empty without her noticing. A cyclist rode into a parked truck because visibility had shrunk to almost nothing. His head hit the metal with a sound like a dropped melon. He folded to the street and did not rise. Cole began to understand, in the loose, stunned way of a child watching impossible things pile up too fast, that the rules had changed. Not for a day, not for an emergency, not in the way storms changed them and then gave them back. Change changed. The roar from the west deepened. People began looking over their shoulders. Those who saw whatever was coming did not scream first. They slowed. Their bodies lost structure. Then they ran with a speed that infected everyone nearby. Cole's mother scooped him up despite the backpack and despite the fact that he was growing too big to carry for long. He locked his arms around her neck. Through the ash, he saw a wall rolling down the avenue behind them. It was not flame. It was not smoke. It was a moving continent of black and brown, boiling with debris, cars, shattered signs, and something red beneath it like the heart of a forge. It devoured blocks at a time. Towers vanished inside it to their shoulders and emerged burning. The air ahead of it rippled with heat. People who had been running simply disappeared when it reached them. Cole buried his face against his mother's shoulder. She ran. He had never known how strong she was. In his memory from before the world ended, she was gentle hands, bus rides after school, warm coffee breath when she kissed his cheek in the morning. In those minutes, she became iron. She dodged fallen masonry, slipped through collisions of people, leaped over a body he did not let himself identify, and kept running even as every breath tore at her throat. They reached the mouth of a subway entrance. Hundreds had the same idea. The stairs down were packed with a knot of people trying to shove inside. Hot ash swirled around them. The roar behind them grew closer. A transit worker at the railing was shouting that the tunnel ventilation had failed. No one listened. Cole's mother stopped. He felt the decision move through her body before she made it. She turned away from the subway and cut instead toward a municipal building with a broad concrete portico and no front windows left intact. Several others were heading there as well, driven more by desperation than plan. They mounted the steps in a stampede. Cole's mother dropped him to his feet and shoved him toward the dark entry. A woman crashed into them, nearly knocking Cole down. The woman's mouth worked without sound. The skin on her forearms was blistering in patches as if she had opened an oven larger than the world. Inside the building, the atrium was chaos. Marble floors, fallen ceiling panels, overturned benches, and a storm of ash pouring through the broken frontage. People were running deeper into the structure in search of shelter. The emergency lights gave everything a sick yellow cast. Cole's mother dragged him into a side corridor lined with offices and kicked open the first door that was not locked. They stumbled into a records room filled with shelves and old paper boxes. She slammed the door, shoved a cabinet against it, and dropped to her knees in front of him. Her face was gray. Ash had worked into the lines beside her nose and mouth. She coughed hard enough to fold over. When she looked up, he saw blood at the corner of her lips. Cole. He had never heard his name like that. Listen to me. He began to cry in earnest then, not from scraped knees or fear of the dark, but from the certainty that whatever she was about to say would break him. He grabbed for her, and she held him so tightly it hurt. I need Dad. I know. She pressed her forehead to his. I know. The building trembled. A shelf tipped over somewhere in the hall. Dust drifted from the ceiling tiles. She took off the backpack and set it in his lap as if it were suddenly more important than gold. From the front pocket she drew the flashlight, a bottle of water, a lighter, a folded street map, and the photograph album. She tore the album open, ripped out one picture, and pushed it into his hand. It was the three of them by the river last spring, all sun and wind and blue sky, so bright it looked like a lie. Keep that. Why? Because I said so. He shook his head. You are scaring me. She swallowed. For a moment he thought she might pretend. Adults loved pretending for children. They put soft names on sharp truths. They called death sleep, war service, lies surprises. But something in the world outside had burned that habit out of her. The air is getting worse, she said. This building may not hold. If we stay where crowds gather, we die with the crowd when the next hit comes. We need to get lower, and we need to get sealed in. He wiped his face with the heel of his hand. Then let us go. She looked at the door. The shouting in the corridor had become a crush of bodies and panic. Not with them. It is too packed. Another blast rolled through the district, this one close enough to hammer the walls. The lights flickered. Somewhere in the building, glass rained down. His mother made a decision. She opened the door just enough to look out, then seized his hand and pulled him into the corridor. Instead of joining the crowd pushing toward the basement, she went the other way, deeper into the municipal offices. The hall grew darker with each turn. Ash lay in gray drifts along the tile, where broken windows had let it in. Papers stuck to damp blood smears on the floor. A sprinkler head hissed from the ceiling but produced no water. They reached a stairwell marked Maintenance Access. It was unlocked. Below the first landing, the air turned cooler. The smell changed from smoke and panic to concrete, mold, and machine oil. Cole's breathing eased just enough for him to hear a new sound under everything else. A low rushing hiss, constant and distant, as if the city had opened a giant valve somewhere below ground. The lower service level was a maze of storage rooms, boiler chambers, and maintenance corridors. His mother moved like she had a plan, though later Cole would understand she was only choosing faster than fear could stop her. She found a utility room with thick cinderblock walls and no windows. Inside were janitorial carts, cleaning chemicals, several crates of bottled water, and stacks of sealed plastic sheeting. She laughed once when she saw the water. The sound was cracked and wild. Good. Together they sealed the gap under the door with rags and tape. She wrapped plastic around a vent grill and stuffed the edges with paper towels. She made him sit on an overturned bucket while she checked the room for other openings and found none. By the time she finished, sweat had turned the ash on her face into muddy streaks. "Will Dad find us?" Her hand stopped moving. "He will look for us," she said. It was not an answer, and they both knew it. Hours passed, or perhaps only one. Time lost shape in the utility room. The lights failed completely, leaving only the flashlight set face up on a shelf, its beam painting the ceiling in a weak cone. The building shook at intervals. Sometimes the impacts were dull and far away. Sometimes they were so hard that bottles toppled from their crates and the pipes overhead screamed. Cole drank water too fast and was sick in a mop bucket. His mother rationed the rest. She tried the radio again and again, but it gave her only static. Once, very faintly, a voice came through with words like shelter, eruption, remain, avoid exposure, and catastrophic. Then even that disappeared. When he dozed against her side, he dreamed that the sun was outside looking for them and could not get in. He woke to silence, so complete it seemed wrong. No alarms. No voices. No distant traffic. No aircraft. No city's heartbeat. Only the faint settling creak of the building around them. His mother heard it too. She sat very still. "We wait longer." "How long?" "Until the air settles." He wanted to ask how air could settle if the world had ended, but he did not know how to say that yet. At some point, she let him lean against her lap and began telling him a story from before he was born, about how she and his father had gotten lost on a camping trip in the mountains and had spent a whole wet night under a ripped blue tarp eating half-frozen candy bars. She made his father sound brave and foolish and so certain of himself that even the storm had been embarrassed to keep hitting him. Cole laughed in the middle of crying, and she kissed the top of his head. Then she began coughing again. It did not stop. At first he thought it was from the ash. Everyone had been coughing, but this was deeper and wet. Her whole body jerked with it. When she pulled her hand from her mouth, the flashlight caught the dark stain in her palm. Cole stared. She closed her fingers before he could fully see, but children noticed everything that adults tried to hide. "Mom, it is nothing. It is blood." Her smile was thin and furious, as if she hated her own body for betraying her in front of him. "A little." He moved closer. "Are you hurt?" "No." She brushed ash from his hair with trembling fingers. "Maybe the dust. Maybe my lungs are angry. I am still here." That became their promise through the first night beneath the dead city. "I am still here." Whenever the building shook, whenever he woke from a nightmare with his hands clawing at the dark, whenever silence went on so long he thought perhaps they had both died already and not noticed, one of them would say it. "I am still here." Toward what must have been morning, though the darkness outside never lifted enough to prove it, the temperature dropped. Cold seeped through the cinder block walls and settled into their clothes. Cole pulled on one of the sweaters from the backpack. His mother wrapped the other around her shoulders and sat with her eyes shut, breathing in small, careful pulls. He did not know when he stopped being a child in the simple, clean way he had been the day before. There was no ceremony, no lesson, no voice from heaven. He just watched his mother trying not to cough because she thought it frightened him, and some part of him hardened into a shape that would never soften again. By the second day, the water in the room mattered more than questions. He helped move crates. He counted bottles. He tore strips from a mop head to reinforce the seal at the vent when one corner came loose. He did not complain about hunger because complaining cost energy and drew the look from his mother's face that told him the world no longer owed them comfort. Once, when she fell asleep sitting up, he used both hands to lift the bottle to her mouth and woke her by touching it to her lower lip. She smiled at him in a way that nearly shattered him because he could see how much effort it cost. At some point, voices echoed faintly from the service hall. They froze. His mother motioned for silence and picked up the longest thing in the room that could serve as a weapon, a metal mop handle with the plastic grip cracked off one end. The voices came closer. Two men, coughing, swearing, dragging something heavy. They stopped outside the utility room door. Cole held his breath, so hard his chest hurt. The cabinet against the door rattled once. Someone tested the handle. Locked. Forget it, another voice rasped. We keep moving. Their footsteps faded. His mother did not lower the mop handle for a very long time. Later she said, "Not everyone outside will stay human." He did not understand what she meant. Years later he would understand she had not been talking about mutation then. She had meant hunger, fear, and the quick rod of mercy when people believed there would never be enough again. On the third day, they left the room. His mother could barely stand for long, but remaining there meant dying slowly when the water ran out or the air seal failed. She packed what they could carry and made Cole put on the backpack. It looked absurd on his narrow shoulders. He tried to straighten under the weight because he saw how she watched him. The service corridors were coated in ash that had found its way in through every crack and vent. Emergency lights still glowed in a few places, dim as dying coals. In others, darkness filled the halls so completely the flashlight seemed swallowed by it. They moved toward a stairwell that led up to street level. Halfway there, they found a maintenance worker sitting against the wall with his legs stretched out in front of him. The lower half of his body was trapped beneath a fallen pipe. His name Patch read Garcia. Cole saw it because the man was looking at him and not at Cole's mother. "Water," he whispered. His lips were split. His eyes had sunk deep into his face. Cole looked up at his mother. She closed her eyes once, opened them, and crouched beside the man. She gave him 3 careful swallows from a bottle cap so he would not choke. He cried after the second one, not from pain but from relief so large it had nowhere else to go. "Thank you," he said. "Can you stand?" He laughed weakly at that. She knew she could not move the pipe. So did he. They both knew what the question truly meant. "Is it bad up there?" Garcia asked. Her gaze drifted toward the stairwell above. "Yes." He nodded as if that was the answer he expected. "My wife works 2 blocks east. Her name is Elena. If you see her, tell her." He stopped and swallowed against a face full of grief. "Tell her I tried to come home." Cole's mother laid a hand on his shoulder. "I will." They left him with another capful of water and the flashlight beam no longer touching his face. Cole kept glancing back until the dark took him. At the street-level exit, they forced open a side door bent in its frame. Ash poured in, not falling now, but drifting in a steady fine curtain that coated everything in a smooth gray skin. The daylight beyond was dim and sour, as if seen through smoke-colored glass. The city had gone silent in a way no city was meant to be silent. No horns, no engines, no human tide, no bird calls. Even the wind seemed to move carefully through the canyons of dead towers, unwilling to disturb what had happened. Cole stepped outside and stopped. The world was buried. Cars sat half-submerged in drifts of warm ash. Sidewalks had vanished under a powdery crust that puffed around their shoes. Storefronts were smashed or blackened. Several buildings nearby were simply gone, replaced by heaps of broken concrete and twisted beams. Others stood open to the street with whole walls ripped away, their rooms exposed like dollhouses filled with overturned lives. The sky above was a heavy lid of gray cloud, so thick that the sun existed only as a brighter smear somewhere beyond it. Cole looked west and understood, at last, what had taken his father. The horizon had risen into a range of black mountains that had not been there before. Not true mountains, perhaps, but piled stone and hardened ash and the swollen backs of buried districts. Heat still shimmered from that direction. From deep within those new ridges came a dull, intermittent thunder, the earth shifting its weight after the blow. His mother put a hand on the back of his neck. He did not know whether the gesture was meant to comfort him or keep him from running. They started east. The ash reached Cole's ankles in some places, his knees in others. It hid curbs, cracks, and the bodies beneath it. More than once he stumbled over what he thought was rubble and saw a hand or a piece of clothing protruding from the gray. His mother pulled him on before his mind could settle too long on what lay underfoot. They moved like ghosts through a ghost city. A dead dog lay against a mailbox, coated so evenly in ash that it seemed sculpted. A grocery store had split open, its aisles visible through the collapsed frontage. A fire truck had driven into a sinkhole and lodged nose down. The firefighters inside were still strapped into their seats, turned to statues behind the cracked windshield. By the time Cole's mother began to wheeze badly enough that each step became a fight, they had reached the riverfront, or where the riverfront had been. The water was clogged with ash and floating debris. Barges burned in the distance. One bridge had dropped its center span into the current. Another still stood but leaned at a visible angle. Along the walkway, hundreds of people huddled beneath tarps, awnings, torn plastic, anything that might keep the fall from their mouths and eyes. The living looked nearly as gray as the dead. A National Guard truck sat near the old ferry landing, surrounded by a crush of people. Soldiers in masks were shouting instructions through bullhorns. Even from a distance, Cole heard fragments: rationed water, temporary shelter, respiratory risk, stay calm, wait your turn. Waiting no longer meant safety, but people lined up anyway because order was the only medicine they still knew how to ask for. His mother sank onto a bench half buried in ash. She took off the backpack and pressed her hand hard to her chest. When she coughed this time, blood spotted the gray at her feet in bright, ugly drops. Cole stood in front of her because he did not know what else to do. "Mom." She looked at him through pain so fierce it flattened every other expression. Then, with effort, she reached up and brushed his cheek with 2 fingers. "You listen to me now." He began shaking his head before she had said the rest. "You get in that line. You do exactly what the soldiers tell you. You stay where there are people. You do not go west. You do not go looking for your father by yourself. You live long enough for me to be right. No. You hear me. No." Her hand closed on the front of his shirt with surprising strength. Cole. The way she said his name made him stop fighting for one terrible instant. "You are strong," she said. "You are so much stronger than you know. You watch. You learn. You survive. That is what you do for me now." He had no language for the shape of grief then. It was too large for words. It was a hole opening under his ribs while the sky pressed down on his skull. He clung to her wrists and begged with the blind, selfish fury only a child can carry. "Please get up. Please, we can wait. We can find help. I will carry the bag. I will be good. I will not complain. Please get up." Tears cut clean tracks through the ash on her face. She leaned forward and kissed his forehead. "I know." Those were the last clear words she gave him. A medic saw them soon after and shouted for a stretcher, but the line of injured stretched all along the river. Oxygen masks were scarce. Vehicles came and went. People were triaged in the open under a dead sky. Cole stayed at his mother's side until soldiers pried him away because she had stopped breathing and there were others they could still save. He fought them with everything he had. He bit. He kicked. He screamed until his throat ripped. In the end, they carried him to the relief line and put the backpack in his lap because it was the only thing he would release. That evening, under a sheet of military plastic tied between light poles on the riverfront, Cole watched the sun try to set behind the ash cloud and fail. It never came back the same way. In the days that followed, the sky remained choked. Day became a dim bruise. Night became absolute. The emergency camps spread along the river and then retreated when the air turned poisonous and supplies failed. Disease moved through the shelters. So did hunger. So did men who learned faster than others that children without parents were meat, labor, or currency. Cole learned faster too. He learned how to sleep with one eye half open. He learned which aid workers still had kindness and which ones had already run out. He learned how to hide food, how to keep his back to walls, how to hold still in darkness when footsteps passed close enough to hear the scrape of bad intentions. He learned to lie about his age, his family, and the contents of his bag. He learned that some grown men smiled before they tried to hurt you, and that smile was more dangerous than an open snarl. Most of all, he learned what the world had become the first time he saw the shapes moving out in the ash beyond the dead edge of the camp. They had once been people. You could still tell by the arrangement of them, by the height of shoulders, by the way hands still opened and closed. But their skin had gone gray and stretched. Their eyes reflected light like those of animals. They moved low and quick and silent over the buried streets, hunting the weak places in the perimeter. When soldiers fired on them, some fell. Others kept coming until blades, clubs, and raw panic beat them back into the dark. That was the night Cole understood the day the sun died had only been the first death. The second death was slower. It was everything that came after. Chapter 2. 17 years after the sky closed over the city, Cole crossed the ribs of a dead office tower before first light and felt the mountain breathe beneath him. He stopped with one boot on a snapped support beam and listened. The old building had settled into the ash slope at a broken angle. 6 upper floors collapsed into 3, the west face ripped open to the dark. Wind moved through the exposed floors with a dry whisper, lifting flakes of ash from ledges and broken desks. Far below, in the drowned streets, something heavier shifted through rubble. The sound traveled up the steel bones of the tower and reached him as a faint vibration underfoot. Not human, not one of the blind ones. Too careful to be a scavenger band from the lower warrens. Too light for a crawler bull, and wrong for the skittering swarms that sometimes boiled up from the subway vents after a warm spell in the earth. Cole crouched, palm flat on the beam, and waited for the next pulse. There it was. A pause, then a scrape. Claws on concrete. A sniffing sound. Several bodies, not one. Wolves, then. The ash wolves had followed the collapse years after the eruption, descending out of the black highlands in lean gray packs with skin too tight for their bones and eyes like dull coins in the dark. They were not true wolves anymore. Nothing west of the Terminator line remained what it had once been. The ash had changed every mouth it entered. The old toxins in the air and soil had done the rest. These things hunted by sound, by heat, and by the faintest trace of blood carried through the drift. They could climb where their ancestors should have fallen. They could wait with a patience that felt almost human until hunger made them bold. Cole eased down from the beam without making it sing. He wore a coat stitched from 3 different dead lives, the outer layer dark and treated with sap to shed ash, the inner lining patched with soft insulation stripped from transport crates. A short hooked blade rode at his lower back. A longer knife rested sheathed along his forearm inside the coat sleeve, close enough to drop into his hand with a twist of the wrist. Across his shoulders he carried a woven frame basket built from scavenged wire, bent rebar, and strips of cured hide. The basket was empty now. It would not stay empty for long. Above him, the dead sky glowed a fraction lighter behind the cloud cover. Dawn in the dark zone was never bright. It was simply a shift from black to bruise gray, enough to show the outlines of ruin. On rare days when upper winds clawed gaps in the ash blanket, a strange filtered blue touched the highest broken glass, then vanished again. Cole trusted that light less than darkness. Darkness was honest. Daylight here lied about safety. He moved across the open floor of the tower with measured speed, stepping only where old routes had proven sound. A rotten patch of carpet near the eastern wall hid a drop of 4 stories through collapsed cubicles and twisted ductwork. He cleared it in one silent stride. Near the central stairwell, a hairline crack in the concrete marked the edge of a slab that shifted under full weight. He flowed around it. Every danger in his range had a place in his body long before it had a name in his mind. The office tower had once belonged to an insurance firm. Cole knew that because he had spent one winter trapped on the 51st floor by a crawler nest and had passed the time tearing open file cabinets while sleet hissed through broken windows. He had found glossy brochures with smiling couples holding keys to new homes, reports thick with numbers no one would ever balance again, and a framed speech from a chief executive promising stability in uncertain times. Cole had burned the speech for heat. Now the tower belonged to him for the next hour, which was the only kind of ownership the Dark City respected. He reached the stair core and slipped downward through a gap where the concrete wall had broken away. 10 floors below, a ledge of reinforced decking jutted into open air over what had once been the building's plaza. The ash crops grew there. At first glance, they looked like pale trees frozen in the act of blooming. Thick stalks rose out of the nutrient mats where ash and old masonry had mixed with rot over many years. From each stalk spread broad shelves of layered fungus the color of yellow bone, edged with a faint orange glow that deepened whenever warmth seeped from the buried vents below. Some caps were wider than cartwheels. Some curled inward like fists. Each exhaled a fine sweet stink that clung to the back of the throat. The first time Cole had seen them as a boy, he had thought they were plants from another world. They were no plant. They were a patient feast grown from poison, fed by chemical runoff, dead flesh, volcanic dust, and the endless damp in the lower ruins. Eat them raw, and they would knot your guts until you wished for death. Prepare them properly, and they became one of the few dependable food sources in the dark zone. He crouched beside the largest shelf and ran 2 fingers along its underside. Firm and not yet sporing. That was good. He drew his hooked blade and began cutting. The trick was to take the crop in thick wedges without damaging the stalk base, which would send up new shells weeks later if the air stayed warm enough. Cole slid the blade in with a clean upward pull, twisted, and caught the slab of fungus before it could slap wetly to the decking. He stacked each cut piece in the basket with the pale flesh inward and the bitter skin outward so the juices would not soak his back on the return climb. While he worked, he kept one ear on the tower below. The wolves had entered the lower floors. He knew it from the way the building carried them. Light, testing footfalls. Brief pauses. A scrape at the edge of a stair. They would smell the crop before long. They would smell him sooner if he nicked himself. He shifted to the next shelf, cut faster, and did not rush in the least. Haste made noise. Noise made blood. Cole had long since trained his body into the calm that came before violence. It was not the absence of fear. Anyone who lived here without fear became food. It was a narrowing of the world until only useful things remained. Distance, footing, wind, angles, the weight of the knife, the direction of the next escape. He filled half the basket before the first wolf showed itself. It rose from the shadow of the stair core below the deck, head first, shoulders sliding into view like gray smoke shaped into muscle. Its fur had fallen away in patches, revealing scarred skin ridged with old chemical burns. One ear was gone. The muzzle was too long, the teeth too many, the eyes milk-white. It sniffed with an intensity that seemed almost to vibrate through its skull. Cole did not move. The wolf stood with its front paws on the lip of the upper landing, tasting the air. Another joined it, then a third. Pack runners. Smaller than the brood females, but faster, meaner, and more willing to jump before they had judged the risk. Cole slowly reached into a pouch at his belt. Inside lay 3 chunks of dried marrow fungus mixed with charred fat and powdered ember shell. The smell was strong enough to turn a man's stomach. To a wolf, it was a promise. He flicked one chunk into the dark to his left. The first wolf's head snapped toward the sound. Cole threw the second farther down through the broken stair shaft. The third he sent skittering over loose rebar into the guts of the tower. The pack did what hunger always made it do. It split. 2 wolves vanished after the second piece, claws scrabbling on concrete. The lead animal leaped sideways toward the noise on the rebar nest. That left one still on the landing, nostrils working. Cole let it draw half a breath more, then he sprang. He crossed the deck and the stair lip in 3 steps and drove the blade down behind the wolf's skull before it could bark an alarm. The body convulsed once, slamming his forearm hard enough to numb it, then went slack. He lowered it silently to the floor, ripped the knife free, and pulled the carcass into the shadow beside the stair. Below, the others fought over the bait, snarling low. Cole glanced at the dead wolf. Meat if properly stripped, hide if the mange had not gone too deep, teeth if he wanted more points for a trade with the rope makers in the North Stacks. He took none of it. Carrying the body smell back to his camp would call every crawler and pack hunter in 2 districts. He settled for wiping the blade on the wolf's shoulder and returning to the crops. By the time the pack realized its brother had vanished, Cole was gone from the deck and moving along the upper beam runs with a basket heavy enough to cut grooves into his shoulders. The route back to his camp threaded through the skeleton of the upper city, where the collapse had left the tops of towers leaning into one another like drunk giants. Years of fallen ash had filled the lower floors and streets until old sidewalks lay buried dozens of feet below. Bridges of twisted steel, snapped monorail sections, and improvised ladders linked one high ruin to the next. A man who did not know the paths might spend a day circling 2 blocks and die 1 floor above safety without ever seeing it. Cole preferred it that way. His camp sat near the top of a broken residential tower whose eastern face still caught the weakest traces of reflected dawn. A greenhouse had once occupied the roof. Its glass was long gone, but the metal frame remained, and someone before Cole had enclosed part of it with salvaged sheeting and welded panels. Someone before that had reinforced the upper stair access with steel doors and inward spikes. Cole had improved every part of it over the years, sealing cracks with heat resin, hanging noise traps in the lower access shafts, and rigging weighted panels to drop if anything larger than a man disturbed the wrong wire. When he approached the final access bridge, he paused beneath the sagging span and studied the ash along the beam. No foreign prints. One of the hanging bolt charms near the camp entrance had twisted half a turn. Wind, most likely. He watched it for a count of 50 anyway. Nothing moved. He crossed. The door to his camp was a scavenged security panel plated over with thick mesh and braced from inside. He lifted the 3rd hinge pin, then the 1st, then tapped twice near the lock seam with the butt of his knife. It was not ritual. It was caution. Some traps triggered on the wrong vibration. Some men waited for habits. After a moment, he opened the door and entered his kingdom. The greenhouse shelter smelled of heat stone, old smoke, leather, damp ash, and the faint copper scent of his own blood worked into too many surfaces over too many years. It was one large room divided by hanging tarps and salvage partitions. A stove built from a machine drum and lined with cracked ceramic sat near the center, vented through a chimney pipe patched with sheet metal. Racks of drying fungus hung above it. Water catchers made from gutter sections and tank liners occupied the eastern wall beneath the seam where condensation sometimes gathered. Crates of sorted salvage lined another wall. Batteries, wire, bearings, cloth, sealed cans too dented to trade, but not yet risky enough to throw away. Medical scraps, jarred sap, bundles of clean bone, and the few pre-collapse books he had not burned. Near the back stood the only thing in the camp that looked almost beautiful. The ember grubs lived in a waist-high trough built from 2 welded file cabinets lined with heat-proof clay. Flat stones held warmth beneath the bedding. Layers of damp ash, rotted crop fiber, and mineral paste formed a soft bed across the bottom. In that dim, warm nest, perhaps 40 grubs shifted and pulsed like banked coals. Each was the length of Cole's hand from wrist to fingertip and as thick as his thumb at the middle, with segmented translucent flesh lit from within by a rich amber glow. Their mouths were delicate rings of hooked filaments no wider than a coin. Their glow brightened at the taste of fresh blood. People in the lower warrens called them fireworms, saint leeches, devil lanterns, and corpse lights. Cole called them what they were. The reason his nights were not blind and his winters were not fatal. He set down the basket of crop, unbuckled the carrying frame, and rolled his shoulders until the knots in them eased. Then he went to the grub trough and checked the stones. Still warm enough. He stirred the bedding with a narrow paddle, exposing the lowest layer to keep rot from matting too thick. Several grubs curled toward the motion, lighting brighter. One had molted cleanly and left behind a shell thin as brittle amber. That was good. The shells powdered into a hot-burning additive for lamp paste and trade mixtures. Another lay sluggish near the edge, its glow dim and patchy. Cole touched it gently with the paddle tip. The grub spasmed weakly. It was starving. He looked toward the ash crop on the work table and then back to the trough. Crop fed them some. Mineral slurry fed them some. Heat mattered. Damp mattered. None of it replaced the blood price for long. He stripped off his coat and rolled up his sleeve. His left forearm was a record of years the way tree rings recorded droughts and good rain. White scars crossed older pale lines. Small half-moon marks clustered where grubs had fed. One broad seam of puckered flesh along the outer arm marked an old knife cut from a scavenger who had mistaken Cole for easier meat than he was. The freshest marks were low on the wrist where the skin stayed tender enough to give quickly. Cole took a shallow bowl, a clean strip of cloth, and his smallest skinning blade. He sat on the bench by the trough and breathed once to steady his hand. This part never became easy. He did not need it to become easy. Pain that turned casual was pain that would kill him later through carelessness. He set the blade to the inside of his wrist and drew a careful line no longer than a finger joint. Dark blood welled at once. The smell changed the room. Every ember grub in the trough brightened in a pulse so sudden it painted the metal walls gold. Their small hooked mouths opened and searched. Cole held his arm over the bedding and let 3 drops fall, then 4 more, spacing them so the hungriest would not fight all over one patch and tear themselves on each other. The sluggish grub nearest the edge found the blood first. Its body flushed from dull orange to deep living amber as it drank through the soil. Cole hissed through his teeth as he pressed the cut to coax a little more. Too much, and he would weaken himself for no gain. Too little, and the grubs would sicken, dim, and eventually die. Their light kept his camp safe from black mold blooms, deterred some tunnel vermin, and sold well enough to the North traders that he could barter for salt, wire, antiseptic, and precious ammunition when he absolutely needed it. He fed them until the first cold pull began in his fingertips, then wrapped the cut tight with cloth and tied it off one-handed. The grubs sank into the bedding, glowing full and content. The trough looked like a bed of trapped stars in a world that had forgotten the real kind. "You eat, I eat," he muttered to them. It was the closest thing to prayer he still practiced. He spent the next hour trimming the outer skin from the fungus shelves, slicing the edible inner flesh into strips for smoking, and setting aside the bitter rinds for mash. With each stroke of the knife, the camp settled around him into the pattern he trusted most: work, heat, silence, and the low, living glow of the grubs. Outside, the wind moved ash across the tower's skins with the sound of distant surf. Few people ever saw Cole in these hours, and if they had, they might have been disappointed. There was no myth in the way he worked. No drama. He was simply exact. Clean knife, separate baskets, clean hands, stove set hot enough to blister the toxins out of the flesh without burning the good starch inside it. Filters checked, water ration measured, waste sealed, and dropped from the western chute, where the sink levels would consume it. Survival in the dark zone was not won by grand moments. It was built in 1,000 ugly little acts done on time. When the fungus strips were smoking properly, Cole climbed to the highest corner of the roof frame and scanned the district through a scope made from half of an old survey lens fixed into a copper tube. To the east, the ruined towers thinned toward the ash plain that marked the gradual rise to the line of light. Beyond that, far beyond what he could ever reach in one hard day, lay the bright side where the sun still struck ground cleanly and people lived under real weather. Cole knew that place existed because traders came from it once in rare seasons, and because aircraft still sometimes crossed overhead when the cloud ceiling lifted enough. He had never seen the bright side itself. As a boy, he had believed he would make for it as soon as he was strong enough. As a man, he no longer wasted his strength on impossible distance and fairy tale rescue. To the west, the city sank into deeper ruin. Whole districts had vanished under black slag and hardened ash waves. Heat vents smoked from cracks in the new hills. Farther out, where the superheated flow had first met the high-rises, the towers stood fused into grotesque shapes that looked less built than grown. No sane man went there unless driven by greed, exile, or the kind of despair that made death feel like a useful answer. North, a flock of skinwing gulls circled over the old arena district. That meant carrion. South, steam drifted from the transit trenches where warm water still seeped through buried pipe fractures. Those trenches also housed crawler nests in the pale root forests that fed the cannibals in the low dark, so he avoided them unless trade forced the route. Cole swept the lens back toward the central district and caught a flicker of movement across 3 blocks of broken rooftops. A figure, human shape, fast, moving low. He shifted the tube and found 2 more on a parallel roofline, all wrapped in dark rags, faces covered, one carrying a pole with hooks along one side. Scavengers from the lower market, or a hunt band from the cannibal warrens testing new ground. Hard to tell at this distance. Either way, they were too close to his district. Cole marked their route. If they kept north, they were someone else's problem. If they bent east, he would ghost them and decide whether they needed a warning or a throat cut. The figures vanished behind a ruined elevator housing. He lowered the scope and flexed his bandaged wrist. The grub feeding had left a soft weakness under his skin. Annoying, but not enough to slow him. He went back below, checked the smoking strips, and packed a day pouch for a second run. The upper city offered more than food if you knew where to look. Battery cells could still be found in sealed office stores. Fiber coils in abandoned transit stations. Chemical tablets in medical towers if no one had raided them clean. The hard part was bringing anything home past the things that had learned the habits of scavengers. Packs watched the main routes. Blind cannibals nested below the noise funnels where they could hear movement through steel. Trap bands rigged dead floors with snare lines, broken glass pits, spike hinges, and bait scents. Cole had left some of those himself in his harder years, when he still believed any stranger in his range must become a corpse before sundown. Time had thinned that rule, not softened it, thinned it. At midday, if one could call it that, under a roof of ash, he descended through a neighboring tower and crossed a slumped skywalk toward the Transit Ministry Annex. A cache of insulated cable there had paid well 2 months prior, and he wanted the last of it before damp ruined the copper. The skywalk swayed under each step. Below, what had once been a broad avenue lay buried under ash so deep only the tops of buses and truck cabs protruded. Bones of old road signs stuck out at angles. The silence down there carried its own threat. In the true deep quiet, hunters heard heartbeats. Halfway across, Cole paused. Not because he had heard anything, because he had not. The skinwing gulls from the north had gone silent. Even the wind seemed to flatten itself. He crouched and looked down through a gap in the buckled skywalk floor. At first he saw only ash ridges and the corroded roof of a bus. Then one ridge moved. A crawler bull unfolded from the drift with terrible slowness, shaking off layers of gray like a beast rising from burial. It had once been some kind of transport ram from a biotech farm if the old brands in its scarred flanks meant anything, but the dark zone had rebuilt it in brutality. Its shoulders stood nearly as high as a small car roof. Horn plates, curved from its skull in jagged, irregular branches fused with mineral deposits. Blind eyes filmed over above a snout ringed with tremor whiskers that tasted vibration through the ash. The bull inhaled once, and its chest spread wide enough to split 2 old suture scars. Cole stayed absolutely still. Crawler bulls were not predators in the ordinary sense. They fed on root mats, fungus beds, mineral salts, and whatever meat happened to be in the way when rage took them. They did not stalk. They sensed disruption and erased it. The bull angled its head toward the skywalk. Cole did the calculation without moving a muscle. If he ran, the bridge would sing. If he dropped flat too quickly, the panels might groan. If the bull charged the support columns, the whole span might tear free and dump him into the avenue basin. A bead of sweat slid down his ribs despite the chill. The bull took 1 step forward and froze again, listening through its bones. Then, from somewhere southwest, a crash rang through the district. Metal on stone. Loud, clumsy, repeated twice. The bull wheeled toward it with shocking speed and thundered away, sending plumes of ash fountaining behind it. Cole let out air in a silent rush. Someone else had just bought his life without meaning to. Someone stupid, careless, desperate, or dying. In the dark city, those were often the same thing. He finished the crossing and reached the annex. Inside, the cable cache was mostly intact. He stripped what he could carry, bundled it tight, and found 2 sealed maintenance lamps in a locker that had rusted closed from the inside rather than the outer face. A good day, by the city's standards. On the way home, he saw blood on one of his route stones. Not much. A streak the length of his palm, dry at the edges. Human, from the color and the drag. He set down the cable and studied the area. One footprint too shallow for a local. Boot tread intact, not patched. Expensive sole once, now half ground smooth. Another print, smaller. Both heading east by northeast, favoring speed over concealment. The blood trail belonged to the larger one. Fresh enough that the ash had not settled over it yet. Cole's hand rested on his knife without conscious thought. Outsiders, then. There had been more aircraft overhead these last months. More distant engine noise on the rare, clear highs. Brightside politics meant nothing to him, but they had a way of spilling trouble into the dark whenever men with fuel and uniforms thought old maps still mattered. He followed the prints for 50 yards and stopped where the pair had crossed a patch of broken slate he himself had dusted with sleep mold spores 2 nights earlier. The slate remained undisturbed. The tracks veered off before it. Smart enough to see the trap, then. We're lucky. He knelt and touched the blood with one gloved finger. Still tacky. His jaw tightened. No one walked this close to his district by accident unless something bigger had pushed them. He scanned the surrounding roofs. No movement. No flash of glass. No sound but wind and a far muffled thud from the western heat fields. Cole considered hunting them immediately. Instead, he carried his haul home, reset the outer alarms, sharpened both blades, and ate smoked crop with salt flakes dissolved in a little hot water until the ache in his stomach eased. His stores of masking sap were low. Cole noticed it while sealing the door. Only 2 jars remained on the upper shelf, and one had turned too thin from age. That left maybe 4 more days of heavy use. Less if weather forced him through the lower stink channels where every hunter tracked by scent more than sound. Running out was not an option. He looked toward the stove, the cut on his wrist, the cable haul, the warm glow of the grubs. For a sensible man, the day had already been long enough. Cole had not survived by behaving like a sensible man. He took a resin knife, 3 narrow-neck jars, a face wrap soaked in bitter oil, and a coil of cord. Then he went back out. The sap grew in the old botanical quarter 6 roofs south of his camp, where the eruption fallout had killed the conservatory glass and fed a species of black creeper into monstrous abundance. The vines wrapped themselves around steel frames and cracked masonry, forming swollen bulbs along their stems. Sliced the bulbs too early, and the fluid inside came out thin and useless. Sliced them too late, and they burst on their own, painting whole walls in a smell so foul even cannibals would avoid it for a few hours. Harvested at the right time and mixed with ash powder, the sap masked human scent beneath a rot chemical reek that confused most trackers. The trouble was that the bulbs also attracted glass gnats. In the old world, they had probably been some harmless pollinating insect bred for greenhouse crops. In the dark zone, they had become translucent fist-sized things with fragile wings and barbed mouthparts sharp enough to pierce skin through cloth. They swarmed heat, breath, and fresh sap. A full cloud of them could strip a man to trembling fever in a single bad minute. Cole crossed the roofline low and quick, using equipment ladders and service catwalks rather than the open spans. The botanical quarter announced itself before he reached it. The air changed first, taking on a sour-sweet stink like fermented fruit left in engine oil. Then the dead towers ahead appeared draped in long black streamers that shifted even when the wind did not. The conservatory dome itself had collapsed inward decades ago, leaving a crown of twisted ribs around a basin choked with creepers. Cole tied the oil wrap over nose and mouth and descended by cord to a maintenance ledge halfway down the dome's outer frame. The bulbs hung there in clusters, glossy and dark, some no bigger than plums, others large as a man's head. He touched the nearest one with the back of his knife. Firm but springy. Good enough. He slid the blade in just above the seam and turned his wrist. Thick black sap welled immediately, slow as tar. He caught it in the first jar without spilling a drop. The smell hit even through the bitter oil on his face wrap, a stench of rotten flowers, hot metal, and the sweet edge of decay. Perfect for masking. By the time he half-filled the second jar, a thin ticking sound started somewhere above. Cole froze. Tick, tick, tick. Tiny impacts on steel. He lifted his gaze. 3 glass gnats clung to the dome ribs overhead, nearly invisible except for the faint rainbow sheen of their wings. Their bodies were clear enough that he could see the dark thread of fluid pulsing through them. Each head ended in a cluster of needle barbs that opened and closed as they tasted the air. One dropped from the rib and hovered in front of him at eye level. Cole did not swat. Fast movement drew the rest. He lowered the second jar slowly, keeping his breathing shallow. The gnat hung there, wings whispering so fast they made no true hum, only a pressure against the ears. Its body tilted toward the fresh sap, then toward the heat of his face beneath the wrap. He reached for the pouch on his belt one finger at a time. Inside lay a pellet of dried smoke moss and powdered ember shell wrapped in wax paper. He pinched it, held still until the gnat drifted closer, then snapped the pellet against the steel beside him. It burst in a sharp sulfur puff. The gnat jerked backward at the smell. So did the other 2 above. Cole used that heartbeat to cap the jar and swing himself sideways along the cord to the next rib. Bad move. The dome frame gave under his weight with a metallic complaint that rang through the quarter. Ticking erupted all around him. A dozen more gnats lifted from the creeper shadows beneath the ledge. Then 20. A flickering cloud of glass wings and barbed mouths rose toward the disturbance. Cole slashed the cord free and dropped. He hit the lower ledge in a crouch, rolled, and came up running along the narrow support ring while the swarm descended. The first gnat struck the wall beside his head hard enough to crack its own body. Clear fluid spattered his cheek. The second buried its mouthparts in his shoulder seam and hung there, digging. Cole ripped it off and crushed it under his boot without slowing. More came. He vaulted a break in the ledge, slid beneath a curtain of black creeper, and crashed through into the open skeleton of the lower conservatory. Broken planter beds and dead irrigation lines cluttered the floor. Ash lay thick over everything except where the vines had churned it into greasy mats. The swarm poured after him. Cole threw one of the sap jars behind him. It shattered against a concrete column. The stink detonated through the chamber. Half the gnats veered toward it at once, drawn wild by the fresh spill. The rest kept on him. He sprinted across the conservatory floor toward a maintenance furnace set into the western wall. The old boiler no longer worked, but the flue shaft above it remained open. Wind rushed through the broken duct and fed a pocket of constant draft over the rusted firebox. Cole yanked open the furnace door, jammed a fistful of dry creeper husk inside, struck his lighter, and touched flame to it. The husk flashed hot and dirty. He snatched a second smoke pellet from his pouch, lit it in the new fire, and hurled it upward through the thickest part of the swarm. The pellet burst in a billowing yellow cloud. The air instantly became poison to wings. Glass gnats dropped out of it like rain, striking floor, wall, Cole's coat, the furnace door. Some twitched, some crawled, some lifted again in ragged blind panic. Cole stamped a path through them and ran for the eastern breach. 2 followed him into the open roofline, and 1 reached his neck seam before he slapped it flat against his own skin. Pain lanced down into his collarbone, where a barb had pierced. He tore the thing free, flung it into the dark, and did not stop until the conservatory lay 3 roofs behind him. Only then did he crouch behind a vent stack and inspect the damage. The shoulder sting had not gone deep. The neck was worse, but still shallow. No pump swelling yet. No heat crawling toward the jaw. That was good. A full venom dump could send fever through a man for 2 days and leave him too weak to defend his own door. He uncapped the remaining jar and smeared a thin line of raw sap across both punctures, then over his coat cuffs and boots for good measure. The smell hit with brutal force, making his eyes water. Beneath it, though, he could no longer catch any clean trace of his own skin. That alone made the trip worth it. He returned to camp by a long looping path to throw off any trackers. At the bridge, he paused and listened. Nothing moved near his district except the usual low thrum of wind through the dead elevator shafts. Inside, he set the sap jar high, peeled off the stinking outer layer of his coat, and washed the sting sites with boiled water gone lukewarm. The neck puncture bled in two neat dark beads before clotting. He packed a smear of ash salt paste over it, hissed once at the burn, and laughed under his breath. Still here, he told the empty room. The words came from another life, and for a moment his mother's voice answered in memory, so clearly that he turned halfway toward the partition where no one stood. The feeling passed. The room became only the room again. Cole fed the stove. He checked the grubs. He ate. He sharpened the resin knife, where one gnat body had nicked the edge. By the time darkness deepened, the sap had dried into a thin black sheen on his gear, and he smelled so thoroughly foul that even he barely tolerated himself. When darkness thickened into its deeper phase, and the grubs cast amber pools across the camp walls, he sat by the stove and unwrapped the cloth from his wrist. The cut had sealed well. He cleaned it again anyway, then leaned back against the crate wall and let his eyes close for the first time all day. Sleep in the dark zone came in strips, never whole cloth. A quarter hour here, 40 minutes there. 2 hours if exhaustion clubbed a man flat enough that even fear could not keep him standing. Cole had slept lightly for so many years his body no longer trusted long rest. That night a dream came anyway. He stood on the riverfront from the old world, small enough that his father's hand swallowed his own. The sky was blue, true blue, not the dead gray lid he had known since childhood. Lanterns drifted above the water. Music carried from somewhere behind the food carts. His mother laughed at something his father had said, and the sound of it was so complete that it hurt him. Then ash began falling into the river one soft flake at a time. His parents did not notice. People went on laughing. The lanterns dimmed. Across the water, the towers leaned west as if listening. Cole woke with his hand around his knife and the taste of smoke in his mouth. One of the bolt charms near the outer bridge was ringing. Not loudly. Just enough to say wait had brushed the lower line. He rose, silent, and moved to the firing slit beside the door. Through the narrow gap, he saw only darkness and drifting ash. Then a lean human shape crossed the far roofline, moving fast. Not trying to be seen, but not careful enough. A second shape followed, then dropped to a knee near the edge of the adjoining structure and looked back over its shoulder into the dark beyond, as if listening to pursuit. Cole saw a pale oval where the face covering had slipped. Not a local. Skin too clean beneath the grime. Hair catching the faint grub-light reflection in a way that suggested a color the dark zone did not naturally breed. Then, far below in the drowned streets, something answered with a drawn-out howl that rolled through the towers like a blade across wet stone. The figure on the roof turned toward the sound. For the first time, Cole saw clearly that the smaller stranger was a woman. She was not looking at him. She was looking up, toward the dead sky, as if expecting help to come from it. Chapter 3. Hailey Mercer had spent the first half of the flight pretending the mission made sense. Pretending came easily in Bright Horizon. The company had been built on polished lies told with enough confidence to feel like vision. They did not call the dark side a graveyard. They called it a legacy zone. They did not say abandoned citizens, lost districts, failed quarantines, and controlled write-offs. They said deferred recovery, environmental instability, temporary non-viability. They wrapped catastrophe in language so expensive it sounded clean. Hailey had helped build some of that language early in her career, back when she still believed a smart engineer could change the machine from inside if she sat close enough to the controls. 17 months ago, that faith had started to die. 11 months ago, it had become embarrassment. 3 weeks ago, when a sealed casualty file slid into her unauthorized inbox by mistake and stayed there long enough for her to copy it, faith became anger. The file had listed recovery attempts into the dark zone over 12 years. Not public missions. Private contracts. Vault retrievals, data extractions, mineral surveys, proof-of-life operations sold to rich families, and cleanup crews sent after the cleanup crews failed. Bodies missing. Bodies partial. Teams lost with no public notation. One line item had drawn her eye and never quite released it. Relay Vault 9C. PR-evac archive possibility. Suppressed. There were notes attached. Internal messages and arguments. Someone had believed the Relay Vault might contain first-era evacuation records, including population transfers and unreconciled survivor lists from the weeks after the eruption. Someone else had buried the discussion under asset language and liability assessments. Hailey had pushed. Too hard, apparently. Within days, she had been reassigned to a field verification flight she had neither requested nor approved. So she sat now in the jump seat of a company transport with the data case chained to her wrist, listening to the engine pitch change as they approached the Terminator lane. Across from her, Specialist Briggs had one boot on a cargo strap and the expression of a man who thought danger existed mainly to prove his courage in front of witnesses. He was broad through the chest, shaved head polished under the cabin lights, corporate security tattoo half hidden behind his collar. Beside him, Kendra Vale from Systems ran a tablet against the seat harness on her knee, trying to keep the fluctuating signal map stable on the screen. "You still have time to admit this is a bad idea," Hailey said. Briggs smirked. "We crossed bad idea 40 minutes ago. I meant the part where Command cut our altitude buffer and told us the storm density models were acceptable. They are acceptable. They are invented." Kendra did not look up from the tablet. "They are optimistic." "Optimistic," Hailey repeated. "That is a charming way to say false." Briggs shrugged. "We are getting in and out. Pilot says the window is clean. We grab the vault core, we confirm no biological viability, and we go home with hazard pay." Hailey glanced toward the cockpit hatch. "Did Command tell you to keep saying biological viability instead of people because it sounds less ugly?" Now Kendra looked up. Tired eyes, not hostile. "Command told us a lot of things." The cockpit hatch opened before Briggs could answer. Pilot Duval leaned through, one hand braced on the frame. Her flight harness was unfastened at the top, revealing a throat cord with a tiny metal disc on it, old and worn smooth by touch. She had the face of someone who respected machines enough to hate the people who misused them. "We just got a route revision," Duval said. Briggs straightened. "From Command. From a desk wearing Command's badge, yes." Hailey felt cold under the cabin heat. "Revision how?" Duval's gaze settled on her first, not Briggs. That alone told Hailey more than the words. "They want us 500 meters lower before threshold. Storm ceiling is dropping faster than forecast." "Then we delay," Hailey said. Duval almost smiled, but there was no humor in it. "That would require a spine at the other end of the channel." Briggs spread his hands. "You can fly it. I can fly anything with honest air." Duval's eyes shifted toward the cloud wall building outside the side ports. "This is not honest air." No one spoke for a moment. Hailey looked down at the chain around her wrist. The data case held little more than portable authentication hardware, a vault handshake drive, and an internal authorization key that would open a sealed archive if they reached it. Simple tools. Small enough to send with a courier. Valuable enough, maybe, that someone wanted the courier silenced with plausible risk. "Did they tell you why I had to be on site for a handshake?" she asked. Briggs gave her a flat look. "Because you are the one who can verify the archive." "That was not the question." Duval answered from the hatch. "Because someone wanted the mission tied to your biometrics." Kendra let out a breath. Briggs looked irritated that the truth had been spoken in plain air. Hailey sat back in the jump seat. "Wonderful." Duval nodded toward the ports. "Strap in harder." That was 21 minutes before the cloud wall swallowed them. The transition into the dark side weather lane felt less like entering cloud and more like descending into a living throat. The bright wash beyond the windows vanished. The transport shuddered as ash and charged grit hammered the hull. Sensor alerts lit the cabin in shifting strips of amber and red. Kendra cursed under her breath and slapped a failing diagnostic panel. Briggs tightened his shoulder harness and stopped smirking. Hailey kept her eyes on the side port until there was nothing to see but churn and flashes. The aircraft dropped once, hard enough to lift her against the restraints. Someone in the cockpit said something clipped and sharp. The cabin lights blinked. Through the bulkhead, she heard Duval working the controls with the kind of concentration that became almost a second sound. Then, After endless blind minutes, the world outside the port changed from white churn to dim gray ruin. The city appeared beneath them. Hailey had seen the dark side in archival footage, in simulation maps, in satellite composites carefully cleaned for executive review. None of it prepared her for scale. The city below was vast, broken, and still somehow standing in spite of every law that should have sent it flat to the earth. Towers leaned against one another at impossible angles. Districts had vanished under black flows or pale drifts. Smoke rose from hidden vents. Light barely touched anything. It looked less like a place people had abandoned than a place the world had tried and failed to digest. "Oh my God," Kendra whispered. Briggs muttered, "I thought it would be worse." Hailey turned toward him, but before she could answer, the transport took the first hard hit, and every thought in the cabin became survival. The first impact threw the cabin sideways so violently that Briggs struck the cargo net with his shoulder and yelled. The second came from below, a hard metallic smash that echoed through the frame. Warning tone screamed. Kendra's tablet shot from her hands and vanished into the rear bay. Duval's voice cut over the intercom. "Hold fast." The transport rolled. Hailey saw the city outside turn from ruined skyline to ash field to skyline again in a dizzying blur. One of the side ports crazed with fractures. A red status ribbon ran across the overhead panel and kept running, system after system dropping away, so quickly the display could not keep up. Briggs fought for the seat frame with one hand and shouted toward the cockpit. Climb out now." Duval answered with cold fury. "I am trying to keep us in one piece." Then came the rotor failure. It announced itself with a shriek like metal being peeled open. The whole aircraft lurched and began to spin to port. Loose cases tore free of the cargo webbing and crashed across the deck. One struck Briggs in the side of the head hard enough to flatten him against the bulkhead. Kendra screamed as the emergency lights failed and came back blood red. Hailey's harness dug into her ribs. Through the side port she saw a tower rushing toward them, all broken hotel windows and dark stone. For an instant the faces of old rooms flashed past at eye level. A banquet hall, a hallway lined with paintings, a ruined suite open to the sky. Then the wing clipped the crown of the building, and the world became shrapnel. Glass burst inward. The port beside Hailey imploded. Ash and freezing grit blasted through the cabin. Something struck her temple. Her ears vanished into a dead hush broken only by a deep internal ringing. She saw Duval through the cockpit hatch with both hands welded to the controls, jaw clenched, teeth bared, eyes fixed on a point beyond the nose, as if she might still bully the machine into flight through sheer refusal. The transport dropped. Hailey had one clear thought before impact. This is what they sent me here for. Then the nose hit, and thought became white violence. When awareness returned, she was hanging upside down against the harness in a cabin that no longer knew which way was up. Firelight strobed through smoke. Somewhere close by, Briggs made one wet choking sound and stopped. Kendra was shouting for help from farther aft, but the shout broke off in a crunch of metal as the cargo net gave way. Hailey tried to speak and discovered her mouth full of blood from a bitten cheek. The aircraft settled again with a long, tortured groan. After that came the strange silence that always follows catastrophe, the brief, impossible pause in which the world seems to ask whether it should continue. Then the heat began to build under the floor panels, and the answer became yes. The first clear patch in the cloud cover came 3 days later, and the city noticed. Cole stood on the eastern roof frame at the edge of his camp with the survey lens pressed to one eye when a pale seam opened high above the dead towers. It was no wider than a river at first, only a ragged bright cut in the ash blanket where upper winds had torn 2 layers apart. Light spilled through it in a strange diluted shaft that painted the high haze silver and woke every reflective surface in the district. Broken windows flashed. Wet patches in the drift gleamed. The fused tower spines to the west took on a black-blue shine like oil. Nothing in the dark zone ignored a break in the sky. Skin wings wheeled upward, shrieking. The ember grubs in their trough below the roof frame dimmed in unease, drawing down into bedding as if the touch of true daylight offended them. Far off, from lower streets and sink levels, came movement, Scavengers climbing for a look, blind packs retreating toward deeper shade, cannibal lookouts tapping signal rhythms through pipe and steel. Cole's shoulders tightened. Clearings in the cloud did not last long. Most brought little beyond a shift in wind and a cruel reminder that there was still a sun somewhere above all that ash. Sometimes, though, aircraft used them. He swept the lens across the eastern horizon. Nothing there. Only the long rising plain beyond the city and the faint brighter wash that marked the line where the light side began. He shifted north, then south. Still nothing. He lowered the tube and listened instead. The dark zone trained the ear before the eye. Many things could hide behind ruin. Engine noise carried farther. At first he thought the sound was thunder trapped above the cloud ceiling. A low, irregular pulse reached the district, faded, then returned stronger. Not natural. Too patterned. Too mechanical. Cole lifted the lens again and caught the glint just as the aircraft burst through the torn seam. It came in steep and wrong, nose down too far, engines roaring with the ragged desperation of a machine fighting air it had not been built to breathe. The fuselage was white once, now streaked black by soot and ash. Twin rotors on short wings chopped the murk while directional thrusters fired blue-white near the tail. Not a military transport exactly. Not civilian either. Corporate, maybe. Expedition grade. Fast enough to outrun weather under normal skies. Armored enough to pretend weather did not matter. Out here, pretending got men killed. The aircraft dropped under the cloud layer and immediately bucked hard to port. One of the rotors spat sparks. A string of black debris blew free behind it and vanished into the haze. The pilot corrected, overcorrected, and dragged the nose level over the broken skyline with yards to spare. Cole swore under his breath. Too low. Too loud. Every throat and claw in 5 districts would hear that machine. Every trap band, scavenger crew, and tunnel pack would be lifting its head. Even if the aircraft managed to climb again, it had already rung the dinner bell. He tracked it west to east above the buried avenues. The pilot seemed to be aiming for an open strip near the old financial quarter, perhaps mistaking a broad ash field for an intact landing corridor. There was no intact corridor there. Cole knew the quarter well. Beneath that smooth gray surface lay half-collapsed parking structures, exposed rebar forests, and sink pockets hot enough to melt boot soles. The aircraft tried to rise. The damaged rotor sheared off. Cole saw it happen in a spray of metal and fire, a bright spinning disc separating from the wing root and slicing away into the ash haze. The transport rolled hard. Its tail clipped the crown of a dead hotel. Glass and steel exploded outward. One engine flamed. The whole machine became a falling star, trailing burning fuel across the dim city. It hit somewhere in the lower central ruins with a flash that turned the undercloud silver. A heartbeat later, the impact reached him as a deep shudder under the tower. Then came the sound. Not one sound, but many. The crash boom. The secondary bursts as fuel cells ruptured. The rattle of collapsing masonry from buildings struck by debris. The sharp pealing chorus of long unbroken windows finally giving way blocks around the site. Below and beyond, as if answering from every level of the city at once, rose the waking cries of predators. Cole lowered the lens slowly. A sane man would seal the doors, bank the stove, darken the grub trough, and wait for the feeding frenzy to pass. Plenty of men lived longer by treating every outside disaster as someone else's funeral. Cole remained on the roof, looking toward the column of oily smoke rising from the lower quarter. He had survived because he knew this city better than anything alive in it. He had survived because he kept moving before danger closed its hand. He had survived because he did not run toward Rex. The last thought turned in his mind and showed him its hollow center. The people in that aircraft, if any still lived, had maybe minutes before the lower ruins swallowed them. Fire would not be the worst of it. Noise carried farther than flames. Blind cannibals nested near that quarter in parking caverns and busted sewer arteries. Ash wolves ranged the belt to the south. Trap bands watched the crash district for exactly this kind of miracle. If the transport had been transmitting any kind of beacon, that signal would pull every scavenger with a battery sniffer and every bright side team stupid enough to think they could rescue survivors by coming down the same path. A rational man would still leave them. Cole went below fast. He strapped on the treated coat still tacky with dried masking sap from the conservatory run. He added 2 extra knives, a coil of monowire, a folding pry bar, and the compact dart frame he rarely used because it required careful maintenance and most targets in the dark zone preferred simpler answers. He took one of the maintenance lamps from the annex hall and pocketed spare cells. From the sap shelf he grabbed the thin jar and smeared a fresh strip across his neck, wrists, and coat front despite the rank sting of it. He checked the bridge alarms once, reset the inner snare pins, then stood with one hand on the door brace. The old rule said stay. His mother had given him another rule long before the city finished teaching its own. Live long enough for me to be right. For years he had thought survival alone fulfilled that command. Live, eat, fight, hide, endure. Lately the shape of it had begun to trouble him. Endure for what? Hide for how long? Survive into what kind of man? The answer beyond the door was still only smoke and ruin and a problem that belonged to strangers. Cole lifted the brace and stepped out. The route to the crash site took him south through the bank towers, down a service shaft lined with rusted elevator rails, across the upper skin of a shopping concourse buried nearly to the skylights, and then into the lower central district where the city pressed closer together and the ash lay deep enough to muffle careless death. He moved at a speed that would have broken another man's ankles. The dead city shifted around him in familiar layers. A rebar grove where old office slabs had pancaked onto one another, leaving a stand of bent metal stems that sang in the wind. A hotel atrium open to the sky, its indoor palm trees fossilized beneath mineral crust. A data center with one side gone entirely, server racks exposed like gravestones in neat black rows. He passed all of it without slowing, watching for the smaller signs that mattered more than scenery. Loose drifts where something had tunneled recently, soot marks that meant scavengers had cooked there, pipe taps too regular to be wind. The crash smoke thickened ahead. So did the smell. Burning aviation fuel had a harsh chemical bite unlike anything the dark zone normally made. Beneath it came scorched plastic, hot metal, insulation foam, and the first ugly note of cooked flesh. Cole angled across a collapsed tram line and climbed the spine of a broken parking ramp for a higher look. From there he saw the wreck. The transport had gouged through the upper floors of an old civic archive building and come to rest half buried in the ash basin beyond it, nose driven into debris, tail canted upward at a severe angle. One wing section lay 40 yards away. Fire licked from 2 breaches along the port side. The remaining rotor arms spun uselessly in short dying jerks. Around the basin, the surrounding towers leaned in close, their lower floors drowned in drift and shadow. Bad ground. Noise wells on 3 sides. Good for ambush, worse for escape. Cole raised the lens and searched for movement. Cole knew corporate aircraft. Not the names of them or the bright side politics that sent them west, but the habits. They came fast because their pilots trusted instruments more than wind. They came armored because rich people loved the illusion that metal thickness could bargain with catastrophe. They came rare enough that whole districts still went mad at the sound. The last one Cole had seen up close was 9 years earlier. He had been younger, harder, and hungry enough to think anything falling from the sky existed for his use. The transport had clipped a tower in the garment quarter and shed cargo 3 blocks across. Cole had reached the wreck after the scavengers, but before the cannibals. Inside he found sealed cases of nutrient gel, 3 battery spines, a crate of surgical tools, and 2 men in bright filtration masks still strapped to their seats. One had died on impact. The other had lived long enough to promise water credits, sanctuary, and all the light in the world if Cole cut him free. Cole had cut him free. Anyone he dragged out of this would move when told, stay silent when told, and understand very quickly that the dark city did not care who they had been under a clean sky. A crack snapped from the north roofline. Cole threw himself behind the concrete slab on instinct. A breath later, a round chipped stone from the rim where his head had been. Scavengers, then. Not smart enough to wait for a clean kill. desperate enough to risk drawing the whole district. He slid the dart frame from his back, sighted through the smoke toward the roofline flash, and fired by sound more than vision. The spring arm kicked. A muffled cry answered. Good enough. Maybe dead, maybe only pinned by pain. Either bought him seconds. From the archive building to the west came a new noise, lower than the beacon had been but worse in its own way. A pattern of clicks and throat hums passed from shadow to shadow. Cannibal speech. Not language the way Brightside people meant language, but coordination all the same. The basin had become contested ground. Cole moved faster. The ash wolves showed themselves at the worst possible moment. 3 broke the drift on the southern edge of the wreck field, then 2 more behind them. Their backs were low. Their mouths hung open to taste the fuel smoke air. They were not charging yet because too many scents battled at once. Fire, hot metal, blood, strange machine oils, old ash, and the rank note of Cole's masking sap. The confusion would last only a heartbeat longer. After that, the pack would commit to whichever prey looked easiest to drag down. The open hatch beacon had made the decision for them. Cole did not have time to fight a full pack in the basin and then haul survivors out. He needed confusion. He needed a louder meal. He yanked a heat cell from the maintenance lamp, cracked the casing against the slab edge, and flung the sparking cylinder toward the detached wing section lying off to the south. It landed in a sheen of leaking fuel. Flame ran the spill line like a fuse. The wing section erupted in a hard rushing bloom. Fire sheeted up 10 feet high. The wolves recoiled, then veered toward the sudden blaze and the chunks of burning debris rolling across the drift. That was good, not because they feared fire, because they expected something within it to die first. Cole took the opening and ran straight for the hatch. At the wreck itself, he caught heat shimmer through smoke and what might have been a figure at one of the side hatches, then lost it behind flame. Farther out, he spotted 3 separate responses converging. To the south, a pack of ash wolves flowed between buried car roofs, barely visible except when their backs broke the drift. 7 at least. To the west, shadows moved through the open floors of the archive building the transport had struck. Not wolves. Too upright. Too many pauses. Cannibals from the lower stacks, listening their way in. To the north, on a neighboring roofline, 2 men with scavenger poles and battery sniffers broke from cover and began making for the basin at a run. Trap band vultures. Cole exhaled once and made a choice. He could still leave. The wreck had become exactly what he had expected, a beacon for everything hungry in reach. Even if 1 or 2 survivors remained, saving them would mean crossing multiple kill zones and carrying Brightside panic out through routes they did not know. It was the kind of burden that got a careful man butchered in pieces. He glanced again at the hatch and caught movement more clearly this time. A small bare hand struck metal 3 times before vanishing inside. Someone inside was alive. Cole cursed, slung the lens, and dropped from the ramp. Inside the wreck, Hailey Mercer tasted blood and electrical smoke and knew that if she blacked out again, she would die where she sat. The thought arrived without drama. It simply settled in her mind with the hard final weight of fact. She had unbuckled herself from the crash harness 2 minutes earlier or 20. Time had dissolved during the impact. Her ears still rang so violently that sound reached her in pulses, as if the world were speaking through water. The cabin emergency lights blinked between red and darkness. Loose equipment swung from snapped restraints. Somewhere toward the cockpit, something sparked and hissed in a steady rhythm. She touched her forehead and drew her hand back wet. Great, she thought absurdly. That was just great. The transport had been marketed to the board as the safest short-range insertion aircraft in the Bright Horizon inventory. Redundant control systems. Reinforced frame. Adaptive filters for severe particulate weather. Hailey had read the brief because she read everything before she signed off, and because she had learned the hard way that executives love to sell invincibility with other people's bodies. She had not been meant to be on this flight. That fact mattered to her now with almost comic intensity. She should have been in a glass conference room 40 miles east of the Terminator line presenting an ethics report that no one wanted to hear. She should have spent the day arguing that Bright Horizon's black zone extraction contracts were built on lies, that the company kept calling the dark side a recoverable asset, while hiding casualty numbers under separate security classifications. She should have handed that report to the board and watched them choose profit over truth with polished faces and legal language. Instead, she had climbed into this transport before dawn with a data case chained to her wrist and a private warrant authorizing her to inspect one of the old Horizon relay vaults rumored to still hold viable archives from the first evacuation era. They had almost certainly sent her because they wanted her quiet. The idea had seemed paranoid when it first came. Less so when her access credentials changed without warning. Less so when the itinerary was altered twice in one night. Less so when the pilot, a woman named Duval with oil-black hair and a jaw like carved stone, had looked back through the cockpit hatch before takeoff and said, "If command pushes us below the safe lane, strap in harder." Hailey had laughed then. Duval had not. Now the pilot was silent. Hailey turned in her seat, and the cabin swam. Two contract specialists lay against the aft bulkhead under a net of cases. One was moving, a weak panic twitching. The other had folded at an angle that needed no doctor. Across from Hailey, the systems analyst who had spent most of the flight lecturing her on particulate compression was gone entirely. A ragged gap in the cabin wall suggested where he had exited. The transport groaned. Heat licked under the floor panels. Hailey forced herself to focus. The restraint web around the cargo cases had jammed. The side hatch indicator was dead. Her right knee screamed whenever she put weight on it. The data case, chain still ran from her wrist to the handle loop. She reached for the emergency release tool clipped to her harness and found empty webbing. "Of course," she muttered. The twitching contractor by the bulkhead made a hoarse animal sound. Hailey crawled to him over loose gear and took in the damage at a glance. Chest crushed on one side. Breathing wet. Skin ash gray under the strobe of the cabin lights. "Can you move?" He looked at her with one blown pupil and did not seem to understand the words. The transport shivered again. Something heavy crashed outside. She could not drag him and the cargo both. She could barely drag herself. No heroic lie came to her, and she hated herself for that. "I am going to try the hatch," she said, because it was true. "If I can open it, I will come back." Whether he heard or believed her no longer mattered. Hailey braced against the floor, planted both feet despite the knee pain, and hauled on the inner hatch lever. It did not move. She tried again with both hands. Nothing moved. The frame had twisted on impact. A shape moved beyond the cracked cockpit partition. Hope flared and died in the same breath when she saw it was only the pilot's arm hanging from the seat. Hailey swallowed against rising panic. Panic was heat. Panic was noise. Panic took all the useful thought out of a room and left only the part that screamed. She yanked the cabin service panel from the wall and stared at the wiring inside. Most of it was slagged. One emergency charge pack remained seated. She tore it free, snapped open the casing with her thumbnail, and exposed the live ignition tabs. Bright Horizon had wasted her talents for years, putting her in rooms with men who thought engineering was only impressive when explained by someone in a suit. Fine then. Let a room full of dead circuitry become honest for once. She jammed the tabs into the hatch override contacts. The panel blew sparks into her face. The hatch actuator groaned. She hit it again with the charge pack, forcing current through systems that no longer wanted to exist. This time the latch kicked half open. Hailey shoved all her weight against the hatch in daylight, false though it was, knifed through the gap. Ash poured in. She coughed hard enough to black out at the edges, dragged the hatch wider, and saw the basin outside. Burning wing. Drifting gray. Broken concrete. A world gone colorless and wrong. And movement. Something crossed the smoke 30 yards out, low and fast. Not a person in a suit. Not rescue. Too lean. Another shape appeared farther left, then vanished beneath the drift. Hailey recoiled from the opening and slapped the side pocket for her distress beacon. It was there, thank God. She thumbed the guard up and hit the activation stud. The beacon began pulsing at once, a piercing electronic chirp paired with a strobe bright enough to cut through smoke. Some part of her knew it might attract the wrong things. Another part still believed signal meant salvation. Outside, Cole heard the beacon and nearly turned around on the spot. The sound cut through the basin in sharp, measured bursts, unmistakable as a dinner bell in a graveyard. Brightside emergency hardware, strong and high-pitched. It would draw every scavenger and listening predator within reach straight to the hatch. Idiot, he thought, without knowing who had triggered it. He crossed the outer rubble field at a crouching run, using a toppled sculpture wall and a chain of buried vehicles for cover from the north roofline, where the scavengers had been. He could no longer see the wolves, which was worse than seeing them. The cannibal shapes in the archive windows had multiplied. At the lip of the basin, he dropped flat and slid the last 10 feet on ash and broken tile until he lay behind a concrete slab with the wreck 20 yards ahead. Closed now, the transport looked less like a machine and more like a gutted silver fish half swallowed by the ruin. One side hatch gaped open. Smoke pumped from the seam. The beacon flashed from just inside the opening in hot white bursts that painted the ash around it blue at the edges. Cole measured the distances. 20 yards to the hatch. 15 more to a collapsed records annex with a service tunnel he knew. 40 beyond that to a rise where the ground firmed enough for real speed. If the wolves committed before he got the survivor moving, the basin would become a killing dish. If the scavengers reached the rim first, he might have to cut them down before they fired or shouted. If the cannibals dropped from the archive floors at the wrong moment, no one would leave upright. The beacon screamed again. That was enough. Cole rose from cover and sprinted the last stretch to the wreck. Hailey saw him in the smoke and for half a second believed she had hallucinated the figure out of shock. He came out of the gray like something shaped by it. Tall, lean, coat dark with some oily stain, face half covered, knives flashing only when the false light struck metal. He moved with a speed that did not look hurried because every inch of it was under control. Not rescue. Not anyone from Bright Horizon. Not anyone she knew how to name. He reached the hatch, glanced once over his shoulder at the converging shadows beyond the basin, and then swung himself into the transport with the certainty of a man entering a room he had already decided to own. Up close, his eyes were the first thing she noticed. Not because of their color, though she would later remember that too, but because of the expression inside them. He was not afraid in the way she expected. He was furious at the situation, at the noise, at her, at the machine, at the whole stupid fact of outsiders crashing into his world and making it louder. "What are you doing?" she shouted over the beacon and the ringing in her ears. He stared at the strobing device in her hand as if it had personally insulted his ancestors. "Dying," he said, voice rough behind the face wrap. "If you leave that on." Before she could answer, he ripped the beacon from her grip and slammed it against the hatch frame until the light went dark. Silence hit like a blow after the electronic shriek. Hailey opened her mouth in outrage. The stranger seized her forearm, hauled her to her feet despite the pain in her knee, and pointed out into the smoke where lean shapes were already closing through the drift. "Look," he said. She looked, and for the first time since the aircraft began to fall, she understood that the crash had not been the worst thing waiting for her. Chapter 4. The stranger did not wait for her panic to settle. He tightened his hold on Hailey's arm, pulled her down from the twisted hatch, and half-guided, half-dragged her into the smoke. The basin around the downed transport had turned into a bowl of ash and noise. Broken panels hissed. Fuel dripped from a split seam and burned in low orange puddles that looked weak against the all-consuming gray. Beyond the drift, shapes moved with an ugly patience. They were not rushing in the way beasts from clean stories rushed. They were circling, learning, deciding where the easiest tear would be. Hailey stumbled when her bad knee buckled. The man caught her before she hit the ground, not gently, but with the rough efficiency of someone who thought gravity was another enemy trying to kill her. He shoved a strip of thick cloth into her hand and pointed at her face. "Over your mouth," he said. "Breathe through that, or the ash will turn your lungs into paste." She stared at him as the transport groaned behind them. "Who are you? The only reason you are still alive." It was not swagger. It was a statement delivered like a weather report, flat and cold, and impossible to argue with while pale figures moved through the haze around them. Hailey wrapped the cloth over her nose and mouth and nearly choked on the smell. The fabric reeked of bitter resin and old smoke and something sour that made her eyes water. "What is this?" "Something that works." He did not slow down to explain further. He cut left through the wreckage instead of heading uphill toward the open streets, moving along the torn spine of a collapsed overpass where rebar spears jutted out of shattered concrete. Hailey tried to keep pace. Every step sent pain flashing up her right leg. Her ears still rang from the crash. Her palms were streaked with blood and black powder. Somewhere behind them, metal shrieked as a section of the aircraft settled in on itself. The stranger heard it and changed direction at once. "No straight lines," he said. "What?" They watched the easy path. He pushed her through the shell of a delivery truck crushed beneath a slab of fallen stone. The cab smelled of mold and old bones. Hailey bit back a cry when something dry snapped under her boot. She did not look down long enough to see whether it had been a branch or a hand. The stranger ducked through the far side of the cab, then crouched and put 2 fingers against the ash. At first she thought he was listening. Then she realized he was feeling for vibration. He lifted his head, and the hard angles of his face sharpened behind the cloth covering the lower half of it. "They are splitting." Hailey had no idea who they were. The question lived in her throat, but she did not trust her breath enough to use it. He pointed. 3 are coming from the right, more behind the transport. There will be others higher up, waiting to see which way panic runs. "You can tell that from dirt?" "Ash," he snapped. "And yes." He moved again. Hailey followed because there was nothing else to do. The city around them had once been tall and expensive. Even under the ash, she could see it in the bones of the place. Mirrored towers collapsed into each other, pedestrian walkways hanging like broken ribs between upper levels, sculpted plazas buried under drifts so deep they resembled dunes. Her world had talked about the dark side for years in the abstract language of risk assessment and resource grids. Hazard maps, atmospheric instability, salvage zones under restricted permit. She had studied satellite images in bright conference rooms while executives debated extraction routes over catered lunches. None of those maps had prepared her for the truth of standing inside the dead city itself. It felt alive in all the wrong ways. Now and then the ash shifted without wind. Dark forms slid beneath crusted surfaces the way fish moved below ice. A building several blocks away gave a long, low crack and released a curtain of soot that drifted across the avenue like a veil pulled over a corpse. Light did not reach the ground so much as leaked down in weak blue-gray sheets through the permanent cloud above. Everything seemed smothered. Everything seemed hungry. Hailey risked a glance over her shoulder. A pair of shapes had reached the wreck, lean and long-armed. Their heads too low, their backs too arched. They moved over the downed transport with a strange darting care. Then one of them lifted its face, and she saw a mouth open wider than it should have. Her stomach knotted. The stranger yanked her forward before she could stop and stare. "Keep moving." "I saw them." "I know." "What are they?" "Still here." That answer chilled her worse than if he had named them monsters. It implied they had once been something else. The way ahead narrowed into the lobby of a toppled bank tower whose glass frontage had blown inward years ago. The stranger shoved a slab of office partitioning aside just enough to squeeze through. Inside, the air changed. It smelled trapped, damp, and old, but the ash was thinner. Hailey could hear the click of settling debris somewhere deep in the building and the wet flutter of wings overhead. The stranger released her arm for the first time and scanned the darkness. "Do not talk unless I ask you something." Hailey was too exhausted to hide her anger. "You keep giving orders like I work for you." He looked at her then, really looked, and the examination was so quick and thorough that she felt stripped down to her injuries, her weight, her panic, the reach of her arms, the quality of her boots, the softness in her hands, the dangerous brightness of the emergency strips sewn into her flight jacket. "You do not work for me," he said. "You crashed into my city and made enough noise to wake every killer within a mile. That means I either tell you what to do or I bury you here and save us both the trouble." Hailey should have fired back. Under the clean white lights of bright horizon she would have. She had built a career out of not shrinking when men with rank or money assumed they could crush her with blunt certainty. But there was no boardroom here, no polished floor and glass table and subtle little war of credentials. The strangers stood coated in the same gray filth as the walls around them, blood on one sleeve, knife in hand, listening to the building breathe. He had survived something this place had not killed. Arguing with him on pride alone felt like trying to negotiate with a flood. She swallowed and said, "My knee is not broken. Can you put your full weight on it?" "Not without pain." "Then it matters." He crouched and pointed to a jagged strip of blue emergency tape on her jacket. "Rip that off." She stared. "It is for rescue visibility. It is for death visibility here." The words landed with such flat conviction that she obeyed. She tore away the bright strip and stuffed it into a pocket. He scanned her again, then stepped closer and dragged soot from the wall across the reflective seams near her shoulders. His gloved knuckles brushed her collarbone. The contact was brief, practical, and somehow more disorienting than if it had been intimate. "Better," he said. "What about you? You look visible enough." A humorless line touched one side of his eyes. "Compared to you, I look like part of the building." That was true, and Hailey hated him for being right. A soft scratching drifted from the open lobby behind them. He went still. Hailey heard it too this time. It was not scratching at all, but nails, several sets of them. Slow at first, then faster, testing the broken floor. The stranger moved with terrifying speed. He seized her by the back of the jacket and shoved her behind the marble carcass of a reception desk. Then he snatched a handful of shattered glass and threw it toward the far stairwell. The pieces clattered across tile. The sound had barely settled before three figures burst through the lobby opening and lunged toward the noise. Hailey clamped both hands over her mouth to stop the cry that leapt up in her. At this distance, she could see them clearly enough to understand why her mind kept refusing to settle on what they were. They had been human once. That truth clung to them in all the wrong places. The hands, the knees, the shape of shoulders beneath the twisted bulk of muscle and scars. But ash and hunger and years under the dead sky had remade them. Their eyes had filmed pale. Their noses looked crushed inward as if scent had dragged the rest of the face after it. Their skin was not gray exactly but raw in patches, dark in others, thickened with a hide-like sheen along elbows and forearms where they moved on all fours as easily as they sprinted upright. One wore a strip of red plastic cable knotted around its neck. Another had something like a child's charm bracelet caught in a clump of matted hair. The deepest horror was not their shape. It was the way they hunted with intent. They reached the stairwell and found only broken glass. All three paused, heads lifting together, listening, scenting, and thinking. The stranger slowly raised one hand toward the knife at his side. Hailey's pulse hammered so hard it made the edge of her vision pulse with it. Then, from somewhere outside, came the roar of a collapsing engine plate as the crashed transport finally gave way. The creatures spun and rushed back toward the basin, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. The stranger did not move for a full count of 10, then 20. At 30, he exhaled. Hailey's own breath came in ragged bursts. "Jesus." He glanced at her without understanding the name as invocation. "No, only bad luck." She laughed once from pure nerves and hated the sound of it. He rose and jerked his head deeper into the building. "Move." They passed through the lobby into a service corridor lined with buckled doors. Old company logos still clung to the walls under soot, half hidden beneath fungal growth that looked like black lace. The stranger kept touching surfaces as he moved, sometimes to feel vibration, sometimes to rub ash between finger and thumb, sometimes to test whether a beam would hold weight. Hailey watched and learned because learning felt safer than fear. She said, more quietly now, "My name is Hailey." He did not answer. "Since we are apparently going to keep each other from getting eaten, I feel like names might matter. Names matter when people live long enough to use them." She bit down on a sharp reply. "That is not an answer." "No, it is not." He stepped through a doorway into a narrow records room stacked with warped cabinets. There, at last, he halted. Not to rest, to plan. He crouched and with one finger drew quick lines in the dust on top of a cabinet. A circle, the shattered basin. A slash for the tower. Dots moving along three likely paths. Hailey realized he was mapping the hunting spread in real time. "Listen carefully," he said. The crash called everything close enough to hear it. "The ones at the basin are not the only problem. Wolves will come. The bug swarms will come if fuel keeps burning. If the cannibals think there are survivors, they will spread up through the side corridors and the roof lines. We are cutting north and climbing. Low streets are dead by nightfall. You talk like you have done this before. I have. With other crash survivors? His silence answered too well. The cold in the room deepened. Hailey looked at the crude map. My locator transmitted. Bright Horizon knows my coordinates. He lifted his head slowly, like a blade being drawn. You called more people here? It sent automatically when we went down. That is standard. They will send an extraction team. That team will make more noise. They are trained. So are dogs before they run into a fire. Her temper sparked. Bright Horizon does not send fools. He stood in one smooth motion, tall enough that the room suddenly felt very small. Then your company raises expensive dead men. For a second, they simply looked at each other, both too tired and too furious to step back. The muffling cloth had slipped from one side of his face. She could see the hard line of his mouth now, the old pale scar dragging from his jaw toward the edge of his throat. He was young, younger than she had first thought beneath the grime and severity. Not much older than she was. That should have softened him in her eyes. Instead, it made him more unsettling. He had no right to look this battle-worn and still carry youth in the bones of his face. Hailey drew a slow breath. People are coming for me whether you like it or not. The best thing either of us can do is stay alive until they arrive. The best thing you can do is stop thinking anyone from outside knows how to survive here. And the best thing you can do is stop speaking to me like I am cargo. Something changed in his expression then. Not warmth. Not approval. A recalculation. He adjusted the cloth back over his face. Can you climb? Yes. Can you be quiet while you do it? Yes. Can you follow one instruction the first time I say it? Hailey held his stare. Try me. The corner of his mouth twitched, almost hidden. Good. Then maybe you are not useless. He moved again, and this time when she followed him, she felt less like baggage and more like someone being tested. The service corridor ended at a maintenance shaft where a ladder had once climbed 30 floors. Half of it was gone. The remaining sections clung crookedly to concrete scarred by heat and years of neglect. Above them, daylight leaked through a slit where part of the wall had broken away, silvering drifts of dust that floated in the dark like ash made holy. The stranger went first. He climbed without hesitation, using the intact rungs where they existed and the scarred wall where they did not. Hailey followed carefully, jaw locked against the pain in her knee. Twice loose rust flakes came away under her gloves. Once she slipped, only a few inches, but the stranger's hand shot down and locked around her wrist before she could drop farther. He did not look down at her when he said, 3 points of contact. Always. She nodded, even though he could not see it. By the time they hauled themselves through the breach into the upper shell of the tower, Hailey's lungs burned. The floor here had cracked open in places, letting tree-thick cables dangle into the dark below. Wind moved more freely at this level. It carried the stink of ash and stagnant water and something coppery that never quite left the air. The stranger led her across what had once been an executive floor. Fallen glass partitions and overturned desks created a maze of shadows. At the center of the room stood a long conference table split neatly in two by a fissure in the floor. She had spent half her adult life in rooms like this one on the bright side, where climate systems hummed and presentation walls glowed and people sold each other fragments of the future. Seeing the same architecture hollowed out and colonized by silence struck her with a grief she had not expected. Civilization was not gone all at once. It had rotted room by room. The stranger stopped beside a cabinet and opened it. Inside were strips of dried fungus, 2 sealed water bladders, and a small metal case lined with carefully arranged tools. Hailey blinked. You have a supply cache in here. He glanced at her, as if surprised that the fact needed remarking on. Several. You planned routes. I plan to live. He handed her one of the water bladders. She almost ripped it open in her haste. The water tasted faintly metallic and a little bitter, but it was cool enough to feel like mercy. She forced herself to drink slowly. Thank you, she said, more out of instinct than strategy. He looked away first. After a moment he said, Cole. Hailey frowned. What? My name. Somehow that mattered more than she expected. Hailey, she said again, but softer this time. as if the real introduction had only now happened. Cole nodded once. He crouched at the edge of the cracked floor and peered down through the broken shell of the tower toward the crash basin below. Hailey joined him carefully. From here, she could see the transport lying half buried in smoke. Smaller dark figures still moved over it. Beyond the basin, deeper in the streets, other things had begun to gather. Long shapes between vehicles, pale forms on the facades of buildings. It looked like a disease spreading through the city's veins. "You said wolves," she murmured. Cole pointed with 2 fingers. At first she saw nothing. Then a pack emerged through drifting ash, low and silent, larger than any wolves she had seen in old wildlife footage. Their coats were patchy with pale scars. Their shoulders rolled high. One of them stopped near the basin and lifted its narrow head. Even at this distance, she saw the line of too many teeth. "They do not howl," Cole said. "They do not need to. If you hear them, they have already decided to chase." "What about the bugs?" His gaze shifted to the transport's leaking fuel. As if summoned by the mention, a dark cloud began to boil up from somewhere below street level. It flowed around corners in a writhing mass. Insects as big as thumbs and black as cinders. They swarmed the warm wreckage in a frenzy. Hailey recoiled. "What do? They bite. Then you bleed. Then everything else smells you." She watched one of the pale cannibal creatures slash at the air with irritated jerks as the swarm descended. The insects covered its shoulders and neck. It shrieked and rolled in the ash, clawing at itself. 2 others leapt onto it while it thrashed and tore strips of flesh from its side in their hurry to feed. Hailey gagged and turned away. Cole did not. "How long have you been here alone?" she asked. That pulled his attention from the basin. For a moment she thought he would refuse to answer, as he had refused so many simpler questions. "A long time," he said at last. "Since you were a child?" A small crease formed between his brows. "Why would you ask that?" "Because nobody learns this place the way you know it in a week. Because you move like every wall has taught you something painful. Because you said my company would send dead men like you have seen it happen before, which means you have watched outsiders come and vanish. Because when you look at this city, you do not look afraid of it. You look angry at people who still do not understand it." The words came out before she could decide whether speaking them was smart. Cole held her gaze longer than he had before. There was wariness in it, but something else too. Not trust. Recognition, perhaps, that she could observe and think while frightened. "My father died the day the sky went dark," he said. "My mother and I survived the first year together. Then we got separated in a fire near the river district. I looked for her until looking became the same thing as starving. After that I learned what the city needed from me if I wanted another morning." Hailey's throat tightened. The answer had come so plainly that it hurt more. "I am sorry." He shrugged as if apology were another clean-side ritual with no use here. "Being sorry does not change a thing." "No," she said. "It does not. But I mean it anyway." He looked back toward the basin, and for a while the only sound was the distant tearing noise of things feeding. At length he said, "What were you doing on that transport?" Hailey let out a dry breath. Bright Horizon called it a recon transit. "We lost a survey drone 2 weeks ago in the lower ruins. It was mapping structural heat signatures. The board wanted the hardware recovered before the next weather swing." Cole turned so sharply she almost flinched. "You came into this place for a machine. For a machine full of data. We thought the route was stable enough for a quick descent, grab, and lift." "Thought?" "Yes." He gave her a look so severe she had to bite the inside of her cheek not to snap at him again. "I was not the one who approved the flight path," she said. "I came because I know the drone systems, and because if the data survived, I am the best chance of recovering it fast." "What data matters more than living people?" Hailey stared down at her blistered hands. "In Bright Horizon, those are not always separate questions." He said nothing. She found herself continuing anyway. Perhaps because the city below made ordinary self-protection feel absurd. "The bright side is running out of easy answers. You know that, right? The ash is thinning in some corridors and thickening in others. Soil is unstable. Resource farms need more energy every year. The board says adaptation is about efficiency, recovery, and reclamation. Every expedition gets sold as one more step toward taking back lost ground. And you believe them. I believed that understanding this place mattered. Cole looked down toward the feeding things in the basin. That part might even be true. The admission surprised her. Then a faint pulse of light flashed somewhere below through the smoke. Hailey sucked in a breath. That is the backup transponder from the flight core. Cole's head lifted. It only triggers if the primary array fails, and there is still enough reserve charge to transmit emergency coordinates. Meaning the wreck is still calling. The muscles in his jaw hardened. Then we are leaving now. We cannot. If that core keeps pinging, the extraction team can follow it. The extraction team can follow your bones. She stepped in front of him before she had time to think better of it. Cole, please. If there is any chance anyone from my side is alive enough to land and pull us out, I am not walking away from that. His eyes went very still. And if they arrive before sunset? Then we go with them. And if they arrive after? She looked at the dead city, at the shapes moving with purpose between layers of collapse, at the wolves circling the basin, at the black swarm still boiling over hot metal. Her answer took too long. Cole nodded once, a hard acceptance of her silence. Exactly. The transponder blinked again. He cursed under his breath, then shoved open the metal case and began taking out tools. A coil of wire, 2 magnets, a length of thin tubing, a folding pry bar. Hailey stared. What are you doing? I am going down there to kill your signal. No, you are not doing that alone. It is not a vote. It is if I can help. He almost laughed, but there was no amusement in it. You can barely put weight on your leg. I know avionics. If the secondary relay is trapped beneath wreckage, I can cut the right feed in less than a minute. If you go alone and guess wrong, you waste time and probably make more noise. Cole hesitated. Hailey pressed before he could shut the idea down. I can do this. He studied her face as if searching for the line between courage and stupidity. Then he said, if we go, you do not improvise. I understand. You move when I move. Fine. If I tell you to drop, run, or leave me, you do it. Hailey opened her mouth, closed it again, and finally said, I will do my best. That is not the same thing. It is the best promise you are getting from someone who met you 20 minutes ago. His eyes narrowed, but in the end he gave a short jerk of his head. Good enough. They descended by a different route, cutting through an upper parking structure where ash had piled in waves around dead cars. Cole paused there long enough to smear a dark paste from a cracked wall canister onto the backs of their hands and the fronts of their boots. The paste smelled like burnt sap and rotting herbs. What is that? Hailey whispered. Masking resin. It confuses the trackers for a little while. You just keep hidden supplies everywhere. I told you I planned to live. He led her down a broken spiral ramp and out into a service alley that opened near the rear of the crash basin. Here the smoke was thicker and the heat from the fuel fire hit in ugly gusts. Cole dropped flat behind a mound of collapsed masonry and signaled for her to do the same. Ahead, the transport's tail had broken free and lay jammed against a ruined fountain. The blink of the backup transponder came from inside the tilted midsection. 2 cannibals prowled nearby, distracted by the corpse of a flight crewman pinned beneath a wing plate. The man's chest had been opened from throat to belly. One of the pale hunters had both hands inside him, pulling free ropes of meat with quick, excited jerks. Hailey clamped her teeth together so hard her jaw shook. Cole leaned close enough for her to hear him. You know where the relay is? Left of the central seat rail. Under the emergency panel. If we go in, you cut it fast. She nodded. He held up 3 fingers. Lowered one. Lowered another. On the last, he snatched a rusted bolt from the ground and flung it toward a shattered storefront across the basin. The bolt struck metal with a sharp ping. The 2 hunters whipped toward the sound and bounded away. Cole was already moving. They sprinted to the wreck, ducked under the bent hatch frame, and hauled themselves into the slanted cabin. The inside stank of burning insulation, blood, and chemical fire suppressant. Loose cables sparked in the wall. Hailey slid on spilled coolant, caught herself, and lunged toward the central rail. Here, she said, dropping to one knee. Cole braced himself at the hatch with knife drawn, watching the smoke. Hailey ripped open the emergency panel with her bare fingers when the latch stuck, tore skin from 2 knuckles, and shoved the pane aside. Red wire bundle. Blue conduit. Backup battery strip. Secondary relay unit half crushed by fallen plating. I need leverage. Cole turned, saw what she meant, and handed her the pry bar without shifting his watch. She jammed it under the buckled metal, pushed, and felt the plate give enough to expose the relay core. The transponder blinked in her face, bright as accusation. "Come on," she muttered. Her hands moved faster now, old training taking over where fear had overloaded thought. Twist, snap, isolate, sever. She pinched the feed line with the tubing clamp, then cut the main filament. The blinking died. At the same instant, a scream rose outside so close that every hair on her neck stood up. Cole grabbed her by the harness on her jacket and hauled her backward just as one of the pale hunters launched through the hatch. It struck where her head had been a fraction earlier and slammed into the wall in a shower of sparks. The creature recovered instantly. Its mouth opened with a click of teeth, and Hailey saw fresh blood smeared along its chin. It sprang for her. Cole hit it in midair. The knife flashed once across the throat, once under the jaw, once through the eye. The speed was hideous and beautiful. Blood sprayed the ceiling in a hot arc. The hunter crashed into the seat frame, kicked hard enough to bend metal, and clawed blindly at him. Cole drove his forearm into its neck and forced the blade deeper. The body shuddered, then fell still. Hailey could not move. Cole wrenched the knife free and said, "Get up." The second hunter shrieked outside. The sound answered itself from somewhere farther off, then again, with more voices joining it. Hailey forced her numb body upright. Cole shoved the dead creature aside with his boot and dragged her out through the hatch. The basin had changed in the brief time they were inside. Shapes moved at the edges now, wolves slipping between smoke curtains. Pale figures on the ridge of broken pavement. Above them, on the facade of a buried hotel, something with human arms and a twisted spine clung to the wall and watched. "Run," Cole said. This time she did not argue. They cut across the basin toward the rear alley, but the ash underfoot burst open before they reached it. A black swarm boiled up, drawn by fresh blood from the dead hunter and the wreck itself. Ember-bright insects coated the ground in a living sheet. Cole swore and changed direction, dragging Hailey after him toward the fountain. The swarm followed with a sound like rain on dry leaves. One insect struck Hailey's cheek and bit. Pain stabbed white-hot through her skin. She slapped it away, leaving a smear of black chitin and blood. 3 more landed on her jacket. Cole slammed her against the broken fountain wall and smeared a thick streak of masking resin across the bite and the front of her coat. The stench made her eyes flood. "Do not scratch," he said. The command was absurd enough to punch through her terror. They vaulted the fountain, skidded down the far side into a trench of shattered tile, and ran for the service alley. Behind them, the swarm hit the dead hunter's body and covered it so quickly the pale flesh vanished under crawling black. A wolf came around the corner ahead. It was bigger than the one she had seen from above, all rib and corded muscle and scarred muzzle. Its fur hung in ragged tufts from a hide peppered with old burns. Its eyes were clouded, but the head tracked them with sick certainty as it tasted the air. Cole stepped in front of Hailey. The wolf gathered itself. Before it could spring, a crack rang out from higher up the alley. The beast's shoulder burst red. It spun, snarling, and another shot punched through its skull. The animal collapsed so close that blood flecked Hailey's boot. Cole jerked his head upward. On a half-collapsed loading dock stood a man in matte black armor with a compact rifle braced against his shoulder. A visor covered the upper half of his face. Behind him, more armed figures moved through the smoke. "Hailey Mercer," the armored man shouted. "This is Recovery Team Black. Mark your position." Hailey stared, stunned. "Frank." The name left her before she could stop it. The man lowered the rifle a fraction. "Get up here now." Cole's whole body tightened at the sight of the squad. Hailey felt it like a shift in weather. Relief surged through her anyway, raw and desperate. Frank was real. Bright Horizon had come. She looked at Cole. He looked at the advancing team as if he had just seen the city decide to kill them all in a new and inventive way. "What is wrong?" she demanded. He glanced at the dead wolf, the smoke, the broken alley, then at the armored figures clattering down metal steps and shouting to one another over comms. Everything, he said. Chapter 5. Frank Duval came down from the loading dock like a man who expected the ground to obey him. Even in the dead city, that posture survived. His armor was cleaner than anything around it had a right to be, plates sealed against ash, rifle compact and expensive, sidearm riding high on his thigh. Others followed him in staggered formation, then 3 more behind them, all in bright horizon black with silver insignia nearly hidden under soot. Their helmets tracked, scanned, whispered data to each other. Their boots were heavy enough to ring against metal and broken concrete. To Hailey, the sight was so violently familiar that relief hit like pain. Frank shoved back his visor, and for a second she saw the man she knew beneath the tactical shell. Late 50s, broad through the shoulders, face lined hard by years in private security, eyes still sharp enough to cut through people when he wanted truth from them. His beard, once mostly dark in the company portrait archive, had gone iron gray around the jaw. He looked older than when she had last seen him in the Brightside Towers, but not softer. "Mercer," he said, closing the distance with quick, urgent strides. "You in one piece?" "Mostly." His gaze flicked over her face, the blood on her hands, the damage to her knee, then landed on Cole. "Who is this?" Before Hailey could answer, Cole said, "The one telling all of you to get out of this alley before it becomes a grave." 2 members of Team Black swung their rifles toward him on instinct. Frank lifted a hand, and they held, though Hailey could tell from the stiffness in their shoulders that they disliked it. "This your rescuer?" Frank asked her. "He is the reason I am not still inside the wreck." Frank gave Cole a curt nod that was more recognition than gratitude. "Then I owe you." Cole did not return the courtesy. "You owe your people a chance to stay alive. Stop talking and move." One of the armored operators snorted. He was younger than the others, his helmet open at the lower face, pale skin streaked with soot and smugness. The tag on his chest read Vargas. "With respect," Vargas said, "we are the extraction team." Cole's eyes shifted to him, flat and empty of patience. "With respect, you are bait in expensive clothes." Vargas took a step forward. Frank blocked him with an arm without looking away from Cole. "What do you know that I do not?" Frank asked. "Everything that matters for the next 5 minutes." Frank's jaw tightened. "Convince me fast." Cole pointed back toward the basin. Crash fire, blood, machine noise, open sight lines. Wolves already on the perimeter. Ember swarms rising. Cannibals spread along the upper walls. If you stand here debating rank, something will crawl over that loading dock behind you and cut your throat while your suit politely records your last breath. One of the operators reflexively checked the shadows overhead. Vargas rolled his eyes. "Thermals are clean." Cole looked at the man as if he were too stupid to insult properly. "Thermals do not help when they smear themselves in cooling ash." The answer put a crack through the team's certainty. Hailey saw it at once. Very small, very real. Frank was the only one who did not resist the possibility. He had spent enough years alive to recognize expertise, even when it came in a shape he did not like. "What do you suggest?" "Lose the lights. Shut down any active ping still running from your gear. Get your people under cover and off the low line. We have air support inbound. That only means more noise. It also means a ride out." Cole's voice dropped, not louder, but somehow more dangerous. "Not if they cannot land, because your team teaches every predator in this district exactly where to gather." Frank studied him for 1 beat too long. The city answered the delay. A scream rose from the mouth of the service alley behind Team Black. Not human. The pitched, furious shriek of one of the pale hunters. Then another, farther up. And another. Cole turned to Hailey and grabbed her wrist. "Now." Frank caught her other arm. "You are coming with us." Cole's grip tightened instantly. Frank's squad shifted, rifles rising a fraction. For one breath, the alley held 2 different worlds in balance. Bright horizon and the dark city. Armor and ash. Procedure and instinct. Hailey felt all of it press in. "Frank," she said, forcing calm into a voice that wanted to break. "Listen to him. I listened enough to get eyes on you. That is not enough here." Vargas barked into his comm, "Perimeter contact. North and east." Cole did not waste another second. He tore Hailey from Frank's hold with a sharp pull and drove her toward a gap between two collapsed retaining walls. Frank shouted, but the first pale hunter hit the loading dock at that exact moment, limbs splayed wide, claws scraping sparks from steel. Team Black opened fire. The alley exploded with muzzle flashes. Hailey ducked instinctively as rounds tore chunks from concrete and the hunter's body alike. It dropped, but not before its momentum carried it through two operators and sent them crashing down the steps in a tangle of armor and blood. Cole shoved her behind the retaining wall just as something else flew overhead and hit the dock. Then another. The pale creatures moved in from both sides now, not charging like fools but feinting in and back to draw fire. They are testing the angle, Cole said. Hailey stared at him. They are what? He pointed upward. On the walls above the alley, lean shadows shifted from ledge to ledge, watching and learning where the guns tracked. They always do. A burst from Frank's rifle cut one down. Move, Frank shouted to his team. Fall back to the north lane. Double file. Keep Mercer in the center. But Mercer was no longer in the center. Mercer was crouched behind broken concrete beside the only man in the district who understood what was happening before it happened. Cole seized her shoulders and turned her toward a narrow crack between structural slabs. We are going up. Frank will not leave without me. Then he can climb after us, or he can die on the low path with the rest. You do not get to decide that. No, he said. The city does. He vaulted through the crack and then reached back for her. Behind them, gunfire hammered the alley. Someone shouted for Medgel. Someone else yelled that motion was coming through the east wall, which sounded impossible until a pale arm punched through rotten drywall and dragged an operator screaming into the dark beyond. Hailey climbed. Cole pulled her into a utility tunnel no wider than a coffin laid on its side. They scrambled on hands and knees through dust and hanging wires until the noise below dulled to a muffled thunder. She twisted enough to look back. Through gaps in broken flooring, she caught glimpses of Team Black shifting through smoke, harsh white helmet lamps strobing, rounds punching bright holes in the dark. They have to come this way, she said. Cole kept crawling. No, they have to stop acting like soldiers in a city that does not care how many medals they own. The tunnel spat them out into the shell of a storage mezzanine overlooking the northern lane. From here, Hailey could see the service alley emptying into a wider boulevard lined with half-buried kiosks and wrecked delivery vans. Frank's team broke from cover below in disciplined formation, faster than she had expected after the opening ambush. For a moment, she thought perhaps Cole had been wrong. Perhaps training and weapons and sheer force could carve them through. Then the first operator made it 15 yards into the boulevard and slapped at his neck. Hailey leaned forward. The man faltered, swore, and hit the side of his helmet. His gait broke for 2 seconds, just enough to tear a hole in the formation. A second later, another operator stumbled with the same sudden, startled violence. No, Cole said, seeing it too. What? Bites. The first man had already begun bleeding. Tiny pinpricks along his throat opened into a dark run under the chin seal of his armor. More drops followed at the wrist. Then the second. Then the third. The ember swarm from the crash basin had spread farther than Hailey realized, thinning into a near-invisible cloud in the lane. Team Black noticed only when the wolves did. They came from beneath a toppled city bus, where they had been lying in the shadow of the chassis. 3 from one side, 2 from the other, all silent until impact. One hit the bleeding operator full in the hips and drove him backward. Another seized a woman by the forearm and ripped the limb sideways with such force that armor plates snapped apart. Blood fanned across the ash. The boulevard erupted. Frank shouted commands, trying to contract the formation around the wounded. Vargas and 2 others did the exact opposite, spreading to create firing lanes. A good tactic in open country. A fatal one here. The wolves wanted gaps. Cole washed with a face like stone. Hailey pressed a fist to her mouth as the woman with the ruined arm went down under 2 animals. An operator tried to pull her free, and one wolf tore into the soft seam behind his knee. He screamed, dropped, and fired blindly upward. The shot punched through the windshield of a half-buried taxi, struck something metallic, and set off a shower of old tempered glass. That was the sound the city had been waiting for. From every shadowed recess along the boulevard, the pale hunters rushed in. They did not hurl themselves at the muzzles. They moved around the edges, darting through blind corners, using dead vehicles and ash mounds as cover, closing in short savage bursts whenever a rifle turned elsewhere. One dropped from a second-floor walkway onto an operator's back and drove curved fingers into the gaps at the neck seal. Another slid under the chassis of the bus and emerged behind Vargas's ankles. Vargas shot it through the face at point-blank range and kicked it off. "They are flanking," Cole muttered, finally noticed. Hailey shot him a look of disbelief. "Can you not sound pleased about it?" "I am not pleased. I am tired." Below them, Frank got his people moving again by force of will. He hauled the bleeding, neck-bitten operator upright, shoved him toward a recessed storefront, and laid down controlled fire with brutal efficiency. 2 wolves went down. A hunter lost half its jaw and still crawled forward on raw determination until one of Frank's people put a round through the base of its skull. For another stretch of terrible seconds, Team Black looked almost capable of beating the lane. Then the trap beneath the ash took one of them. The ground near the storefront simply vanished. A square of broken pavement collapsed inward and swallowed an operator to the waist. Rusted spikes, sharpened rebar, and jagged pipe ends drove through the gaps in his armor. The scream that came out of him was less human than anything the hunters had made. Hailey stared. Was that old construction? Cole shook his head once. Cannibal trap, covered fresh, as if summoned by the word. 3 pale figures burst from the hollow beneath the false pavement and dragged the trapped operator down the rest of the way. His hands clawed at the edge. Frank lunged for him. One of the hunters took the hand at the wrist and bit through 2 fingers. Frank almost went in after him before another team member yanked him back. Then the pit closed under thrashing bodies and the ash around it pulsed dark. Hailey turned away and retched dryly into the dust. Nothing came up. Her stomach had gone too cold for that. Cole handed her a strip of resin cloth without comment. She wiped her mouth and forced herself to look again. "Why are we just watching?" she demanded. "Because going down there now gives the city 2 more bodies. They came for me, and I came for you. Do you see me throwing us into that lane because guilt is loud?" The words struck harder than she expected. She looked at him and saw not cruelty, but hard arithmetic. It was the same thing she had always hated in Bright Horizon conference rooms, except there it had been spoken over charts and budgets. Here it had a human face marked by smoke and old scars, and it refused to lie about the cost. Below, the squad had lost any illusion of control. The wolves hit and peeled away. The hunters learned the cadence of the team's fire and timed their rushes to the heartbeat between bursts. Helmet comms crackled loud enough to hear, even from the mezzanine. Threat reports. Position calls. Someone shouting that the motion map was saturated. Someone else crying out for a medic already dead. Frank kept them moving north by inches. A fresh engine note rolled over the district, low and mechanical. Hailey looked up through the ash haze and saw lights descending through the cloud. "Air support," she whispered. Cole's mouth flattened. Too late and too loud. The tilt rotor transport broke through the murk 3 blocks south, search lamps sweeping, side guns hanging under short wings. To Hailey, it looked like salvation. To every hungry thing in the district, it looked like a dinner bell the size of a building. The cannibals on the walls lifted their faces. More emerged from rooflines and window mouths. Wolves flowed in the same direction as if a tide had turned under the ash. The transport pilot must have seen movement on the thermal feed. He brought the aircraft lower to identify targets. A mistake. Something hit the underside from a ruined parking structure. Not a missile, but a tangle of industrial cable rigged with hooked scrap and counterweights. It wrapped one rotor housing. The aircraft yelled violently. One wing clipped a facade. Sparks and fragments rained down the boulevard. Team Black dove for cover. The transport tried to pull free, failed, and slammed sideways into a tower corner hard enough to shear open the passenger bay. Bodies and equipment spilled into the street in a spray of metal. The crash did not explode. It folded. The transport side hatch blew loose with a metallic shriek. One of the surviving aircrew tried to crawl free through the spill of flame and twisted plating. Hailey saw a gloved hand, then a shoulder, then a face slick with soot and blood. He made it halfway out before the ember swarm hit him. It covered him in a black living coat. The man convulsed, slapping at himself, rolling off the torn wing root into the street below. Team Black saw it happen. The operator nearest the department store shouted that they had survivors at the secondary crash. 2 others started to brake toward the aircraft on instinct. Frank barked them back with a voice that cut through everything else. Even from a distance, Hailey could hear the authority in it. Not panic. Command stripped to the bone. It might have saved those 2 from the swarm, but the hesitation cost them elsewhere. A pale hunter shot out from beneath the collapsed nose of a parked tram and slammed into the rear operator hard enough to lift both bodies off the ground. They hit the side of a ticket kiosk together. The hunter's teeth tore through the man's jaw seam before his partner could even turn. Cole watched with expressionless eyes. He keeps trying to save everyone at once. What was he supposed to do? Hailey snapped. Choose one thing to survive first. Then choose who gets dragged with it. That sounds inhuman. This city does not reward human first responses. Below them, Frank made the choice Cole was describing. He abandoned the impossible route to the aircraft. He fired one precise burst into the swarm-covered wreckage to cut off the aircrewman who was already lost, then pivoted his remaining team toward the department store without looking back. The mercy was so brutal Hailey almost mistook it for cruelty until she saw Frank's face through the cracked visor. He had felt every part of that decision. They reached the store entrance in a knot of ash and blood. One operator fell to a knee just inside and tore off his glove. Tiny black bites stippled the back of his hand. He is done, Cole said. Hailey turned on him. Do not. He is bleeding under the skin already. Watch. She hated him for being right. Dark beads surfaced along the operator's fingers and knuckles as if his pores had decided to open all at once. His teammate tried to seal the bites with foam, but the blood kept coming in narrow red lines. A hunter on the mezzanine above the department store lifted its face, caught the scent, and screamed. Everything rushed toward that sound. Hailey braced one hand on the wall. How did you live through this by yourself? Cole took a long moment to answer. By learning which parts of me I could afford to keep. She looked at him sharply. The words were colder than grief and somehow more revealing. Before she could ask what parts he had lost, the department store interior erupted again and the chance for any softer question was gone. Hailey shut her eyes. When she opened them, the district had entered a new stage of violence. Fire licked along the trapped aircraft. Swarms rose from below. Hunters converged from every vertical surface. The wolves no longer bothered with stealth. They ran straight for the freshest blood. No one told me it was this bad, she said, the words almost soundless. Cole's answer came just as quiet. That is because the people who report back do not live. Frank's squad saw the second crash and what it brought with it. Whatever remained of their plan died there. Frank switched from extraction protocol to pure retreat. He pointed to a narrow department store entrance ahead and shoved his people toward it. 6 were left by Hailey's count. Then 5 when the neck-bitten operator slowed and a hunter came through the side glass in a shower of glittering fragments. Inside the department store, a barricade of old mannequins and shelving momentarily broke the momentum of the attackers. Team Black used the pause to regroup in the dark beyond the display floor. Cole rose into a crouch. What are you doing? Hailey asked. Getting a better view. That is your reason? It is also the only way I know if Frank is smart enough to stop losing people. She wanted to be angry at the phrasing, but she rose with him and followed along the mezzanine edge to a jagged hole in the outer wall. From there, they had a clearer line into the department store interior. Frank had established a fighting box around a central checkout island. One operator worked frantically on a portable jammer unit. Another sealed a torn suit seam with expanding foam. Vargas paced the perimeter with all the energy of a man too proud to admit he was scared. The jammer came online with a low hum. Cole cursed. What now? Hailey asked. That frequency hurts the grubs, he said, and wakes everything else. As if to prove him right, a chorus of shrieks answered from the levels above. Not close. Closer every second. Frank must have realized the mistake at once because he cut the jammer after less than 5 seconds. The damage was done. Shapes began dropping through the broken escalator shaft into the upper floor of the store. Vargas saw the first one and opened fire too high. His rounds shattered mirrored columns and filled the room with spinning reflections. The hunter used the confusion to close and carve through the side of his helmet. He went down roaring, still shooting. A second hunter landed on him before he hit the floor and bit into the exposed lower half of his face. Hailey flinched so hard her knee gave. Cole caught her elbow without taking his eyes from the store. "Stop watching," he said. "I cannot." She hated that this was true. Inside, one of the remaining operators tossed a flash charge. The burst lit the store in a sheet of white. For an instant, every creature and every blood smear stood out in frozen detail. Then darkness crashed back down. Frank used the blind moment better than anyone else. He rammed a shelving unit over, crushing a hunter beneath it, grabbed the wounded foam-sealed operator by the harness, and drove the survivors toward a stockroom door at the rear. 3 made it through with him. The 4th did not. A wolf came through the collapsed wall on the run, hit the woman at the back of the group, and carried both of them sideways into a rack of rusted cookware. She vanished under teeth and falling metal with one short scream. The stockroom door slammed. Cole exhaled through his nose. "He is learning." Hailey looked at him as though he were insane. "Look," he said and pointed. Beyond the department store, through cracks in the rear wall, she saw Frank reappear a level higher on an exterior maintenance walkway with only 2 operators left. He had found a vertical exit instead of trying to retake the street. Cole was right. Frank was learning, and he was learning by burying his people. The 3 survivors moved fast across the walkway toward a neighboring office block. One of the operators, broad and heavy through the chest, limped from a bad bite at the calf. The other kept looking back as if disbelief alone might bring the dead with him. The office block seemed momentarily quiet. They entered through a shattered window frame and disappeared. Cole started moving along the mezzanine again, parallel to them. Hailey followed, not because he told her to, but because she could not stand still while Frank was still alive. The office block proved worse than the store. Its interior floor plans created long, sightless corridors broken by client rooms and server closets. Team Black cleared the first hallway cleanly. In the second, the rear operator brushed what looked like nothing more than a hanging wire. The floor-to-ceiling cabinet line at the far end released. Hundreds of pounds of old shelving and bound storage boxes came down in a rush, knocking the man flat and pinning him from the waist down. He shouted for help. Frank and the limping operator tried to lift the wreckage, but the crash had already pulled in hunters from both sides of the hall. The limping operator broke first. "Leave him," he gasped. "We have to move." Frank looked at the trapped man, then at the converging dark. For one long, awful beat, Hailey thought he would refuse. That he would die there out of loyalty, because good leaders in company recruitment films always found impossible heroics on schedule. Instead, Frank grabbed the trapped operator's sidearm, pressed it into his shaking hand, and said something Hailey could not hear. The trapped man nodded once, face white behind the visor. Frank turned away and forced the limping survivor down a side corridor as the first hunters reached the fallen shelves. Hailey shut her eyes just before the gunshot started. When she opened them, Frank and the last operator were climbing a stairwell lit only by their suit lamps and the occasional ghost of fire through cracked windows. Cole and Hailey had reached the edge of the office block by then, tracking them from an adjacent structure through breaches in the walls. The chase had become vertical. "This city really does that," Hailey said quietly. "It pushes people upward." "Up or under," Cole replied. The limping operator did not make the next landing. His injured leg gave out, and he pitched sideways against the rail. Frank caught him with both hands, held him for one straining second, and almost pulled him upright. Then a pale hand shot through the gap in the stairs below and sank claws into the operator's calf, where the suit had already split. The man screamed. More hands followed. Frank tried to keep his grip. The operator screamed at him to let go, voice ragged and animal with pain. Frank did. The man vanished backward into the stairwell well. The sound of his fall ended in a wet crush far below, followed by feeding noises that rose disturbingly fast. Now only Frank remained. He reached the roof access level and burst out into open ash with a pack of hunters spilling after him. For a moment, Hailey could not breathe. The roof he had climbed onto was narrow, hemmed by broken cooling units, and slick with black dust. There was nowhere to go except across a fractured skybridge to the next tower. Cole saw the same route and swore. Frank sprinted for the bridge. Halfway across, the weakened structure gave a grinding moan. Panels dropped out from under his boots. He lunged, caught a surviving beam, and hauled himself to the far side as the rear half of the bridge folded into the street 24 floors below, taking the first pursuing hunter with it. The others stopped at the break and shrieked across the gap. Frank rolled onto his back, chest heaving, rifle nearly empty, visor cracked, suit streaked with blood that was not all his own. Hailey put a trembling hand against the wall between her and open air. "He is alive. For now," Cole said. Something in his voice made her turn. He was not looking at Frank. He was looking farther along the rooftop where a line of ash lay too smooth between two ventilation housings, as if it had been sifted there by careful hands. "What is it?" she asked. He pointed. "Trip line. Hard to see. Leads to a drop snare, maybe a noise rig, maybe both." Frank, exhausted and half-blind behind the cracked visor, had already pushed himself to his feet and begun stumbling straight toward it. Hailey grabbed Cole's sleeve. "You can stop him." Cole looked at her hand, then at her face. "You can," she repeated. He did not answer immediately. Below them the district still fed on the dead. Above them the ash cloud pressed down like a lid. Frank moved closer to the line, one careless step at a time, a proud man reduced at last to the same mortal weight as everyone else. Cole's mouth hardened. He rose. "Stay here," he said. Hailey almost told him no. Instead, she heard herself ask, "Why help him now?" Cole started toward the roof breach. "Because he finally looks ready to listen." Chapter 6. Frank never saw the line. He moved across the roof like a man running on the last stored charge in his body, shoulders sagging under armor that had stopped feeling protective and started feeling like a coffin he had chosen for himself. The cracked visor over one eye showed only ash. Blood darkened the seam at his left side. His rifle hung low. He was 3 steps from the wire when Cole vaulted through the breach and hit the roof at a sprint. "Stop!" Frank wheeled, rifle snapping up by reflex. Cole did not slow. He drove straight into the barrel, knocked it wide with his forearm, and caught Frank by the chest plate before either of them lost balance on the slick roof. The motion was so sudden and so close that Hailey did not breathe until both men froze in a harsh knot of limbs and fury. Frank's boot hovered inches from the almost invisible line stretched between the vents. Cole pointed at it with his free hand. "Move that foot, and the roof announces you to half the district." Frank looked down. For the first time since Hailey had seen him in the alley, true shock entered his face. He stared at the wire, then at the rusted bells and scrap hooks hidden under the lip of the nearest vent, then at the far side of the trap where a patched sheet of roofing disguised a second weak point in the concrete. If he had tripped the line, the bells would have rung, the panel would have given way, and whatever waited below would have found him hanging in open air like meat tied for curing. Cole released him only when he was certain Frank understood. Hailey climbed out through the breach and onto the roof more carefully, her knee throbbing in furious time with her pulse. The air up there felt colder than the streets, though she knew that was only because the wind could move without obstruction. Ash drifted across the roof in soft gray snakes. Beyond the broken skyline, the permanent cloud made the city look submerged. Frank lowered the rifle by inches. "You should have let me shoot you," he said, voice roughened by smoke and exhaustion. Cole wiped his bloody palm on his coat. "You are welcome." The words would have started a fight in any cleaner place. Here, coming after the side of the wire, they landed with strange precision. Frank studied him for a long moment. "You saved my life. I saved my roof. Your life happened to be standing on it." Hailey let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Frank looked at her as though asking whether the man had always been this impossible. She gave a small helpless nod. The older man shifted his weight carefully away from the trap. "How many more of those are out here?" "Enough," Cole said. "Come with me and step where I step." Frank's gaze dragged over the skyline behind them. the district where Team Black had died in stages. He had probably left fragments of every one of them below, names, debts, and last instructions. He pressed those things down the way soldiers did when there was still ground to cross before grief. "How many of my people are still alive?" he asked. Cole answered without false comfort. "You." Frank's face hardened, not because the answer surprised him, but because hearing it outside his own head made it final. Hailey moved closer. "Frank." He looked at her then, and some of the commander left his eyes. "You hurt anywhere I cannot see?" "My knee is bad. I got bitten by one of the bugs, but Cole covered it with the resin. I can still move." He checked her cheek where the bite had raised an angry welt. "You should not be moving. You should be in a med bay under full-spectrum light." She almost smiled at the absurdity. "You are fresh out of med bays." Frank's mouth pulled into something like regret. "That appears to be true." Cole had already started toward a notch in the far parapet. "Talk while you walk." Frank bristled. It was automatic. Habit older than Hailey's career and probably older than some of the bones in the city. Men like Frank kept authority on because there was always one more person waiting to test whether they deserved it. Yet he followed. That more than anything else proved how deeply the district had cut him. The route Cole chose made no sense to Hailey at first. Instead of heading toward any obvious shelter, he led them along a line of fractured rooftops, across duct housings, through the gutted shell of a rooftop bar where tables lay fused to the floor by old heat, then down 2 levels through a service stair that smelled of wet concrete and rat droppings. Twice he stopped to listen at doors before opening them. Once he made them stand motionless in a dark hall while a pack of wolves flowed through the office floor below, claws ticking over tile like someone typing too fast. Frank watched all of it with a tightening jaw. When the wolves passed, he said quietly, "How long have you been ghosting people through this place?" Cole did not look back. "Long enough to know you are breathing too loud." Frank stopped talking. They entered a legal office on the 32nd floor of a neighboring tower. The rooms had warped under years of moisture. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves leaned at fatal angles. Mold crawled over framed degrees. The city beyond the windows looked close enough to touch and infinitely far from rescue. Cole crossed to a conference room with one missing wall and pointed at 3 dark circles of ash on the carpet. "Do not step there." Frank looked at them. "Why?" "Because the floor under them is hollow." "How do you know?" "Because I made them that way." Hailey blinked. "You what?" Cole crouched and hooked one finger into the carpet at the edge of the first dark circle. He peeled it back just enough to expose a square hole beneath, lined with sharpened metal and a bundle of broken glass bottles tied to wire. Frank stared. "You laid traps inside your own routes." Cole let the carpet fall. "No, I laid traps outside my routes and memorized the difference." "You live like this?" "I live because of this." Frank absorbed that in silence. The legal office opened into a skybridge, this one intact but narrow and half-choked by collapsed ceiling panels. The far side disappeared into a luxury residential tower whose outer wall had sheared off sometime in the long ruin, leaving dozens of apartments open to the air like dollhouse rooms stacked one above another, with beds, kitchens, toys, and screens frozen black. A life of private, expensive routines exposed to the city that devoured privacy and expense without distinction. They crossed in single file. Halfway through, Hailey's knee almost failed again. Frank reached for her at once. Cole did too. For an instant their hands met on her arm. Frank's grip was steady, paternal in the way it had always been. Cole's was harder, faster, almost angry at the idea that weakness could appear in the wrong place. The contrast should have comforted her. Instead, it set off a strange little flare low in her chest, absurd and unwelcome given the circumstances. She pulled upright and kept going before either man could notice her discomfort had not been entirely physical. At the far end of the bridge, Cole made them crouch behind an apartment's kitchen island while he checked the next corridor. Frank leaned close to Hailey. "You know him better than I do. Is he always this cheerful?" "Only when he is frightened." Frank glanced toward the hall where Cole had vanished. "He does not look frightened." "No," Hailey said. "He looks like fear had to become useful or die." Frank considered that, then gave the tiniest nod. When Cole returned, He carried a handful of dark leaves and a small clay jar with its stopper tied down by string. He set both on the tile. "Armor comes off," he said. Frank stared at him. "No, that is not happening yet. You clang every time you move. My suit keeps teeth and claws out of my organs. It also tells every hunter within 3 corridors that prey is coming. We are not walking this city in a sweatshirt." Cole looked at him with flat disbelief. "You are if you want to see sunrise." Frank's shoulders set. "I am not stripping my last protection because some ash-covered feral says he does not like the sound." The word feral hit the room like a slap. Hailey saw it in Cole before he moved. The brief stillness. The blanking of expression so complete it became more dangerous than anger. Then he stepped in close enough that Frank had to tilt his head to keep eye contact. "I do not care what you call me," Cole said. "Call me feral. Call me savage. Call me the thing your company warned children about when it wanted funding for fences. But listen very carefully while you still have a full team's worth of blood drying on your gear. Every person who came in with you is dead. Every sensor you trusted lied to you. Every machine that told you this district could be mapped, cleaned, or managed has been chewing on your dead since the first laying. If you want to keep that armor, keep it. Then keep the noise, the weight, the heat, and the stink of your squad on it too. You will not reach another safe floor. You will not carry Hailey to one. You will die 10 minutes from here, and I will not stay to watch." Frank took the hit in silence. Hailey saw the exact moment pride tried to rise in him and found nothing solid left to stand on. He exhaled through his nose. "What do I keep? Keep the boots, the underlayer, and the chest plates if you can pad the straps. Everything else goes." Frank set the rifle on the counter and began releasing seals. The motions were clipped and angry, but he obeyed. Hailey helped with the shoulder locks because his left side was stiffening around the cut in his armor. Under the plates, he wore a dark compression layer damp with sweat and streaked with blood. The gash at his side had not gone deep enough to spill organs, but it was ugly and still leaking in a thin line. Cole saw it and swore softly. "You did not say you were open." "I am standing," which seemed like the more relevant condition. "It is not." Cole uncorked the clay jar. A smell like burnt pine, mold, and spoiled citrus filled the kitchen. He scooped out a lump of black-green paste and handed it to Hailey. "Press it into the cut." Frank frowned. "What is that?" "Something better than bleeding down 3 floors." Hailey pressed the paste into the gash while Frank sucked a sharp breath through his teeth. The resin stung her own scraped knuckles even through her skin. It had grit in it, crushed something fibrous and medicinal beneath the rot. Cole handed Frank the dark leaves next. "Chew." Frank looked personally insulted. "That is not medicine. It helps clotting and slows the tremor after ember bites." "Chew." Frank obeyed again, though the expression on his face suggested he would rather have eaten broken batteries. He worked the leaves slowly, jaw tightening around the bitter taste. Cole turned to Hailey. "Give me your jacket." She blinked. "Excuse me." "The outer shell. It still smells like the wreck and the bite. It also has pockets. It also has reflective trim I missed." Hailey peeled it off, wincing as the fabric brushed the insect bite and the bruising at her shoulder. Cole cut away the bright seams with one of his knives, then rubbed masking resin into the cloth until the smart fiber white dulled to dirty gray. Frank watched him work. "You carry knives like most people carry opinions. Most people do not survive their opinions here." Hailey took the jacket back. "Do you ever answer a question without turning it into a threat?" Cole met her gaze. "Do you ever stop talking long enough to see what is trying to eat you?" To her own surprise, she laughed. The sound startled all 3 of them. It seemed impossible that laughter could exist in the city at all, but there it was, small and frayed, and completely real. Frank's mouth moved around a ghost of a smile before settling back into lines made for harder duties. Cole looked away first. They resumed moving with Frank in visibly diminished gear and less authority in his step than before. He still carried himself like a dangerous man. Now he also carried himself like a man who had been corrected by reality and intended to survive the lesson. The residential tower led to a cluster of upper-level shopping galleries buried in shadow. Here the air felt different, stale but warmer, as if old heat still lived in the walls. Stores yawned open on either side of the corridor. Clothes had long ago rotted off their hangers. Jewelry cases stood cracked and empty. In one abandoned toy store, dozens of plastic faces watched from a shelf under gray dust. Hailey kept seeing fragments of the old world arranged like evidence at a trial no one had lived to finish. Cole paused at every intersection and made them do the same. Rule 1, he said at last, speaking low enough that the words barely carried past them. You do not move faster than your senses. Frank glanced into a dark side hall. That sounds like a proverb. It is a reason I am alive. He held up 2 fingers. Rule 2, never choose the easiest path. Easy paths are where traps get laid and packs expect you to run. A 3rd finger. Rule 3, if you bleed, say it. Hiding blood is the same as inviting company. Frank gave a small dry sound. You have more rules. Many. Do I get them all at once? You get them when you stop looking like someone who might forget them. Hailey, limping behind them, said, that means no. Frank shot her a wounded look. You two have become very close in a very short time. We almost died together several times. It speeds things up. Cole's ears colored under the ash, so faintly she could have imagined it if she were not staring at the side of his face. The sight startled her enough that she nearly missed a misaligned tile underfoot. He caught her elbow before she rolled her injured knee again. Frank noticed that too. He said nothing. The silence was somehow louder than comment. Ahead, the shopping gallery opened onto a triangular atrium whose floor had collapsed away, leaving only the upper catwalks running around the edges. Cole crouched at the threshold and inspected a line of powder scattered near the nearest support. What is that? Hailey whispered. Ground bone, he said. Cannibal marking. Frank's expression hardened. Marking for what? Cole pointed across the atrium to an opposite catwalk where several lengths of bright fabric had been tied to a railing post. At first, Hailey thought they were rags. Then she realized they were sleeves cut from clothing, each strip stained a different age of brown. Territory, Cole said. Or a warning. Can we cross another way? Hailey asked. No, but we can cross like we were not invited. He set off along the left catwalk, hugging the inner wall where the metal still had concrete beneath it. Halfway across, he stopped so abruptly that Frank almost walked into him. Cole raised one fist, and all motion ceased. Hailey heard it a second later. A soft clicking from above. Nails or claws on metal. Many of them. Cole pointed without looking up. Near the atrium ceiling, clinging to decorative lighting struts and ventilation ducts, crouched a half-dozen pale shapes. Their eyes filmed white in the dimness. Their heads tilted together as one. They were waiting, Frank breathed. They like choke points, Cole murmured. One hunter dropped. Frank fired on instinct. The suppressed crack still seemed far too loud. The hunter spun backward, dead before it hit the catwalk. Every other creature above them screamed. Cole swore and drew both knives. So much for subtle. The atrium erupted. 2 hunters landed ahead, 3 behind, one on the outer rail where it scuttled sideways like a lizard before springing for Hailey's face. She threw up her forearm, and the creature's claws raked through her sleeve instead of her throat. Frank hit its shoulder first and carried it into the wall. Its teeth snapped inches from his cheek. He smashed the butt of his rifle into its jaw, then again, then shoved it under Cole's descending blade. Blood sprayed hot across the catwalk. Another hunter hit Frank from behind. The reduced armor saved his spine from the worst of the claws, but not the impact. He went to one knee. Cole moved to cover him, and in that instant Hailey found herself alone at the rear of the group, with one pale figure still between her and the safe side of the atrium. The creature smelled her fear. She saw the recognition in the twitch of its ruined nose. Then it rushed. Hailey had no knife, no rifle, only the metal utility hook still clipped to her harness from the transport. She ripped it free and swung with everything in her. The hook caught the hunter at the temple. Not enough to kill. Enough to turn the leap. It hit the rail instead of her body, and the catwalk shook. Frank, still half down, shot upward one-handed and put a round through the creature's throat. Its blood hit Hailey's face in a hot sheet. For one terrible second, she could neither see nor breathe. Then Cole was there, dragging her by the shoulder, forcing the group into motion again. Do not stop. The remaining hunters swarmed after them. Frank ran rear guard now with savage competence, firing only when a body came too close to cut with a knife. Cole kept them on the inner line where the concrete supported the catwalk. When one section ahead sagged under their weight, he altered course without hesitation, kicking open a maintenance hatch and shoving them through into a service duct no taller than their waists. The hunters overshot the hatch and piled onto the failing catwalk just as Hailey dropped through. Metal screamed. The entire outer run of the walkway tore free and plunged into the atrium, with shrieks echoing off glass and dead storefronts. 3 hunters went with it. The rest clung to the walls and vents, furious and alive. Cole sealed the hatch from inside with a bent locking bar. The impacts outside turned the thin metal panel into a drum. Frank leaned against the duct wall, chest pumping. "You forgot a rule," he said. Cole wiped blood from one blade onto his sleeve. "Which rule?" "Do not follow you anywhere that has architecture." Hailey laughed again, half hysterical this time. Frank actually managed a tired grin. Cole shook his head and started forward through the duct. The service passage carried them down through old air systems into the mechanical heart of the district's upper levels. Here the city felt older than even the streets, full of vast maintenance chambers, pump rooms, water tanks, and humming darkness. Pipes big as trucks ran through the walls. Condensation dripped in steady patterns. Once they passed a chamber where bioluminescent fungus had coated the walls in green-blue film, turning the room into the inside of a drowned cathedral. Frank slowed there, staring. "I did not know anything could still glow down here." Cole's expression changed almost imperceptibly. Not softer, more guarded. "Some things eat heat. Some things make their own light." "Useful," Frank said. "Expensive." Hailey caught the note under the word. "Expensive how?" Cole did not answer right away. Instead, he led them into a narrow pump control room and sealed the door behind them with a steel pin slid through the handle braces. It was not much of a room, but it had walls, a floor that felt trustworthy, and no immediate signs of teeth. In the city, that counted as luxury. Cole crossed to a rusted sink and filled a basin from a trickling line. He handed it to Hailey first. "Wash the blood off." She looked down at herself. The hunter's blood had dried tacky on her face and neck. More clung to Frank's hands. More to Cole's coat. In the dark city, blood was not just horror. It was a signal. They cleaned in silence broken only by the drip of the pipe and the far-off thumps of something moving through ducts they were not using. Frank scrubbed his beard and stared at the red water collecting in the sink. "I lost 9 people in less than an hour." Cole leaned against the wall with his knives across his thighs. "You lost them in the first 5 minutes. The hour only delivered the message." Hailey opened her mouth to tell him that was too harsh. Frank beat her to it. "He is right," the older man said. The admission hung in the room. Frank braced both forearms on his knees. Without the armor, he looked less like a corporate weapon and more like a tired man who had spent too many years teaching himself not to mourn until work was finished. "I knew this mission was rotten from the brief," he said. "Too many people at the top trying to make one recovery drone sound like a strategic breakthrough. Too many promises about stable descent windows. I pushed for a larger recon sweep before we came in. They said we were over-prepared already." Hailey closed her eyes briefly. She could hear the board members saying it in their polished voices. The district was a chart to them, a controlled risk, another line item wrapped in noble language. Frank looked at her. "I tried to get you bumped off the flight. I know. You know? You left me that ridiculous message about how drone engineers are more valuable in one piece than heroic in an ash field." One side of his mouth moved. That was not ridiculous. It was a little ridiculous. Cole listened without appearing to, gaze fixed on the door. Frank said, "Your father used to leave messages like that." Hailey went still. Cole's eyes shifted to her. Frank seemed to realize too late that he had stepped on a ground he had never discussed with Cole present. He rubbed a hand over his face. "I am sorry. Bad timing." "No," Hailey said quietly. "Say it." Frank looked down at the basin again. "Your father once told me that keeping you safe would someday require letting you do dangerous things and standing close enough to pull you back only if they turned stupid. I told him that sounded like a cheap excuse for worrying too much. He told me, It was the only way to raise someone who could survive a hard world without becoming small inside it. Hailey had not heard her father's voice in a sentence that long in years. Not truly. Memory usually gave her fragments. A laugh. The pressure of his hand on her head. The smell of engine grease and coffee. Frank's rough retelling brought him back in a way so sudden it hurt. She looked away until the ache settled enough to breathe through. Cole said, very low, "He sounds better than the people she works for." Hailey let out a weak huff of laughter. That is because he was. Frank eyed Cole with a new curiosity. "You listen more than you talk." "That is rare." Cole slid one knife back into its sheath. "I talk enough for what I need." "You also rescue strangers in the middle of a feeding district," Frank said. "That is rare too." Cole's expression cooled. "Do not make me noble. I hate noble people. They usually die while expecting applause." Hailey looked between them. "This is the closest either of you has come to saying thank you, and somehow it still sounds like a threat." Frank's laugh came out hoarse, but genuine this time. The sound softened the room in a way its rust and damp never could. The moment did not last. Nothing safe lasted down there. A vibration moved through the pipes under their feet, subtle at first. Then another, stronger. Cole's head lifted instantly. "What is that?" Hailey asked. He stood. "Water push from the lower reservoirs." Frank rose too. "Is that bad?" "Depends who opened the gate." He unpinned the door and motioned them out. The corridor beyond the pump room sloped down toward a valve chamber lined with old municipal controls. Water hissed somewhere ahead. Cole extinguished the small battery lamp he had taken from Frank's kit and let the dark close in, navigating by a familiarity that bordered on the impossible. At the chamber entrance he froze. Hailey could hear voices. Not clear words. Clicks, throat sounds, soft chuffing notes passed back and forth in the dark like a language made for people who had forgotten speech, but not meaning. Pale shapes moved around the lower valves. Some squatted at the water line, filling cracked plastic jugs. Others worked the wheels with scarred hands. Frank leaned close enough for Hailey to feel his breath at her ear. "They use the infrastructure." Cole nodded once. "They use anything they do not break first." "What are they doing?" "Flooding a lower route," Cole said. "Driving something out. Or washing blood toward another pack." Hailey stared into the dark and realized one of the figures was smaller than the rest. Not a child exactly. A lean young thing with a mane of matted hair and shoulders wrapped in a strip of yellow raincoat. It moved among the others, accepted a jug, and carried it carefully to the wall niche where several more containers waited. The sight twisted something in her. They live in family groups. Cole's voice was so quiet, she almost missed it. Sometimes. One of the larger figures in the chamber lifted its head sharply. Cole shoved Hailey and Frank backward into the corridor shadow, just before a pale face turned toward the doorway. For several heartbeats, no one moved. The chamber creatures listened. The dark listened back. Then the figure gave a dismissive click and returned to the valves. Cole led them away by an alternate route, every step measured until walls and distance swallowed the chamber sounds. When they were safely 2 turns away, Frank said, "You did not tell me there were children." "They are not children anymore." "That is not what I asked." Cole stopped so suddenly Frank nearly collided with him. "What do you want from me?" Cole asked without anger, which somehow made it worse. "A neat answer? A clean line between monster and victim so you can hold your rifle steady?" This city kept what it could. It changed the rest. Some grow up in packs. Some hunt because they never learned anything else. Some still remember enough to wear jewelry from the dead or stack jars by a water valve. If you need them simple to kill them, you should have stayed in the bright. Frank held his gaze. "I do not need them simple. I need to know what I am facing." "You are facing hunger that had 20 years to learn architecture." The 2 men looked at each other in silence. Then Frank dipped his head once. Not submission. Not exactly. An acceptance that the answer, brutal as it was, contained more truth than he had arrived with. "Understood," he said. Something eased in Cole's shoulders. They climbed for what felt like hours through freight shafts, cracked staircases, and a narrow elevator tube where old service cables hummed in the dark. Frank began to move differently as fatigue deepened, not sloppily, but economically. He followed Cole's path without argument. He listened before stepping. He asked questions only when they mattered. The transformation was not complete, but it was honest. He was shedding the clean-side fiction that competence could be imported without humility. Hailey, limping between them, felt her body turning into a map of pain. Every bruise had found its own voice. The insect bite burned. Her shoulder ached where the harness had jerked her through the wreck. The hook she had used on the atrium hunter had raised a blister across her palm. Somewhere in the middle of all that, she realized Cole was subtly shortening his stride to match hers. He had been doing it for some time. The knowledge settled into her strangely. Not soft, not sentimental, more intimate than either of those would have been. They finally emerged into a high mechanical garden attached to the upper levels of a luxury hotel. Once, the place had probably sold itself as a private sky oasis for the rich. Even ruined, it held a kind of broken grandeur. Planters the size of graves lined a long conservatory. Most were full of ash, but some still grew stubborn forests of black-stemmed fungus and broad pale leaves that turned silver under the dim light leaking through cracked glass. Rainwater tapped against the roof in an old rhythm. Somewhere small things moved in the undergrowth. Cole stopped at the threshold and listened for a full minute. Satisfied, he stepped inside. "This is not home," he said, "but it is close enough to breathe." Frank scanned the conservatory. Who else knows about this place? Cole's eyes flicked to him. No one who is still alive. Comforting, Frank muttered. Cole led them to the far end where heavy blackout curtains had been nailed over a service entrance. Behind them lay 3 small rooms once used for storage and staff breaks. One had a camp cot made from layered blankets and old seat straps. Another held crates, dried fungus bundles, water bladders, and neatly sorted scraps of wire, gears, bolts, and cut metal. The third room was dark except for a low, ember blue glow seeping from a vented box on the far wall. Hailey stared. Inside the box, several fist-sized creatures clung to a lattice of charred wood and mineral stone. They resembled grubs only in the broadest sense. Their bodies were translucent near the tail and thick near the head, segmented and pulsing with slow inner light. Fine feelers moved in the dark. Every time one shifted, blue radiance rolled softly through its body and painted the room in ghostly color. Frank whispered, "What in the name of God is that?" "Ember grubs," Cole said. Hailey stepped closer despite the instinctive shiver that ran through her. "They make light. They make heat, too, if you keep them fed and calm." Federal. The word had an edge on it. Cole set down his pack, crossed to a shelf, and took a small iron blade from a leather roll. The movement was so practiced it made Hailey's stomach tighten before she understood why. Frank understood a fraction sooner. "What do they eat?" he asked. Cole glanced at him, then at Hailey. "Mostly ashroot mash and fungal pulp. For the light to stay strong, they need more." He sat on the edge of the cot, rolled his left sleeve, and without performance or hesitation drew the blade across the heel of his hand. Hailey inhaled sharply. Blood welled dark in the blue glow. Cole held his hand over the vented box and let several drops fall through the grate. Instantly the grubs writhed toward the scent, their inner light brightening to a richer, steadier blue. The room warmed by degrees. Frank swore under his breath. Cole wrapped the cut in clean cloth from a nearby tin. "Now you know why I said the glow was expensive." Hailey stared at the bandage. "You do that every day?" "Not every day. Depends how cold it gets." Her chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with fear. She thought of him surviving year after year in the ruins, paying for heat and light from his own flesh because the city demanded a price for everything. No committee had budgeted that. No board had named it resilience in a quarterly report. It was just pain made routine by necessity. Frank looked around the little room, at the sorted supplies and the disciplined arrangement of scraps, at the cot, the sealed water, the grubs, the traps implied by every surface outside. He let out a long, slow breath. Then he spoke the words Hailey had not expected to hear from him so soon. "You are in command." Cole lifted his head. Frank met his eyes with no ornament left in the gesture. "I can keep a firing lane. I can hold a door. I can kill what reaches for us. But I brought a trained team into this district and got them butchered because I thought skill traveled clean from one world to another. It does not. Not here. So from this point on, I am your shield if you need one." and I do not pretend otherwise." Silence filled the room. It was the kind of silence that changed structure when it broke. Cole looked at Frank for a long time, searching perhaps for sarcasm, insult, or the last hidden shard of ego. He found none. At last he nodded once. "Good," he said. Frank seemed almost offended that the word contained neither ceremony nor gratitude. "That is all I get. That is all I had energy to say." To Hailey's surprise, Frank chuckled. The sound ended quickly when pain caught him along the ribs, but it was there. Cole pushed himself up from the floor and crossed to the storage room. "Both of you come here." The room with the crates felt even smaller with all three inside. Coils of salvaged wire hung from nails. Bolts and washers sat sorted into old food tins. Thin blades cut from spring steel rested in leather sheaths beside pliers, saws, and bundles of stripped cable. Against the back wall, under a tarp, stood the skeleton of something mechanical that had once been a transit service drone. Its frame had been cut apart and rebuilt into a compact handcart bristling with pulleys and folded spikes. Hailey moved toward it before she remembered to be tired. "You built that," she said. Cole gave her a sideways look. "Mostly. It has independent wheel locks, counterweight axles, and tension ports for line launchers." Frank glanced between them. "I understood 2 of those words." Hailey crouched despite the protest in her knee. Under the soot and crude patchwork, she could see a beautiful logic. The cart could be disassembled fast, hauled over broken vertical routes, then reassembled into something that would drag weight up a shaft or anchor a rope over a gap. One section of the frame had been sharpened along the edge into a chopping surface. Another held sockets for detachable prongs. "This is not just a cart," she murmured. "It is 3 machines pretending to be one." Cole shrugged. "Pretending saves material." She reached out, then stopped before touching it. "Did you make the spring catches yourself?" "From elevator brake housings." Hailey looked up at him. For the first time since the crash, excitement moved cleanly through her without fear attached. It felt almost painful in its rarity. "That is brilliant." He looked away as if praise made him itch. "It works." Frank watched the exchange with the careful silence of a man learning more than either speaker intended to reveal. Cole lifted a crate lid and began taking inventory with his eyes. "We have enough water for 4 days if we ration. Enough fungus and ashroot for 3 if I do not go hunting. Resin low. Stitch thread low. Metal good. Rope decent." He glanced at Frank. "Ammo." Frank set his rifle on the crate and checked the remaining magazines. 1 half mag loaded. 3 partials. Sidearm full, 1 spare. 2 flash charges. 1 smoke canister that may or may not still work after the stairwell. Cole nodded. "Use bullets only to break a closing kill, not to clear rooms." Frank's mouth tightened. "That lesson was expensive." "I have it." Cole turned to Hailey. "What about you?" She almost answered with a joke. What did he expect her to have, given that she had come down for drone recovery and not a ground war? But the question was real. He was making her count what remained, not what she had lost. She checked her harness and pockets. Utility hook. Multi-driver tool. 1 thermal pin with less than a quarter charge. 2 flex ties. Pocket lens. 3 nutrient gels I forgot were here. And the flight core key. Cole's head lifted. "You still have that." She touched the sealed tag clipped inside her inner shirt pocket. "I clipped it during the first descent after the crash on Reflex. I did not know if the core would matter." "It might," he said. Frank frowned. "The core is in the wreck." "The key is the handshaking access token," Hailey said automatically. "If the data archive survived and someone physically recovers the core, the key lets you unlock the protected sections." Cole looked from her to the little sealed tag. "Your company sent an armed team into a death pit for a locked machine heart. Among other things." There are always other things when a company explains itself. Frank did not argue. That alone said enough. Cole spread a cracked city service map across the top of the crate. Much of it had been overwritten in charcoal and scratched marks, with arrows, X marks, short lines and clusters, spiral symbols around some districts, and circles around others. Hailey moved closer despite herself. "This is current?" she asked. "It changes every week," Cole said. "This is current enough." He tapped the lower levels where the crash district lay. "We are here. Too low. Too loud. Too much dead around the basin. The packs will keep feeding and fighting over it through most of the next cycle. His finger moved upward through a tangle of towers and bridges. The only clean path toward the ridge is through the commercial crown. High enough for better air. Fewer wolves. More cannibal watch points. Frank studied the charcoal marks. And you know all their territories. I know most. I know where they overlap. Overlaps are worse. Why? Because every pack leaves noise for the others there. Bone rattles, glass curtains, false lanes. They do not trust each other, so they trap more aggressively. Hailey pointed at a series of 3 circles linked by slashes. What are those? Cole hesitated, which made her more interested. Light wells, he said at last. Old solar shafts that still catch enough brightness at the right hour to warm the upper stone. Small prey nests there. Some plants too. You farm in them? A little. You said fungus and ashroot. There is agriculture in this place. Do not romanticize it, Cole said. It is scraping calories out of walls. Even so, the image took hold in her mind as more than mere survival. It was systems and work. A brutal little civilization built by one person stubborn enough to force life from a dead city. Frank traced a finger across one of the marked routes. If this is the only path, what stops the packs from using it to come here? Cole tapped a cluster of marks near the conservatory. Me. Frank looked up. I salt 3 lower corridors with resin and ember grit, Cole said. Wolves hate the smell. The cannibals think something worse than them lives here. That helps. I also rotate some of the trap signatures so they never know which line is safe. Alone? Yes. Frank let out a low breath that was not quite admiration and not quite disbelief. It lived somewhere between them. You built a fortress out of maintenance shafts and superstition. I built a place that did not kill me while I slept. Hailey's eyes returned to the map. And tomorrow? Tomorrow we go higher. We avoid the lower market runs. We cross the conservatory spine, drop through the old hotel kitchens, then cut east into the civic towers before the packs settle from feeding. If we are lucky, we reach the first Terminator sight line by late next cycle. Frank looked at him sharply. You can get us to the light line? If the route holds. Hailey knew that phrase well enough by now to hear the uncertainty beneath it. Not false modesty. The city could change any route at any hour with one collapse, one new nest, one flood, one fire. Frank's gaze drifted to the blackout curtains and the night beyond them. Then this is not just about surviving until rescue. Cole's expression gave nothing away. Did rescue look reliable to you today? No one answered. Frank reached into a thigh pouch he had kept when the armor came off. From it, he took a slim waterproof packet. His hands paused over the seal. When he opened it, a handful of matte black identity tags slid into his palm. Emergency duplicates for the squad, each etched with a name and biometric code. Hailey had seen operators joke about them in training halls, calling them insurance against paperwork. In the blue grub light, they looked like verdicts. Frank set them on the crate one by one. Vargas, Lynn, Becky, Solano, Pierce, Kara, Drennan, Holt, and Ames. 9 small black rectangles lay in a crooked row. Hailey swallowed hard. She had known only 3 of the names well, but she remembered faces. Quick comments in elevators. Security briefings delivered over coffee. The woman called Lynn teasing a pilot for his mustache. Vargas bragging too loudly about being able to run blackout drills blindfolded. Brightside life was full of people you assumed would remain background until a hard moment made their existence suddenly heavy. Frank took out a grease pencil and wrote the date on the inside of the waterproof packet. What are you doing? Hailey asked. What I can, he said. He said each name aloud after that, voice low and steady. Not a speech, not a prayer, a record. Refusal in its own form. He would not let the city reduce them to anonymous meat. Hearing the list under the blue light turned the room almost sacred. Cole stood very still throughout it. When Frank finished, he slid the packet back into the pouch and sat down heavily on an overturned bucket. There, now if I die tomorrow, somebody else can tell the story right. Hailey looked at him sharply. Do not say that. Mercer, this place has earned the right to hear blunt words. Cole, surprisingly, was the one who answered him. You do not die tomorrow if you stop planning for death and start planning for the bridge. Frank angled a look at him. That your version of encouragement? It is my version of strategy. That is bleak. That is useful. Frank grunted. I am learning your culture. Hailey found herself smiling despite the ache in her chest. Cole looked at the bandage on his own hand, as if only now remembering it existed. The cloth had already spotted through with dark red. Hailey noticed before he did that a longer tear in his coat sleeve had hidden another cut higher on the forearm. One the atrium fight must have opened. You are bleeding again, she said. He flexed his fingers dismissively. Not enough to matter. Frank gave him a look that had once probably reduced junior officers to apologies. Rule 3. If you bleed, say it. Cole seemed offended by having his own law turned on him. Hailey held out her hand. Let me see. I can wrap it myself. I am sure you can. You are also the least reasonable patient I have met in my life. There have not been many patients in your life. There have been enough stubborn engineers and security men to prepare me. Frank folded his arms with entirely too much satisfaction. I would listen to her. Cole looked from one to the other and appeared briefly to consider leaving the room altogether just to avoid being outnumbered. In the end, he sat on the crate edge and extended his arm with visible reluctance. The cut was not deep, but it had opened along a line of old scar tissue. The skin around it was ridged and pale where similar damage had healed badly more than once. Hailey cleaned it with water from the basin, then a stingingly sharp splash from Frank's field kit. Cole hissed under his breath. You made your hand leak into a box of glowing grubs without blinking, she said. Do not start dramatizing now. His eyes narrowed. I did not dramatize. Frank's laugh rumbled out low. You walked into that one. Hailey bound the arm carefully, fingers gentler than she intended them to be. Up close she could see that Cole's lashes were thick with ash, that a faint new bruise darkened one cheekbone from the rooftop collision with Frank, that he looked younger when he was forced to be still, almost close to the age he likely was, not the grim, weathered thing the city required him to impersonate. Where did you learn this? He asked. Basic field certification, she said. Bright Horizon likes all expedition staff to have enough medical training to look responsible in reports. That sounds insulting to reports. It is. She tied off the bandage. His skin was warm under her fingertips. She should have pulled back at once. Instead, her hand lingered for a breath too long. Cole noticed. The awareness flashed between them so fast Frank might have missed it if he had not spent decades reading rooms for danger, weakness, and things people hoped no one else had seen. Hailey knew he had seen anyway. His eyes flicked away with almost generous discretion. Cole cleared his throat and withdrew his arm. Thank you. The words seemed difficult for him. That made the matter more. You are welcome, she said, equally careful. Frank rose and stretched with the pained stiffness of a man who had carried too much armor and too much guilt in one day. If we are planning for bridges, I need to know one thing. When the shooting starts again, do you want me in front, rear, or wherever I can do the least damage? Cole answered immediately. Rear until I say otherwise. You hear more than Hailey, and you can still hold a line. If we get pinned in a choke, you become the wall. Frank nodded, already converting the instruction into habit. And if something comes for you, it will. That was not the question. Cole's gaze sharpened. Then you watch her first. Hailey opened her mouth. Frank spoke before she could. Agreed. She glared at both of them. I am in the room. Cole returned the look without apology. Exactly, Frank added. You are also limping. I can still think. That is why you are valuable, Cole said. Thinking people live longer than brave people here. But if I am choosing which body reaches the ridge, it is the body that can rebuild what this city broke. The room went quiet. Hailey had the absurd, disorienting sense that he meant more than her engineering. That he was speaking from some place inside himself he did not usually open because the city punished softness and stole anything that looked like hope. She did not trust the thought. She could not stop hearing it. Outside the storage room, rain strengthened on the conservatory glass. The grubs pulsed brighter, then dimmed to a steady blue. The rhythm reminded Hailey of breathing. Cole stood and began checking the ties on the blackout curtains. You should sleep, he said again, but more quietly now. Both of you. Frank moved toward the door with rifle in hand. I will take first watch. Cole shook his head. You are slower when tired. I am slower when dead too. That is not an argument. It is to me. For a heartbeat, it looked as though they might circle into another contest of dominance. Then Cole surprised them both. Fine, he said. First watch together. Frank blinked once. You trust me that much? No. But I trust you to stay awake because guilt is chewing through your ribs. The older man snorted. You really do not know how to sound kind. Cole pushed aside the curtain just enough to scan the conservatory. Kindness is expensive too. Frank sobered. Maybe, but not always in blood. Cole did not answer. Hailey lay back on the cot while the two men took opposite sides of the door and settled into a wary stillness. From where she lay, she could see them in profile through the blue light. Frank, broad and weathered, still wearing the clean side in the angles of his posture even after the city had punished him for it. Cole lean and taut, like a line drawn under pressure, every sense bent outward into the dark. They should have looked like enemies forced into truce. Instead, they looked like two versions of the same hard instinct shaped by different worlds. The thought followed her as exhaustion finally dragged at her eyes. Just before sleep took her, she heard Frank say, very low, as if the words were meant for the darkness more than for Cole, when this is done, if we get out, I owe you more than thanks. There was a pause. Rain hissed softly overhead. Then Cole answered, just as low. Get out first. Count debts later. Hailey slept to the sound of that exchange and the patient blue pulse of the ember grubs, with the ruin of the city held back for a few fragile hours by blood, vigilance, and a command finally shared by the men strong enough to surrender it. Chapter 7. Morning arrived by degrees, not by light. The city never truly brightened on the dark side of the ridge. It only shifted from black to charcoal, from charcoal to a bruised gray in which broken towers became outlines and the ash hanging in the air took on a dim metallic sheen. When Hailey opened her eyes, she did not at first know where she was. The cot beneath her was narrow and hard. The ceiling above her had once belonged to a glass conservatory and now held a lattice of cracked steel ribs draped in black vine. Blue dots pulsed in hanging cages around the room like a scattered second sky. For a dazed second, she thought she was still trapped in the aircraft, watching failing panels flash warning lights through the smoke. Then the smell came back. Wet rot, bitter sap, cold stone, old blood burned by acid rain. It settled the memory into place at once. She turned her head and found Frank asleep in a chair against the far wall, rifle across his lap, chin tucked to his chest. He did not look like a man who usually slept sitting up. Even in exhaustion, there was a military economy to the way he held himself, as if discipline had soaked so deeply into his bones that it shaped him in unconsciousness. His face, rough and lined and cut by two shallow slashes the ash had carved into his cheek, had gone gray with fatigue. Cole was not in the room. That fact sent a quick stab of alarm through her before common sense caught up. The curtain over the door had been moved aside and reset. One of the cages near the entrance no longer hung from the beam overhead. The knife Frank had set on the crate beside his chair was gone. He was awake, then, working and watching and doing whatever kept people alive in a place where rest looked like a wager placed with loaded dice. Hailey pushed herself upright too fast and hissed at the pain that shot through her knee. The joint had stiffened in the night. Frank's eyes opened at once. He did not jerk awake. He simply surfaced, gaze sharpened, rifle half lifted before he saw her sitting there and let the barrel settle again. You moved, he said, voice hoarse. That is usually how mornings work. He stared at her for a second, then the corner of his mouth twitched. Good. That sarcasm means you are less likely to die before breakfast. I did not know that was an official medical standard. In my line of work, anything useful becomes official. He scrubbed a hand over his face and glanced toward the door. How is the knee? Still attached. That is one point in its favor. She eased her leg over the side of the cot and tested her weight. The pain was sharp but cleaner than it had been yesterday. Less of a deep, grinding agony and more of a furious protest from abused tissue. Someone had re-wrapped the brace around the joint during the night. She looked down at it, then over at Frank. You did that. He shook his head. The kid. Hailey looked back at the bandage. The knot securing it was precise, tight enough to hold, loose enough not to choke the circulation. He does not seem like the tender sort. No, Frank said. He does not. There was a quiet there, thin but present. It held all the things neither of them had yet decided how to say. The dead men from Frank's team. The aircraft burning in the basin below. The fact that their survival now depended on a stranger who looked too young to carry the authority he wielded and too damaged to have learned it gently. Hailey broke the silence first. Do you trust him? Frank considered the question instead of answering it on instinct. She respected him for that. I trust his competence, he said at last. I trust that he understands this city better than I ever will. I trust that he could have left us to die twice already and did not. He leaned back in the chair. As for the rest, trust is a word people from safe places use too quickly. That sounded almost like his voice coming out of your mouth. Frank gave a dry smile. I have had a humiliating amount of education in the last 24 hours. Before she could answer, the curtain shifted and Cole stepped inside, carrying the missing cage and 3 lengths of twisted metal wires slung over one shoulder. A sack made from stitched fabric and old hide hung at his hip. His coat and hair were wet with a fine gray drizzle. Ash clung to the moisture and made him look half sculpted from the city itself. His eyes moved over the room, taking inventory in one sweep. Hailey awake. Frank alert. Door intact. Grubs still glowing. No obvious blood on the floor that did not belong there yesterday. Good, he said. You are both breathing. That is becoming your favorite compliment, Hailey said. It remains relevant. He set the cage on the crate, untied the sack, and started removing fist-sized nodules the color of rusted copper. Their surfaces pulsed faintly with red veins. Eat before we move. Hailey stared. Those are food. They were food for something else first. Frank rose from the chair and crouched beside the crate. What are they? Ash caps before they open. Cole picked one up and split it with the tip of his knife. The skin cracked with a damp pop. Inside lay dense pale flesh marbled with orange oil. Steam breathed out, carrying a smell halfway between roasted root and hot metal. The soft stage lasts only a few hours after harvest. It tastes less terrible before the fibers harden. That is a powerful endorsement, Hailey said. Cole handed her half. You can starve with standards if you want. She took it. The surface was warm from whatever internal heat the thing still carried. Her stomach, which had spent most of the last day too frightened to remember hunger, suddenly tightened with need. She bit incautiously. The texture was strange, somewhere between potato and dense fruit, with a bitter mineral edge that made her tongue prickle. It is not good, she admitted. No, Cole said, but it is better than dying. He inclined his head as if pleased she had managed to arrive at the proper conclusion unaided. Frank ate without complaint. Soldiers, Hailey thought, would consume roofing tar if the right authority told them it kept them alive. Cole took the last split cap for himself only after they had both started. He chewed fast, gaze already elsewhere, mind clearly halfway into the next problem. Hailey watched his hands. They were scarred in layers old and new, with pale seams across the knuckles and one thick ridge along the heel of his left palm where a bad cut had healed years earlier. Not clumsy scars. Working scars. Survival scars. The kind that accumulated one decision at a time until a body became a ledger. You said we move, Frank said. Where? To a service spine that climbs toward the upper blocks. Toward extraction? Toward staying alive long enough for extraction to matter. Cole wiped his knife on a rag. The basin is a feeding ground now. The crash woke scavengers from 3 districts. The air still tastes of fuel. Larger hunters will come by midday. Larger than the wolves? Hailey asked. He looked at her. Yes. She found she did not want details. Cole finished eating and opened the stitched sack again. This time he removed 2 stoppered glass bottles and a lump of black resin wrapped in cloth. The odor hit the room before he even unfolded it. Hailey recoiled. That smell could strip paint, she said. It strips attention better, he replied. Masking sap. Frank rose. You mentioned it before. Cole nodded. You wear it, or you die louder. The predators in the lower city hunt by hearing first, smell second. The blind ones hunt by smell first, and the rest by whatever gives them the better chance. This confuses enough of them long enough to matter. Frank was already applying it to his neck and sleeves with the grim acceptance of a man who had spent years being told to rub worse things into his skin by medics with no bedside charm. Hailey followed more slowly. The sap was cold and sticky. The smell was atrocious, an assault of rot and spice and ammonia that made her eyes burn. "How do you stand this every day?" she asked. "I do not waste energy hating tools." Frank glanced at him. "You always this pleasant before sunrise?" "No. Sometimes I am quieter." That almost sounded like humor, or at least the rough edge of it. Cole turned to the hanging cages and reached for the nearest one. Up close, Hailey could see the creatures inside more clearly than she had the night before. They were the size of a man's fist and shaped like thick pale grubs plated with translucent amber along their backs. Blue light pulsed through veins beneath the plates in soft rhythms. Tiny hooks ringed their mouths. When Cole slid back the latch, they stirred at once, sensing him. Hailey remembered the line from yesterday. "Blood price." She watched his expression sharpen into something practical and hard. He took a shallow metal dish from the crate, held his left hand over it, and without ceremony drew the knife across the old scar in his palm. Blood welled at once, dark and thick. It struck the dish in glossy drops. Hailey had seen injuries before. She had seen people split open in industrial accidents during site inspections, had watched medics work on a man whose face had been torn by a pressure valve, had stood in a clean hospital corridor while surgeons rolled in blood products for an executive whose luxury transport had clipped a tower brace in a storm. Yet there was something in the matter-of-fact way Cole opened his own skin that landed harder than all of that. No drama, no hesitation, no witnesses needed. It was not a sacrifice performed for effect. It was breakfast maintenance for the lights. The grubs struck the dish as one, mouths opening and closing in rapid wet clicks as they fed. Frank's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Hailey saw it because she was staring at Cole and saw Frank in the edge of her vision. "That often?" Frank asked. Cole wrapped his hand with the rag one-handed. "Every day if I want them bright. Every other day if I want them weak and angry." "How many cages?" "Depends how much ground I need to hold." Frank looked at the 6 hanging in the room and then at the one Cole had just brought in. "That is a lot of blood." Cole tied off the cloth with his teeth. "It adds up." Hailey surprised herself by speaking before she had fully decided to. "There has to be another way." Cole glanced at her, not dismissive exactly, but carrying that same sharp edge he used whenever people from the bright side said things that sounded naive. "There are many ways. Most are worse. I am not saying you are doing it wrong. It sounds like you are. I am saying I know systems. If something needs a steady fuel source, there may be a way to change the delivery." He stared at her in silence. Rain whispered against the fractured roof overhead. Frank folded his arms. "She is an engineer." Cole's gaze stayed on Hailey. "I know what she said she is. She built half the reason Bright Horizon can keep pushing further into bad territory," Frank said. "Adaptive power systems, remote sensor rigs, field repair modules. Not all of it came from a boardroom." Hailey resisted the urge to look grateful. Frank did not strike her as a man who gave compliments lightly, and she did not trust the city enough yet to expose soft reactions where they could be used. Cole leaned back against the crate, considering her as if she were one more unfamiliar tool that might or might not cut the hand using it. "What would you change?" The question opened a gate in her. "At minimum, I could design a protected rack, so the cages hold still while feeding, and you keep your hand away from the mouths." The first stretch after they left the service chamber was steeper than it had looked on the scavenged map. The passage tilted upward around a freight spine whose inner gears had fused decades ago. Every few yards the floor changed under their feet, from metal grate to poured concrete to old utility tiles slick with mineral seep. Cole set a hard pace and then, after 20 minutes, abruptly slowed without explanation. Hailey recognized the reason one breath later. The air had changed. It carried a cleaner thread through the usual ash and rot, almost medicinal under the mold, and somewhere nearby water dripped into a metal basin in a patient repeating rhythm. Cole angled through a side hatch into a cramped clinic annex hidden between maintenance channels. It had once served tower workers who could not afford the polished hospitals in the upper light districts. Cabinets hung open, 2 exam chairs lay overturned. A cracked anatomy poster peeled from one wall in curling strips. Half the room had collapsed where a support beam had punched through the ceiling long ago, but one counter still stood, and so did a shallow sink fed by a root filtration line that threaded through the ruined plumbing. Frank took in the space at a glance. Rest stop. 5 minutes, Cole said. Get water, check wraps, and then move. Hailey leaned a hand on the counter and breathed through the ache in her knee and ribs. The clinic smelled less savage than the rest of the city, which somehow made it sadder. In a sealed tray beneath a broken cabinet, she found preserved gauze gone brittle with age and a row of old intake forms fused into a block by damp. Names still showed through the top sheet in faint blue ink. Ordinary names. People who once came in here for strained backs, infected cuts, stress headaches, and maybe arguments with supervisors. Not for mutilated bridge fights and blood-fed lantern insects. Cole filled a dented steel cup from the sink and handed it to her without comment. The water tasted metallic and cold. She drank too fast. Frank took the cup next and swallowed with the gratitude of a man too tired to disguise relief. Cole did not drink until last. Even then, he only took 2 mouthfuls before setting the cup aside and checking the seals on the converted cages. The movement tightened something in Hailey's chest. He never occupied the center of any comfort. He orbited it, measured it, rationed it, and stepped away from it before anyone could call it his. You keep doing that, she said. He looked up from the valve pin. Doing what? Making sure everyone else takes the good thing first. Frank's glance shifted between them, but he stayed wisely silent. Cole adjusted the cage latch. That is called math. No, Hailey said. Math is weight, distance, blood loss, and whether the bridge holds. This is something else. A shadow crossed his face so quickly she almost missed it. Out here, if the person in front takes first and worst at everything, the people behind stop trusting the person in front. Frank gave a short, dry laugh. I have known officers who could have used that lesson. Cole crouched by the sink and rinsed black blood from the outside of one reservoir. Most officers did not grow up in a city where being wrong was a meal for something else. Hailey watched the water pink and then darken as it ran down the cracked drain. You keep saying blood like it is fuel, tax, light, warning, and debt at the same time. It is. That is not normal. He lifted his eyes to hers. Nothing here is. She should have let it go. The chamber around them, the time pressure, the danger still creeping at the edges of every stop, all of it argued against pushing any farther. Yet the clinic, with its dead forms and rusted instruments and the faint ghost of old care in the room, made the question feel impossible to swallow. When you said blood price, she asked quietly, who taught you that word? Frank shifted one boot against the floor. Not impatient, simply bracing for whatever answer might come. Cole stayed still for long enough that the drip into the metal basin became a metronome. At last he said, no one taught it to me all at once. That sounds evasive. It is precise. He set the reservoir down. When the sun died, people tried to keep old systems alive with old ideas. Money, rules, ownership, schedules, permits, authority. Most of that lasted until the food rotted or the batteries died. Then blood became simpler. People bled to fight. They bled to heal. They bled because something bit them, or because they cut themselves on ruins, or because the ash opened their lungs from the inside. Then the grubs came and blood became light too. After that, anyone with enough blood to spend had power. Anyone with none to spend borrowed power from someone else. That is a price whether you write it down or not. Hailey let the words settle. How old were you? You keep asking questions that have sharp edges. That is because your answers keep hiding behind walls. Frank rubbed a hand over the stubble along his jaw. In fairness, walls are a reasonable hobby around here. Cole ignored the remark. He leaned against the counter, one shoulder still bleeding faintly through the bandage despite Hailey's work. 9 when the sky broke. 10 when I understood adults could run out. 11 when I learned the grubs fed brighter on blood than on carcass mash. 12 when I learned the blind packs could hear grief from too far away. The clinic seemed to contract around them. Hailey had known, in theory, that he had grown up in this. Knowing it as a number made it uglier. 9, 10, and 11 were ages that should have belonged to schoolyards, sulking, dares, and scraped knees, not supply arithmetic in a city drowned under ash. Frank's expression altered by degrees, hard soldierly reserve giving way to something more personal and more painful. You had anyone with you then? Cole's mouth flattened. Sometimes. The answer carried enough absence to tell them what sat behind it. Hailey leaned both palms on the counter to keep from reaching toward him with the kind of softness he would probably reject on sight. And now I have routes, he said. Supply caches. A few places. A few people who still breathe if the city has not taken them this week. Frank looked around the clinic with new attention. That girl in the office. Mira. Cole nodded once. You look after her. No. Frank raised an eyebrow. Cole gave him a tired, irritated glance. I leave food where she can find it. I move predators away if the noise is too near. I show her routes that do not kill her as quickly. That is not the same as looking after her. It is close enough for anyone not trying to win an argument with language, Frank said. For the first time in several minutes, the line of tension at the corner of Cole's mouth eased. Language matters. Not as much as actions. Actions become language if you survive them long enough. Hailey took that in with the same stunned fascination she had felt more than once around him. He said things like he had stolen philosophy from ruins and beaten it into a tool. She glanced at the converted cages. Then teach me the language that matters most right now. Cole followed her gaze. Listen first. Decide second. If a path looks safe, ask what has been using it. If a room looks empty, ask what taught the room to stay empty. If something wants you to hurry, ask who benefits from your speed. And if blood is on the floor, never assume it belongs to the dead. Frank nodded slowly. That last one I already understand. Hailey did too, though less deeply than either of them. She touched the reservoir bracket clipped to her pack. And the grubs? Cole's expression softened by a fraction. The grubs are easier. Keep them warm. Do not overfeed them. Hood the light if you need quiet. Never let them smell panic and fresh blood together unless you enjoy chaos. That sounds specific. It was. She smiled despite herself. You almost sound like a teacher. He looked genuinely displeased by the idea. That is insulting. Frank chuckled under his breath. The 5 minutes should have ended there, but the city granted them one more sliver of stillness. Rain rattled through the broken ceiling. The old clinic sink dripped. Frank checked the hall. Hailey rewrapped her cut hand. Cole tightened the strap on her shoulder harness because he noticed it had slipped, then stepped back before the gesture could become anything too recognizable. Thank you, she said. For the strap? For not leaving me in the crash. His gaze held hers, direct and unadorned. I almost did. She believed him. Why didn't you? He looked toward the cracked anatomy poster instead of at her. Because you were making too much noise to forget. Frank barked a brief laugh. That might be the worst compliment I have ever heard, and somehow it still counts as one. Cole pushed away from the counter. 5 minutes are gone. He moved to the hatch, but Hailey felt something shift in the room before he left. It was small. Not safety. Not even comfort. More like the first beam set across a gap. Enough to cross on if nobody looked down for too long. Frank rose and slung the rifle. Lead on, roof rat. Cole gave him a look. Say that again where Mira can hear, and she will think you are mocking a title. I am mocking a title. Yes, Cole said. That is why it will go badly. Hailey followed them out of the clinic annex carrying cold water in her stomach, blue light on her back, and a sharper understanding of the man moving ahead of her through the ruin. He was still impossible. He was still rude. He was still very likely one bad decision away from dragging them all into a new disaster. Yet now she understood one more dangerous thing about him. He had learned to keep people alive before he had any right to know how. Chapter 8. Dusk on the dark side of the ridge was less a time of day than a surrender. The gray in the air deepened until the city seemed to drink it. Windows that had reflected nothing all afternoon turned into blank sockets. The wet ash on the ledges lost what little sheen it held and became a skin of soot. Far below, channels of chemical runoff glimmered faintly where old transit trenches had cracked open and filled with luminous contamination. High above, where the skyline should have cut itself against the sky, Only layers of denser black suggested the shapes of towers stacked against the volcanic cloud. Cole moved through that growing dark as if he had negotiated terms with it years ago. Hailey followed at arm's length, one hand on the strap connecting her harness to his pack whenever the path narrowed. Frank brought up the rear with the rifle angled low, muzzle never still. The service spine shrank as it climbed. The walls closed in. Ceiling pipes hung lower. Twice they had to slide sideways past collapsed conduit or step over sections where the grated floor had given way to viewless drops vanishing into the building's core. No one spoke unless silence would have been more dangerous. At the first junction, Cole lifted a hand and crouched. Hailey froze at once. Ahead, through a slit where the corridor met a maintenance balcony, wind moved steadily from left to right, carrying threads of fine ash. Cole pinched a bit of the gray grit from the floor and released it. The particles flowed past them in a clean ribbon toward the outer wall. "Good," he whispered. Frank leaned close enough that his voice would not travel. Because our scent goes away from the bridge approach instead of into it." "How long does that hold?" Cole listened to the wind for a second as if it had answered a question only he knew how to ask. "Long enough if nothing changes." Hailey had learned that in Cole's world, that was considered excellent news. They pressed on. The maintenance balcony spilled into an upper service lobby half consumed by vine growth. Roots had split the wall panels and buckled the floor in ridges. A row of dead vending units leaned together at one side like drunks. One had been smashed open long ago. The contents inside had swollen and fused into black bricks. Cole paused beside the machines, ran his fingers across the dust, and held them up. Fresh marks cut through the ash. 3 parallel lines. Something had dragged claws or tools there within the last few hours. He pointed without speaking. Frank nodded once. Hailey's mouth went dry. The lobby ended at a steel access door hanging crooked on one hinge. Beyond it lay a narrow concrete run that opened toward the skybridge approach. Cole turned to them. His face was half hidden under the wrap across his lower features, but his eyes were clear and hard in the gloom. "From here, listen more than you look. The blind ones use clicks and echo. If you hear rapid answers coming back from ahead, they know we are here even if you do not see them." Hailey tightened her grip on the strap. "And if I hear that, drop low and stop moving until I tell you otherwise." Frank's voice remained level. "How many do you expect?" Cole looked toward the hanging door. "Enough." That answer had become a category of weather. He slipped through first. The run beyond was open to the air on one side where the wall had collapsed away, leaving only ribbed support beams and a 300-foot fall into the ash-hazed street grid below. Wind cut hard through the gap, carrying cold, damp grit that stung Hailey's face despite the cloth mask. The path bent around the exterior curve of the tower and widened into a staging platform littered with maintenance carts, snapped cable reels, and the rusted frame of an inspection lift. From there, she saw the skybridge. It connected their tower to the next one in a span of cracked glass and steel nearly 80 feet long. Once, it had probably been elegant. Its side walls were transparent, its ceiling arched, its floor patterned in alternating strips of metal and reinforced panels so people crossing could look down between their feet if they liked that sort of engineered thrill. Now half the glass was missing and the rest had gone opaque under years of ash etching. Several panels in the floor had shattered out entirely, replaced by nothing but darkness and the underlying support ribs. Vines hung from the ceiling braces. One end of the bridge sagged by several degrees. "It is still standing," Hailey said before she could stop herself. Cole glanced at her. "Do not sound surprised in front of it." Frank gave a grim little smile. "I was about to say the same thing." Cole moved to the platform edge and knelt behind an overturned maintenance cart. He studied the bridge for so long that Hailey's legs began to ache. Then he pointed. At first she saw nothing. Then a shape on the far side shifted. Another clung to the underside of the bridge arch. A third crouched behind a broken side panel, so motionless it had almost merged with the ruin. They were human in the most hostile possible sense of the word. Pale skin pulled tight over lean frames. Limbs elongated by malnutrition and adaptation. Heads shaved or hairless from disease. Eyes sunken and milked over white. Their ears looked wrong, larger and ridged, pressed close to their skulls as though the cartilage had thickened over time. Some wore strips of scavenged fabric. Others wore jewelry made from wire, bone, and machine parts. Every one of them held still with the patience of predators that did not need sight to know where a path would funnel prey. Hailey felt her breath catch in raw revulsion and pity. The pity burned away first. One of the creatures clicked softly. The sound bounced off glass, steel, concrete, and the open void below, returning in a dense weave of information Hailey could not read. But the figures on the bridge changed with it at once. Heads tilted, bodies angled. Cole sank lower. His hand cut down in a signal to stay still. The clicking stopped. Wind hissed through the bridge frame. Frank's mouth barely moved. They know something is off. Not enough yet, Cole breathed. Another click, farther away this time. Answering clicks from somewhere inside the tower beyond the bridge. Hailey's pulse thudded against the strap at her shoulder. The grub cage there responded with a faint, restless tapping. Cole turned and put 2 fingers lightly against the cloth hood over the cage, calming it with pressure as if that could settle both of them. "Do not let it make noise," he murmured. She nodded. He studied the span again, then the platform around them. His gaze landed on the inspection lift frame and the cable drum beside it. Hailey saw the idea happen in his face. "Frank," he whispered, "can you place a shot through that upper brace?" Frank followed the line indicated. A rusted support strut above the far third of the bridge had split almost through. "Probably. Do not fire until I say." Hailey leaned in. "What are you doing?" "Making the bridge lie about where we are." It was not reassuring. It was, however, interesting in the same ruthless way everything with him was interesting. Cole slid back from cover and crossed to the inspection lift on silent feet. From it, he removed a spool of thin maintenance line still wrapped around one axle. He fed the line through the broken drum brace, tied it to a loose section of hanging glass panel, and threaded the other end back to their cart. Hailey watched, understanding only when he set one of her unfinished sound makers beneath the panel and adjusted the tripped tongue against the wire. "Distraction," she whispered. His eyes flicked to hers. Useful answer. Then he was moving again, circling them along the platform wall until he reached a secondary access hatch half buried behind vine and corrosion. He levered it open a few inches. Cold air breathed out, carrying the stink of mold and old insulation. "Maintenance crawl," he said. "It rejoins the bridge at the midpoint under the floor." Frank frowned. "You found that fast." "I was here once." There was a story in that sentence. There were probably 10. None of them mattered enough to ask for right then. Cole pointed at Frank. "When the noise goes, they shift toward it. You fire at the brace. The shot masks our entry and makes them think collapse is starting where the sound came from." He looked at Hailey. "You go into the crawl after me. Stay on the beam, not the panels. If you slip, do not scream. I will pull you if I can." Frank raised an eyebrow. "And my instructions?" "Shoot, follow, and kill anything that comes through behind us." Frank nodded. "Clear enough." Cole touched the line and then looked at Hailey one last time. "Ready?" She hated that she was not. She nodded anyway. He pulled. The hanging panel slammed against the bridge frame with a shriek of fractured glass and metal. At the same instant, Hailey's device spat a sharp sequence of metallic clacks that ricocheted down the span. The pale figures reacted instantly, surging toward the false noise in a spidery rush. "Now," Cole hissed. Frank fired. In the enclosed upper lane, the shot was monstrous. The rusted brace burst. A chunk of overhead frame tore loose and crashed down across the far side of the bridge. Glass exploded outward in glittering sheets. The blind creatures shrieked and scattered, their clicks turning frantic and overlapping. Cole shoved the crawl hatch wide and dropped in. Hailey followed. The space inside was barely large enough for a person to move on hands and knees. Dust, insulation fluff, and old cable bundles clogged the channel. Beneath the narrow support beam under her palms yawned darkness through cracked floor panels. The bridge above trembled with impacts and scrabbling feet. Behind her, Frank came in with all the grace a large armed man could muster in a metal coffin. The hatch slammed shut. Cole crawled ahead at a speed that should not have been possible in such tight quarters. Hailey forced herself after him, knee screaming every time it banged against the beam. Her shoulder brushed tubing. Somewhere above, claws hammered across the floor. One struck so hard that a shower of glass grit rained through the seam beside her face. Clicks burst all around them now, magnified by the cavity. They know, she breathed. Cole did not turn. They know something. That distinction did not make her feel safer. The crawl dipped at the midpoint where the bridge sagged. The beam there had twisted. Hailey's boot slipped on slick rust, and her body pitched sideways toward the gap. Before panic could become sound, Cole's hand shot back and seized the front of her harness. He held her with one arm braced on the beam, muscles in his shoulders standing out hard under the coat. "Center," he said, low and fierce. She hauled herself back up, breath tearing in her throat. "I am trying. Try louder later." Then the beam under Frank groaned. All three of them froze. The sound was subtle and terrible, a slow complaining metal note that spoke of too much weight on a structure that had already spent years considering collapse. Frank muttered something impolite. This route was built for smaller people. Cole glanced back, then become humble. "How?" "Move like you owe the bridge an apology." Somewhere above them, a blind mutant dropped from the ceiling arch onto the shattered floor and began clicking rapidly just yards away. The sound was no longer confused. It was interrogating space. Cole pointed ahead. The crawl widened near a maintenance opening where missing floor panels left an upward route into the bridge proper. He drew one knife in reverse grip, planted himself beneath the opening, and listened. The clicking came closer. Hailey could see only a sliver of bridge through the seam, but that was enough to catch a pale foot pad silently in a place near the opening, toes spread wide for balance. Another shape landed beyond it. The first creature crouched. It was listening directly into the hole now. Cole waited until it lowered its head. Then he struck. The knife drove up under the jaw and through into the skull with sickening precision. The mutant convulsed soundlessly for half a second before Cole yanked it down into the crawl space on top of himself, clamping one hand over its mouth. Black blood drenched his sleeve. He twisted, shoved the body aside, and in the same motion caught a second pale face appearing at the opening. This time he slammed the blade through the eye socket and kicked upward hard enough to throw the corpse across the bridge floor. The impact triggered shrieks from three more creatures nearby. "Move," Cole snapped. He climbed through the opening into the bridge. Hailey followed into chaos. The interior of the span was a tunnel of shattered glass, wind, and echo. One side wall had half collapsed away, opening the bridge to the gulf outside. Ash blew through in violent gusts. The broken brace Frank had shot hung twisted above them, scraping sparks each time the bridge swayed. Pale figures darted between support ribs, climbing walls and ceiling as easily as level ground. Cole met the first one before it could orient. His knife opened the creature from collar to sternum in a single ripping line. He pivoted, caught another by the forearm as it lunged blind toward Hailey, and used its momentum to hurl it through a missing side panel into the darkness below. Frank hauled himself up behind them and fired once, the muzzle flash bleaching the bridge white-blue for an instant. A mutant on the ceiling burst backward, fingers releasing the beam as chunks of bone and black spray hit the arch. The shot deafened Hailey even through the ringing still left from the crash. She stumbled. Cole slammed his palm against the center of her back. "Move faster." She moved. They drove toward the far tower in a brutal, staggered rush. Cole cleared the front. Hailey ran the center as best she could with the belt line linking her to him. Frank covered the rear, firing only when a target was so close he could not miss in the confined dark. Each shot turned the tunnel into a camera flash of horror. Pale bodies leaping, broken teeth, claws on metal, Cole's face streaked with blood that was not his, Hailey's own hands outstretched for balance over holes where the floor had vanished. A figure dropped from above directly in front of her. It was female once, perhaps, though the idea of gender had been chewed into something feral and skeletal by years of adaptation. Wire charms hung from her neck. Her blind white eyes were fixed somewhere past Hailey's shoulder. Her mouth opened, and the click that came out was so loud and sharp it felt like an ice pick in Hailey's ears. Hailey reacted with the sound maker at her belt because it was the only thing in reach. She yanked the trigger wire, and flung it into the gap behind the creature. The device hit the bridge rib and exploded into a frenzy of metallic chatter. The mutant snapped its head toward the sound. Cole used that split second to drive his knife under its rib cage and wrench upward. The body folded. He shoved it aside without breaking stride. "That one counts," Frank barked from behind. "I did not kill it," Hailey shouted back. "You set it up. That counts in my book." A heavier impact shook the entire bridge. Something large had landed on the roof. The blind pack hissed and shifted. Even in their frenzy, they recognized rank. Hailey heard it in the change of their clicks, the way the rhythm tightened into deference. Cole heard it too. His head came up sharply. Faster. They were only 20 feet from the far tower entrance when the roof gave way. The thing that came through was not much larger than the others in raw height, but everything about it carried more age, more scars, more authority. Its shoulders were broader. The muscles in its arms stood out in rope bands. A lattice of thin bronze wire had been braided around one biceps and threaded with shards of mirrored glass. Its face was cut by old damage, one cheek torn away so the teeth showed permanently on that side in a grisly half-grin. The eyes were the same blind milk white, but the head movement was calmer, more deliberate. This one did not fling itself at noise. It listened to the pattern behind it. Its mouth opened, and a click rolled out so complex and rapid that the entire bridge seemed to answer. Every lesser mutant froze. Then they attacked together. Cole threw himself sideways into the first two, turning their rush into a pileup. Hailey dropped by instinct as claws slashed the air where her throat had been. Frank fired, and one body cartwheeled into the missing wall. Another vaulted over its falling companion and hit Frank chest high. The older man went down hard, rifle skidding across the floor. Hailey saw the decorated brute coming for Cole and understood at once that this was no random bridge lurker. This was the one directing the ambush. Cole knifed one attacker through the neck and spun just as the larger mutant crashed into him. The impact drove both of them into the support ribs. Steel screamed. Cole's blade hand was trapped. The brute's claws raked across his coat, opening fabric and skin beneath in 3 fast lines. He did not cry out. He drove his forehead into the creature's face instead. Black blood sprayed. The brute recoiled, more enraged than injured. Hailey seized the nearest object, which happened to be a broken metal handrail section, and swung with both hands at the head of a smaller mutant scrabbling over Frank. The bar connected with a dense crack. The creature slumped long enough for Frank to roll and ram a knife up under its chin. He came up on one knee, already reaching for the rifle. "Move to the door," he shouted. Hailey could not. Cole and the brute had locked the path. The larger mutant drove him backward toward one of the floor gaps. Cole braced on a support rib, kicked low, and bent the thing's knee sideways with a wet popping sound. Any human would have dropped. The brute only snarled and came harder, using pain like fuel. Its claws slashed again, one line across Cole's shoulder, one across his jaw, one along the outside of his thigh. Frank fired. The shot took a lesser mutant in the spine as it launched for Hailey. She fell anyway, hands skidding in blood and ash on the metal floor. A pale hand closed around her ankle. She screamed despite every instruction, twisted, and kicked with her good leg. Her boot connected with a face. Teeth snapped at the air inches from her calf. The creature dragged harder. The gap in the floor yawned beside her, open to the dark drop below. Then the grub cage on her harness broke free. The hood tore off as the strap snapped. Blue light flooded across the bridge in a sudden vivid pulse. Every blind head turned toward it. For one frozen, impossible second, the bridge became a chamber lit by underwater fire. The blue glow painted the pale bodies ghost bright. It threw Cole's blood across his face in dark streaks. It caught the mirrored glass woven into the brute's armband and sent cold sparks dancing over the ceiling. The mutant dragging Hailey released her ankle and lunged for the light. So did 2 others. Cole saw the opening before anyone else. He tore free of the brute's grip, snatched the hanging cable from the collapsed roof brace, and whipped it around the creature's throat from behind. He planted both feet against a support rib and hauled with every ounce of weight he had. The brute thrashed, claws gouging the floor. "Frank!" Cole shouted. Frank did not ask for clarification. He fired into the support joint above the brute's head. The already fractured brace exploded, dropping a slab of ceiling frame straight down. It crushed one shoulder of the larger mutant and pinned it for the briefest instant. Cole went under the falling metal instead of away from it. He drove his knife 3 times into the exposed side of the creature's neck, each strike so fast Hailey barely separated them. Black blood sheeted over his hands. The brute screamed, a horrible human-adjacent sound, and tore loose before he could finish it. It fled not backward but upward, vanishing through the roof breach with astonishing speed despite the mangled shoulder. The remaining blind mutants broke in confusion. Some went after the spilled grub light. Others followed their leader's retreat. One leapt through the side of the bridge and disappeared into the ash below. Another scrambled toward the far tower and collided with Frank's final shot. Then, as suddenly as it had erupted, the coordinated violence shattered into fragments. Inside, Cole snarled. They ran. The far tower entrance was a torn service vestibule, choked with fallen plaster and severed cables. Cole kicked a maintenance barricade down behind them as soon as they crossed the threshold. Frank wedged the rifle through the frame and fired twice into the bridge approach. The sharp answer clicks outside retreated, then circled, then faded into the wind. Hailey collapsed against the wall and realized she was shaking so hard her teeth rattled under the cloth mask. Her hands hurt. Her knee felt aflame. There was blood on her sleeves, on her palms, on the front of her jacket. Most of it was not hers. Frank turned in a tight circle, weapon tracking shadows, until he was satisfied nothing had followed them into the vestibule. Only then did he lower the gun and look at Cole properly. The sight wiped the last color from Hailey's face. Cole was still standing because, apparently, he had not consulted his injuries on whether they were allowed to matter yet. The cuts across his coat had soaked through. Blood ran from his jaw into the wrap at his throat. His left shoulder hung half an inch lower than the right. One hand remained clenched around the knife as if it had forgotten how to open. "You are hurt," she said, hating how obvious and inadequate the words sounded. "Yes," he said. It was absurdly calm. Frank stepped closer. "Sit before pride kills you faster than the city." Cole looked as though he intended to argue. His knees flexed. That decided it. He sank onto a broken equipment crate with all the grace of a tree, giving up after the trunk is mostly cut through. Hailey was already moving. Shock cleared out of her not because it lessened, but because action gave it a place to go. She ripped open the med kit pack with clumsy blood-slick fingers and started laying out what remained useful: pressure pads, antiseptic ampoules, coagulant gauze, sealing tape, 2 pain injectors, field sutures. Frank stripped off his outer jacket and shoved it against the worst tear in Cole's shoulder while Hailey cut the shredded coat away. Underneath, the damage looked angry and deep, but not immediately mortal. 3 slashes across the shoulder and upper chest. One along the thigh, one across the jawline that had missed his throat by no more than an inch. The scratches on his hands were a map of near losses. Hailey set her jaw. "Hold still." Cole's eyes lifted to hers, bright with pain and stubbornness. "Do not waste the coagulant on shallow cuts. These are not shallow. They are survivable. That is not the same standard." He opened his mouth. Frank pressed harder on the shoulder injury until Cole's breath hitched through clenched teeth. "Listen to the engineer," Frank said. "It is refreshing to hear someone else order you around." Cole glared at him with enough venom to pickle metal, but he stayed still. Hailey cleaned the cuts one by one while he sat rigid as cable. He did not flinch at the antiseptic even when it made the torn flesh in his shoulder tremble. He did flinch, barely, when she touched the gash at his jaw. She noticed because she was close enough to feel the heat of him, and because she had already become too aware of the ways he hid pain. "That one hurts more. It is on my face." "That is not an answer. It moves when I talk." Frank, checking the entrance, muttered, "A tragic development." Despite everything, a breath of laughter escaped Hailey. Cole shot her a look that might have been offended if he had not been bleeding across half the crate. She cleaned the cut more gently after that. When the shoulder was packed and sealed, Frank finally removed the jacket he had been using as pressure. It came away dark and wet. He glanced at it, then at Cole. You said larger hunters would come by midday. You neglected to mention the bridge had a commander. Cole leaned his head back against the wall, eyes shut for one dangerous second before he forced them open again. It was not there during my scout. Then it came when the scouts did not report back. Yes. Hailey taped the thigh dressing into place. So the ambush was organized because of us. Cole did not soften it. Yes. A cold knot settled in her stomach. Outside the barricaded vestibule, the wind dragged along broken glass. No clicks answered it now. That silence felt worse somehow. More deliberate. Frank retrieved the dropped grub cage from where it had snagged on a cable just inside the doorway. The little creature within still pulsed blue, agitated but alive. He reset the hood over it and clipped it to a support pipe. That light saved your life, he said to Hailey. And nearly got us all torn apart, she answered. Both can be true. Cole pushed himself upright a fraction. Nothing in this city saves you clean. That sentence sat with them for a while. The vestibule opened into a broader utility floor beyond. They could not stay where they were. The bridge entrance was too obvious, too close to the ambush site. Yet none of them were eager to move until the shaking had fully left their bodies. Hailey repacked the med supplies and glanced at Cole's shoulder. Can you walk? Yes. Frank gave him a flat stare. Can you walk well enough to keep us alive? Cole considered. Yes. That was probably the highest level of honesty available. They moved after 10 minutes, deeper into the tower. The utility floor led through maintenance rooms, an old data switch chamber, and a vertical access hall lined with locked cabinets stamped with company logos half-eaten by corrosion. Hailey noticed with an odd detached jolt that one logo belonged to a Bright Horizon subsidiary long absorbed and renamed before she even joined the corporation. The world below the ridge had not stopped merely at buildings. It had trapped time in pockets. At the center of the hall, they found a service room defensible on 3 sides with a narrow vent shaft and only one full entry. Cole called the halt. This room had once housed cleaning drones and maintenance stock. The drones lay gutted in corners. Shelves sagged under old chemical containers. A sink clung to one wall beneath a cracked mirror that reflected them in fragments when the grub light was lifted high. Hailey saw herself in one shard. Ash streaks, blood, hair half torn from its tie, and eyes wider than normal. She looked like a stranger trying to impersonate the version of her that had boarded the flight. Cole, catching the direction of her stare, said, "Mirrors are useless." She looked at him in the fractured glass. "You keep saying things like that as if the world owes you points for poetry." "It does not," he said. "It owes me none at all." Frank, lowering himself carefully against the far wall, said, "Now there is a sentence, I believe." Exhaustion deepened everything after the fight. Hailey finished retaping Cole's jaw where the seal had loosened during the climb from the bridge. Frank cleaned his rifle in silence. Cole examined the broken wire bracelet he had torn from the ambush leader's arm during the struggle. It held mirrored shards on one section, tiny machine teeth on another, and knots of blackened hair braided through the bronze. "What is that?" Hailey asked. He turned it over between bloody fingers. "Rank marker. Maybe bond marker." Frank looked up. "You can tell that?" Cole shrugged with his good shoulder. "Some packs decorate strength. Some decorate who belongs to whom. Sometimes both." Hailey thought of the larger mutant's deliberate clicks and the way the others had frozen at its signal. It did not sound like the others. No. What was it saying? Cole was quiet for a moment. "Many things. Hold position. Shift left. There she is. Mine." The last word pricked something at the base of her spine. Frank noticed. "You think that one was not just guarding the bridge?" Cole met his eyes. "I think it may have claimed the approach. I think it may also have decided the woman carrying bright blood and bright ideas through its territory belonged in its accounting." Hailey folded her arms, suddenly cold. "Bright blood." Cole nodded toward the grub cage. "Different scent, cleaner, and not city-fed." The grubs reacted fast. So did the blind ones. They noticed what does not belong. She hated how close that sounded to truth. Frank braced his forearms on his knees. "Then the bridge chief will come again." Cole looked down at the bracelet in his hand. Yes. No one asked whether he was certain. The answer had already settled in the room. Night, or what passed for it, deepened around the tower. Rain struck the outer shell in irregular bursts. The grub cage painted a blue crescent over the walls and their tired faces. Somewhere in the building, a distant metal clang rang out, followed much later by another, as if some buried mechanism still remembered motion and occasionally tried it again. Hailey should have slept. Her body begged for it. Instead, she sat with her back to the shelf unit and watched Cole from beneath half-lowered lashes while pretending to sort valves. He had stripped off the torn outer coat. Under the patched shirt and chest wrappings, his frame was all narrow muscle and old damage, not bulky but efficient, shaped by climbing, carrying, running, and fighting rather than any exercise machine in a controlled gym. New dressings crossed the old map of scars. He cleaned the knife in meticulous silence, then the cable hook he had nearly strangled the bridge commander with, then finally his own hands. He treated blood on tools with more patience than blood on himself. At some point he looked up and caught her watching. "Problem?" he asked. Hailey did not look away quickly enough to hide it. "I was thinking. That is often dangerous. I was thinking you almost died because of me." Frank's hand stopped on the rifle cloth. He did not interrupt. Cole set the knife down. No. I almost died because the bridge had an organized pack and because I chose the route anyway. You chose it because you were escorting me. I chose it because every route has teeth, and that one gave us a chance to reach higher ground." His voice remained calm, but there was iron under it now. "Do not make yourself the center of every bad thing that happens. The city was violent before you fell into it." It should have comforted her. Instead, it scraped at some older bruise inside. "Easy for you to say. You know how to exist here." His expression changed by a degree she would not have noticed yesterday. Now she did. Something in it was bleak and almost angry, though not at her. "No one knows how," he said. "We only learn the price of guessing wrong." The room went still. Frank resumed wiping the rifle with slow care. "That sounds like experience talking." Cole looked at the mirror instead of either of them. In the fractured reflection, his face was cut into mismatched pieces. "It is." Hailey realized, too late, that she had pushed against one of the hidden walls inside him. She softened her voice. "When did you learn it?" He was silent for so long she thought he would ignore her. Then he said, "When I was younger than I should have been. No details, just enough truth to leave a mark." Frank shifted his weight, old soldier instinct recognizing a line that could be approached but not crossed. "Rest," he said. "We all make worse choices tired." Cole inclined his head once and took first watch without debate. She surfaced once more sometime later, though she could not have said whether minutes or an hour had passed. The room remained dark except for the grub glow and the thin line of dimness leaking through the vent. Frank sat where Cole had been earlier, broad shoulders bent over the rifle, while he checked the action by touch rather than sight. Cole had moved closer to the doorway again, one hand on the frame, head slightly tilted as if he were listening not just to the corridor, but to the whole tower stacked around them. Neither man realized she was awake until she shifted. Frank looked over first. "Sorry," he said quietly. "Did not mean to drag you out of it." "You did not," Hailey murmured. "The city did." Cole gave a faint sound that might have been agreement. "It is good at that." Hailey pushed herself up on one elbow. Her ribs complained less than before, though less was still far from kind. "Anything outside?" "Movement," Frank said. "No push." 2 passes in the upper corridor, Cole added. 1 in the wall space. Small feet. Not blind. Hailey scrubbed a hand over her face. "You make that sound like normal traffic." "It is normal traffic," Cole replied. Frank set the rifle across his lap and studied the dim hood over the nearest grub cage. "We were talking about the next days, assuming there are next days." "That sounds cheerful." "It is practical," Frank said. "Which is the nearest thing to cheerful this place allows." Cole turned from the doorway and crouched beside a dead maintenance drone, using one finger to trace routes in the dust coating its shell. If the bridge commander is part of a bonded pair, the district does not cool after a death like that. It heats. The chief will not stay low. It will move through the signal lanes itself or send enough strength to feel like itself. Hailey felt sleep drain away. "Then why are we stopping at all?" "Because tired people miss sounds," Cole said. "Tired people step where floors lie." Tired people panic faster when the dark changes shape. He glanced at Frank. And tired soldiers start believing bullets solve things that the city barely notices. Frank accepted that with a grim half-smile. Fair. Hailey sat up a little farther. Tell me something useful, then. Not frightening. Useful. Cole considered her for a moment, then reached over to the pack holding the modified cages. He took out one of the spare reservoirs and handed it to her. Feel the seam. She ran her thumb along the join where the cap seated into the tube housing. All right. What do you notice? It is warmer than before. Yes. Body heat keeps the flow smoother. If the blood chills too fast, it thickens and the grub fights the line. If it fights the line, it thrashes. If it thrashes, it makes noise. Frank watched this exchange with a look that suggested he had not expected a lesson at midnight in a ruined service room. Hailey, however, found the detail calming. Real things helped. Systems helped. So I keep the spare against the inside of the pack instead of hanging it outside, she said. Cole nodded once. And if you have to change a valve under stress, turn with 2 fingers, not your whole hand. Whole hand force snaps the threads. Show me. He did. In the blue dimness, with Frank on watch and the city creeping around the walls, Cole guided her fingers over the small mechanism and made her repeat the motion until she could do it without looking. The lesson lasted only a minute. It settled her more than another hour of rest would have. Frank watched them, expression unreadable, then said, You know, in another life this would look almost domestic. Hailey let out a breath that was nearly laughter. You have a strange idea of domestic. Frank glanced at the barricaded doorway. My standards have fallen fast. Cole did not smile, but the line of his shoulders eased. Good enough. Low standards survive longer here. Hailey handed the reservoir back and lowered herself to the floor again. The room still smelled of resin, blood, ash, and old chemicals. It still felt like a place where anything at all could break through in the next second. Yet the lesson with the valve, absurd as it should have been, had given her something to hold in her mind besides fear. She closed her eyes once more while Frank resumed his quiet checks, and Cole returned to the doorway. This time sleep came in thinner layers, but it came. When she surfaced again, it would be to the murmur of men arguing softly about risk, leadership, and who was most qualified to drag the others through hell. Hailey did eventually sleep, but not for long and not well. Her dreams were made of clicking tunnels, blue light, and the sensation of blind faces turning toward her because something about her blood glowed wrong in the dark. Chapter 9. When Hailey woke the second time, the room was dark except for the grub glow and the thin silver seep of rain through the vent shaft. For one disoriented instant, she did not remember sleeping at all. She only knew her neck ached from the angle of the shelf, her knee pulsed in time with her heartbeat, and someone was speaking very quietly somewhere near the door. She stayed still and listened. Frank's voice came first, low enough that he was clearly trying not to wake her. You should let me take more of the forward risk today. Cole answered after a pause. No, you are injured. I am aware. Then stop acting as if your body is a rumor someone started about you. The scrape of fabric suggested Cole shifted position by the entry. If something comes at the front and you misread it by 1 second, we lose more than me. Maybe. Frank's tone sharpened. If something comes at the front and the shoulder tears opened because you insist on carrying half the city on it, we lose everyone. Another pause. Rain whispered beyond the vent. When Cole spoke again, his voice had gone flatter, more controlled, which Hailey was beginning to understand meant he was close to anger. You think I do this because I enjoy being in front? No. I think you do it because you do not know how not to. The quiet that followed felt dense enough to bruise. Hailey opened her eyes fully and turned her head just enough to see them. Frank sat on an overturned bin near the doorway, elbows on knees, rifle leaning against his shoulder. Cole was a shadow against the wall beside the entrance, one hand resting on the drawn curtain, profile hard in the grub light. Frank continued, carefully now. Kid, I have seen men like you in other places. Different wars, same damage. The useful ones become convinced the world stays standing only while they are touching it. Sometimes that is even true for a while. Then one day they discover flesh is not made of orders. Cole did not move. Do not call me kid. Frank's mouth twitched. There, that part sounds healthy. I mean it. So do I. Hailey had the sudden odd impression that this was how trust formed between men who were not built to admit they were building it. Through insult, refusal, and the shared witness of competence under pressure. She pushed herself upright. You realize I can't hear you, yes? Both men looked over at once. Frank exhaled through his nose. Then perhaps you can settle whether stubbornness counts as a renewable resource. Cole glanced at her knee. How bad? Still attached, she said, echoing yesterday. One corner of Frank's mouth lifted. Cole merely nodded as if the answer met a necessary technical standard. The room smelled of damp metal, stale sap, and the faint medicinal sting of last night's bandages. Hailey rolled her shoulders and reached for the pack containing the modified cages. What is the plan? Cole crossed to the center of the room and crouched beside a dirt-streaked maintenance map panel he had pulled from the corridor. He had cleaned enough grime off its face to reveal the rough layout of the linked upper towers. Lines and labels meant little to Hailey at first until he traced them with the point of his knife. This building, he said. The bridge behind us. 2 more upper connectors that still may hold. A roofline service run here, then a drainage cut around the ridge. If we make that far, we can reach the old observatory spine. Frank leaned in. That gets us closer to the Terminator line? Yes. Hailey followed the route as best she could, and farther away from the bridge pack. Cole's expression did not change. Not necessarily. Frank blew out a breath. Because now they know us. Yes. Hailey looked at the wire bracelet still lying beside the map. Even hooded, the grub cage cast enough light to make the mirrored shards wink faintly. You still think that one was a commander? Cole lifted the bracelet, turned it once, then set it back down. I think it was more than that. Because of the decoration? Because the others deferred before the attack. Because it wore mirrored glass on the left arm and machined teeth at the throat. Old pack signs. Frank frowned. Old according to who? Cole gave a tiny shrug with the uninjured shoulder. People who lived here before I did. Cannibals keep symbols. Not just random junk. Identity, territory, pair bonds, dead kin, victories. Different packs do it differently. Hailey stared. How do you know so much about them? The answer came without self-pity. Because ignorance gets eaten. No one improved on that. They prepared in silence after that. Frank checked ammunition and found he had less than either of them liked. Hailey reinforced the valve caps on the spare reservoirs, then rigged a second click device from stripped relay teeth and a coil spring. Cole packed the bracelet instead of leaving it behind. She noticed, but did not comment. When they finally moved, the hour was impossible to name. The dark side of the city had only shades of dimness and rain. They climbed 2 more service levels, crossed a roof access hall with the windows blacked over by ash, and emerged onto a maintenance terrace wrapped around the tower's upper flank. The wind hit them hard. Up here the city opened in brutal breath. Hailey could see ridges of buildings rolling away beneath the permanent cloud, their lower halves swallowed by ashfall, and their upper stories jutting like wreckage from a frozen sea. Far in the distance, beyond a jagged line of collapsed infrastructure and cliff debris, the mountain slope rose toward the ridge that separated this world from the light side. Nothing beyond it was visible. The dark cloud over the city formed a wall along the divide, dense enough to turn the ridge into a rumor. Cole did not let them linger. He led them along the terrace, ducking beneath cable trays and stepping over growths of black fungus blooming from the drainage seams. At the far end, a roofline service run stretched across the gap to the next tower, narrower than the bridge from last night and with no walls at all. Only a catwalk of grated steel bolted along the outer skeleton, handrails long since torn away by storms. Frank swore softly. You have a talent for routes I hate. I do not choose for comfort, Cole said. Hailey peered down through the grating and immediately regretted it. The drop disappeared into layers of gray-blown ash and jutting steel. Tell me this is short. Short enough. That is not a measurement. It is the only one that matters. She did not tell him that she was beginning to understand why his answers and her nerves were natural enemies. They clipped onto a safety line Cole had rigged from scavenged cable and began the crossing sideways, one hand on the upper support beam, boots testing each section of grate before trusting full weight to it. Wind shoved at them from the open void. Rain beat it on metal. Halfway across, the catwalk shifted with a low complaint. Hailey's stomach dropped. Frank, behind her, said with painful cheer, "Nobody mentioned that sound." Cole reached the far side first and anchored the line around a structural brace. He did not urge them faster. He simply watched every movement with the kind of attention that made failure feel embarrassing before it became lethal. When Hailey stepped onto solid platform again, her hands were numb from gripping the beam. She glanced at Cole and found him looking not at her, but at the city beyond, head tilted slightly. "What?" she whispered. He lifted a hand for silence. At first, she heard only wind. Then, faint and far below, a chain of clicks rose through the building canyons and bounced off glassless towers. Answering clicks came from somewhere to the east. Frank's expression darkened. "Signal line." Cole nodded. "The bridge pack is talking. Can they tell where we are from that?" Hailey asked. "Not exactly, but they can narrow what they need to search." A fresh thread of fear drew tight in her gut. The city was becoming less random. Random violence could at least be outrun. Coordinated violence had patience. They entered the next tower through a roof machinery room where dead turbines sat beneath skins of rust. From there, they descended one level into an upper atrium open through 7 floors. Hanging planters had fallen and fused into a mound of roots and mineral crust in the center. The walls were lined with narrow office fronts, most of them sealed, some hanging open with dark interiors beyond. Cole stopped at the atrium edge and listened. "This is bad," he said. Hailey almost laughed at the understatement. "Because it is open? Because sound runs well here. Too well. We have to cross and exit on the south side." Frank scanned the offices. "Can we go around?" "No. The side halls are collapsed." That ended the discussion. They moved along the perimeter instead of crossing the atrium center. The floor underfoot had once been polished stone. Now it was rough with grit and cracked by root pressure. Every step wanted to echo. Cole showed them how to place their feet near the wall seams where mold and dust softened the contact. Hailey copied as best she could. Frank, larger and heavier, seemed to place each step with deliberate humility exactly as instructed. It would have been funny in another world. Here it was admirable. Halfway around the atrium, Hailey glanced down into the central mass of roots and sawbones. Not one skeleton, but many, tangled through the root mat. Some still wore strips of clothing or old ID lanyards turned dark with age. One skull had a line of drill holes across the crown where some long-ago scavenger had strung it for decoration before dropping it here. She tore her gaze away. Cole noticed anyway. "Do not feed the place with attention," he murmured. "That phrase should not make sense," she whispered back. "It does here." An office door ahead clicked open by a fraction. All 3 of them froze. The gap widened. Very slowly, a hand appeared around the frame. Not pale and transformed like the bridge pack, but human, dirty, thin, and shaking slightly. Then a face peered out. It belonged to a girl perhaps 14 years old, maybe older if malnutrition had stunted her growth. Her hair was hacked short with a dull blade. Her skin was gray under the ash. One eye looked normal. The other had clouded over to a pearl haze that did not quite focus. She wore a coat made from 3 different garments stitched together with wire. In her hands, she held a spear tipped with sharpened rebar. Hailey's heart lurched. The girl's gaze skipped over Frank's rifle, landed on Cole, and something like recognition tightened her features. Not relief. Respect laced with fear. "Roof rat," she whispered. Cole's face hardened in a way Hailey had not seen before. "Mira." The girl's one clear eye flicked to Hailey and Frank, then back to him. "You brought Sun People high." "Move back inside," Cole said. "There are hunters below." "I know. More than before." Her voice stayed thin and urgent. "A whole clan moving north. The chief calls." Frank looked sharply at Cole. "Chief." Cole did not answer him. He took one step toward the girl. "How long?" She hesitated, then lifted 3 filthy fingers, folded one down, and showed him 2. 2 hours? 2 levels? 2 packs? Hailey could not tell. Cole understood. "You saw the marks?" Mira nodded quickly. "Fresh on the vent walls. Glass, teeth, and hair. The bracelet in Cole's pack suddenly seemed to gain weight in the air. Hailey lowered her voice. "Who is she?" "A survivor," Cole said. Mira hissed softly at that. "Not for long if you stand in the open." Cole's jaw tightened. "Go to the old pharmacy and stay hidden until the calls stop." The girl gave a jerky shake of the head. "Pharmacy burned. When? 3 rains ago." For the first time, real shock crossed his face. Brief and quickly buried, but unmistakable. "Then take the vent crawl under the archive floor. Too many rats. Alive rats or dead you." She bared her teeth in something like a humorless grin. "Alive rats, maybe." Frank had gone very still. Hailey realized he was watching Cole with the same surprise she felt. Here was another version of him. Not merely feral guide, not merely hunter, but someone known. Someone whose existence had crossed other lives in this buried city. Myra's focus snapped to Hailey's shoulder where the hooded grub cage hung. She sniffed once, suspicious and hungry at the same time. "That blood is not city blood." Hailey fought the urge to step back. Cole shifted subtly between them. "Enough." Myra's face blanked at once. She looked at him the way creatures looked at stronger creatures when boundaries mattered. "I only said true." "I know." His tone softened by a hair. "Run, Mira." She vanished back into the office and was gone before Hailey reached the doorway. The room beyond had a broken window, a nest of blankets, and an exit route through a ventilation shaft panel already hanging open. Frank exhaled slowly. "You never mentioned there were other sane people living in this place." Cole resumed moving. "You never asked." "That is a hateful defense." "It is efficient." Hailey hurried after him. "How many are there?" Cole did not answer at once. When he did, his voice carried a weight that made her stop pressing. "Fewer every year." That was all. The south exit opened into a sloping corridor lined with old art installations sealed behind cracked glass. Sculpted metal leaves twisted in the cases. Water stains bled down the walls like smoke. Cole set a faster pace now, pain clearly biting deeper with every stretch of ground, yet not slowing him enough to matter. Frank stayed closer than before, watching his blind side without comment. The corridor emptied into a service stair that climbed to the drainage cut Cole wanted. It should have been clear. It was not. The first sign was smell. The masking sap blanketed the worst of their own scent, but it did nothing to stop foreign odors from reaching them. Hailey caught it halfway up the stair. Wet fur. Old blood. Rot sweetened by fungus. Not the bridge pack. Something muskier, lower. Cole stopped dead. Frank nearly ran into him. "Wolves." Frank breathed. Cole listened, head tilted. "No." Then the scrape came from above, slow and heavy and deliberate. A shape descended into view at the stair turn. It was human-shaped in the broadest possible way and wrong in every detail that followed. Taller than the blind mutants, thicker through the torso, skin patched with fungal growth along one side of the neck and scalp. One arm had swollen with some old deforming infection until it hung almost to the knee, the hand ending in a fused club of bone and nail. The face retained eyes, but one had collapsed inward under a film of scar tissue. The other watched them with muddy intelligence. It wore the remains of layered security armor bolted together with wire and strips of plastic paneling, turning its chest into a crude shell. Hailey felt the instinctive revulsion of seeing a person twisted into a new species, and then the secondary horror of understanding there was still a person in there somewhere, making choices. The brute's nostrils flared. It bared dark teeth. Cole whispered, "Back." Too late. The thing roared and charged. The stairwell exploded into violence. Frank fired first. The rounds hit the chest shell and glanced, sending sparks and fragments into the walls. Cole lunged sideways, avoiding the swinging club arm by inches, and drove his knife behind the creature's knee. It staggered but kept coming, momentum plowing straight into Frank and slamming both of them against the rail. The old stair groaned alarmingly. Hailey flattened herself against the inner wall and reached for the only thing on her belt besides the remaining click device, a short utility spike she had sharpened from scrap. It felt absurd in her hand next to the monster filling the stair. Cole was already climbing the rail itself, using the wall for leverage. He bounded up 2 steps, seized a loose cable loop hanging from the ceiling, and dropped it over the brute's throat from above. Eyes, he snapped. Hailey did not think. She moved. The utility spike drove into the good eye with a wet crunch. The creature bellowed and flung one arm wildly. The backswing caught Hailey across the ribs and threw her down the steps. She hit hard enough to see white. Frank shoved off the rail, grabbed the cable with both hands, and heaved backward. Cole braced from above. The noose bit deep. The brute clawed at its throat, blind now, stumbling in a frenzy that finally made its armored chest twist sideways. Frank jammed the rifle muzzle under the overlapping plates and fired upward. The back of the creature's neck burst in black ruin. It toppled down the stair, missing Hailey by inches, and wedged across the steps, twitching. For 3 full breaths, nobody moved. Then Frank hauled the corpse by one shoulder far enough to clear a path and looked at Hailey. Talk. She sucked air through pain and managed. Ribs hurt. Nothing feels broken. Cole crouched over her with his jaw set hard, one hand already pressing lightly along her side to test. This, she hissed. He moved 2 inches. This, less. His palms spread over her lower ribs, warm even through the jacket. Bruised, maybe cracked, but not displaced. Frank eyed him. You doing surgery by touch now? Cole stood. No, I am doing what amounts to guessing by experience. That continues to be a terrible sentence to hear. Hailey took Frank's offered hand and got herself upright. Pain flared, but Cole had called it right. Bad, not catastrophic. They climbed over the corpse and continued, because of course they did. There was no alternate world in which they rested beside it and recovered properly. Hailey suspected that truth more than anything was what defined the Dark City. Damage did not pause the timetable of danger. The drainage cut turned out to be a half-open trench running along the outer shell of the tower cluster where storm channels had once carried water toward filtration cisterns. Years of collapse had widened it into a jagged route between structures, part gutter, part ledge, part debris chute. It sloped gently upward toward the ridge. Cole liked it immediately. Wind covers us here. Frank looked at the narrow exposed path and the broken concrete teeth jutting from the drainage walls. It also kills us if we slip. Yes, Cole said. Those are not competing qualities. Hailey almost smiled despite the pain. She was becoming alarmingly used to his logic. They made good time for nearly an hour. Better time than Hailey expected, better time than Cole's injuries should have allowed. The trench bent around tower bases and crossed gaps on fallen utility beams. Wind pushed runoff past their boots in dark streams. Above them, the overhanging architecture blocked most skyward sound, so the city's distant clicks and howls came muffled and distorted. Then they found the marks. 3 mirrored shards wedged into a crack in the concrete wall. Below them, wired into the stone with metal teeth, hung a braid of black hair. Frank stopped first. That looks deliberate. Cole said nothing. He crouched close without touching. His face had gone very still. Hailey felt the skin along her arms lift. It found our path. It marked our path, Cole corrected. Same difference. No, he finally looked back at them. Finding his hunt. Marking is ownership. Frank's mouth tightened. You are sure this is the same one from the bridge? Cole opened his pack and removed the bracelet taken during the fight. He held it beside the marker on the wall. The wire pattern matched. The machine teeth were the same shape, filed from industrial gears, and polished by repeated handling. Yes. Hailey's throat went dry. It followed us injured. It sent sign ahead while it tracked. How? Cole stood. Runners and echo lines. Anyone bonded to it answers. The idea of a whole pack network moving through the city because of one fight on one bridge made the trench suddenly feel far too narrow. Frank chambered around. Then this is no longer about crossing another tower. No, Cole said. Now it is about breaking a pursuit before it grows teeth in front of us too. Hailey thought of the girl in the office, Mira, and the way she had said the chief calls. You called it a chief? Cole hesitated, then nodded once. Not the chief. A mate, maybe. A favored hunter. Important enough to wear mirrored glass. Frank stared at the wall marker. And if it is a mate? Cole's expression went grim in a way she had not seen before. as if the city had just pulled an older memory up through him by the throat. Then killing it becomes more than survival. Then it becomes vengeance, Hailey said. He met her eyes. Yes. The words seemed to lower the temperature around them. They left the marker in place and pressed on, but the trench no longer felt like shelter. It felt like a corridor inside a living hunt. Every broken beam became a lookout point. Every drainage pipe became a mouth. Hailey kept hearing clicks where there were only drips, claws where there was only sliding runoff. At one turn of the trench, Cole halted and lifted a hand. Across the gap ahead, perched on a concrete lip 20 feet above them, stood the decorated hunter from the bridge. The mirrored shards braided into its armband caught the grub glow and flashed like cold stars. Its mangled shoulder had been lashed with wire and cloth. Black crust sealed the injuries at its neck where Cole's knife had gone in. One side of the face was swollen from the forehead strike, but the mouth still held that same terrible half-exposed grin of broken cheek. In one hand it held a spear fashioned from rebar and sharpened machine blades. Around its throat now hung a second ornament Hailey had not seen before, a strip of fabric stained dark and threaded with tiny polished bones. The hunter clicked once. Answering clicks came from somewhere behind them and somewhere farther upslope. Frank cursed. "We are boxed." Cole's voice dropped to a hard quiet. "Not yet." The decorated hunter did not rush. That was the worst part. It stood above them, blind gaze fixed not on sight but on certainty, and let them understand that the trench, the markers, the echo lines, all of it had not been random pursuit. It had been arrangement. Then it moved. It came down the wall almost faster than Hailey could track, feet and hands finding holds invisible to her. Cole surged to meet it before it reached level ground. Their collision sounded like a hammer striking wet leather. Frank fired at the same instant, but a pale figure behind him lunged from a drainage pipe and knocked the barrel aside. The shot blew chunks from the concrete lip instead of the hunter's spine. The trench erupted into converging bodies. 3 lesser cannibals dropped from the upper ledge. 2 more rushed from the rear bend. Frank grappled with the one on his rifle, smashing its face into the trench wall until teeth broke loose. Hailey ducked a spear jab from the side and drove her utility spike into a lunging throat with blind desperation. Black blood hit her hand hot and slick. Cole and the decorated hunter moved like enemies who had already started this conversation elsewhere. It used the rebar spear in short, brutal thrusts meant not just to kill, but to hurt him where the trench narrowed. Cole fought inside the weapon's reach whenever he could, knife flashing at the wrists, ribs, and damaged shoulder. The hunter gave up ground with cunning instead of fear, drawing him 3 steps upslope and 1 to the side, always trying to force the fight over the drainage edge where footing failed. Hailey saw it happen half a second before Cole fully did. The ground behind him dropped where runoff had eaten away the concrete from underneath, leaving a crusted lip over emptiness. "Cole," she shouted. The decorated hunter heard the warning and changed target instantly. It broke from Cole with a speed that made the move feel less like turning and more like vanishing from one place and appearing in another. One moment it was locked with him near the drainage edge. The next it was hurtling straight at Hailey, spear angled for her chest. She got one hand up. That was all. The impact drove her backward into the trench wall. Air blasted from her lungs. The spearhead punched through her jacket and bit the concrete inches beside her ribs instead of into them only because the point had glanced off the utility harness buckle at the last second. The decorated hunter crowded in, using its body weight to pin her. Its face came close enough that she smelled rot, blood, and the bitter resin rubbed into its skin. Up close, the mirrored shards in its armband were not random after all. Some were polished pieces of cosmetics glass. Some were old compact mirrors. One was part of a signal reflector, all scavenged from the world of light and vanity and ceremony, woven into this nightmare like trophies of a civilization it despised and coveted at once. The creature clicked softly, almost intimately, its ruined mouth inches from her throat. The message was simple and possessive, the closest word in Hailey's mind being mine. She did not know how she understood the intent. Perhaps she did not. Perhaps terror translated everything into simple words. Still, the meaning hit her with sick certainty. Frank roared somewhere behind and to the left. Another shot went off. The decorated hunter did not even twitch. Cole hit it from the side with enough force to crack the spear shaft in half. The blow tore Hailey free, but sent all three of them crashing into the drainage wall. The decorated hunter twisted mid-fall, claws ripping across Cole's already damaged shoulder. He made a harsh sound this time, more breath than voice, and drove his knife toward the throat. The hunter caught his wrist. For a second they locked there, bodies straining, faces inches apart, each reading the other through touch and sound and rage. Hailey saw the difference then. This was not just predator and prey anymore. It was challenge and territory. The decorated hunter had chosen its enemy and was committing in a way she could feel even without understanding the full language of the pack. The creature's free hand shot toward Cole's face. Hailey moved before thinking. She yanked the hood off the grub cage on her harness and shoved the blazing blue light straight into the hunter's damaged cheek. The creature shrieked and recoiled, not blinded by sight, but driven into sensory confusion by heat, smell, and sudden nearness. Cole tore his wrist free. The knife came up under the jaw. The hunter twisted. The blade missed the skull by an inch and ripped through the side of the neck. Black blood fountained. Still it did not die. It lunged again, maddened now, and would have driven them both over the drainage edge if Frank had not crashed into its back with all the mass of a trained soldier who no longer cared about elegance. The three bodies slammed together. The hunter lost footing on the runoff slick lip. Cole used the moment. He planted one boot against the trench wall, drove upward, and rammed the knife with both hands straight through the soft gap beneath the creature's chin and into the brain. The decorated hunter went rigid. Its claws opened. Its mouth hung slack in that ghastly broken grin while black blood pumped over Cole's hands and wrists and onto the concrete between their boots. Then, slowly, its weight collapsed. For a heartbeat, no one moved. The lesser cannibals still alive in the trench hesitated at the death click that burst from their leader's throat as the body hit the ground. It was not a sound Hailey had heard before. It rolled through the drainage cut in a pattern so jagged and final that even she understood it as ending. The pack reacted with a violence that was almost grief. One hurled itself at Frank in blind fury and caught a knife through the mouth for the effort. Another scrambled backward upslope, emitting rapid fractured clicks that echoed into the city. A third snatched at the dead hunter's armband, and then fled into a side pipe carrying a strand of mirrored wire away in its teeth. Cole surged to his feet. Kill the runner. Frank swung the rifle and fired into the pipe opening. The shot blew concrete dust and black spray out the far seam. But whether he hit the fleeing shape cleanly, Hailey could not tell. Silence slammed down afterward. Not true silence. Rain, wind, runoff, distant clicks. But silence compared to the fight. Silence big enough to let breathing sound enormous. Hailey pressed herself against the wall and realized she was still clutching the grub cage so hard her hand had cramped around the wire. Frank bent over, palms on knees, blood and runoff dripping from the muzzle of the rifle. "Tell me," he said between breaths, "that this one is not getting back up." "It is dead," Cole said. He stood over the body without triumph. Something in him had gone colder. Hailey forced herself upright and stepped closer despite every instinct telling her not to go near what had nearly pinned her to the wall and claimed her as if she were an object. In death, the decorated hunter looked both smaller and somehow more dreadful. The hardness had not left the body yet. The mirrored armband still glimmered. The strip of bone charms at the throat lay twisted under the dead jaw. Cole crouched beside it and pulled back the layers of scavenged fabric crossing the chest. There, woven into a harness of wire and hide, hung a cluster of jewelry unlike the rest of the pack's crude trophies. Not random scrap, carefully chosen pieces. A silver ring crushed oval by age. A delicate chain carrying 3 tiny polished stones. A bent pendant shaped like a flower. A child's enamel charm in the form of a yellow bird. Half of a locket with the hinge broken away. They were bright-side things. Pretty things. Personal things. Hailey felt sick. "Those are from kills." Cole touched the chain with one blood-slick finger and shook his head. Not just kills. Frank crouched on the other side, expression grim. You recognize the arrangement. Cole's voice had gone dangerously quiet. Yes. He lifted the broken locket. On the inside, protected all these years from ash by the folded metal, remained a tiny blurred image of a woman laughing in some vanished sunlight. The face was too faded to identify. The gesture did not matter. It was intimacy made object. Hailey looked from the jewelry to the mirrored band. Mate, she said. Cole set the locket down with extraordinary care, as if roughness now would be disrespectful to more than the dead creature deserved. Chief's mate, he said. Or one of them, but favored above the others. See the glass here, the bones here, the keepsakes at the heart. The rank sits on the arm. The bond sits on the chest. Frank's jaw hardened. And you just killed it in front of witnesses. Yes. The word landed like a stone dropped into deep water. Hailey stared at the dead body. I did not even know these packs had anything like mates. They have everything people have, Cole said. Only changed by hunger. Frank looked down the trench where the runner had vanished. Then the escaped one carries news straight to the chief. Cole rose. Blood ran from the reopened cut in his shoulder, unnoticed. Yes. And the markers, the calls, the ambush, Frank said, piecing it together in real time. This was not random pursuit after the bridge. This was recovery. Search for the mate. Cole met his eyes. Yes. Hailey felt the trap close conceptually before it could close physically. That means it is not over because we escaped. It is just beginning because we did not. Cole looked at her then, and what she saw in his face was not fear exactly. It was recognition. The kind that comes when a bad truth finally puts on its full shape. The city will carry this death farther than our footprints, he said. The chief will not only hunt for food now. It will hunt for answer. Frank stood. Then move. Talk while moving. That snapped the moment back into motion. Cole stripped the mirrored arm band and the chest keepsakes from the body in one efficient sequence. Hailey recoiled. Why take them? Because leaving them lets the chief know exactly where the body fell and who found it. Taking them insults and confuses both. Frank grimaced. You are stealing mourning tokens. I am stealing leverage. Cole wrapped the items in cloth and shoved them into his pack. It is ugly. That does not make it wrong. Hailey wanted to argue. The words died when she looked once more at the dead hunter and remembered its breath at her throat, the cracked whisper of possession in that final close click. They moved. Now speed mattered more than silence. The trench no longer hid them. It announced them. Cole drove them upslope at a punishing pace, choosing every split with instinct that bordered on savage intuition. Twice he doubled back through runoff curtains to break scent. Once he cut through a maintenance culvert full of mineral sludge knee-deep enough to numb Hailey's legs. Frank never complained. He only kept watch to the rear and reloaded while walking. Behind them the city began to answer. Not one howl, but many, as clicks cascaded from tower to tower. Some high and rapid, some low and rolling, some so distant they sounded like pebbles flicked into metal bowls. The pattern spread outward in widening bands. Hailey could feel it physically in her chest before she understood with her mind that this was communication at scale, full of alarm, summons, and grief. And somewhere beneath all of it, perhaps imagined and perhaps terribly real, a deeper voice called once and then again from far below the ridge. Frank heard it too. That is not the bridge pack. No, Cole said. The chief. Yes. There was no satisfaction in being right. They reached the observatory spine just as hard rain began in earnest. The structure had once been part scientific outpost, part luxury vantage for executives wanting to watch the dead city from above while pretending that distance made it manageable. Its outer dome had long since collapsed, but the central service shaft remained intact enough to climb. Cole hauled open the maintenance hatch and pushed Hailey through first. Inside, the vertical space smelled of rust and bird droppings and old ozone. Ladder rungs climbed into darkness. Platforms circled the shaft at intervals. Somewhere high above, wind moaned through the broken dome. Frank sealed the hatch behind them while Cole listened to the rain drumming on the metal shell. Up, he said. They climbed. Hailey's ribs complained. Her knee screamed. Her hand slipped twice on wet rungs. Each time Frank's palm hit her boot or belt to steady her before she lost purchase. Above, Cole climbed one-handed with the ease of a man who had spent half his life moving vertically because the horizontal world was too crowded with teeth. They stopped at the third platform where the shaft opened into a ring chamber lined with smashed control consoles and observation ports. From here, Hailey could see through the broken dome segments to the city below. Lights moved in the darkness. Not electric lights. Hundreds of cold blue pulses, drifting and gathering in lanes through the ruins like constellations broken loose and spilled across the streets. Grub cages, pack markers, hunters moving with their own lanterns. "Oh God," she whispered. "No," Cole said, looking out over the spread. "Just hunger." The answer would have sounded cruel from anyone else. From him it sounded like taxonomy. Frank stood beside the broken port and let the scale of it sink in. They are mobilizing. Yes. Because of one death. Because of this death. Cole untied the cloth around the mirrored band and the chest keepsakes and looked down at them. Rainwater from his sleeve dripped onto the metal flower pendant. The chief's mate. The phrase settled heavily in the chamber. Hailey came closer despite the pain. In the blue pulses below and the thin reflected glow from their hooded cage, the keepsakes looked heartbreakingly ordinary. Objects from kitchens and birthdays and lovers and children. Tiny relics of a softer world carried at the heart of a creature who had tried to pin her to concrete and claim her with a click. That contradiction was almost harder to hold than the violence. Frank's voice dropped. "What happens now?" Cole wrapped the keepsakes again and stowed them deep. When he looked up, the boy from the prologue of some softer life was nowhere in him. The survivor was there. The strategist. The thing the city had made because it kept trying to kill him and failing. "Now," he said, "it stops being a journey to the ridge." The blue lights below multiplied, dividing into lanes, spreading like veins waking under stone. Cole looked out over them and gave the truth the shape it deserved. For a long moment after Cole spoke, none of them moved. The chamber high inside the observatory held the city in broken pieces through its shattered ports. Blue pulses drifted below like veins awakening in a buried beast. Rain struck the ruined dome with soft, arrhythmic taps. The light from their hooded cage trembled over consoles, wires, and dust. Hailey could hear Frank breathing to her left, measured and controlled. She could hear Cole not breathing at all, which was somehow more unnerving. The word war should have belonged to governments, maps, columns of armored vehicles, command tents, and official broadcasts. Yet looking down at the city answering the death of the chief's mate, Hailey understood why he had chosen it. Hunt was too small. Pursuit was too passive. Revenge was only part of the shape. This was a system waking up against them. Frank was the first to speak. "All right," he said, voice low and practical. "If we use that word, then we stop pretending we are still just escorting a civilian to a pickup point." Cole turned from the view. "We stopped pretending in the trench." "Good," Frank replied. "Then let us say it clean. What does war in this place actually mean?" Cole studied him for a heartbeat and then answered with the same stripped precision he used for routes and injuries. "It means they stop reacting and start arranging. It means scouts move ahead of the main pack and mark air lanes, drains, and bridge mouths. It means noise becomes bait. It means empty rooms are suspect because they are left empty on purpose. It means anyone who helped us becomes vulnerable if we pass too near them again. It means the chief will spend bodies to learn our habits." Hailey folded her arms against a shiver that had nothing to do with cold. "Bodies," she repeated. "Yes. You make that sound cheap." Cole's expression did not alter. "To the chief, they are. I can make trip lines that do more than warn. I can help choose where structures are weak and where they can be made weaker on purpose." She lifted her chin a little. "And I can learn fast if somebody stops deciding I am breakable every time I open my mouth." Cole's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in concentration. "You are breakable. So are you." Frank made a quiet sound that was almost a laugh and almost a wince. Hailey took one step toward Cole, ignoring the complaint from her ribs. "That is my point. Breakable is not the same as useless." Silence stretched. Below them, a new cluster of blue lights shifted west and divided along two ruined streets. one line faster than the other. Cole watched them for a second, then looked back at her. "Fine," he said. "Then your rule is this. You are not cargo. You are also not allowed to prove that by doing something spectacularly stupid without telling me first." The answer was so perfectly him that her anger and relief tangled together. "That sounds less like a rule and more like a personal request." "It is both." Frank folded his arms. "Good enough. We have our first three. We do not spend people cheaply. We stop treating Hailey like a package with opinions. And nobody does anything spectacularly stupid alone." Cole lifted a brow. "That last one sounds aimed at all of us." "Yes," Frank said. "That is because I have met all of us." For a second the chamber almost held the shape of a grin. Not a real one. Not enough to insult the danger below. Still, something eased. Cole knelt by one of the dead consoles and cleared a patch of grime with his sleeve. Using the tip of his knife, he drew a rough plan directly into the dust. The observatory spine, the drainage cut behind them, the ridge line ahead, the probable echo lanes the pack would use, and 3 fallback routes branching into uglier country. Hailey crouched opposite him. Frank joined them an instant later. Seen from above, the city became comprehensible in a way it never did from inside it. Not safe, not sane, but patterned. "They will expect us to keep climbing straight toward the light," Frank said. "Yes," Cole replied. "Then do we?" "Not tonight." Cole marked a circle around the observatory shaft. "Tonight we vanish sideways. We make them think fear drove us into a blind sprint, then cut into the old museum ducts before dawn." Hailey studied the scraped lines. "Why the museum?" "Stone walls. Bad acoustics for long-range clicks. Plenty of broken exhibit space to make noise where we are not. Also bones, which the packs dislike unless they know whose they are." She blinked. "That is the most horrifying route endorsement I have ever heard." Frank pointed to a narrow line Cole had drawn beneath the museum. "And this?" "Steam conduits. Mostly cold now. Narrow, unpleasant, and good for people but bad for packs." Hailey leaned closer. "Can they be collapsed selectively?" Cole looked at her sharply. "Maybe. Then we need load points." She took the knife from his hand before he could object and added cross marks along the duct route where support rings intersected. If the metal is old enough and the masonry already weakened by steam cracking, a small shaped strike or a tension cut in the right place could block pursuit without trapping us first. Frank stared at the marks. "You just learned this map. I just spent years making failing structures behave for corporations that wanted miracles on budget. It translates." Cole's gaze moved from the marks to her face. Respect lit there again, harder now and more dangerous because it mattered. "Can you do it with what we have?" "Not elegantly." "I am tired of elegance," Frank said. Hailey almost smiled. "Then yes, probably. Metal wedges, resin packets, line tension, maybe a pressure jar if I can modify one of the empty reservoirs." Cole nodded and redrew the route around her new choke points. "Good enough. That means the war is not one-sided." The statement changed the air in the room. Hailey looked down again through the broken port. The city still terrified her. The blue lights still made her skin crawl. The chief below was still something she could not yet imagine without feeling hunted. Yet now the fear had edges she could grip. Plans gave terror corners. Now it becomes a war. Chapter 10. For one thin breath after Hailey said it, the observatory chamber almost felt steady. Then the city answered. A cry rose from below the museum district, so deep it seemed less like a sound than a vibration passing through concrete and bone. Hailey felt it in the ruined metal beneath her hand. Dust skipped along the lip of the broken port. The ember grubs hanging in their cages pulsed harder, their blue light shivering as if the cry had touched something old inside them. Frank moved first. His rifle came up in one clean line toward the dark below, though there was nothing to fire at yet. Cole was faster than fear. He crossed to the opening, dropped flat to cut his profile, and looked down through the gap in the floor with the brutal stillness of a hunter who knew exactly what a single careless inch could cost. The cry came again, shorter this time, followed by a series of sharp answering clicks moving through the district in different directions. Frank swore under his breath. Signals. Cole did not look away. They are signaling each other. Hailey crawled to the edge beside him before either man could tell her not to. The city beneath the observatory had been a blurred geography of fractured streets and skeletal towers only moments ago. Now it was alive. Blue points burned into motion all across the dark. They moved with intention. What had seemed like scattered scavengers were no longer scattered at all. They broke into lines, curved around plazas, vanished into arcades, and rose through shattered service cores as though the whole dead city had veins, and those veins had suddenly filled with cold light. She counted 3 streams, then 5, then lost count. "They are not just chasing us," she whispered. "No," Cole said. He drew back from the opening and used the knife tip to slash a new line through the dust map. His movements were so exact that Hailey felt her own pulse trying and failing to keep pace. The chief called a blood hunt. Full pack movement. Fast hunters low. Heavy bodies in the climbs. Old females on the cross routes because they remember the collapsed floors. Juveniles on the noise lanes to push us where the adults want us. Frank stared at the shifting blue marks below. "You can tell all that from 2 noises?" "I can tell that from who answered first." He said it with no pride. It was information, nothing more, the kind earned by surviving too long inside a system designed to eat anyone who misread it. Hailey looked at the body they had left near the bridge threshold, already only half visible through the drifting grit. The female mutant lay twisted where Cole had killed her, jewelry cut from a dozen dead hands still tangled around the cord at her throat. She had seemed terrible enough while she lived, fast and decorated and intent on driving a blade of scavenged steel into Hailey's face. Dead, she seemed smaller. Less like a monster and more like proof that monsters belong to somebody too. "You are certain it was his mate?" Hailey said. Cole's face hardened. She wore the kiln glass rings. Only one female in the upper packs wore them. Frank glanced between them. Meaning he will not stop because we escape his territory," Cole said. "He will stop when one side is dead." The words settled into the room with more weight than any scream could have carried. Outside, the ash began to fall harder. It came down in thin gray sheets that turned distance into smudged shadow and blurred the broken line of the ridge that marked the way toward the light. Somewhere above them, acid rain started to tick across the cracked roof plates in a slow, irregular beat. Frank checked the remaining ammunition in one magazine, then another. "Then we move now." "We move right," Cole said. "Not up. That heads deeper into the dead zone. That keeps us alive long enough to earn another direction." Frank started to object. He stopped himself before the first full sentence emerged. Over the last 2 days, the city had taken the edge off his certainty, but Hailey could still see the old habit in the set of his jaw, the need to measure every plan against training built in clean rooms far from this place. Cole saw it too. "If you want command," Cole said without raising his voice, "take 3 steps toward the ridge and keep it until the first drop shaft." Frank breathed out through his nose. "Not arguing. You were about to. I was about to ask if the museum ducts still look better now that the entire district below us wants your head." Cole gave the faintest tilt of his chin. It was the closest thing to concession she had seen from him all night. Now they looked necessary. He knelt again and redrew the route. The dust map changed beneath his knife. A service stair became a death trap. A gallery hall turned into a false path. A drainage seam that had seemed too narrow an hour ago became their best chance because the heavy hunters would hate it and the fast ones would think it too obvious. Hailey watched him think, and once again the strangest thing about him was not his hardness. It was the speed with which terror became geometry in his hands. 3 stages, he said. First, we vanish from this room without leaving a clean line of scent or sound. Second, we pull the front of the hunt west while we cut south under the museum shell. Third, we climb inside the old rail spine before dawn and reach the civic terraces. If we fail the 3rd stage, the ridge stops mattering. Frank crouched opposite him. "What do you need from me?" Cole pointed with the knife. "Rear security on the first move. Then you become visible on purpose twice." Frank frowned. "A decoy. A moving shield with a rifle and better legs than Hailey." "Very comforting," Frank said. "You wanted utility." Hailey ignored the exchange and leaned over the map. "These choke points. She touched the cross marks she had added earlier. If I prep them now, can we delay the heavy bodies behind us? Not enough to stop them, Cole said. Enough to force them narrow? He looked at the marks, then at the salvage bundle beside her pack. Maybe. Then give me 7 minutes. Frank's head snapped around. Not alone. I said 7 minutes, not a funeral. Cole was already judging distances in his head. Hailey could see it in the focus that cut all expression from his face. She hated how much she had come to recognize that look. It meant he was deciding what her value justified and what her death might buy. He finally said, 5. Make it 6, she said. 5 and I come with you. Then the route prep dies with both of us if something breaks wrong. Frank muttered. I hate that she keeps making the best argument in the room. Hailey did not look away from Cole. 5.5. His mouth tightened. 5.5. Frank, sap the west stair and seed noise in the upper hall. I want them smelling us 3 different ways when they enter. Frank rose at once. Done. Cole turned to Hailey. What do you need? She opened the salvage roll on the floor. Within it lay the awkward, ugly proof of the last day's work. Cut lengths of rail spring, snapped porcelain insulators, wire pulled from dead elevator guts, resin packets sealed in strips of old polymer, 2 pressure jars scavenged from lab pumps, and the palm-sized clicker she had built from tension strips and bearings. Her fingers moved through them with sudden certainty now that fear had somewhere to go. The resin, the short wedges, 1 intact jar, and the narrow drill point. He handed them over before she finished asking. He knew his stores better than anyone had a right to, knew where each scrap sat in the roll without looking. When his fingers brushed hers, the contact was brief and workmanlike. It still sent a sharp awareness through her that she deeply resented and made no effort to understand. 5.5 minutes, he said. She rose with the gear clutched to her chest and slipped toward the maintenance throat on the observatory's south side, a slot barely wide enough for a body to turn in. Cole moved to the entrance with her, then stopped short of crowding the gap. Do not improvise heroics, he said. The words were flat, but not cold. That was the problem. Somewhere under the command lay something dangerously close to concern. Hailey met his eyes in the dark blue pulse of the grubs. Do not die while I am busy being useful. For the span of 1 heartbeat, his expression changed. Surprise first, then something lower and warmer that he crushed almost at once. Move, he said. She slid into the maintenance throat with 1 knee and 1 shoulder scraping brick. The air inside was stale and metallic, heavy with old soot and wet stone. Behind her, she heard Frank kicking over rusted display frames to build false noise lanes, heard Cole unlatch the grub cages and smear more blood across the mesh to drive the creatures brighter. By the time she reached the first support ring of the museum duct, the blood hunt cries below had multiplied. The city sounded less like a ruin now and more like a nest disturbed by fire. She worked by touch and by the faint borrowed blue leaking in behind her. The support ring had once been part of a steam line casing, iron-strapped through brittle masonry. Age had split the surrounding brickwork in 3 directions exactly where she hoped it had. She packed the first crack with resin, drove a wedge above the ring, and threaded tension wire through a notch in the metal bracket. If the pull triggered hard enough from the far side, the wedge would twist, the bracket would tear free, and the already broken load would shift into the second seam. Not a full collapse. She had no time and no material for that. Just a violent narrowing of the passage, enough to jam bodies and force a scramble. She moved to the second point, then the third. Each minute inside the duct felt stolen. Twice she froze as clicks sounded through the walls, too close, moving too fast. The first time the sound passed upward toward the galleries. The second time it stopped altogether, and for a long breath, she thought some blind face had turned toward the thin thread of human smell she could never fully erase. Sweat turned cold along her back. She pressed herself against the brick and held her breath until the clicks shifted away. When she crawled back into the observatory chamber, ash clung damply to her hairline, and her hands were black with mortar dust. Ready, she whispered. Cole looked up from the broken port where he had been counting movements below. Frank stood near the west stair, face and clothes streaked with foul green-gray masking sap until he hardly looked human at all. The smell hit her an instant later, thick as rot and sour copper. Frank offered her the open sap pouch with obvious reluctance. "Your turn to become unforgettable in the worst possible way." Hailey set down the remaining tools and took the pouch. The sap was colder than she expected and viscous enough to drag across her skin. She smeared it along her throat, wrists, jaw, behind her ears, and across the fabric at her ribs where blood might have dried unseen. The odor shoved tears into her eyes. Cole stepped close enough to take the pouch from her and wordlessly streak a final line across the back of her neck, where she could not reach. His knuckles brushed the loose hair there. The contact was small, nearly accidental, yet her body reacted as if he had laid a full hand on her. He leaned in just enough to murmur near her ear, "When we start running, stay between us until I say otherwise." She swallowed. "That is not how decoys usually work. You are not the decoy." There was no room to ask what she was, or what exactly in his tone made the answer feel less tactical than it should have. A crash sounded below. One of the hunters had reached the body at the bridge threshold. The next cry that rose from the district was so raw with rage that even Frank went still. Cole pulled back. His face had closed again. Time. They moved. Frank went first through the west stairwell, boot heels scraping deliberately against concrete as he shoved a shattered museum plinth down 2 flights to make thunder. Cole followed 3 paces behind Hailey, then caught her sleeve and redirected her at the first landing into a side breach so narrow she would have missed it in daylight. Frank continued downward alone, still making enough sound to paint a bright target. 2 seconds later, one of Hailey's clickers snapped in the upper hall behind them, a crisp metallic pulse. Another answered from the east gallery. The observatory suddenly sounded occupied by a dozen frantic humans going in 3 directions at once. Clever, Hailey thought, with a flash of savage admiration. Horribly clever. They slid through the breach and onto the back of a collapsed mural wall that leaned like a ramp into the museum's sealed exhibit wing. Dust rolled underfoot. Ancient cases lay burst open around them, spilling long corroded hinges and plaques into drifts of ash. A mammoth skeleton hung in shattered silhouette from the ceiling, ribs black with soot, skull split where part of the roof had fallen through decades ago. Cole touched her back once, light pressure between the shoulders, directing her lower. Voices from the old world stared down from torn display banners as they crossed the hall. Children's Natural History Week. Touch the past. Build the future. The slogan seemed obscene now, bright scraps from a civilization that had mistaken itself for permanent. A shape dropped from the ceiling ahead. Hailey jerked so hard her bad knee almost folded. The figure hit the ground in a crouch among the broken glass cases, longer-limbed than a man and pale under its clotted film of ash. Blue fungus smeared one side of its neck where it had rubbed against lit stone. It lifted its head. The face was almost human until the mouth opened too wide and showed teeth filed by life into points. Cole's knife flashed once. The mutant made a wet choking sound and collapsed without getting a warning cry fully out. Cole caught the body before it struck the floor and lowered it soundlessly behind a fallen case. Blood, black in the ember glow, spread over his wrist. Hailey stared. He looked at her only long enough to say, "Keep moving." They crossed the exhibit wing and slipped into the service ducts just as a storm of clicks erupted through the observatory behind them. Frank's decoy trail had worked. So had the false hall noises. The pack had entered at speed and split in confusion. For a few precious moments the blood hunt would be tripping over itself. Then one long call rose beneath the noise, different from the rest. Cole froze for half a step. Hailey heard it too, though she could not have explained why it mattered. The sound carried authority and fury in equal measure. It rolled up through the museum floors, struck the duct walls, and came back wrong and powerful. "The chief," she breathed. Cole did not answer. He did not need to. They climbed into the first duct on elbows and knees, Frank joining them from a lower branch with ash pouring off his shoulders and 2 fresh claw lines ripping one sleeve nearly away. He glanced at Cole. "Company is close," Frank said. "I know." Frank bared his teeth in something with no humor in it. Your ugly route better be worth it. It is not, Cole said. It is just less dead than the others. That was all the reassurance the city offered any of them. The duct narrowed almost at once. The old steam skin had partially folded inward where a blast long ago had warped the casing, leaving only a body-wide seam between iron and brick. Cole took the lead, moving with the ugly, fluid certainty of someone who had learned every graceless way a person could fit through ruined architecture. Hailey followed, feeling the bruise in her ribs every time she exhaled against metal. Frank came behind them, muttering at intervals as his shoulders wedged and scraped. The air smelled of iron rot, mold, and ancient heat. Twice warm moisture dripped from unseen cracks above and spotted onto Hailey's cheek with the faint sting of chemical residue. She kept one hand on the cable line Cole had clipped along the wall, because without it the blue light from the grubs behind them vanished into black, so complete it seemed to erase the idea of distance. Ahead, Cole raised a hand. They stopped. Clicks rattled through the masonry to their left. Not one hunter now, but several. The sound rushed past, then slowed, then rushed again as if bodies were testing parallel corridors in the service maze. Frank's breath pressed hot against Hailey's boots. Nobody spoke. At last the clicks receded downslope. Cole kept them still another 10 seconds, counting inside his head. Then he moved again. They reached the first choke point just as the hunt adjusted. Hailey knew it before Cole did, because the change was in the pattern of sound. Until now the pack had behaved like a disturbed hive, spreading and probing through every possible branch. Suddenly the clicks on 3 separate lanes ceased at once. In the silence that followed, a single series of deliberate impacts sounded from behind them, slow and heavy, followed by a drag of claws on metal. Not searching, but tracking with intent. The fast ones found the false lanes, she whispered. Frank's answer was bitter. And now they sent something smarter. Cole touched the first wedge she had set earlier and felt the wire. It was taut and ready. He nodded once. Go past me. Both of you. When I say drop, get flat and cover your heads. Frank hesitated. How long until contact? Cole listened, face turned slightly toward the metal wall. Less than a minute. Hailey crawled past him, dragging her pack sideways through the tight gap. Frank did the same, though it cost him skin from one knuckle and a quiet curse when his rifle caught on an exposed bolt. The heavy impacts behind them grew louder. The duct itself began to hum with them, each step transferring through rusted iron and into Hailey's bones. She had not asked how large the heavy bodies might be. She knew now that this omission had been an act of self-protection. Cole waited by the wire until the dark behind him seemed almost solid. Then the first hunter reached the bend. She saw only fragments in the blue leak from a distant grub cage far back in the line. A shoulder too broad for the passage, a blind face scarred flat where eyes should have been, and forelimbs thickened by decades of climbing broken concrete like they had been born for it. Behind it, more clicks answered, impatient and sharp. Cole jerked the wire. The first support ring tore free with a shriek of iron. Masonry split. The duct folded inward in a roar of dust and metal that struck Hailey in the back like a shove. She dropped flat just before a wave of brick fragments blasted over her. Frank hit the floor beside her. Behind them, the heavy hunter made a sound unlike any cry she had heard yet, more rage than pain, as collapsing brick pinned it halfway in the passage and trapped the ones behind it in instant chaos. Move, Cole snapped. They ran on elbows and knees through the choking dust. The collapse bought them less time than Hailey wanted and more than she had feared. By the second choke point, the fast hunters had already split off into adjacent lanes, using smaller shafts to bypass the jam. Their clicks came at them from above now, from the sidewalls, from places impossible in a civilized building and normal here in a city that had long ago ceased to care what used to be up or down. Frank fired once through a maintenance grate when pale fingers thrust through the slots and nearly closed on his ankle. The rifle crack inside the confined duct was catastrophic. Hailey's ears rang at once. The muzzle flash turned the shaft white for an instant, revealing 3 faces crowded behind the grate. Mouths opened in hunger and rage. One dropped away. The others recoiled, then screamed. Bad trade, Cole said, not looking back. Frank cycled the weapon. I noticed. The shot had given their exact position to half the district. The clicks around them multiplied and sharpened. Cole reached the second support seam and did not even pause. He drove his knife hilt into the wedge instead of pulling wire. Hailey heard the resin snap and foam under pressure. A moment later, the wall to their right blew inward, not in a full collapse, but in a dirty burst that vomited brick, steam residue, and rusted pipe into the side channel where the bypassing hunters had been climbing. The screams this time were immediate and close. How many of those did you build? Frank asked. 3, Hailey said. He gave a breathless laugh. I take back every patronizing thought I had about your profession. Then I will remember that, Hailey said. They cleared the museum ducts just before dawn should have begun. On the dark side, dawn meant only that the sky above the ash shifted from absolute black to a leaden gray that gave shape to distance. The service exit opened into the rear undercroft of the old Central Rail Station, a cathedral of broken arches half buried in drifts of volcanic grit. Tracks vanished under mounds of stone. Hanging clocks had long since lost their faces. Water fell from a crack in the barrel ceiling and struck a dead ticket counter in a steady silver thread that looked too clean for the rest of the world. Cole held up a fist and scanned the station floor. Nothing moved. That frightened Hailey more than motion would have. They will expect us to think we gained space, Cole murmured. Frank shifted his rifle and peered through the gray. Meaning the open floor is bait. He sent them not across the station concourse, but up into the bones above it, through a maintenance crawl behind the departure boards and onto a narrow lattice of fractured catwalk that ran just under the ceiling. From there, Hailey could see the whole undercroft spread beneath them. At first it looked empty. Then she began to catch details. The disturbed drift near the far stair, too smooth to be natural. The silent shape tucked behind a column whose black nails reflected faintly when water dripped near them. The line of hanging cables on the east wall, each one swaying at a slightly different angle because something had passed through them moments before. A trap. A patient, layered trap. Her skin crawled. Cole pointed toward the north wall where a section of plaster had fallen away to reveal the old power conduits behind it. That shaft. We descend there. Frank squinted. That puts us over open air for 30 feet. Yes, it does, Cole said. And the floor below is full of them. Yes, and that is still the best route. Frank gave him a long look. You truly do worship terrible options. Cole's answer was dry enough that in another life it might have counted as humor. Only the survivable ones. They edged along the catwalk one by one. The metal groaned under their weight. Hailey kept her eyes fixed on the conduit breach ahead because the distance to the floor below made her stomach pull tight. Somewhere on the station floor a hunter shifted and looked up, blind face tilted toward the faint tremor overhead. It clicked once, uncertain. Cole tossed one of Hailey's small noisemakers into the west stairwell. The device struck the stone, bounced twice, and began a fast, irregular chatter like metal teeth. Half the station erupted toward it, shapes uncurling from shadows, bodies dropping from balcony edges, lean figures sprinting in packs across ticket barriers and dead rails. Even the one beneath them launched away from the column and raced after the sound. Hailey stared. How many are there? Too many to fight clean, Cole said. Frank gestured into the breach in the wall. Then let us avoid giving them an election. They reached the conduit shaft and descended by old cable bundles, boots and hands slipping on damp insulation. Hailey nearly lost her grip when a tremor passed through the wall, and one of the upper cables snapped free somewhere above, showering them with chunks of ancient sealant. Cole caught her wrist before she peeled away from the shaft face. He braced her with one forearm, found a lower hold with the other hand, and set her back against the wall as if controlling falling people through vertical darkness was merely another practiced movement. She looked at him, chest heaving. His face was inches from hers, streaked with ash and dried blood, eyes fixed not on her mouth or hair or any softness at all, but on whether she could still climb. Yet the care was there anyway, buried in the pressure of his grip. Can you keep going? He asked. Yes, I can keep going, she said. He held her gaze a fraction longer, as if searching for the lie that would get her killed. Then he released her. Then keep going. By the time they reached the bottom of the shaft, the noisemaker upstairs had gone silent. In the hush that followed, the station felt like a lung preparing to inhale. Cole did not let them wait to hear what came next. He drove them into an access corridor so tight Frank had to turn his shoulders, then through a rusted door into the civic utility spine, a long sloping artery of concrete running beneath the terraces that once connected government towers, tram power, and emergency shelters in the old city center. The place smelled different from the museum and the station. Less rot, more dry dust, old insulation, and the metallic tang of wires dead for years. It should have been a relief. Instead, the neatness of the corridor made Hailey more uneasy. The city's feral chaos had not reached here in the same way. Some parts of the wall still held faded directional paint. A cracked poster for evacuation protocol peeled near one junction, the smiling family on it half buried under a crust of mineral bloom. In the quiet, the old order felt like a ghost trying to remember itself. Frank ran a hand along the wall. This sector was maintained longer. Cole nodded. The first winter after the ash, government shelters held here. Then the filters died, the stores failed, and the packs learned the access pattern. Frank glanced at him. You were here. Cole's expression did not change. Everyone from this side was here at some point. The answer ended that line of inquiry. Hailey filed away the weight behind it for another time. They moved downslope, then up again where the utility spine bent around a collapsed atrium. At every intersection, Cole paused just long enough to read the dust and the silence. At first, Hailey heard nothing behind them except their own breathing and the distant tick of acid rain somewhere far above. Then, an hour into the climb, the clicks returned. Not close, not hurried, just present. The chief had adjusted again. He keeps pressing the line without spending bodies, Cole said quietly after the second time he heard it. He is not driving us with fear now. He is hurting. Frank's mouth tightened. Toward what? Cole looked up the corridor. They rounded the next turn and found out. The utility spine ended in a wall of broken daylight. Not true daylight, but only ashlight. Even so, after so long underground, it struck Hailey's eyes with painful force. The outer section of the tunnel had collapsed away entirely, leaving a shattered opening onto the face of the civic terraces, an immense stacked system of public steps, gardens, and towers that climbed toward the ridge. In the old city, it must have been beautiful. Even ruined, it carried scale enough to steal breath. Hundreds of stone steps rose in staggered flights between dead reflecting pools, snapped sculpture plinths, and leaning office blocks whose glass had long ago been blasted out. Above them, the ridge cut a jagged line through the gray sky. Below, every lower access route stood open. Too open. Hailey could see motion already at the terrace's base, shapes filtering through planters and broken colonnades. Not a rush. A placement. Frank said, he wants us on the stairs. So he can attack from both sides and drive us into the open, Cole replied. Hailey scanned the structure with a frantic engineer's eye. The side gardens. The maintenance culverts under the pools. Cole shook his head. Collapsed. The tower skins. Too exposed. Frank looked at the long flights above. Then it is the stairs. Cole hated the answer. She could see it in the rigid line of his back. But hate did not change architecture, and the city was built to punish anyone who mistook preference for possibility. They stepped out onto the terraces. The ashlight widened around them. Wind moved over the open stone, carrying grit hard enough to sting skin. On the far side of the plaza, black water filled one cracked reflecting pool and shivered under the falling gray. Dead shrubs clawed from raised beds like grasping hands. The height gave a view over half the city, a wilderness of fractured towers and smoking vents stretching into perpetual dusk. Somewhere beyond that dark lay the crash site. Somewhere beyond the ridge lay sunlight strong enough to cast shadows with clean edges. It looked impossible that both things could belong to the same earth. No one spoke as they climbed the first two flights. Silence here had its own violence. Underground, every scrape and breath had been magnified by walls. Out in the open, the space simply swallowed sound until the smallest click from below seemed intimate and near. Hailey kept expecting an attack from the side, a sudden rush from a planter bed, or a plunge from a balcony above. Instead, the pressure built with each step because nothing came. The hunt no longer needed speed. It had space. On the fourth flight, the first body appeared. A corpse lay slumped against a shattered bench, half mummified by ash, one hand still cuffed to a dead security rail. Old shelter worker, Cole guessed from the faded orange strip on the sleeve. Around the skeleton's neck hung a loop of kiln glass beads, blue and black. A warning. Frank saw it too. He decorated the route. Cole's voice had gone flat as frost. He wants me angry. Will it work? Cole looked away from the corpse and up the next 100 steps. Not the way he wants. They climbed faster. The wind sharpened. The clicks below multiplied, always just out of sight behind the next terrace wall. Once Hailey glanced over her shoulder and saw half a dozen pale shapes pacing them 2 levels down in the colonnade shadows, neither hiding nor charging. Hurting, just as Cole had said. At the 7th flight, the first attack finally came. A hunter dropped from the broken balcony above and hit Frank hard enough to drive him to one knee. Its claws raked sparks off the concrete, where his rifle barrel jammed crosswise under its throat. Hailey swung her salvage pry bar by instinct and drove the hooked end into the side of its skull. The thing shrieked. Cole was there instantly, blade cutting across the tendons at its neck, then again under the jaw. The body spasmed and fell away. No pause followed. 2 more came from the planters, one low and one high. Frank shot the low one through the chest. Hailey stumbled back from the high leap and nearly went down the stairs. Cole caught the attacker mid-lunge with both hands, twisted its momentum aside, and sent it tumbling over the balustrade into the level below where answering clicks erupted in fury. Keep moving, he barked. They ran. After that, the terraces became a gauntlet. Not a constant fight, which would almost have been easier, but a sequence of violent, timed strikes. One hunter from above to force them inward, a second from the side to slow them. Then absence again, just enough to keep adrenaline from burning out before the next attack. The chief was testing pace, pain, and fear, learning exactly how much pressure each of them could take before collapse. By the time they reached the 10th terrace, Frank was limping. A deep cut striped his thigh where a blade of scavenged metal had slipped past his guard. Hailey's lungs felt lined with grit. Cole bled from 3 different places she could see, and perhaps more she could not. He moved as if injury were an administrative nuisance. At the center of the 10th terrace stood an old civic statue, a bronze woman holding a torch whose flame had been snapped away. The pedestal beneath her had cracked open, leaving a gap into the support chambers below. Cole stopped so suddenly Hailey nearly ran into him. No farther on the central stairs, he said. Frank bent, hands on knees, breathing hard. You found another terrible option? Cole pointed to the pedestal breach. Support chambers. Then lateral climb inside the administration block. Hailey peered into the black opening. That gap is barely wide enough. For us. Not for them, Frank said, beginning to smile despite the blood on his face. Not the heavy bodies, Cole corrected, which meant the fast ones still could. Hailey did not say it. Frank had heard it anyway. They slid into the support chamber just as the next wave reached the plaza behind them. Inside the pedestal chamber, the world narrowed to stone, stale air, and the violent closeness of the other 2 bodies with her. They descended a ladder of corroded service rungs into darkness old enough to feel undisturbed. The chamber beneath the statue had once housed uplight fixtures and access controls. Now it was a broken cube of concrete webbed with roots pushing in through split seams. The torch woman above them groaned in the wind like a ship mast. Frank hauled the breach cover half shut behind them with a scrape of stone. Tell me that buys time. It buys confusion, Cole said. Time is a gift this city does not give. He crossed the chamber, found the maintenance hatch set low in the east wall, and slammed his shoulder into it twice before the swollen metal gave way. A smell of dust and old paper breathed out, so dry and strange against the rest of the city that Hailey almost did not recognize it. Record storage, once. Or a file conduit between buildings. They crawled through shelves collapsed under the weight of ash and years. Water stains had turned whole stacks of old city ledgers into fused bricks. Broken binders split under their knees. 1,000 dead names flaked around them in black paper petals. Somewhere above, the hunters found the pedestal breach. Claws scraped stone. A scream of frustration cut through the chamber roof when the fast bodies discovered the gap too narrow to enter at speed. They will split, Cole said. Some down, some around, some ahead if the chief already knows this block. Frank pushed through a leaning shelf. That is not encouraging. It is not supposed to be. The file conduit opened into the administration block service core just as the first bodies began hammering the hatch behind them. The core rose through 20 stories of bureaucratic ruin, cracked stair flights, hanging elevator cables, offices peeled open by collapse and weather. Here and there emergency strips still clung to the walls, their old glow replaced by colonies of blue fungus feeding on damp insulation. The space was a vertical grave for paperwork and policy and every confidence the old world had ever put in sealed rooms. Hailey should have been too tired to feel awe. Instead, the scale of it hit her all over again. The dead city was monstrous because people had once tried so hard to make it orderly. Cole chose the stairs over the elevator shaft. Safer footing. Frank glanced into the shaft at the black drop vanishing below. That is a relative term. They climbed. Every landing carried evidence of how the block had died. Office chairs jammed against doors. Bones under reception desks. A child's shoe on a windowsill 10 floors above the ground. Once they passed a conference room whose wall had fallen away entirely, leaving a polished table exposed to the ash storm outside like a stage set for a meeting nobody would ever attend. Hailey kept her eyes moving because looking too long at any one remnant made the city feel inhabited by absence. At the 13th floor, Cole stopped and listened. The sounds came from above and below now. Frank heard it a moment later and let out a harsh breath. They guessed right. No, Cole said. They knew. Hailey felt the meaning settle in. The chief was no longer merely pursuing them through familiar territory. He was thinking ahead of Cole often enough to feel personal. The war had become intimate. Cole led them off the main stair into a records annex where rows of cabinets had toppled into each other and formed a maze. He moved quickly, but not blindly. Twice he altered course to avoid patches of dust too smooth to trust. On the far side of the annex, he found what he wanted, an exterior maintenance track running behind the facade, shielded from the open terraces by a skin of cracked stone screens. The track angled upward toward the next tower. We cross here, he said. Hailey looked through the screens. Night gray wind moved over a gulf of open air between buildings. Far below, hunters poured across the lower terraces in pale threads. Higher up, others already clung to balcony edges, waiting. Cole, she said quietly. This is exactly what he wants. His gaze stayed on the opposite tower. Yes, it is. Then why are we still going? He finally looked at her. His face, streaked with dust and old blood, held no false comfort and no panic either. Only the brutal honesty she had begun to rely on. Because everything else he wants more. Frank checked the last full magazine at his belt and shoved it home. That answer gets worse every time you use it. Cole gave the barest nod toward the track. Move. They stepped out into the wind, into the screens, and into the part of the hunt where every choice had already begun to cost blood. Chapter 11. The maintenance track had once been designed for men in harnesses carrying repair kits and polite fears. Now it was a broken ribbon of metal grating no wider than a coffin lid, bolted behind decorative stone screens that had cracked into latticed gaps large enough to see the dead city through. Wind drove ash through those gaps in stinging sheets. To the left, the administration block rose in blind vertical slabs. To the right, open air fell through stories of shattered balconies, gardens, and transit roofs until the terraces below looked like gray geometry painted on a grave. Cole took the lead. Hailey followed with one hand on the side braces and the other clenched so hard around her pry bar that her forearm burned. Frank came behind them, rifle slung for climbing, knife out in case anything came through the screens at close range. They had covered perhaps 30 yards when the first hand reached in from outside. It hooked around the grating ahead of Cole without warning, gray fingers clamping through the mesh from the open-air side. Another followed, then a shoulder, then a blind face sliding between the broken screens as the creature hauled itself inward from a vertical climb along the building's skin. Cole stamped down on the first hand hard enough to crush knuckles through the metal. The hunter hissed and lunged anyway. He met it chest to chest on the narrow track where there was no room for art, only leverage. They slammed against the braces. The screen beside them burst outward into empty air. Hailey froze for a half beat at the sight of nothing beyond his shoulder but the long drop and the storm. Frank shoved forward from behind. Down. Cole ducked. Frank fired past him. The muzzle flash lit the track like lightning. The round tore through the attacker's temple and sent the body spinning backward through the broken screen. It fell without a visible end, swallowed by gray. Keep moving, Frank snapped, echoing Cole's own command from a dozen moments before. They ran bent low along the track. The next attacker did not come from outside. It came up through the grating where corrosion had already eaten most of the support. Pale fingers punched through by Hailey's boot and caught the hem of her pants. She cried out and chopped with the pry bar. The hooked steel crushed the creature's wrist. It shrieked from somewhere below the track. Frank slashed down through the gap, severing the tendons at the wrist, and the hand dropped away. Hailey did not look down after that. The opposite tower loomed nearer, its windows black holes in a face of flayed stone. The track ended at a service hatch hanging half open. Cole reached it first and yanked the door wider. Hailey stumbled through, then Frank. The instant Frank cleared the threshold, Cole slammed the door shut and dropped the wheel lock. Something hit the outside panel at once. Then again, and again. The impacts came in a staggered rhythm as bodies struck from the track, from the building's skin, from above where others had climbed down the facade. The old hatch buckled inward by degrees. Cole scanned the room once and rejected it. No hold. It was a utility closet stripped almost to bare concrete, 2 exits, and no structural depth. Frank heard the verdict and moved without debate. They crossed into the tower's interior corridor just as the hatch will tore free behind them. The next hour became a retreat through institutional ruin. The upper administration levels were a honeycomb of offices, archives, meeting suites, and public hearing rooms built around open atriums. In places, the floors had collapsed into each other, leaving slanted landscapes of desks, shattered partitions, and hanging cable. In others, the rooms remained eerily intact, as if the workers had stepped out for lunch and never returned. Every environment offered different forms of danger. Open boardrooms gave clean sight lines, but nowhere to hide. Dense cubicle grids broke the approach of the hunters, but trapped human legs. Stairwells funneled attack. Elevators turned into shafts of unseen movement. The pack used it all. Cole drove them not toward a single destination now, but through a pattern only he seemed able to see, never lingering long enough for the hunters to set the next full box. Sometimes they ran straight through executive corridors lined with blackened photographs of dead mayors. Sometimes they climbed through server rooms where old racks leaned like tombstones. Once they crossed a daycare center on the 17th floor, its walls painted with stars and cartoon planets, tiny plastic chairs scattered among drifts of ash. Hailey nearly stopped when she saw the handprints on the far wall, small palms impressed into soot at a child's height. Cole caught her elbow and pulled her on. "Do not give memory your pace," he said. It was such a brutal sentence that she should have hated it. Instead, she carried it with her because it was true. They fought in fragments as they moved. A fast hunter springing from the dark above a staircase. A pair waiting under the reception desk of a tax office. One old male crouched motionless among the remains of a law library until Frank's boots scuffed a ladder and the thing came out of the shelves with a scream. By then, Hailey had learned enough to stop freezing. She hit where she could. Hands, knees, and the hinge of a jaw. Places that changed motion. Cole finished what she opened. Frank covered space and distance. His training turned useful now that he had stopped trying to make the city obey it. By the time they reached the sky lobby halfway up the second tower, they were all breathing like they had swallowed knives. The lobby must once have been beautiful. 3 stories tall, ringed with dead glass walls, with an indoor grove of ornamental trees now reduced to pale trunks under ash. A sculpture of interlocking steel ribbons hung from the ceiling, one section fallen low enough to sway in the drafts. Far above, cracks in the roof let in the gray afterlight and thin threads of rain. Frank leaned against a reception plinth, one hand pressed to his thigh where the earlier cut had soaked his pants dark. Tell me we are close to whatever counts as good news. Cole was at the windows, studying the terraces, the ridge, the position of the lower packs. Close to the upper transit line. That does not sound like good news. It is passable. Hailey almost laughed and nearly coughed instead. From you, that is basically a love poem. For a moment, neither man answered. Then Frank gave a dry sound that became a genuine laugh despite the blood loss. Cole looked back at her. The corner of his mouth moved almost imperceptibly, but it moved. The shift lasted perhaps a second. Then the chief announced himself. He did not scream this time. He simply stepped into view on the opposite side of the lobby, emerging from the dark mouth of a conference wing with the certainty of something that had never doubted it could get there first. Hailey knew him at once. Not because anyone had described him, because everything else in the city seemed arranged around the fact of him. He was taller than the rest by a head and thicker through the shoulders than the heavy tunnel hunters, but built with a balance the others lacked, the old savagery shaped by intelligence rather than driven only by hunger. Ash and scar tissue marbled his bare chest. A torque of scavenged metal circled one arm. Around his throat hung the kiln glass rings from his mate, threaded now with strips of dark cloth stained nearly black. His face was the worst part. Not because it was less human than the others. Because enough humanity remained to carry grief. He stood maybe 30 feet away and tilted his head toward Cole. Every hunter in the shadows behind him went still. Frank's rifle came up. Cole's arm shot out and shoved the barrel down before he fired. No shot, Cole said. Frank swore. Why not? Because if you miss, he learns your timing. If you hit and do not kill him, he spins the room. The chief clicked once, slow and deep. A line of smaller hunters shifted through the wing behind him. Hailey felt the air between the two males like drawn wire. It was not just hatred. It was recognition. One thing built by this city measuring another that had somehow refused to become it. Cole stepped forward into the lobby's center. You want me? The chief answered in broken human speech, the words dragged raw across a throat not meant to use them often. You took mine. Hailey went cold. Frank glanced at her, then back at the creature. He talks. Cole did not take his eyes off the chief. Enough. The chief touched the kiln glass rings at his throat with two scarred fingers. You cut her. She tried to kill one of mine. At that, the chief's ruined mouth stretched in something that was neither grin nor snarl, but contained pieces of both. Now you know. Hailey understood then that the conversation was not for them. It was ritual. Territory translated into a language both sides could bleed in. Cole's voice remained level. This can end. The chief took another step into the gray wash of skylight. Old scars striped his flanks. One ear had been torn nearly away long before tonight. Yes, it can. He lifted one hand. The hunters behind him exploded into motion. The lobby battle was chaos compressed into architecture. Frank fired twice before the first body reached him, dropping one fast mover and spinning another into the dead grove. Cole met the third with knife and shoulder, driving it into a glass wall already fractured by time. The pain burst outward over the terraces. Hailey ducked as a juvenile hunter vaulted the reception plinth and came at her low. She thrust the pry bar down into its collarbone and turned with all the strength left in her body, levering the creature offline so it crashed into the sculptural ribbons instead of her chest. Steel screamed overhead as the hanging sculpture swung. Someone shouted her name. She could not tell whether it was Frank or Cole. Another hunter came through the office wing, then another. The room filled with movement too fast to track. Frank shifted constantly, trying to preserve lanes of fire without hitting his own people. Cole cut and kicked and used walls the way other fighters used shields. He seemed to know exactly where the blind hunters would overcommit on slick marble, where the half-collapsed planter edge would break under weight, where one swinging sculpture cable could turn a clean leap into a fatal stumble. It should have looked impossible. In this city, it looked like fluency. The chief did not join the first rush. He watched. That frightened Hailey more than the charge itself. She snatched one of her resin packets from her belt and slammed it under the foot of the swaying sculpture base, just as a hunter scrambled up its support strut toward Frank's blind side. When the creature landed on the weakened mount, the base slipped. 500 pounds of steel ribbons swung hard and low, sweeping the attacker off the ground and through the remains of a conference wall. Frank shot her a startled look between targets. "Did you just weaponize office art?" "Yes, I absolutely did," she said. "Remind me never to decorate around you." A heavy body smashed through the office partition at that exact moment and drove him backward across the slick floor. His rifle flew. The creature pinned his injured leg and raked its claws across his vest with enough force to shred the fabric to the plates. Frank grabbed its wrist with one hand and jammed his knife into the side of its throat with the other, again and again, teeth bared with effort. Cole started toward him. The chief moved then. He covered the 30 feet between them with horrifying speed for something that large. Cole barely had time to turn before the impact drove him across the lobby and into the broken reception wall. Concrete split. Hailey heard the air leave Cole's lungs. The chief did not claw or bite first. He reached for Cole's knife wrist, controlling the weapon before the kill. The move was intelligent and deliberate. Cole twisted, slammed an elbow into the creature's ribs, and drove a knee upward. The chief absorbed it, head butted him across the brow, and ripped the knife from his hand. Hailey had never seen Cole disarmed. For one awful second the whole world narrowed to that fact. She snatched a clicker from her belt and hurled it not at the chief, but into the dead grove behind him. The device struck a stone planter and erupted in frantic metallic chatter. The chief's head turned a fraction by pure instinct toward the false sound. Cole used the instant. He rammed both thumbs into the soft scarred seam below the creature's jaw and twisted sideways out of the grapple. They crashed into a row of waiting chairs that splintered under them. Frank killed the heavy body on top of him and lunged for his dropped rifle. The chief seized one of the broken chair legs and drove it like a club into Cole's ribs before he could fully rise. Hailey heard something crack, or at least shift wrong. Cole staggered back 3 steps. "Cole," she shouted. His answer was a glance, nothing more, but it was enough to say he was still in the fight. Not winning. Still in it. The pack pressed harder now that the chief had committed. Hunters poured from both conference wings and the stairwell behind the reception area. Frank fired until the rifle clicked dry, changed magazines, and fired again. Hailey threw the last of her prepared noise traps into the skylight water drains, where they echoed like running footsteps in 2 directions at once. It brought confusion, not relief. The chief adapted to each trick after seeing it once. That was the real horror of him. He learned in real time. Cole knew it too. Hailey saw the moment he shifted from trying to break the fight to trying to escape it. He slashed the hamstrings of one fast mover, kicked another into Frank's line, then shouted over the chaos, "North stairs." Now. Frank backed toward the stair tower with disciplined bursts of fire. Hailey ran between them, half sliding over marble slick with water, ash, and blood. The chief came after Cole alone, ignoring easier prey. When a juvenile hunter cut toward Hailey from the side, the chief snarled something sharp, and the smaller creature actually flinched away. Possessive, she realized with a fresh wave of cold. He wanted the others alive. Not out of mercy, for a different kind of taking. They hit the north stairs at speed and began to descend, because the upper transit line above the lobby had already been cut off by 2 pale shapes dropping into it from the ceiling tracks. The stairwell spiraled through a vertical throat of chipped concrete and broken emergency lights. Here sound turned vicious again. Every boot strike multiplied. Every click from below seemed to leap up the walls around them. Frank was last in line now, covering the climb down. He fired into the stairwell below when bodies rushed upward, then turned and fired above when others poured after them from the lobby. Hailey had never understood before how exhausting true covering fire must be, how every step backward had to be bought by judgment and not by panic. He spent ammunition like a man counting heartbeats. At the 22nd floor landing he stumbled. Cole caught the rail and looked up from below. "Frank." "Still here," Frank grunted, but the line of sweat on his face had gone too pale. His injured leg was failing. They could all see it. Nobody said it. The pack saw it too. Their pressure sharpened at once. Cole diverted them off the stairwell through a records floor where the windows had all blown inward, leaving drifts across the carpet thick enough to swallow ankles. They crossed a maze of filing cabinets and into a municipal hearing chamber with tiered seats. The far wall had fallen away to reveal another tower only a narrow alley across. Between the two buildings, a maintenance bridge of glass and steel sagged under old damage but still held. Cole headed for it. Frank caught his arm. "Stop." Cole turned. The look Frank gave him was stripped clean of rank, ego, and every old habit. What remained was simple and hard. "This is the point." "No, it is not finished yet," Cole said. "Yes, it is," Frank replied, his breathing ragged but his voice steady. "You know it. I know it. She knows it. Hailey did. She hated that she did." Cole's jaw locked. "You can still cross." Frank glanced at the bridge, at his leg, at the shapes already appearing in the hearing chamber doors behind them. "Maybe I fall halfway across and take both of you with me when you try to help. Or maybe I make it, and 10 seconds later I slow you enough for the chief to finish his work. That is bad math. We do not spend people cheaply," Hailey said, hearing the old promise return with cruel timing. Frank looked at her, and there was such tired kindness in his face that her throat closed. "That is exactly why we do this now." The hunters hit the outer seats in a wave. Frank shoved Cole toward the bridge, so hard it shocked them all. "Take her." Cole planted instead of moving. "I said no." For the first time since Hailey had met him, Frank used the voice that must once have commanded rooms and lives without question. "Move now, soldier." Cole was not his soldier. They both knew it. Yet something in the word struck through all argument and landed in the narrow place where duty lived regardless of who named it. Frank grabbed Hailey by the shoulder and shoved her toward Cole. "He will not leave unless you do." The first hunter vaulted the seating row. Frank turned and shot at point blank. "Go," he said. Hailey had no graceful final words. She hated herself for that. "You come after us," she said instead, because the lie was kinder than truth. Frank smiled once, brief and fierce. "I will try." Cole seized her arm and dragged her onto the bridge. Glass crunched under their boots. Wind tore through the broken side panels. Behind them, Frank's rifle began to thunder in the hearing chamber, each shot spaced with murderous care. The bridge swayed as bodies hit its far end. Hailey looked back once despite herself. Frank stood framed in the chamber opening like the last sane thing in the building, firing through smoke and ash while the pack tried to flood him from 3 directions. 2 bodies already lay at his feet. A third pitched over the railing under the force of his final shot before the rifle clicked dry. Then the chief stepped into view behind the others. Frank drew his sidearm. Cole hauled Hailey onward. They reached the opposite tower's threshold just as the first explosive crack tore through the bridge supports. Frank had shot the anchor bolts. One by one, and very deliberately. The glass span lurched downward in a shower of sparkling fragments and screaming metal. Hunters still on it tumbled into the alley below. The whole bridge folded like a snapped rib and smashed against the tower wall beneath them. For a single impossible second, silence followed. Then a roar went up from both buildings so violent it seemed the city itself had taken offense. Hailey doubled over, hands on her knees, sobbing for breath she could not afford to spend. Cole stood at the shattered threshold staring across the gap into the hearing chamber, now half obscured by dust. No motion came from within. Frank was gone. Cole turned away first. Not because it hurt less. Because there was still work to do. "Move," he said, and his voice sounded like stone breaking. The opposite tower offered no sanctuary. It was older than the administration block and less stable, its inner floors warped by fire damage that had cooked the steel decades ago. Stair flights sagged. Entire hallways sloped by inches toward collapsed sections that yawned open to lower levels. What furniture remained had fused into grotesque knots under heat and time. Cole kept them moving through it anyway. Hailey followed because stopping would have meant thinking, and thinking would have meant seeing Frank in the hearing chamber again and again until motion became impossible. Her grief came not as tears now, but as a numbing pressure behind the ribs, one more weight added to exhaustion. The bridge collapse still rang in her ears. Only when they hit a dead communications room on the 31st floor did Cole allow 10 seconds of stillness. He closed the warped door behind them and listened with his ear to the metal. No clicks nearby. No claws on concrete. The pack had to reroute after the bridge loss. 10 seconds, no more. Hailey sank against a rack of dead switching gear. He is dead. Cole did not answer. She looked up. He stood in the center of the room with one hand braced against the wall, blood running from a split at the hairline, and another darker stain spreading under his ribs where the chief had struck him in the lobby. He looked as if he had been assembled from damage and command in equal parts. "Cole, answer me," she said. His eyes met hers at last. In them she saw grief, fury, and a kind of merciless accounting already underway. Frank's stand was being weighed against distance gained, routes closed, pressure shifted. Not because Cole did not care. Because caring without counting got people killed next. "He bought us time," Cole said. "That is not the same as saying he is dead." "No, it is not," Cole said. She pushed herself upright. "Then say what you mean." The room held a long quiet around them, broken only by the faint drip from a burst pipe in the next chamber. At last he said, "I mean, I do not know. And I do not have the luxury to hope louder than I plan." The sentence hit her with the same cruel precision as so many of his truths. She turned away and pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes for one hard second. When she dropped them again, she was steadier. "What is the plan?" He crossed to the room's broken wall screen and scraped away grime from an old schematic panel. Most of the city map was unreadable, but enough remained. The upper transit service yard is 2 levels down and east. There is a maintenance carriage there that once ran inspection crews along the ridge line. It has not worked in years. "But there is still one chance," she said. "But the track still exists. If the carriage can move even a quarter mile, it gets us past the last open stair fields and into the ridge tunnels. After that, the packs lose vertical advantage." Hailey stared at the schematic. "You want me to wake a dead rail cart? I want you to tell me if dead is dead or only neglected." She let out one exhausted, incredulous breath. "This is the worst date proposal in human history." The words slipped out before she could stop them. Cole looked at her. Despite the blood, the ruin, the man they might have just lost, something electric moved through the room. It was absurd. It was unfair. It was alive. "Good," he said quietly. "Then you can reject it after we survive." Heat rose in her face even as fresh fear closed around the next step. She hated that her body had enough space left in it to notice him like this. She hated more that she did not truly hate it at all. A scrape sounded in the hallway beyond the door. Both of them moved at once. Cole doused the last bright ember grub in its travel cage with a fold of cloth, plunging the room into near darkness. They slipped through the side vent before the first testing clicks sounded at the door. The service yard lay where the schematic promised, but promise meant little in this city. It was a long chamber split open on one side to the ash-gray sky, where a section of tower wall had torn away and left the rail maintenance track exposed to weather. 2 inspection carriages sat on parallel lines under a corroded overhang. One had collapsed entirely into a nest of rust and weeds. The other remained intact in silhouette, a narrow metal capsule with observation windows and a roof arm once meant to interface with the line. Hailey felt a pulse of impossible hope. Then she saw the track beyond. Several sections had shifted. One support beam leaned at a dangerous angle over open air. The power feed housing had blown apart in 3 places. The carriage door hung open like a mouth missing teeth. "Neglected," she said. "Very neglected." Cole scanned the chamber, the side passages, the upper catwalks. "Can it move?" She approached the intact carriage with a mechanic's hunger temporarily stronger than despair. Maybe. Maybe is enough. No, maybe is a punishment. Enough would be yes. He almost answered. Instead, he looked toward the west stair where the clicks had begun to gather again, distant but converging. Hailey climbed into the carriage. Inside, the control cabin smelled of rat nests, hot metal baked by years of ash wind, and the faint dry stink of old electrical burns. Panels hung loose from the console. The manual brake lever had seized halfway. Someone had stripped half the copper before dying or fleeing. Still, The chassis looked better than the exterior suggested. Inspection vehicles were built ugly because they were built to survive indifference. She tore open the feed compartment and began assessing by touch and instinct. Mainline dead. Auxiliary capacitor bank gone. Roof arm stripped. Brake jammed by corrosion. Her hands moved faster as she spoke. But the drive assembly might still take local current if I can patch a line from the emergency maintenance cells. Cole stood at the door, knife in hand, guarding the yard entrances. How long? She laughed once, with no joy in it. Ask a kinder question. How long? 20 minutes if the city forgives me. 10 if I do something dangerous. He met her eyes. We have 5. Then I will do something dangerous. She ripped the side panels free and began stripping wire from the dead light housings. Cole handed her his knife without a word when she needed a cleaner cut. Twice he passed tools before she asked, somehow understanding what she was reaching for through the fury of her focus. He was learning her the way he learned routes and threats, and the realization steadied her even as it frightened her. Outside, the clicks drew closer. She bypassed the fused relay, tied the manual override line off the brake housing, and scavenged a charge cell from the emergency exit sign by the yard door. Not enough. Never enough. She would need a pulse bigger than the cell could provide alone. Her eyes found the maintenance welder mounted on the wall by the service bench, its portable charge pack long dead, but its capacitor shell intact. Cole, I need help, she said. He turned. I need that welder capacitor and maybe a miracle. He threw her the welder. Choose the capacitor. Miracles are in short supply. She gutted the welder with shaking hands and married its capacitor bank to the charge cell using wire that should have melted under load. If the surge took, the drive motor might kick hard enough to break the brake shoes loose and roll. If it failed, the console might explode in her face. Ready? Cole asked. No, not even close, she said. Good enough, he answered. She glanced up. That is not how the word good works. It does here. The first hunter entered the yard on the west catwalk as she slammed the improvised leads into the control studs. The console spat sparks. The carriage shuddered once and went still. Hailey hit the override lever with both palms. Nothing moved. The hunter screamed and launched from the catwalk. Cole met at midair, their bodies slamming against the carriage flank hard enough to rock the cabin. More clicks burst from the passages. More shapes were coming. Hailey bared her teeth, kicked the seized brake housing, and rammed the leads together again with no insulation between her fingers and the hot wire. Pain knifed up her arm. The capacitor discharged with a crack like a close lightning strike. This time the drive motor answered. The whole carriage jolted so violently that Hailey's shoulders slammed into the console. Somewhere under them rust gave way in a shriek. The brake shoes broke free with a sound like tearing iron. It moved, she shouted. Cole killed the first hunter and seized the door rail. Then move it again. She forced the lever forward. The carriage lurched onto the line just as 3 more bodies hit the yard floor. One missed by inches and skidded under the rear axle. The others clung to the side rails, claws screeching over metal. Cole hacked at one arm, then another. Hailey could not help him. She had both hands on a control system older than she was, coaxing power through dead circuits and praying the track held. The carriage gained speed. For 10 glorious seconds, it seemed they might actually have stolen a future from the city. Then the chief stepped onto the track ahead. He emerged from a maintenance tunnel in the line's center span, framed by the gray beyond, one hand dragging Frank. Hailey's breath stopped. Frank was alive, though only barely. His face was a ruin of blood and ash, one eye swollen shut, wrists bound behind him with twisted cable. He stumbled when the chief hauled him forward, then caught himself with the ragged stubbornness that seemed to define him. Around them, 4 hunters took positions on the side braces of the track. It was not a blockade. It was an execution stage. Cole moved to the front window like he meant to break through the glass and kill the world with his hands. Hailey grabbed his arm. We cannot ram him. The support will fail. He knows. Frank lifted his head enough to see them through the carriage glass. Even from that distance, Hailey could read the command in his face. Not rescue. Not surrender. Finish the line. Use the opening. The chief read it too. He smiled, ugly and full of old grief, and drew one claw slowly across Frank's throat, just enough to promise what could happen next. Then he yanked the bound man aside and leaped onto the carriage roof. Everything happened at once. Hunters hit the side rails. The carriage screamed under sudden weight. Frank twisted free enough to throw himself toward the track edge, taking one guard with him into open air. The line support ahead, already bent, snapped under the shifted load with a rifle crack report. The entire carriage pitched sideways. Hailey lost the controls and slammed into the side window. Cole caught the forward strut with one hand and her jacket with the other as the cabin floor dropped out from under them. Metal folded. Glass burst. The world became noise and gray and the sensation of falling inside something that was still trying to remain a vehicle. She saw the chief through the shattered roof for one last instant. Claws sunk into the carriage frame, body perfectly balanced in collapse. Then the line gave way. The carriage broke in half as it plunged into the ruin below. The front cabin struck first. Hailey remembered glass exploding inward, remembered the console folding like paper, remembered Cole's hand tearing loose from her sleeve when the cabin sheared away from the rear assembly. Then came impact after impact, each one turning thought into white pain. When motion finally stopped, she was hanging upside down in the shattered nose of the carriage, held in place by her jacket twisted around a bent seat frame and pure chance. Blood filled one ear with a warm, slow trickle. Her right hand would not close. The world listed at an impossible angle. For several breaths, she could not tell whether the roaring in her head came from the fall or from the hunters already converging through the rubble. "Cole," she tried to say. What came out was barely air. She forced her eyes to focus. The carriage nose had speared through the roof of an old service depot and lodged in a nest of beams, dangling half over a pit choked with debris. Below, through smoke and drifting ash, she saw movement. Pale bodies dropping from broken spans. One of the side hunters lay snapped wrong over a concrete pillar. Another was already climbing. Beyond them, the rear half of the carriage burned where fuel cells or old grease had ignited on impact. And in the center of the wreckage, the chief was dragging himself out from under a collapsed beam. He should have been broken. Instead, he rose slowly, blood sheeting down one side where metal had opened his shoulder, and turned at once toward the hanging nose cabin. Toward her. Hailey clawed at the twisted jacket trapping her. Her numb fingers slipped. The seat frame bit deeper into the fabric. A figure moved in the smoke below the burning rear carriage. It was Cole. He staggered out of the wreckage with one arm hanging wrong and blood down his face, so thick it looked like a mask. He had lost the knife, lost the pack, maybe lost a rib or more, but not the line of his body. Not that terrible refusal to stop. The chief saw him and roared. The sound woke the rest of the pack. Hunters poured into the depot from the surrounding ruins, some climbing down the fallen line, others emerging from drain mouths and maintenance cuts below. Too many. Far too many. Cole reached the hanging cabin first. He climbed the broken support frame with a limp and one good arm, hauling himself upward across jagged metal that sliced his palms open afresh. He got high enough to lock eyes with her through the shattered window. "Can you move?" he shouted. She tried again to wrench free and almost blacked out from the pain in her shoulder. Stuck. The chief hit the support frame from below hard enough to shake the entire cabin. Metal screamed. Hailey cried out as her weight shifted. Cole climbed faster. He reached through the broken window and slashed at her jacket with a shard of carriage panel. The fabric tore halfway. Below them, the chief began to climb. "Cole," Hailey gasped. "He is coming." "I know." Another impact shuddered through the frame. One of the lower support beams gave way and dropped into the pit. The nose cabin lurched farther out over empty space. Cole tore at the remaining fabric with his bare hand until it finally ripped free. Hailey fell toward him. He caught enough of her weight to turn the drop into a brutal slide across the jagged frame instead of a plunge into the pit. Pain ripped through her side. She bit down on the scream. Then the chief reached them. He came over the support like something shaped by catastrophe itself, one hand gripping twisted steel, the other closing on Cole's throat before either of them could fully recover balance. Cole slammed the metal shard into the chief's forearm. The creature barely noticed. It drove him backward against the frame with enough force to dent the panel behind him. Hailey snatched for anything, found a length of snapped cable, and whipped it across the chief's face. The motion distracted him for less than a second, but Cole used the second. He drove both boots into the creature's chest and broke the grip. The three of them slid in a rain of rust and glass toward the frame's edge. Hunters swarmed the depot floor below, waiting. Cole rose first, putting himself between Hailey and the chief, though he could barely stand. There was no speech now, no ritual, only exhausted murder. The chief attacked with savage economy, each movement aimed at breaking joints, stripping balance, ending resistance. Cole answered with everything the city had taught him: elbows, leverage, the use of unstable footing, the willingness to hurt himself if it created one better angle. He fought like a man who belonged to collapse. It still was not enough. The chief caught his damaged arm and wrenched. Cole made a sound Hailey had never heard from him, low and involuntary. The creature head-butted him across the brow, spun, and hurled him bodily off the support frame. "Cole, hold on," Hailey screamed. He fell through smoke and broken light into the rubble pit beneath the depot, struck one beam, then another, and vanished into a crashing spray of shattered masonry 3 levels down. Hailey did not see him move again. The chief turned to her while the echoes of the fall still rolled through the depot. For the first time since the crash, true helplessness hit her. Not fear of pain, not even fear of death. Fear that the center of the dark had just gone out of the world and taken all possibility with it. She tried to crawl backward across the frame. 2 hunters seized her ankles at once from below. Another caught her wrists. She kicked, twisted, bit one gray hand hard enough to taste blood and ash. But exhaustion made every fight smaller than her will. Across the depot floor, another pack dragged in Frank. He was alive. Conscious too, barely, head hanging between his shoulders as 2 hunters forced him upright by the bound arms. One leg trailed uselessly. When he lifted his face and saw Hailey pinned on the frame, shame flashed there for a moment, then anger, then a hard steadiness that refused both. The chief looked from Frank to Hailey to the rubble pit where Cole had disappeared. The chief looked satisfied. He clicked once, a command that ran through the pack like a current. The hunters hauled Hailey down from the frame and bound her wrists with wires stripped from the wreck. Someone struck the back of her knees. She fell. A moment later, they dragged her toward a service tunnel yawning black at the depot's base. Frank stumbled beside her under guard, blood dropping in a thin line across the concrete. She twisted once, straining for one last sight of the pit. Nothing moved in the wreckage below. Smoke drifted upward. Chunks of fractured stone continued to settle and slide where Cole had fallen, sealing darkness over darkness. The pack did not look back. Neither, after a final raw second, could she. As they dragged her into the earth, Hailey carried only the image of him dropping away through smoke and broken beams, and the terrible knowledge that the city had at last taken the man who knew it best. Chapter 12. Consciousness returned to Cole by degrees and with immediate hostility. Pain arrived first, clean and everywhere. Then wait. Then the taste of dust so thick on his tongue it felt like mud. He opened his eyes to total black and for one blind instant thought the depot collapse had buried him alive in solid stone. He forced himself still. That reflex had saved him more than once. Panic wasted air, and air inside sealed rubble was currency. He breathed shallowly through his nose and listened. Tiny shifts of settling debris. A drip somewhere far off. No immediate voices, human or otherwise. Above him, faint enough to seem imagined, the last echoes of the pack had already faded. Alive then. Buried, damaged, and alone. But alive. He tested his body in the darkness as methodically as he would test a route. Left leg answered. Right leg answered with a knife of pain through the knee, but held. Left arm weak, likely strained. Right arm worse, shoulder half out, or near enough to matter. Ribs bad. Head cut open, but not split. No warm rush, suggesting an opened artery. Nothing broken in the spine, because he still felt his feet. He shifted an inch and found the pocket around him. A beam had fallen across a mound of shattered concrete, and held just enough weight off his chest to leave a crawl space no wider than a coffin. Smaller debris packed around his hips and legs. The air was stale but present. He could work with that. Cole closed his eyes again, though it made no difference in the dark, and rebuilt the last seconds. The support frame. The chief. Hailey freed. The throw. The pit. Hailey taken. Frank alive but captured. The chief satisfied. Something cold moved through him then, colder than fear and more useful. Rage, yes, but stripped of heat. Heat made mistakes. Cold remembered detail. He braced his good hand against the beam above and shoved his damaged shoulder into the wall until the joint caught and slid back into place with a muted grinding pop that sent white light through his skull. He breathed through it, teeth locked. Then he began to dig himself out. It took time he could not measure. Minutes, maybe an hour. He moved one stone at a time, always testing what carried weight and what would bring the ceiling down on his head. Twice the rubble shifted and forced him flat under a rain of grit. Once something in the wreckage above gave way with a loud crack, and he froze for 50 breaths while dust poured over his back. But the city had built him for this kind of labor. Not strength alone, but patience and the discipline to move in darkness where anyone else would waste themselves trying to hurry. At last a wedge of gray filtered through a split in the debris ahead. Cole widened it enough to drag himself free and rolled onto the floor of a lower service chamber, half buried under the collapsed depot. The motion nearly made him black out. He lay on cold concrete until the wave passed, then forced himself onto one elbow. The chamber had once held drainage pumps and fuel filters. Now it was a broken cellar under the city, crossed by pipes and sunk in knee-deep ash from decades of seep and collapse. The depot pit above had dropped part of its load through the ceiling, but the chamber's old reinforced ribs had kept the whole structure from crushing flat. He searched for the knife first. He found it lodged in a crack 3 feet away, handle bent, blade nicked, but serviceable. That was good enough. The pack had taken Hailey and Frank through the service tunnels at the depot base. He knew those tunnels. Not every branch. No one knew every branch. But enough. Enough, if he moved now. Cole pushed to his feet and nearly went back down. His ribs objected so violently that black edges crowded his vision. He leaned against a fuel filter shell and waited until the chamber steadied. Then he took stock. No pack. No supplies except what the collapse had not stolen. His own salvage pouch was gone. Hailey's engineering roll had likely gone with the carriage or the captors. The ember grub travel cage hung broken from a beam above, one grub crushed, another still alive and glowing dimly beneath a spill of ash. He crawled over and freed it carefully, blooding 2 fingertips against a metal edge to wake its light. The creature pulsed blue in his hand, weak but functioning. He remembered Hailey on the observatory floor, furious and alive, saying plans gave terror corners. That was enough. Then he would build a plan. He climbed to the depot floor by a rear collapse seam and reached the wreckage chamber from below. The pack had stripped the place in passing. No bodies left except one juvenile crushed under the carriage frame and one side hunter split open on rebar. Frank's blood marked the route to the service tunnel. Hailey's lighter steps vanished under the drag marks and the pack's broader spoor. The chief had not rushed the return to the lair. He had taken captives in triumph and likely in ritual. That meant 2 things. First, the route home would be secure. Second, they might still be alive when he got there. They still might live. Cole crouched at the tunnel mouth and studied what the pack had left without realizing it. Disturbed soot at shoulder height where larger bodies had brushed the wall. A fresh scrape on old brick from dragged cable. A tiny fleck of clear polymer under a boot print. He picked it up and recognized it at once as a shaving from one of Hailey's resin packets. She had left a trail. Not obvious. Not childish. A chip here. A wire filament there. At the first turn, a smear of grease on a stone edge too high for a hunter's touch and too deliberate to be accident. A map made by a captive who trusted he might still be following. Something in his chest tightened around that. All right. He said into the empty tunnel, and his own voice sounded strange after so much silence. I am coming. The direct route to the central lairs ran through 3 predator lanes and 1 flooded transit sink. The pack would assume he knew that, and either died in the depot or avoided the obvious kill path. Therefore, the obvious kill path would be watched, but not with the same attention given to the side vents and escape seams. The chief had always understood Cole as prey that thought like a hunter. Tonight, he would need to think like ruin itself, which meant smell first. Cole left the service tunnel and moved instead through lower maintenance cuts toward the mold farms under the old hospital quarter, where the masking sap grew thickest in vats of rotted root and mineral seep. The route cost him nearly another hour and more blood than he could spare. Twice he had to climb around collapses that would have been easy on healthy ribs and were torture now. Once he heard hunters crossing an upper duct and flattened himself in a sludge trench while ash water dripped over his face. But eventually the stink found him. The sap vats occupied what had once been a pharmaceutical storage level, long ago flooded, then colonized by the black vine and white shelf mold that fed the ember grubs. Now the room was a forest of sagging shelves over sunk pools of algae-thick fluid. The air itself seemed half-rotten. Threads of bioluminescent fungus traced the walls in sick green lines. Every surface glistened. Most survivors used masking sap sparingly. A swipe across the neck, wrists, boots. Enough to blur human scent under the city's broader decay. Lethal doses belonged to nobody sane. Cole knelt beside the largest vat and stared down into the black-green surface. He had seen what too much sap did. Closed throats, chemical burns, fevers, and hallucinations. If the skin absorbed it too fast or the lungs took too much vapor, a person could walk into the dark smiling and never walk out. Hailey and Frank did not have time for caution. He stripped off his torn outer shirt, cut it into bands, and dipped the fabric into the vat. The sap clung in ropes, thicker than blood, reeking of spoiled copper and dead leaves. He wrapped the soaked bands around his throat, arms, chest, and lower face, ignoring the instant sting. Then he smeared more across his hair, hands, boots, and even the knife hilt. By the time he finished, the chemical burn had begun in earnest, crawling over every patch of exposed skin like ants made of fire. His eyes watered. His breathing turned shallow and sharp. That was good, because pain meant he was still moving inside his body. He checked the effect by approaching one of the side dens where tunnel scavengers nested. Usually the little blind vermin fled from human scent instantly. Tonight they remained inside the cracked wall, noses twitching in confusion. Invisible, then, or close enough. Cole returned to the depot route and followed Hailey's trail deeper. The city changed below the service level. Concrete gave way to older stone. Modern transit cuts met foundations from buildings demolished long before the eruption. Utility lines threaded through forgotten basements, crypt-like vaults, and water channels that predated half the streets above. The packs loved these depths because they rewarded memory over speed. A wrong turn here did not just kill. It erased. Hailey's signs became rarer, but they never vanished entirely. A thread caught on a broken pipe. 3 shallow scrape marks on a brick corner made by metal dragged against stone. Once, astonishingly, a tiny bit of chalk on the wall in the shape of a bent arrow. She had found office chalk somewhere in the service yard or stolen it from a hunter's pouch after capture. Trust Hailey to make the underworld look like a hostile design problem. Cole's mouth almost moved. Not a smile. He had no room for one. But something close enough to remember later, if later existed. At the first guard, he used one of her own devices. The pack had not stripped everything from the depot. In the process of following the trail, he found a shattered side compartment from the carriage buried in a rubble seam. Inside it, miraculously, remained a half-crushed pouch containing 2 of Hailey's spring clickers and a resin tube. He took them like gifts from a version of the world that still allowed such things. Now, crouched above a sink chamber where 2 hunters guarded the narrow bridge into the central warrens, he anchored a clicker under a loose vent grate and sent it skittering down a drainage channel with a push of broken tile. The metallic chatter burst from the dark on the far side of the chamber. Both guards went at once. Cole crossed the bridge behind them like a ghost made foul by sap. He cut the first throat without sound. The second turned at the wet shift in the air, too late, and he drove the bent knife up under the jaw. The body spasmed in his grip. He lowered it to the stone and waited through the violent tremor in his own injured arm until the muscles obeyed again. No triumph came with the kills, only progress. The second guard knot was worse. 4 hunters, one of them old and clever, stationed where 2 sewer mains joined beneath a chapel crypt. Cole could not distract all 4 cleanly, and the air currents in the chamber were treacherous. Even under sap, a direct pass might brush enough human smell into the elder's nose to trigger an alarm. He studied the chamber from a burial niche half collapsed into the wall and let memory do its work. Years ago, during the starving seasons, he had hidden near this exact junction while a rival scavenger traded bone charms to the lower pack for fungus meal. The old male on guard duty had been there then too, younger by a decade but already missing 2 fingers on the left hand. It had a habit when bored. It clicked with the remaining knuckles against the stone rail in sets of 4. The sound called the juveniles close because they hoped it meant scraps. Some instincts did not change. Cole took the second clicker, tied it to a length of found wire, and lowered it from the niche behind the elder guard. Then, matching the remembered rhythm, he tapped the line 4 times against the wall. The rhythm came as 4 quick taps. The old male turned. So did the nearest juvenile, eager and foolish. It loped toward the false signal. Cole dropped silently behind it and opened its neck. Before the elder could voice alarm, he slashed the clicker line loose so the device sprang under the old male's feet, chattering madly. The other 2 guards whirled toward the noise. Cole stabbed the elder through the base of the skull, pivoted, and used its collapsing body to tangle the next hunter's legs. His damaged shoulder screamed as he drove the knife down again and again. The last guard managed one half-formed cry before Cole slammed the resin tube into a wall torch niche and kicked the burning fungus into the spill. The crude flare erupted in hot, choking smoke that swallowed the noise. He left the chamber with the sap on his skin, now burning so fiercely that parts of his forearms had gone numb. Time, he knew, had begun to close around him. The dose would buy stealth for only so long before it bought collapse instead. He descended through the chapel crypt and into the Undercity proper. The lair was not a single cavern as surface rumors sometimes imagined. It was a kingdom grown through layers of dead infrastructure and old shelter architecture. Culverts joined to metro cuts. Shelter dormitories opened into subway maintenance bays, all linked by natural fractures widened over years of claw and scavenged tools. Blue light pulsed everywhere from ember grub cages hung in bone frames or packed into niche walls behind rough mesh. The effect was ghastly and beautiful at once, a drowned city lit from its own wounds. Cole stopped in the shadow of a fractured pillar and listened. He heard voices, human voices, faint and hoarse, from the old shelter block to the east. He moved. The first human signs were recent. A boot scuff, a snapped length of utility cable the packs would never notice. Then the smell, thin under all the rot and fungus and blood. Frank's iron-heavy trail. Hailey's cleaner scent nearly erased by rough handling and fear. Cole followed both through a hall lined with old shelter murals painted by children after the first winter, suns and trees, and houses surviving in crayon color beneath mildew and soot. He had lived in halls like these once. Slept in them. Stolen ration slips in them. Heard adults promise each other that the ash would clear by spring. Nothing in him softened at the memory. If anything, it sharpened him more. He reached the holding block and found the problem immediately. The shelter cells were not true cells at all, but repurposed family dormitories sealed with welded mesh and scavenged doors. 3 held bones. 1 held captives. Hailey sat with her back to the far wall, wrists still bound in front now, face bruised, one sleeve torn, eyes open and hard in the ember blue light. Frank lay on the floor beside the mesh, also bound, breathing shallow but steady. He looked as if the city had tried repeatedly and personally to finish him and been denied out of spite. Hailey saw Cole first. Her expression did not change by so much as a blink. Only her eyes sharpened. She had expected he might come, or at least refused to stop planning as though he would. Frank noticed an instant later and closed his eyes again as if from pain, hiding the recognition. Cole crouched behind a broken laundry cart in the hall and read the rest. 2 guards on the immediate door. one at the corridor bend. More movement beyond. In the central feast chamber where the pack's numbers thickened, a frontal strike would trigger the entire lair. A stealth release was possible only if he could draw the hall guards away one by one or kill them soundlessly in place. Hailey shifted her hands in her lap. At first he thought the motion was fatigue. Then he saw the thin glint of metal between her fingers. She had stolen something, perhaps from the wire on her own bonds, and was working at Frank's restraints under cover of stillness. That was good enough. Cole scanned the ceiling and found the old vent run above the corridor, partly collapsed but open enough for a man if the man accepted lacerations and pain. He did. Before he moved, Hailey looked directly into the shadow where he hid. Not at the cart. At him. Her lips barely moved. You took too long. Despite the blood on his face and the fire crawling over his skin from the lethal sap, Cole almost laughed. He touched 2 fingers to the floor in answer, the smallest signal. Stay ready. Then he rose into the vent dark and began the final crawl above the guards, deeper into the chief's house, colder and more furious than he had ever been in his life. The vent shaft had once circulated warm air from the shelter generators. Now it was a ribbed tunnel of rust, dust, and claw scratches where smaller pack members sometimes traveled between halls. Cole moved through it on his elbows with the ember grub tucked in a fold of cloth against his chest and the knife clenched between his teeth when both hands were needed. Every drag of his body over the metal sent sparks of pain through his ribs. The sap bands under his clothes had turned from burn to a deep internal heat that made his pulse feel wrong. Below him, through the slits in the vent floor, the lair unfolded in pieces. The corridor outside the holding block fed into a central chamber built from the joined remains of a subway platform and a civil defense mess hall. Bone charms hung from old signal poles. Ember grub cages lined the platform edge in stacked rows, turning the whole space into a blue-lit abyss. The pack had made hearths from broken vending machines and sleeper pallets from looted bedding. Near the center stood a mound of scavenged tribute. Copper wire, polished stones, dead radios, goggles, jewelry, ration tins, children's toys, and human bones cleaned almost white. At the far end of the chamber, the chief sat on the cracked shell of a ticket kiosk, as if it were a throne made for him. He had bound his shoulder with torn fabric and pitch. Blood still crusted the furrows where the carriage wreck had cut him. His mate's kiln glass rings hung heavy at his throat. Around him the lower pack kept a careful distance, not merely from rank, but from the radius of grief around his body. An older female cleaned his arm with boiled water from a dented shelter pot. 2 juveniles sorted trophies into piles. No one laughed. No one wasted movement. The lair felt like a camp waiting for a sentence to be carried out. Cole watched the chief for the shape of weakness. He found several. The left shoulder was slower. The right knee favored after long stillness. One side of the torso stayed guarded where the fall had bruised or cracked something deep. None of it would matter if the whole lair woke at once. It might matter in a duel. Under the vent, near the holding block, one of the corridor guards shifted and spat into the drain channel. The other rolled a bone bead between scarred fingers and clicked softly to himself, a bored rhythm. The guard at the bend had worse habits. He checked the captives often, leaning close to the mesh to scent fear. Cole changed his route. Instead of dropping onto the corridor first, he followed the vent toward the mess hall kitchen where old supply ducts connected to the water mains. Kitchens meant noise. Noise meant cover. They also meant tools. By the time he reached the rusted junction over the dish pit, he had built the next stage of the plan. He lowered himself into the kitchen through a bent maintenance hatch and landed soundlessly in a nest of mold-furred trays. The room had been turned into a crude but functional processing space. Fungus racks lined one wall. On another hung knives of every possible origin, from butcher blades to sharpened scraps of machine housing. A trough carried gray water toward the old drains. Most important, a gas line from the emergency cookers still ran overhead, patched and repatched by hands that understood salvage well enough to keep flame alive. Hailey would have liked that, some distant corner of his mind noted. The workmanship was ugly but clever. He found twine, a cracked pressure cap, and 3 small jars of rendered grub fat. From these and the last of the resin in the crushed tube, he made a device that would never impress a real engineer and would still do exactly what he required. It would stick, delay, heat, and smoke. The first charge went under the sink line. The second under the fungus drying rack nearest the main gas patch. The third he kept. Then he listened for footsteps and waited for the corridor guard who liked to scent fear. The guard came 3 minutes later, padding into the kitchen with a strip of dried meat in one hand and casual authority in its posture. It checked the pots, the drying racks, the half-finished pile of stripped wire on the prep table. Its head turned once toward the dish pit and paused. Cole held still in the mold dark under the sink, sap stench wrapping him like a curse. The guard sniffed. Confusion crossed its posture, not enough human expression for a face, but enough in the angle of its neck. It smelled wrongness and found only stronger wrongness. Cole came up under the chin and cut deep. He caught the body before it hit the trays and lowered it behind the sink, then stripped the bone beads from its wrist. Guards noticed missing bodies. They noticed missing rhythms sooner. The bead clicks would by seconds. He returned to the vent with the third charge and crawled back toward the holding block. Below, Hailey had nearly freed one hand from the wire binding. Frank still lay prone, but his fingers flexed in tiny measured tests against the cable at his wrists. That was good news, because both were alive enough to use an opening. Cole dropped the bead string down the corridor with a careful flick. It landed beyond the bend, rolled twice, and knocked against the wall in the same bored rhythm the missing guard used when he paced. The beads tapped once, paused, and then tapped twice. The bend guard turned and moved toward the sound. Cole slid silently from the vent directly behind the remaining mesh guard and clamped one sap-slick hand over its mouth before the knife entered under the ribs and up. The body convulsed once. He dragged it into the shadow beside the laundry cart and took its key ring, though he doubted any of the locks still worked honestly. Hailey was already on her feet by the time he reached the cell. "About time," she whispered through the mesh, voice rough but steady. Frank opened one eye. "You look terrible." Cole tested the welded latch. It felt solid. "You both look worse." Hailey held up her half-freed wrists. "That is romance in this city, apparently." The sentence hit him harder than he expected. Even now, even here, he forced his focus back to the latch. The keys failed, as expected. The weld points, however, were old and clumsy. He could break one with leverage if noise outside was managed. Frank had pushed himself upright against the wall. His face had gone gray with effort. "Before you open that, define the rest of the plan. I do not crawl out of here just to improvise our deaths in a more public room." Cole crouched close to the mesh, keeping his body between them and the corridor view. "Kitchen charges. Small fire, heavy smoke. They will think accident first, sabotage second. The corridor will pull guards toward the mess hall. We go the opposite direction through the deck and showers, an old sump line." Frank nodded once. "That will work." Hailey narrowed her eyes. "What are you not saying?" Cole did not answer at once. She read the truth anyway. She had always been faster than comfort deserved. The sump line is not wide enough for all three if the heavy bodies get there first. "It is wide enough," he said. "For who?" The corridor below the bend guard remained clear for the moment. In the main chamber, somebody began a low morning chant around the chief, a rhythm of clicks and throat sounds rising with the heat of old rage. Time had begun to collapse again. Frank saw it in Cole's face and sighed. "For the record, I am getting very tired of being the expendable one." "No," Cole said. The answer came sharp enough to surprise all three of them. "Not this time." Hailey stared at him. He met her eyes through the mesh. There were 1,000 things in the space between them that a sane world would have demanded later for. Softer time, clean hands, and light. Instead, there was only urgency and the fact that he had already lost too much tonight. "The line is wide enough," he said more quietly, "if nobody hesitates." Something in her expression shifted. Not softness. Not here. Recognition, perhaps, of what it cost him to say even that much. "Then open it," she said. He wedged the knife hilt under the lower weld seam and put his shoulder into the twist. Metal complained. He twisted harder. The first weld popped with a muted snap. Frank grabbed the mesh at once and put his weight onto the opposite side despite the damage in his leg. Hailey kicked the lower frame. The second seam tore free. The door sagged open. Cole cut Frank's wrists first, then Hailey's. The marks under the wire were angry and red, but she flexed her hands once and set the pain aside like a practical matter. Frank took longer to rise. When he did, his weight shifted off the damaged leg only through stubbornness and Cole's arm under his shoulder. Hailey looked between them. No heroic lies. Can he run? Frank answered before Cole could. In the event of immediate death, yes. Comforting, she muttered. A shout sounded from the kitchen. Not human, but alarmed, and then another voice joined it. Cole lit the third charge from an ember-grub torch niche and tossed it through the vent grate toward the kitchen line. A heartbeat later, the first smoke bellied into the main chamber. The lair changed at once. Guards snapped upright. Juveniles shrieked and scattered. One of the old females barked orders and clipped clicks while bodies sprinted toward the kitchen passage. The chief rose from the ticket kiosk in one smooth motion, head lifting descent through the growing haze. Move, Cole said. They slipped into the Deccan corridor while the lair's attention pulled the other way. The showers had long since been stripped of fixtures, leaving a tiled tunnel of hanging pipes and cracked drains. Blue light from the ember grubs turned the steam stains into bruised patterns on the walls. Halfway through, Hailey stumbled and caught herself against the tile. Cole reached for her. She shook him off, not in rejection, but in refusal to lose speed. Later, she whispered. The word lodged under his ribs more sharply than pain. They reached the sump line entrance just as the alarm shifted tone. Too soon. The chief had understood. A roar cut through the smoke behind them. Not grief now, but command. The pack's movement changed from scattered response to organized closure. In the next corridor over, bodies pounded toward the Deccan hall. Frank heard it and looked down the sump line, then at the narrowing breach above the culvert. You were right, he said to Cole, voice grim. No hesitation. Hailey turned on both of them. Do not start. The first hunter hit the shower hall in trance in a burst of pale limbs and shadow. Cole killed it at the threshold and shoved the body crosswise to jam the gap. Hailey, you go first. She looked at the sump line, then at Frank's leg, then back at Cole. Fury flashed through her, bright as the ember grub light. I am not leaving either of you in here. You are not leaving, Frank said. You are getting ahead so someone can drag us if we fail gracefully. She almost argued again. Then another roar from the chief rolled through the tile, closer now. Decision replaced fury. She dropped into the sump breach and began to crawl. Frank followed with a hiss of pain between clenched teeth. Cole held the shower hall alone for the 10 seconds it took to get Frank halfway in. More hunters struck the threshold. Smoke thickened. The body jam failed. Cole used the narrow doorway exactly as he had used stairwells and ducts all his life, turning numbers into a line, line into delay, delay into one more breath purchased at blood cost. He cut one arm, broke one jaw, kicked another body into the tiles hard enough to crack bone. Then the chief entered the far end of the shower hall, and everything became immediate. He came through the smoke like vengeance given muscle, eyes fixed not on the captives now, but on Cole. The distance between them shrank under the flicker of blue light and the hiss of steam from burst pipes. This was not yet the duel. Both of them knew it, but it was the promise of one. Frank, half inside the sump line, twisted to look back. Cole, move now, Frank said. Hailey's hand appeared behind him in the dark breach, reaching. Cole took one step backward toward them. The chief took one step forward into the steam. Behind Cole, Hailey's hand reached from the dark breach, and Frank fought to hold himself upright. Ahead of him, the chief came on through the blue-lit vapor with murder and grief braided into every movement. All around them, the Undercity gathered breath, smoke, and blood for the clash that could no longer be delayed. Chapter 13. The chief came through the blue-lit vapor with murder and grief braided into every movement. Cole did not wait for the collision. Waiting was for people who still believed strength solved problems by itself. He snatched the last noisemaker from his belt, slammed it against the tile to arm the spring, and hurled it over the chief's shoulder into the Deccan corridor behind him. The device hit the far wall and burst into a clattering burst of metal chatter. Every lesser hunter in the smoke answered at once. Heads snapped toward the false sound. Pale bodies shifted. The pressure in the room changed as the pack's first instinct bent away from Cole and toward the thing that clicked like prey in panic. The chief did not turn. He knew better. He kept coming, broad shoulders brushing hanging pipes. Blind white eyes fixed not on noise, but on the shape of the man who had taken his mate and broken his hunt. Cole saw the choice in the creature's body before it committed. The chief wanted him alive for one more breath than necessary. That single fact kept Cole breathing. He dropped to one knee as the chief lunged, let claws rake sparks from the tile where his throat had been, and drove his knife upward into the thick muscle under the creature's arm. The blade bit deep enough to feel heat and resistance, then lodged against something harder beneath. The chief bellowed and backhanded him across the shower hall. Cole hit the wall hard enough to burst old grout. Pain flashed white along his ribs. He used it. He pushed off the cracked tile before the bigger body could trap him, kicked the corpse jam loose from the sump breach, and sent the dead hunter rolling crosswise into the chief's legs. "Move!" He shouted toward the breach without looking back. "Do not stop for me." Frank's answer came from the pipe behind him, rough with pain and fury. That was never the plan. Hailey's voice followed, close and strained by the narrow tunnel. "You do not get to invent plans that leave you behind." Cole almost laughed, and then the chief hit him. They crashed through the shower hall threshold together in a storm of tile shards and steam. Cole turned with the impact, using the bigger body's speed against it just enough to spoil the crush. The chief smashed shoulder first into a bank of rusted lockers and tore them from the wall in a squeal of metal. Cole snatched a hanging pipe with one hand, swung himself around the creature's flank, and slashed again, this time across the back of the knee where tendon lay near the surface. Dark blood sprayed the lockers and steamed on contact with hot tile. The chief staggered, more from surprise than real harm, and gave a sound unlike the pack's clicking calls. This was older and lower, not language exactly, and not animal fury either. It carried meaning with it, carrying recognition and promise together. "You learn," the chief rasped. The words landed in Cole's chest harder than the blow had. He had known the chief understood patterns, tactics, routes, seasons, and losses. Hearing shaped sound come from that ruined throat still felt like seeing a statue turn its head. Cole backed into the Deccan corridor, knife low, every breath measured through the stink of masking sap and blood. "You talk now," Cole said. The chief's lip peeled back from long yellow teeth. "You kill mine. I killed the one who tried to cut Hailey apart on the bridge." The chief advanced one deliberate step. "Mine." Cole heard the packs surging after the fading clatter behind them. Let the smaller ones chase lies, and let the room narrow down to the one danger that could actually think. He shifted his weight, feeling what the slam into the wall had done. Left ribs bruised, maybe cracked. Right shoulder hot, but functional. Knife still sound. Sap still strong on his skin. None of it mattered if he let the chief put him on the floor. Behind him, somewhere beyond the steam and concrete, the sump pipe rang faintly under Frank's crawling weight. Hailey would hear that too. She would understand the distance was growing. She was too smart not to understand what that meant. Good, he told himself again, though the thought had teeth, and he forced himself to keep going. The corridor fed into an old filtration gallery where stainless tanks the size of train cars lined either side of a central aisle. Half the tanks had burst decades ago, leaving jagged metal mouths and pools of black mineral crust below. Blue ember grubs clung to cages strung from overhead rails, their glow too dim to banish the shadows that pooled between the tanks. The ceiling rose high enough to vanish. Cole knew the room. He had crossed it twice in the last year, and only once on purpose. Sound wandered here. Smell climbed. The graded walkways overhead were unstable, and the drained trenches below could break an ankle or swallow a leg if taken wrong. It was a terrible place to fight anything larger than a man. It was precisely why he chose it. The chief came in after him with a limp that barely slowed him. Blood ran down one thigh in glossy sheets. It made the brute look only more dangerous, as if the room itself had painted him for sacrifice and simply forgotten to tell him he was the intended offering. Cole retreated another 3 paces and stopped between the second and third drain trench. "Come on," he said softly. The chief tilted his head. That terrible blind gaze shifted, not tracking by sight, but by heat, air movement, and the tremor in Cole's feet. "Ash Ghost," he said. "Always holes. Always traps. No honor." Cole thought of the dead in this city, the children in nests, the stripped bones in stairwells, the men who had come down in armor and never climbed back out. Honor seemed like a bright side word, preserved in warm rooms by people who had never paid blood just to keep their food alive. "You ate honor years ago," he said. Then he stamped once on the great panel at his feet and leaped backward. The weakened section gave way under the chief's next step with a scream of rust. One leg plunged thigh-deep through the floor. The creature caught himself on both arms before the rest of his weight followed, muscles knotting huge and hard under pale skin. Cole lunged in. His knife drove for the throat. The chief twisted with shocking speed and took the blade through the side of the neck instead of the windpipe. Blood hit Cole's face like thrown paint. An enormous hand seized his forearm, crushed until sparks shot up his fingers, and hurled him across the trench. He rolled, came up on one knee, and discovered the knife was gone, still buried in the chief's neck. The chief tore it free and looked at it, almost thoughtful, before snapping the blade against the great edge and throwing the pieces away. Cole's stomach felt cold and flat. He reached for the short steel pry bar strapped along his spine. Hailey had wrapped the grip in cloth so it would not click against the harness. She had handed it to him before the infiltration with a look that said she did not trust chance to keep him alive another night. At the time he had said nothing because words had seemed too thin for the way her fingers had brushed his wrist. Now he drew it and settled lower. The chief dragged his trapped leg free of the floor, chunks of rusted grate hanging from torn flesh. He should have slowed. He did not. He came on with blood gouting from neck and thigh, one arm slightly stiff, rage brightening into something colder and more focused. "This city made you small," the chief said. Cole circled left, forcing the brute to turn toward the broken trench and the burst tank. "It kept me alive. It kept you hungry." The answer hit too close because it was true in more ways than one. Hungry for heat. Hungry for a voice that did not speak only in orders or fear. Hungry for a life that did not smell like old rain and rot. Hungry, lately and most dangerously, for one woman who looked at him as if surviving had not made him less human. The chief charged. Cole ducked the first grab, drove the pry bar into the same damaged thigh, and ripped sideways. Thick flesh opened. The chief slammed him down anyway, forearm crushing across Cole's chest. Air blasted from his lungs. The world narrowed to pain and the immense pressure trying to fold his ribs inward until something vital gave. Cole jammed both hands between his chest and the creature's arm, buying a sliver of breath. The chief leaned closer until their faces were inches apart. His breath stank of blood, grubs, and the sweet rot of old meat. "She screamed," the chief said, meaning his mate. "You heard." Cole's vision spotted at the edges. He got one knee under him and shoved with everything left in his spine. It moved the arm half an inch. "Not enough." "I heard," he rasped. The chief's mouth opened in something like grief. "Good." Cole let go with his left hand, grabbed the broken great edge beside his head, and tore a strip of rusted steel free. He drove it upward through the chief's ear. The sound that came out of the brute was beyond rage. The pressure vanished. Cole rolled as claws shredded the floor where his face had been. He came up gasping, half blind from sweat and blood, and ran for the ladder tower at the far end of the gallery. He did not run because he believed he could simply outrange the chief. He ran because the room had given him what it could, and because above them lay the maintenance gantries Hailey had marked on the museum map, with a quick scar of charcoal and the words, "These will never pass load inspection." At the time he had told her inspections were a bright-side luxury. She had answered, "Collapse is universal." Now he put his life on her professional pessimism. He hit the ladder and climbed 3 rungs at a time. The tower shook under his weight. Behind him the chief hammered forward, using the tanks for balance when the damaged leg tried to fold. The climb made noise. Too much noise. Somewhere in the lower corridors hunters clicked in answer and changed direction. Cole reached the first landing, ripped loose the cotter pin he had found and half-worked free during his scouting pass hours earlier, and flung himself across to the adjacent gantry. The ladder tower peeled away from the wall with a shriek. The chief had one hand on the lowest rung when the whole rusted frame went over sideways. Metal crashed into tank housings hard enough to split them. Pressurized sludge that had slept for decades burst from ruptured seals and sprayed the gallery in a foul black wave. The chief vanished under the fall. Cole hit the opposite gantry shoulder first and slid on grease. For a second, he lay there panting, staring up into darkness threaded by old rails and hanging chains. Then the tank below split wider. A pale hand the size of a shovel punched through the black cascade and seized the gantry support. The chief pulled himself free from the ruin. Cole actually smiled then, though it hurt his face. Of course. He pushed to his feet and limped deeper into the upper works. Below, in the sump line that ran like a scar beneath the undercity, Hailey crawled until the pipe widened enough for her to kneel, and then stopped so hard Frank nearly hit her boots. "No," she whispered. Frank braced one hand against the slime-slick wall and sucked in a breath through his teeth. The hit he had taken in the holding pins earlier had turned his right leg into something that worked only through stubbornness. The crawl had not helped. Neither had the heat trapped in the pipe. Sweat had stripped the masking sap from his neck in streaks, and the smell coming off the runoff water made his eyes burn. "We keep moving," he said. She twisted back toward him, hair stuck to her temples, face blue in the ember grub light clipped to her belt. "He led that thing away from us." "Yes. He did it because he thinks he is the only one allowed to choose who survives." That sounds like leadership viewed from the wrong angle. Her stare turned sharp enough to cut. "You are defending him. I am telling you he did what works in his city." Frank shifted forward another foot, then stopped when pain lanced through his injured leg so hard it made the pipe pulse around him. He pressed his forehead to cold metal until the wave passed. "That does not mean I enjoy it." Hailey listened. Through layers of tile, concrete, pipe wall, and distance, the undercity carried impacts in blurred shutters. A crash, a metallic scream, something heavy falling and heavier still getting up again. Every vibration wrote itself across the inside of her ribs. "He is not buying time," she said quietly. "He is trying to kill the chief before the rest of the pack can close." Frank looked at her over his shoulder. Even half wedged in filth with blood drying stiff on one trouser leg, there was nothing dull about his expression. He had the face of a man who had lost people in too many ugly places to mistake attachment for strategy. "You say that like you know how he thinks. I know how he looks at problems. And how does he look at you?" The question landed deeper than any of the falling impacts above them. Hailey turned away first. In the pipe, there was nowhere to pretend not to be close to the truth. "That is not useful right now." Frank gave a dry, painful huff that might once have been a laugh. "In my experience, the useful things and the true things overlap more often than the comfortable ones." Another tremor rolled through the sump line, followed by a distant roar so violent the water around their knees rippled. Hailey shut her eyes. When she opened them again, the engineer in her had returned with brutal clarity. She pictured the museum map, the filtration gallery, the Deccan corridor, the gantries overhead, the maintenance pockets she had marked because their load paths were bad and their anchor points older than the ruin around them. She could see Cole in that maze as clearly as if he had drawn himself there. "He will drive it upward," she said. Frank's brows drew together. "Why?" "Because he cannot outmuscle it, and he knows the lower corridors funnel sound too well. Up high the catwalks choke the body mass advantage. He only needs narrow footing, unstable supports, and enough vertical space to turn weight into momentum." Frank studied her for one beat, then nodded once. That was a very romantic description of murder. She would have snapped at him in any other place. Here, with the pipe pressing in and Cole maybe dying above them, she only reached to the pouch at her belt and took inventory by touch. 3 resin packets, a coil of thin line, 2 spring triggers, 1 pressure jar the size of her palm, patched from scavenged gauge glass and filled with the volatile solvent she had cooked from old maintenance stores and sap distillate. She had built it because she hated being escorted through danger with empty hands. "I can help him," she said. Frank looked at the small devices, then at her face. I believe that. The question is whether you can help him without handing the pack 3 bodies instead of 1. You can stay in the pipe and tell me later that I was reckless. I could. His mouth flattened. I will not. She stared at him, startled. Frank shifted painfully backward until he could brace his shoulders against one wall and free both hands. You think I came down here for the girl on the manifest? I did at first. Then I watched you rebuild a broken world from scrap, while a man who had every reason to trust no one decided to trust you anyway. I am too old to miss what stands in front of me. Cole goes to fight alone because he has lived too long with the belief that he is only valuable if he bleeds first. That belief keeps people alive until the day it gets them killed. We do not indulge it. Something inside Hailey steadied an answer. She gave one sharp nod. Then we go back by the relief shaft. If I am right, it connects above the gallery. Frank's expression said he hated the plan. It also said he knew a good one when he heard it. Lead. They reversed through the pipe, not quickly and not cleanly, but with the grim efficiency of people who understood that delay had a body count. Above them, Cole crossed the upper gantries in a half-run and half-controlled fall, every step judged by sound and flex rather than sight. The ember grubs hanging from the rails cast islands of weak blue that left more darkness than they banished. The metal beneath his boots had thinned to knife-edged rust. Twice he felt sections sag and changed direction before the collapse. Once he took a hanging chain hand over hand across a gap, where the catwalk had long ago fallen away into a tank mouth 30 feet below. The chief followed him through all of it. Not as fast, not as lightly, yet fast enough to keep the pressure close and constant. The brute no longer clicked or roared. He had gone silent, which frightened Cole more. Silence meant attention. Silence meant the pain had narrowed into intent. Cole paused at the lip of the service crane bay and listened. Below lay the central lift pit, a cylindrical void lined with maintenance platforms and old pulley wheels big as truck tires. One side had collapsed inward, spilling concrete slabs into the shaft and creating a jagged ramp from mid-level down to the darkness below. On the opposite side, an overhead beam still spanned the void, though one anchor sat half-torn free. Hailey had marked it on the map with 3 underlines and a note, "Do not trust." He trusted it exactly enough. Behind him came the faint scrape of claws on grated steel. Cole pulled the second-to-last noisemaker from his pocket. He had forgotten he still carried it. Hailey had tucked it there herself when they were crouched in the observatory, her fingers quick, her voice low as she explained how the spring had been tightened. "This one runs longer. Try not to waste it." He smiled despite himself and set the device on the beam anchor. Then he took 3 steps out onto the beam above the shaft and waited. The chief emerged from the darkness of the gantry and stopped. For the first time since the shower hall, neither moved. Blue light trembled over the brute's hide. Blood from ear, neck, and leg had turned his whole right side dark and slick. One white eye was cloudy with burst vessels now, ringed in red from the rusted shard Cole had driven in. The creature's chest rose and fell in measured pulls. "You could have ruled low levels," the chief said at last. "Others hide. You learned. You killed. Pack would have taken you." Cole's grip tightened on the pry bar. "I saw your pack's nests." The chief's face did not change. "Children eat also." The matter-of-fact answer chilled something in Cole that had already spent years in the cold. "So do wolves. That does not make them gentle." A strange expression moved under the ruin of the creature's features. Amusement, perhaps, or contempt. Bright side blood says gentle. Dark side blood says true. Cole thought of Hailey crouched beside an ember grub cage with her jaw set, as she used a soldering iron built from scrap and live wire to give him better odds. He thought of Frank, limping through corridors he did not understand, because leaving people behind had never sat right in him. The dark side had its truths. It did not own them all. "You keep telling yourself you are the city," Cole said. "You are only what the city let live." The chief moved then, so fast the word seemed only a distraction. Cole slammed the pry bar into the loosened anchor pin and kicked the noisemaker off the beam at the same instant. The device dropped into the shaft, striking cables as it fell and turning the whole cylinder into a mad, descending chorus of clicks, bangs, and ringing metal. The chief lunged anyway. He had learned too much to be fooled by sound alone. His weight hit the beam, then the second step, then the third, each impact jolting through the old steel. Cole retreated backward along the narrow span. The anchor screamed. The beam shifted sideways half an inch. The chief understood in the same instant Cole did. One more hard impact might tear the support free and drop them both into the pit. The brute smiled. Then he came harder. Cole had wanted caution. He got commitment. He let the chief close to the last possible breath, then dropped flat and wrapped one arm around the beam. The chief's charge carried over him. The huge body tried to adjust, but mass and momentum argued otherwise. One foot missed. The damaged beam rolled. The far anchor sheared out of the wall. For a bright, endless second, both of them were falling. Cole clung to the beam. The chief hit it chest first and slid, claws gouging sparks as the span tilted almost vertical into the shaft. Cables snapped. Platforms shattered below. The noisemaker continued to chatter somewhere in the depths like laughter from a machine too stupid to fear death. The beam slammed against the collapsed ramp and lodged. Cole's shoulder nearly tore from its socket. He held on anyway, boots scrabbling against empty air until they found the rough face of the fallen concrete below. Above him, the upper platform hung 10 feet away, unreachable in one move. Below him, the chief was already climbing. Of course he was. Cole dragged himself onto the slanted beam and descended 3 careful steps to the broken service ledge where the beam had jammed. The ledge was barely 2 feet wide and ended at a doorway twisted off its frame. Beyond lay blackness and the smell of old heat. The chief rose from beneath the beam like something lifted from a pit in an old story. One hand locked on the steel. The other reached. Cole smashed the pry bar across the creature's fingers. Bone cracked. The hand slipped, caught again lower, and the chief hauled himself up in a rain of rust. There would be no outrunning him now. No more architecture between them. Only the ledge, the doorway, and whatever lay in the black room beyond. Cole backed through the doorway. The air changed instantly. It became hotter, drier, and mineral-rich, carrying the old memory of volcanic heat that had once powered half the Undercity's pumps. He knew this place after all, not by the map, by the smell. The kiln chamber. Once, long before the city died, technicians had used the chamber to vitrify hazardous waste at temperatures no ordinary furnace could sustain. Now the central kiln pot had cracked open to the earth beneath, leaving a circular pit ringed by broken control stations, hanging chains, and gantries collapsed into jagged nests of steel. Heat still breathed up through fissures in the floor, not constant, but enough to shimmer the air and make sweat rise instantly along Cole's skin. He also knew something worse. There were side entries, which meant the pack could reach them here. The chief came through the doorway smiling with blood all over his teeth. "You run to my hearth," he said. Cole looked past him, listening for clicks in the ducts. The chief heard that too and smiled wider. "Now you listen." And then, far above and to the east, a faint metallic crack answered through the dark. Not pack speech, not hunter movement. A spring trigger from Hailey. The chief's head turned a fraction toward the sound. It was enough. Cole drove the pry bar into the damaged eye. The brute screamed and staggered backward into the doorway, tearing the bar from Cole's hands as he went. Cole followed with both hands free now, ramming shoulder and hip into the bigger body, using shock and blindness and narrow footing to buy 3 brutal seconds. The chief hit the door frame, split it wider, and crashed onto the ledge outside. Cole snatched the emergency chain hanging beside the entrance and yanked with all his weight. An ancient fire door, warped but not yet dead, dropped from the ceiling between them. It came down on the chief's forearms. Bone cracked like split wood. The brute roared and held the descending slab anyway, muscles knotting grotesquely as he kept it from sealing. Inch by inch he forced it upward. Cole backed away into the kiln chamber, chest heaving, and knew exactly how temporary the barrier was. From somewhere beyond the east duct came Hailey's voice, small with distance and fierce enough to cut steel. "Cole." He closed his eyes once, just long enough to feel the relief of hearing her alive. Then he opened them as the fire door rose another inch in the chief's shaking hands. "This way," he shouted. The answer from the duct was not words, but the sharp crack of another spring trigger being armed. The chief heard it too. When he looked back at Cole, rage had given way to something colder than fury and harder than pain. He shoved the door the rest of the way up with a convulsive surge of strength and stepped into the kiln chamber, bleeding from half a dozen places, one eye gone, both forearms crushed, and still towering enough to make the room feel too small. "Then all of you die here," he said. The east duct opened through a rust-laced maintenance grill 20 feet above the kiln floor. Hailey kicked the grill free, caught the edge with both hands, and dropped the rest of the distance onto a dead control console in a shower of dust and brittle wires. Pain shot through her ankles. She ignored it and turned at once, reaching up for Frank. He lowered himself as far as he could before letting go. When he landed, his bad leg nearly folded. He caught himself against the console and drew a breath so sharp it might have cut him from the inside. "Tell me the graceful version of this," he said. Hailey was already moving, eyes flicking across the chamber. The old vitrification pot dominated the center like a circular altar built by engineers with a cruel imagination. Heat breathed from the cracked maw at its center in long pulses. Catwalk remains hung above it. Around the rim stood the carcasses of control banks, resin drums, chain hoists, and maintenance cages split open by age and tremor damage. The whole room smelled of iron, hot dust, and something older under both, like the inside of a struck match magnified until it became weather. Cole stood near the west entrance, low and half-turned, every line of him screaming fatigue even before she counted the blood on his shirt. The chief had just forced his way through the fire door again. The drop of the slab had damaged him badly. It had not made him less terrifying. "No graceful version," she said. Frank followed her gaze and gave a bleak nod. "Thought so." She dug in her pouch and pressed one resin packet into his palm. "If you see a clean surface and a target I can reach, throw that. Do not let it hit the floor first." "Explosive. Adhesive flash compound." Frank arched a brow. "You make very odd comfort items. It hardens fast and burns hot. That is all the romance you are getting from me right now." A sound rippled through the chamber walls, clicks from more than one throat. The pack had found the side entries. Hailey felt the mathematics of disaster settle around them at once. One thinking enemy in front. Multiple fast ones closing by the ducts and maintenance galleries. Cole between the chief and the room. The two of them entering from elevation without cover. Any bad movement now would become 3 separate deaths. Cole heard the clicks too. His attention did not leave the chief. "If you have a better idea than this room, now would be kind." Hailey swallowed whatever he had done to her just by sounding relieved that she had come back. "I have 6 bad ideas and 1 insulting one. That is more than I started with." Frank stepped to her side, rifle in both hands, though the ammunition count had become more prayer than plan. "Use the insulting one." The chief's ruined head tilted toward their voices. "More bright-side thieves," he said. "You crawl into hearth like rats." Frank lifted the rifle. "I have been called worse by better conversationalists." He fired. The shot slammed into the chief's shoulder and spun sparks from the metal frame behind him, but the brute moved with the report and turned a center mass hit into damage instead of a stop. Hunters screamed in answer from the ducts. The sound ricocheted through the chamber until direction lost meaning. Cole seized the instant anyway. He came in low, grabbed a hanging chain, and kicked off the kiln rim to swing toward the chief's blind side. The move would have been beautiful in a world that rewarded beauty. Here it became ugly practicality the moment the chief pivoted and caught the chain in one crushed hand. Metal snapped taut. Cole's body swung short. The chief yanked him from the air and slammed him into the rim of the kiln pot, so hard Hailey heard the impact over the pack's cries. She did not think. She armed a spring trigger, hooked it to the nearest hanging chain, and flung the device across the chamber toward the ruptured resin drums on the south wall. The trigger hit, bit, and began hammering out an irregular metallic shriek. 3 hunters burst from the south service hatch a heartbeat later and veered toward the noise. The first hit the spilled resin crust, lost footing, and skidded into the second. Frank's next shot took the lead one through the mouth. The body toppled into the third, and all three went down in a tangle of limbs and fury. Insulting enough for you? Hailey asked. Frank almost smiled. I have known better teams and liked them less. Cole rolled off the kiln rim before the chief could follow with a killing blow. He came up on one hand, staggered, and caught the heavy chain Hailey had armed. Understanding flashed across his face in an instant. He yanked twice. The shrieking spring sang harder. Hunters in the east ducked, answered, and converged. The chief roared at them, a command wrapped in pain, but the chamber was too loud now. Too layered. Too full of false prey. Two of the fast hunters ignored him and launched toward the chain sound instead. Cole used their mistake. He jerked the chain free of its hook, sending the noisemaker skittering under the nearest control bank, then met the first hunter with a brutal upward strike from a broken metal rod scavenged off the floor. Bone gave it the jaw hinge. He pivoted and kicked the second into the hot crack at the kiln rim. The body hit the edge, scrabbled, and vanished with a scream cut short by the depth below. The smell that rose from the pit a second later was so vile and sudden that even the chief recoiled. Hailey ran, not toward safety. There was none left. She ran toward the north control station, where she had spotted the old hoist housing and the nest of tension cables still wrapped through its gears. If the drum turned, if the brake could be released, if the remaining catwalk section above the kiln still carried enough weight to fall cleanly, then maybe she could drop half the room on the chief, or at least slow him enough for Cole to breathe. That was a ridiculous amount of if. She accepted it because the alternative was to stand still and watch him die. She vaulted a broken console, landed beside the hoist, and tore away a curtain of old insulation. The mechanism beneath was rusted nearly solid. One brake lever remained intact, held in place by a cotter pin thick with scale. Frank limped after her, firing once over his shoulder at movement in the steam. Do not tell me that thing still works. It does not, she said. That has never stopped machinery from being persuaded. She jammed a screwdriver under the pin and cursed when it held. Frank hit it with the butt of the rifle. The scale cracked. Together they levered the pin free. Across the chamber the chief had closed on Cole again. The brute moved with increasingly obvious damage now, yet every loss of function seemed to concentrate the force that remained. He caught Cole by the throat and lifted him one-handed against the side of the kiln controls. Hailey's hands went cold. Cole clawed at the grip, boots scraping sparks off the floor. The chief leaned close enough that the words carried across the chamber between the clicks of the gathering pack. She watched, he said. Now she watches you. Hailey did not remember deciding to scream. She only heard her own voice tear through the chamber and saw the chief's head shift toward her. That shift saved Cole. He drove both thumbs into the creature's damaged eye socket. The chief convulsed. His grip loosened. Cole dropped, snatched the broken chain off the floor, looped it around the brute's crushed forearms, and kicked hard off the kiln rim. The move twisted the chief sideways just as Frank finally got the brake lever free. The hoist screamed awake. For one delirious instant Hailey thought the entire plan might work. The hanging catwalk above the kiln shuddered, dropped a foot, and then jammed halfway because 30 years of rust had opinions about heroism. The sudden movement did shear one support cable loose. The flailing steel line lashed across the chamber and wrapped the chief's upper torso, pinning one arm to his side. Cole saw the partial success and used it like a gift from a kinder universe than the one they inhabited. He yanked the chain around the cable, making the jam worse. The chief tore at both restraints with animal force. Then the pack reached them in numbers. They came from the south hatch, the east duct, and the upper maintenance ring, bodies pale and fast under the blue light, each drawn by noise, blood, command, and the chance to tear warm flesh apart. Frank shot two before the chamber dissolved into too many moving shapes for bullets to remain clean answers. Hailey snatched up a length of conduit and braced beside him. New plan, Frank said, striking one hunter in the temple with the rifle stock hard enough to cave bone. She cracked another across the wrist before it could reach his face. I was hoping you had one. Survive the next minute and invent dignity later. Cole ripped free of the chief and turned to meet the first wave, but there were too many angles now. He killed one, shoved another into a burst of hot gas from a floor fissure, and got dragged sideways by a third clinging to his back. The chief, half trapped in cable and chain, bellowed orders that the younger hunters obeyed with frantic devotion. They did not come to eat first. They came to hold. Hailey understood the pattern too late. The smallest hunters ignored exposed throats and instead latched onto wrists, ankles, and belts. One wrapped itself around her knees from behind and took her down. She smashed an elbow into its face. Another seized her arm. Frank dropped to one knee beside her and tore the second hunter off by the spine. But more were already there, treating them not as prey to butcher, but as living bait to secure. "Cole!" Hailey shouted. He tried to reach them. The chief drove through the half-fallen catwalk with cable still dragging from his body and hit Cole broadside. Both disappeared into a rain of metal. When the debris settled, Cole was on the floor under two hunters and the chief's massive foot braced on his shoulder. Frank managed one more shot before a hunter hit the rifle barrel sideways and the round vanished into the ceiling. Then 5 bodies slammed into him at once. He stayed upright for a heroic, stupid second, throwing one clear and head-butting another hard enough to spray blood, but the bad leg finally betrayed him. He went down with a curse that sounded almost cheerful out of sheer defiance. Hailey bit a hand. Someone struck her across the mouth. She tasted blood and rust and old ash. Through the blur of limbs, she found Cole's face. He was fighting like a man trying to break the shape of fate with his bare hands. It was not enough. There were too many of them, too much leverage, too much blood already lost. The chief planted one hand in Cole's hair and slammed his head once against the tile. Everything in Cole's body went still. Hailey screamed his name again. The chief looked at her through the ruin of his face and, for the first time, seemed calm. "Now," he said to the pack. The hunters obeyed with brutal precision. Hands, chains, scavenged wire, old restraint straps from the facility walls. In less than a minute, all 3 humans were stripped of their best tools, dragged apart, and secured to separate anchor posts around the kiln pit. Not dead. Not yet. Hailey tested the bindings once and felt the wire bite immediately into her wrists. Across from her, Frank hung from one arm and one knee against a broken console base, face gray with pain and fury. Cole knelt at the far side of the kiln ring with both wrists bound behind a support column and a steel collar scavenged from some ancient safety rig locked around his throat, chained to the floor. The chief limped to the center and stood between them, chest heaving. Around the room the pack formed a rough circle, clicking softly to one another under the trembling ember grub light. Some bled. Several lay still where Cole and Frank had dropped them. None approached the humans without the chief's assent. Hailey looked from the dead to the living and understood with awful certainty what the chamber had become. Not a feeding ground. A witness chamber. The chief touched the blood at his neck, then the crushed forearm hanging wrong at his side, then the empty place where his eye had been. "You take mate," he said to Cole. "You spill pack. You break hunt. Now pack watches your ending." Cole lifted his head slowly. Blood ran from his hairline into one eye. His voice came out rough, but steady. "Then stop talking and come finish it." A ripple passed through the hunters. Not fear exactly, but attention sharpened into respect by defiance. The chief looked at Hailey instead. He thinks death is his alone to carry. Then he looked at Frank. And soldier thinks pain buys forgiveness. Frank's mouth curled. "I have never met a philosopher with fewer qualifications." The chief ignored him. He turned back to Cole. "You fight again when I say." She watches. He watches. Pack watches. Dark remembers. The creature's meaning was plain enough. This would not be an execution. It would be theater, ritual, and revenge stretched until it satisfied grief. Hailey's heart pounded so hard the wire at her wrists moved with every beat. She met Cole's gaze across the kiln ring and saw exactly what he wanted from her in that moment. Not surrender, but calculation. So she drew a breath through split lips, let her eyes flick once to the half-jammed hoist brake, once to the dropped resin packet near Frank's boot, and once to the chain dragging from the chief's broken restraint. Cole saw all 3 glances. The smallest change touched his mouth. Not a smile. Not here. Just recognition. "Good," it said. "We are not done." Chapter 14. The chamber settled into the kind of stillness that only followed violence when more violence had already been promised. Heat rose from the cracked kiln in long mineral breaths. The ember grubs hanging in their cages along the upper ring pulsed blue over blood, torn metal, and the pale bodies of the pack as they arranged themselves in a rough ceremonial arc. Some crouched on haunches. Others clung to rails and broken consoles above, heads cocked toward the humans as if trying to decide whether spectacle or hunger mattered more. Hailey flexed her wrists against the restraint wire as slowly as she dared. The bite was immediate, sharp enough to send warmth sliding down her hands. The wire had been pulled from the facility walls and scavenged from old control boxes, braided with scavenger skill into something viciously simple. Pull hard, and it cut. Twist carelessly, and it tightened. Her elbows had been wrenched behind the support post at an angle that made her shoulders burn. Across the kiln ring, Cole knelt with his head lowered and the steel collar around his throat chained to a floor anchor. In the blue light, he looked less like the impossible figure who had crossed a dead city for them, and more like what he truly was beneath all that hard competence. A young man with too much blood on his shirt and not enough left in his body. Frank hung partly seated against the shattered base of a control bank, wrists bound forward rather than behind, because the pack had apparently decided his injured leg made him less dangerous. The mistake was still a mistake. Hailey looked at the loose resin packet near his boot again. Frank's gaze shifted once to acknowledge it. Then he deliberately let his head sag, and his breathing turned shallow, selling weakness to a room that wanted to believe it had already won. The chief paced the center circle in a limp that had become pronounced now that the immediate frenzy had passed. Every injury on him was real. None had made him small. Cable trailed from his torso, and one crushed forearm swelled grotesquely from wrist to elbow. Blood from his ruined eye had dried black down one side of his face. When he moved, the pack tracked the movement the way frightened people tracked weather. Grief had not just made him dangerous. It had made him central. Hailey understood why Cole had been so alarmed when he recognized the jewelry on the female he killed. The chief was not simply the biggest monster in the ruins. He was law, memory, and appetite fused into one body by years of survival. Kill him, and the pack might break. Fail, and everything human in the dark side would be fed into his version of order. He stopped in front of Cole. "Stand," he said. The chain at Cole's throat forced the motion into something ugly. He planted one foot, then the other, rose halfway, and finally got himself upright with the stubborn precision of a man refusing to let even pain make him clumsy. The collar held him close enough to the anchor that his posture remained slightly bent. "You are wasting time," Cole said. The chief looked almost pleased. "You still think speed is mercy. It is, compared to you." A faint clicking murmur moved through the surrounding hunters. Hailey could not read the whole meaning of it, but she could read this much. They were not indifferent to courage. They had lived around death too long to mistake composure for emptiness. The chief touched the chain at Cole's throat and tugged lightly, a grotesque imitation of gentleness. "You learned dark side truths and still kept bright side lies, like love, choice, and selfhood. These break people here." Cole's face did not change. "You keep proving my point for me." The chief's head turned toward Hailey. "He came back for you. That is his weakness." Hailey met the blind white stare and discovered that fear had burned itself into a cleaner element inside her. "No," she said. "That is the reason you are still bleeding." Frank coughed out something suspiciously close to approval. The chief took 2 limping steps toward her. The entire pack leaned with him. Hailey forced herself not to recoil as the brute loomed close enough for heat to come off his body with the smell of old blood and wet ash. He reached up with his good hand and took hold of the cable looped at her waist where the hunters had secured her to the post. "He taught you to move quiet," the chief said. "He let you build teeth for him. He did not keep you behind. Because he knows competence when he sees it. Because he forgot pain." The chief yanked the waist cable hard enough to jerk her against the post. Cole lunged on reflex. The collar chain snapped taut and dragged him to one knee with a harsh metallic crack. The chief smiled without turning back. "There, that is the lesson." Hailey swallowed fury and pain together. "No, that is what you want the lesson to be." The creature released the cable and moved away from her, but not before she saw something under the rage and ritual certainty: exhaustion. Not weakness. Not yet. Yet a limit existed in him now, where earlier there had only been relentless force. He had paid for the duel. He was still paying. Good, she thought with savage precision. Keep paying. Frank lifted his head a fraction as the chief passed back toward the center. I have met officers like you, he said conversationally. The ones who think fear and discipline are the same instrument. They always die surprised. The chief's shoulders rolled once, perhaps in pain, perhaps in contempt. Soldier still performs. Someone has to improve the mood. The pack click sharpened. Two younger hunters peeled away from the ring and approached Frank at a signal from the chief. One struck him across the mouth with a length of cable. The other knelt to grab his jaw and force his face up toward the center. Frank spat blood at its wrist. The hunter hissed and raised the cable again. Enough, the chief said. The young one froze. That was useful too. The chief still controlled them with more than fear. Hailey let her gaze drift, as if losing focus from pain. In truth, she was counting distances. 4 body lengths from Frank to the resin packet. 6 from the half-jammed hoist brake to the chief's current position. The dropped spring trigger lay under a dead hunter near the south bank. One of the hanging ember grub cages above the center had been knocked sideways during the last rush and now swayed on a single kinked hook directly over the kiln rim. There were no good options, only opportunities to turn bad options against each other. Cole had seen the same room. She trusted that with a ferocity that still startled her. She also trusted Frank. That realization came not as comfort, but as fact. It lodged in her with the same hard certainty she had once reserved for engineering tolerances and the laws of load transfer. Frank would not leave Cole. Frank would not leave her. Cole would do neither. For the first time since the crash, she was no longer trying to survive among strangers. She was trying to survive with her people. The thought was so dangerous that it felt like stepping out over open space. The chief made a rough gesture. 2 hunters dragged a twisted metal frame into the center ring and planted it upright near the anchor chain. It had once been part of a safety cage around the kiln controls. Now it resembled a bent gate. Ritual apparatus, Hailey realized. The chief put one hand on the frame and looked at the pack. Witness, he said. Clicks answered from every level of the room. He looked back at Cole. You fight slowly. You fall. Then others fall, and the pack learns. Cole dragged himself upright again. Blood had dried dark at his collarbone where the steel ring rubbed. You talk more than the dead woman did. The chamber went still. Hailey did not know whether the remark came from calculation or anger. It was both, probably. With Cole, those were often the same engine wearing different names. The chief crossed the space in one brutal stride and struck him open-handed across the face. The blow should have put Cole down. It did put him down. The only thing Cole controlled was how he landed, turning the drop into a kneeling brace instead of a collapse. The chief grabbed the collar chain, wrapped it around his fist, and began dragging Cole toward the bent frame. Hailey moved before she could stop herself. Cole. His head snapped up, not to her voice, to the warning inside it. Her gaze cut once toward Frank's boot. Frank's eyelids lowered once in return. The chief hooked the collar chain to the bent frame and stepped back. The arrangement held Cole upright by the throat, forcing him to brace on his feet if he wanted air. Cruel, theatrical, efficient. The pack clicked approval. Then the chief turned toward Hailey. He had decided the order after all. He would make Cole watch first. The realization hit Hailey so cleanly that fear became nearly transparent. The chief came to her post and raised his good hand to take her face. Frank moved. It was not dramatic. It was not fast in any pretty way. It was the movement of a soldier who had spent a life learning that surprise mattered more than grace. He let his whole body sag again as if the previous blow had finally stolen his last reserve, then kicked hard through the pain with his good leg and drove the toe of his boot directly onto the resin packet. The glassy bundle burst. Adhesive flash compound sprayed across the floor in a fan of sticky paste and ignited at once in the heat bleeding from the kiln crack. White fire sheeted up around the chief's legs. Hunters screamed and leaped backward. The pack ring ruptured. Hailey did not waste the instant. She twisted her bleeding wrists hard against the wire, skin tearing as she forced space where none had existed, reached the edge of the broken post behind her, and sawed the restraint across a jagged bolt head. Pain burst bright. The wire gave one strand, then another. Frank surged off his broken seat at the same time, using the chaos in his forward-bound wrists as a weapon rather than a handicap. He whipped the remaining length of cable around the throat of the nearest young hunter and pulled it bodily into the flames. The chief roared and stumbled out of the burning compound, with smoke pouring from one thigh. He backhanded Frank across the chamber. Frank hit the north console bank hard enough to dent metal and slid down it in a heap. Cole ripped against the collar chain. The bent frame shifted but held. Hailey tore the last strand of wire free and ran. A hunter came at her low. She caught the fallen spring trigger off the floor without breaking stride, smashed it into the side of its jaw, and kept going as the spring-loaded device began clattering against its skull in insane little impacts. The creature thrashed, confused by sound and pain. She reached Cole and went for the chain hook. "It is jammed," he said, voice ragged from the pressure of the collar. "Then we unjam it." Two hunters dropped from the upper ring behind them. Hailey ducked the first on instinct. Cole, still half throttled by the frame, slammed both bound hands backward into the second hunter's knee with enough force to break it sideways. The creature shrieked and folded. Hailey grabbed the broken metal shard that fell from its belt and rammed it into the collar latch. "Frank," she shouted. A rifle cracked. One of the descending hunters jerked mid-leap and hit the floor dead. Frank, on one knee by the console, had somehow recovered the dropped rifle. He looked terrible. He also looked furious enough to sustain civilization by himself. "I remain annoyingly present," he said. The latch on Cole's collar slipped half a notch. Not enough. The chief came through the smoke. Hailey saw him too late. His good hand closed in her hair and ripped her backward from the frame so violently that the world became light and pain. She hit the floor, slid through ash and blood, and looked up just in time to see Cole tear the bent frame loose from its bolts in sheer refusal and swing the entire weight of it into the chief's chest. The impact staggered the brute, but did not stop him. The partially freed collar chain whipped across Cole's own throat and yanked him sideways. He crashed to one knee choking. The chief seized the advantage and drove into him. The two bodies hit the kiln rim together, grappled, slipped in blood, and went down behind the central pod, where Hailey could see only flashes of pale limbs and Cole's dark shirt among them. She rolled, found the fallen metal shard, and crawled toward Frank. He was trying to reload with bound wrists and one working leg, which was perhaps the most Frank image she could imagine. She reached him, sawed the cable at his wrists against the edge of the rifle sight, and ignored the way his hands shook when the blood flow returned. "You took your time," he muttered. "You looked busy." He looked at her split mouth, bleeding wrists, and smoke-blackened face. "You are impossible to supervise." "Then stop trying." A crash from behind the kiln silenced both of them. Cole and the chief broke into view again, locked chest to chest, slipping and slamming each other against the central controls. Cole had finally shed the collar frame, but the steel ring still hung open around his throat, dragging chain and making every movement awkward. The chief's burns smoked at one leg. His dead eye socket leaked black. His crushed forearm bounced uselessly against Cole's shoulder. With all that damage, he remained stronger. Cole compensated with better balance, better angles, and a refusal to meet force where it was thickest. He stabbed two fingers into nerve points at the creature's jaw hinge. He hammered an elbow into the burned thigh. He used the dragging chain to foul the chief's damaged knee every time it came forward. It almost worked. Then the chief adapted, caught the chain, wrapped it around one huge fist, and jerked Cole in close enough to headbutt him. The crack carried across the chamber. Cole reeled. The chief drove him backward toward the open kiln. Hailey snatched the second resin packet from her belt. Frank caught her wrist. "No, it is too close to him. He will kill Cole. And if you miss by inches, you will do the work for him." He was right. She hated him for being right. Then another idea hit with the clarity of a solved equation. "Cover the south bank," she said. Frank did not ask. He pivoted and fired at the hunters gathering there. Hailey ran for the hoist brake again. The mechanism was still half free, the catwalk above still jammed in its dropped position. Not enough load had transferred the first time. That meant the remaining support still held, but only barely. Which also meant a sharper release combined with additional weight might finish what the first attempt began. She vaulted the dead control console, landed by the drum, and found the cable line that fed up into the catwalk support wheel. Then she saw the final missing piece. The dangling ember grub cage above the center ring. It was heavier than it looked, packed with a cluster of mature grubs and their mineral trays, hanging now by one kinked hook from the overhead rail. If she could bring it down onto the cable line or the support wheel, the shock might kick the jam loose. It was only a chance, as it always was. She armed her last spring trigger, jammed it beneath the brake pawl to hold the teeth half open, then hurled the broken metal shard up at the swaying cage. It missed. She swore, grabbed the rifle Frank had leaned against the console, aimed by instinct more than training, and fired. The shot took the hook. The cage dropped. It hit the support wheel in a burst of blue glass, chitin, and mineral dust. Grubs exploded across the cable line, their bioluminescent fluid spraying like cold fire. The impact jolted the jammed wheel. The spring trigger chattered itself apart under the brake pawl. The hoist released. Above the kiln, the hanging catwalk section tore free. "Cole!" Hailey screamed. He did not look at her. He did something harder. He trusted the tone of her voice and moved. He dropped flat, took the chief's damaged leg with him, and rolled hard toward the outer rim. The catwalk came down like a piece of the dead city, deciding to finish an argument. It struck the chief across the shoulders and back, drove him to both knees, and pinned the useless forearm completely beneath twisted steel. The impact also flung part of the load across the kiln rim where the hot cracks ran deepest. Concrete gave with a shotgun series of pops. One section of the ring collapsed inward, taking 3 hunters and half a console bank into the open furnace below. The pack shrieked in pure disorder. Cole was already moving again. He seized a length of rebar driven out of the shattered rim, braced one foot against the fallen catwalk, and drove the steel straight into the chief's chest. The brute convulsed, roared, and caught the bar in his good hand before it could reach deep enough. For one horrible second it looked as though he might rip it back out and continue. Then his head snapped toward Cole's exposed flank. Pinned and dying, the chief still had one last killing stroke in him. He tore his shoulder half free of the twisted catwalk, dragged his good arm back, and swung a slab of broken steel toward the side of Cole's skull. Frank saw it first. He crossed the distance on a ruined leg, and took the blow on his shoulder and ribs instead of letting it split Cole open. The impact threw him sideways with a sound Hailey felt in her own bones. Frank hit the kiln rim, stayed upright by pure refusal, and snarled through the pain. "Finish it," he shouted. Then he limped in from the side again before his body could remember to fall. He did not have a clean shot. He knew it. So he did the next brutal thing available. He rammed his shoulder under Cole's arm, ignored the fresh scream tearing through his own chest, and put his full weight behind the rebar as if breaching a door. The steel punched through. The chief's roar broke on itself. His good hand clawed once at the bar, once at the air, then found purchase on Cole's sleeve. Cole leaned close enough to hear whatever final thing the creature still wanted to say. The chief's voice came out wet and low. "Dark keeps what it makes." Cole's face, battered and streaked with ash, held something Hailey had never seen there before. Not hatred and not triumph, but certainty. "No," he said. "It only keeps what we surrender." He drove the rebar deeper. The chief shuddered and went still. For the span of one human breath, the entire chamber stopped. The pack felt the change before they understood it. Their clicks rose in confusion. A few backed away. One older female dropped instantly to all fours and bolted for the west duct. The younger hunters looked between the dead body under the fallen catwalk and the living humans beside it, and the order that had held them together for years began to tear at the seams. Then one of the adolescents screamed and launched itself at Cole in blind rage. Frank shot it through the eye. That decided the room. The pack broke. Some fled for the ducts. Others rushed in wild, uncoordinated grief. Without the chief's control, they became what Cole had always said they were underneath the patterns. Hungry, desperate bodies capable of strategy, but not of shared restraint when terror split them apart. "Move," Cole said hoarsely. Hailey was already at his side. "Can you stand?" He looked at her as if the question itself were absurd, then nearly fell when he tried. She caught him under one arm. He caught himself before his full weight crushed her into the floor. Up close he smelled of hot metal, blood, and the foul masking sap under both. Frank limped to them. One hand pressed hard against his ribs now, where the chief's earlier blow had begun to bloom purple under the torn shirt. "I hate to ask this in the middle of a social collapse," he said. "But does anyone know a way out that is not currently infested?" Cole's gaze sharpened through pain. He looked once at the fleeing, older female, once toward the West Service duct. "There." Hailey followed his line. "That leads out." "It leads up. For now that is enough." Hunters were already reappearing at the edges of the chamber, emboldened by distance and by the fact that the humans were still alive. Frank grabbed the dropped rifle, checked the magazine with 2 swift motions, and grimaced. 3 rounds. "Save them for arguments," Cole said. He bent, yanked the rebar free from the chief's body with one savage pull, and used it as a walking spear. Then, without ceremony, he took Hailey's wrist long enough to check the damage from the restraint wire. His thumb brushed the blood there. His face hardened. "I told you to run," he said. She met his stare and did not soften. "And I ignored you intelligently." Something flickered in his expression despite the blood and ruin surrounding them. It might have become a laugh in a different world. Here it became resolve. "Good," he said. The single word should have broken her rule. Instead, the full sentence lived in the look with it, and she felt it all the way down. "Good that you came back. Good that you are alive. Good that I was wrong to think I had to do this alone." Frank gave the West ducked a pointed nod. "Children, we can process feelings after the next several acts of survival." They ran. Not cleanly. Not fast enough for comfort. Yet together. The West duct narrowed after 20 yards into a service crawl wrapped around an old heat conduit. Cole led despite the blood loss, one hand on the wall, the other carrying the rebar low. Hailey stayed close enough to catch him if he tilted wrong. Frank guarded the rear, firing only when a hunter came close enough that a miss would be impossible. The first shot took a fast one through the throat in the access bend. The second shattered the knee of another scrambling along the pipe behind them, buying enough obstruction to slow the 3 bodies following it. The third Frank held. The crawl dumped them into a vertical maintenance shaft lined with ladder stubs and half-collapsed platforms. Warm air poured upward from below, carrying shouts and clicks, and the sound of a pack discovering that leaderless panic still produced prey. Cole looked up the shaft. The darkness above was a different shade now, not black, but charcoal. The mountain slope vents. Hailey saw recognition move through him and felt a surge of hope so sharp it was almost painful. "That goes outside," she said. "Yes." Frank looked down instead, toward the noises rising from below. "Then we take it before the voting gets hostile." The first ladder section had fallen away. The second remained 10 feet above them. Cole lowered the rebar and cupped his hands without hesitation. Hailey first. She put a hand on the wall. Frank's leg. Frank already knew the problem. If she gets up there, she can lower line. "Go." There was no time to argue. Hailey stepped into Cole's hands. Even exhausted, he lifted with terrifying efficiency. She caught the first ladder stub, hauled herself up, and bit back a cry when the torn skin at her wrists met rusted metal. Above, a maintenance platform clung to the shaft wall by 3 bolts and luck. A coil of safety line lay half-fused to the grating under years of dust. She tore it free, threaded it through the rail, and dropped one end. "Frank." He shook his head. "Cole." Cole did not waste time objecting. He took the line, looped it under his arms, and climbed with the ruthless economy of somebody who had spent a life going vertical. Halfway up, his bruised ribs failed him for a moment, and he hung there breathing through the pain. Hailey leaned over the rail. "Cole." He looked up. "Do not let go." The words were simple. The meaning inside them was not. His mouth moved once, almost in answer, and then he climbed again. They got him onto the platform just as the first hunter reached the shaft floor below. Frank fired his last round into its face, dropped the empty rifle, and grabbed the line. Cole ignored the blood running fresh down his throat from the half-open collar cut and hauled with Hailey until Frank reached the ladder stubs. By then, 3 more hunters had entered the shaft below, scrambling over their dead with mindless urgency. Frank made the platform. Cole braced himself and kicked the lower ladder section loose. Rusted steel tore free and crashed into the shaft, taking 2 of the climbers with it. The third clung on. Up, Cole said. They climbed again. The shaft doglegged twice through hot service pockets and burst at last through a cracked hatch into open air. Outside was not light. Not yet. It was the dark side's version of morning, a vast ash-gray half-world spread beneath a sky that never fully decided whether to be cloud, smoke, or the underside of a grave. The shaft opened onto a service ledge carved into the mountain face above the buried city. Cracked concrete stairs climbed from the ledge in switchbacks toward the ridge line. Half the railings had fallen into the abyss below. Sulfur wind cut across the slope and took the kiln heat from their skin in an instant. Hailey staggered onto the ledge and braced both hands on her knees, drawing air that did not taste of the lair. It still tasted awful. It simply tasted alive in a different direction. Below them, the ruins stretched away in broken towers and ash-choked avenues under a flicker of blue where the pack still moved. Somewhere deep in that maze lay the dead chief, cooling under twisted steel. The thought did not bring peace. It brought momentum. Keep going, Cole said. He was already limping toward the stairs, one hand tight against his side now. The rebar spear dragged at his heel, leaving a thin line in the ash. Frank emerged after him, paler than before. When he straightened, his left shoulder hung wrong. Hailey stared. Frank. He glanced down as if the arm belonged to a different man. That is unhelpful news, judging by your face. When he swung after the catwalk fell, you stepped in. Frank frowned, remembering through adrenaline. Apparently. Cole looked over sharply. You took that hit for me. Frank gave a thin shrug with the shoulder that still functioned. I was briefly between you and poor decision-making. It happens. The understatement was so absurd Hailey nearly laughed. Instead, she stepped close and touched the edge of the damaged shoulder gently enough not to jar it. The joint had not dislocated fully, but the ligaments around it had paid a terrible price. Bruising was already darkening from collarbone to chest. You should not be conscious, she said. I find it keeps happening anyway. Cole's jaw tightened. We move until the next vent cut. Then I set it and bind the chest. Frank looked offended. You say that as though I have a vote. You do not, Cole said. The answer would have sounded harsh from anyone else. From him it landed as care stripped of decoration. They climbed. The switchback stairs had been maintenance access once, built for teams in harnesses and hard hats, not for 3 half-broken people fleeing a collapsing hierarchy of cannibal predators. Ash shifted under every step. In places the concrete had cracked and slumped so badly, they had to use exposed rebar like ladder rungs. In others, the stairs pinched between mountain wall and open drop with no room to pass 2 abreast. Cole still took point. He knew which sections were more stable by color alone. He knew when the ash over a tread meant softness underneath and when it hid clean concrete. Twice he stopped them with one lifted hand before a whole outer edge crumbled away under its own weight and vanished into the smoky depth below. Hailey watched him and saw the cost hidden inside the competence now. Every pause lasted a fraction longer. Every breath was shallower than the last. The bloody ring around his throat where the collar had bitten into him looked raw and angry in the gray light. She wanted to make him stop. She also knew stopping might get them killed. Below, a cry rose from one of the upper vents. Not as organized as the chief's calls. Not as deep. Yet the pack was already rediscovering purpose by the simple mathematics of hunger and revenge. They are coming, Frank said. Cole did not turn. A few. Not the whole lair. Without him, the old females will pull many back to guard the nests. Hailey took that in. You know that for certain? I know panic. It scales. Frank huffed a laugh that turned into a pained cough halfway through. He really can make anything sound like field doctrine. They reached a narrow cut in the mountain where old ventilation pipes emerged from the rock in a line of rusted mouths. One still leaked warmth. Cole led them behind it into a shallow recess hidden from below by a drape of mineral crust and ash-hardened moss. 2 minutes, he said. Then his knees nearly folded. Hailey caught him and helped lower him onto the stone. The contact sent a shock through both of them. He was hotter than he should have been, heat trapped under chill skin, the kind that often arrived just before a body began to fail in earnest. Frank eased down against the wall opposite with a grimace that carved new lines into his face. Please tell me the medical portion of this tour is as delightful as the rest. Cole ignored the joke and gestured for Frank's arm. Shirt off the shoulder. Frank looked at Hailey. I would like the record to show this was never the glamorous rescue I was promised. There was no glamour in the briefing, Hailey said, helping him strip the torn fabric clear. There was only corporate lying. She said it automatically, then realized how far they had traveled from the woman who boarded the plane. Corporate language sounded ridiculous here, a dialect from a weaker planet. Cole took one look at the injury and nodded grimly. Hold still. Frank braced his head back against the rock. That sentence has never made anyone more relaxed. Cole set the shoulder with one fast, brutal motion. Frank swore in 3 creative registers and then went rigid with his teeth bared until the pain wave passed. Hailey bound the arm against his chest with strips torn from the lower hem of her shirt, while Cole wrapped Frank's ribs in a second band of cloth cut from the dead sling harness still hanging at his own waist. The practical intimacy of it, 3 people half-dressed in ash and blood on a hidden mountainside, while predators searched below, felt stranger and more honest than any polished conversation she had ever known. When Frank could speak again, he looked from one of them to the other. I would like you both to know that if I survive this, I intend to become impossible at dinner parties. That assumes anyone will invite you, Hailey said. Someone always invites the man who limped out of hell with stories. Cole finished the binding and sat back against the rock for one dangerous second that threatened to become rest. His eyes slid shut. Hailey touched his wrist. No. He opened them at once. The obedience startled both of them. She kept her hand there anyway. You do not get to disappear on me between one breath and the next. Something moved in his face then, something naked enough to make the air between them thin. I am trying very hard not to. Frank, with the exhausted tact of a man who had earned the right to be blunt, looked deliberately away and listened to the slope below. I regret to inform you that the universe remains committed to bad timing. Clicking carried faintly through the ash. Cole pushed himself upright. Then 2 minutes are over. They left the recess and climbed again, higher now along the mountain's broken spine where the dark side met the long reach of weather coming over the ridge. The air cooled further. The ash thinned from drifts to streaks. Stone emerged underfoot in black volcanic slabs split by pale mineral veins. Above them, the sky lightened from grave gray to a bruised iron tone that made Hailey realize they were genuinely approaching the edge of the permanent eclipse zone. The ridge line seemed impossibly near and impossibly far at once. Halfway through the next traverse, the pursuit found them. Not a pack this time, but 5. One older female, lean with scar tissue and hanging cords of hair. 2 fast juveniles. A broad-shouldered male with one ear missing. Another smaller hunter moving with a limp of its own. They had come not in formation, but in family instinct, following blood and the old order of revenge even after the order itself had died. Cole felt them before Hailey heard them. He raised one hand and steered them toward a pinch point where the path narrowed between a pillar of black rock and the open drop. Frank, he said quietly. You take the first one left. With what? Cole handed him the rebar spear. With this. Frank weighed it once and nodded. Hailey looked at the path and understood. You do not have room to circle. They do not either. The old female came into view first, low and silent, white eyes fixed on Cole. Behind her the juveniles clicked nervously, unsure now that the chief's certainty was gone. The broad-shouldered male showed teeth and advanced. Cole stepped into the center of the path. No speech, no warning, just decision. The first juvenile launched early. Cole caught it at the wrist, turned with the momentum, and sent it over the outer edge into the ash below. Before the body finished falling, the old female was on him. She drove him back 3 steps with a flurry of slashing hands and snapping jaws that prioritized arteries with horrifying intelligence. Hailey struck from the side with a loose chunk of volcanic rock, cracking it against the female's temple. The hunter reeled just enough for Cole to hook a foot behind its ankle and drive it into the cliff wall. Frank met the broad male with the rebar spear like a man remembering a dozen ugly trainings at once. He did not thrust. He planted. The charging body impaled itself halfway down the steel and nearly took him over the edge anyway. Frank used the last angle left to him and pivoted, dumping the shrieking hunter into the drop with the bar still inside it. The smaller limping hunter darted for Hailey. Cole could not reach in time. She braced for impact and instead saw Frank's boot appear from nowhere and catch the creature under the jaw hard enough to break its line. The move cost him his balance. He pitched sideways. Hailey grabbed his shirt with both hands and screamed as the restraint cuts at her wrists opened again. Cole seized Frank's good arm and hauled him back onto the path an instant before the old female lunged once more. This time Cole ended it. He took the female's face in both hands and slammed the back of its skull into the rock pillar until the body stopped fighting. The final juvenile fled. None of them wasted breath chasing it. For a long second, all 3 stood where they were, bent, bleeding, and balanced over a drop that seemed to invite surrender. Then Cole looked up at the ridge again. "Now we are truly out of time," he said. Above them, beyond the last black rise of stone, the world was becoming brighter. Before the signal reached anyone, the mountain gave them a different kind of warning. A low groan passed through the slope under their boots. Not an earthquake exactly, but the settling complaint of old stone warming under a sky it had not felt in years. Hairline streams of ash slithered down the traverse. The broken mast beside the shack shivered and shed a rain of rust flakes. Cole stepped outside and looked up at the ridge. The crest was close enough now that sunlight flashed intermittently over the torn rocks whenever high wind pushed the cloud veil thin. Each flare sent a different expression across his face. Wonder, yes. Also the wariness of a man who had spent too long learning that anything sudden in the world meant pain. Hailey followed him to the doorway while Frank wrestled the transceiver antenna into place behind them. "What did you think the light would be like?" she asked. Cole leaned one shoulder against the frame, eyes on the crest. "Hot." That is a surprisingly small answer. He seemed to consider it. "I did not let myself imagine details. Details become wants. Wants become mistakes." The honesty of that struck her harder than any poetic speech could have. She thought of the bright side life she had taken for granted even while complaining about it. Working elevators. Rain that fell clean. Grocery aisles. Annoying meetings. Windows that showed weather instead of ash. She had once called that life numbing. Standing beside Cole at the edge of the divide, she understood numbness and safety were not close cousins. They only looked similar from far enough away. "What about now?" she asked. He turned his head toward her. "Now I want details." The air between them shifted. She smiled despite blood, exhaustion, and the predators on the slope. "All right. The light can be hot, but it is not always. Morning can feel cold on your hands first. The sun lands on roofs and metal rails and river water and makes each thing answer differently. Grass smells stronger after rain than before it. Cities hum in daylight because people make noise when they believe they will survive until night. Sometimes the light is ugly too. It shows every stain and crack. It makes it impossible to pretend not to see things. Cole listened like a starving man given a menu written in a language he had never learned yet somehow understood. "And the sky? Blue," she said. "Not the blue of ember grubs. Not electric and not hungry. It is simply open, so open it can feel insulting the first time you notice how much room there is." He looked back toward the crest. "Insulting," he repeated, and the corner of his mouth moved faintly. "I think I will like that." Frank's voice drifted from inside the shack. "If either of you would like to continue this courtship while helping me resurrect ancient electronics, history would be grateful." Hailey glanced back. "You are impossible. Staying that way has kept me alive." They returned to the improvised transmitter and forced signal out of dead hardware and stubborn will. Yet before the answering voice crackled through, There was time for one more exchange the three of them did not know they needed. The static swelled, dropped, swelled again. Frank tapped the transceiver casing with 2 fingers. "When I was 22, he said, not looking up, "I thought rescue work was about extraction. Get in, get out. Bodies accounted for, mission complete. Then you survive long enough and you realize extraction is the easy verb. The hard one is return." Hailey slowed her hands on the battery lead. "Return to what?" He gave a tired shrug. "To ordinary life. To tables and weather and people asking how you are as though the answer fits in a polite sentence. To the version of yourself that existed before whatever pit you just crawled out of. Most of us do not return to that person. We just become someone who can imitate them in brighter rooms." Cole listened without moving. Frank finally met his eyes. "That is not failure, son." The word son was probably accidental. It still landed. Cole's expression changed by degrees, each one almost too small to name. "You sound like a man trying to prepare me. I sound like a man who has watched too many survivors mistake adaptation for damage beyond repair." Hailey looked between them and understood the depth of what had been forged in these ruined days. Not simple gratitude. Not convenience. Something closer to chosen kin, built under pressure intense enough to strip performance away. Frank tested the signal again and got only static. He set the transceiver down for one breath and added quietly, "You brought us this far. Do not decide in advance that you stop matching once the immediate danger ends." Cole looked away first, which in him often meant he had been hit harder by words than he cared to show. "People from the light side did not come here looking for me." Hailey answered before Frank could. "I did not know you existed." "That is different." He looked at her sharply. She held the battery lead in place and kept her voice steady. "There are losses that happen because someone abandoned you. Then there are losses that happen because the world is huge and broken and cruelly arranged. I will not let you confuse those two just because pain taught you lazy mathematics." For a heartbeat, the only sound was static and wind. Then Frank murmured, with enormous satisfaction, "That is the cleanest demolition of self-pity I have heard in years." Cole gave a breath that might once have become a laugh. "You collect those?" "I treasure them." The answering voice crackled through the speaker just after that, dragging them all back into action. Chapter 15. The ridge did not reveal itself all at once. It announced itself in changes so subtle that, in any other state of mind, Hailey might have missed them. The ash underfoot grew thinner. The stone lost some of its oily black sheen and showed old pale fractures where frost and sun had once worked together. The air no longer moved only from below in sulfur breaths from the mountain's vents. It came over the crest now in colder currents that smelled of ice, open sky, and something so clean it was almost painful. Cole noticed every change. He had spent his life beneath sealed dark, toxic weather and the underbreath of ruins. This new air touched him like an intrusion. He did not slow, but something in his posture grew more guarded with every yard upward, as if the unknown above the ridge carried a danger even his city skills could not map. Hailey kept close enough to see the tension gather along his jaw. "You feel it," she said. He did not pretend otherwise. "The world changes here." Frank climbed a step below them, breathing hard through the wrapped ribs. "That is what ridges are for." Cole glanced back, perhaps to answer with something dry, then seemed to think better of using breath on wit. Ahead, the final traverse cut across an exposed face of volcanic stone toward a broken maintenance shack perched just below the crest. A communications mast leaned beside it, torn in half by old weather, but still rising higher than anything else on the slope. Beyond that lay the line, the true divide. The threshold between the dead sky he knew and the bright side he had spent years imagining only as rumor and pain. Hailey saw the broken shack and remembered the crushed SOS beacon from the crash, the pieces Cole had torn out to keep them alive, the transmitter board she had salvaged almost without knowing why. She touched the pouch at her side. Still there. Hope arrived like fear's sharper twin. "Frank," she said, "your comm unit." He frowned, then understood. He had lost the larger field radio with his squad below, but the emergency transceiver clipped inside his vest had survived because almost nothing short of cremation could destroy military hardware. He dug it out, and stared at the cracked face. Battery is dying. Dying is not dead. If I can marry the beacon board to your antenna and get elevation, I might force a burst signal. Cole looked from one to the other, then up to the shack. Inside, maybe. If the roof braces are intact, then that is where we go, Hailey said. He watched her for a moment with that focused stillness that always made her feel as if he weighed her words by structural integrity rather than charm. You say these things as though the world can still be convinced. It can, she said. It just requires better argument. Frank muttered, I prefer my engineers armed. The path to the shack narrowed into a slanted ledge glazed with black, ash-over-hard stone. To the left rose the mountain wall. To the right the slope fell away into the buried city, its towers now distant stumps under a sheet of drifting gray. The deeper dark below flickered with scattered blue, faint as dying stars. Somewhere among them survivors of the broken pack still moved. Whether they hunted, fled, or regrouped, Hailey could not tell. Cole could. The younger ones will not come far into the open, he said. The old ones might. Frank nodded once. Then we assume company. They reached the shack without incident, which only made the silence feel more temporary. It had been a maintenance outpost once, built for crews servicing vent stacks and weather instruments before the eruption and eclipse had turned geography into a moral category. The front wall still stood. One corner had caved in. The roof sagged under old ash, but had not fully collapsed. Inside, metal desks lay overturned among cabinets, broken instrument cases, and one skeletal battery array bolted to the rear wall. Hailey's pulse quickened at the sight. That, she said, pointing to the array, is enough if the cells hold any charge at all. Frank leaned against the doorframe, rebar spear in his good hand. On behalf of civilization, I support your optimism. Cole moved through the shack with quick, efficient sweeps, checking blind corners and the rear breach. 2 entries. Roof unstable. We do not stay long. We do not need long. Hailey was already kneeling by the battery unit, hands moving through wire, housing screws, and corrosion flakes. She pulled the crash beacon board from her pouch, then Frank's emergency transceiver, and laid both on the floor. The cracked screens reflected pale morning as if they too had trouble believing it existed. Cole crouched opposite her. What do you need? The question had once irritated her when men asked it with the assumption that she required them to translate her own expertise back to her. From Cole it landed with no patronage in it at all. Just urgency and faith. She pointed without looking up. I need the knife, the thin pry tool from your belt. Any intact wire you can strip from that wall harness. Frank, I need your battery pack open and the antenna mast if it still retracts. The 2 men moved at once. Working in a dead shack at the edge of the world should not have felt intimate. It did. Cole's hands were precise even when blood shook in them. Frank handled parts with soldier care, not because he understood circuitry, but because he trusted that she did and treated the equipment accordingly. No one questioned her pace. No one explained her own work back to her. No one asked her to sound calmer before being useful. For a sharp and dangerous moment, Hailey loved them both differently and with equal force. She forced the thought aside and soldered by friction and luck, using stripped wire twisted hot against a battery contact, while Frank held the casing steady and Cole shielded the delicate junction from the crosswind coming through the broken wall. The improvised rig looked absurd. It might also reach. Outside, the sky above the ridge brightened further. Actual color hinted there now behind the gray. Not blue yet. Something paler and stranger. Cole looked toward it once too long. Hailey noticed. Have you ever crossed the line? No. Never even this high. He shook his head. There was no reason. Dark side fed me. Dark side killed anything foolish enough to travel lightward alone. Stories were enough. And now, he looked at her, then away. Stories are over. Frank, tightening the transceiver's antenna with one hand in his teeth, said around the metal, as declarations of terror go, that was admirably poetic. Cole ignored him and rose to check the slope again. Hailey bent over the rig. Wires in. Board live. Antenna coupled. Battery reading weak, but not dead. She thumbed the transceiver. Static burst from the tiny speaker in a wash of sound so alien in the quiet that all three froze. Then a voice, fractured by noise and distance. Repeat, identify. Frank lunged for the unit so quickly he almost kicked the assembly apart. This is Captain Franklin Voss, Recovery Team Echo 7, transmitting from grid. He stopped and looked at Cole. Cole crossed to the doorway and sighted the city below, the ridge above, the broken mast beside the shack. Southwest Vent Station under the Divide crest, 1,200 feet above the old rail basin. Frank relayed it with military precision. Static fought him. The voice came back, stronger now, different speaker. Echo 7, signal weak but confirmed. Extraction bird diverted. Estimated contact 20 minutes. Pop visual, if able. Frank laughed once, stunned and exhausted. You beautiful machine. Hailey sagged back against the battery wall, all her bones abruptly remembering they hurt. 20 minutes. Cole was not smiling. She looked at him. What? Too long, he said. As if answering him, a cry rose from below. Not from the city this time. From the slope. The old female that had fled earlier had not run alone for long. Shapes emerged through the drifting ash below the shack. 8 that Hailey counted immediately. Then 2 more higher on the traverse they had just crossed, using the rocks for cover with a patience she had not expected after the pack's collapse. No organized formation, yet not pure panic either. Hunger, revenge, and instinct had found each other and made a rough new plan. Frank came to the door with the rifle he could no longer fire and the rebar spear. I dislike proving him right. Cole's face turned hard as cut stone. We hold the shack until the extraction bird arrives, or the roof gives way. Whichever comes first. That is a terrible slogan, Hailey said. It is what we have. He began moving furniture before the sentence finished. A metal desk across the front breach. Cabinets toppled to narrow the rear entry. Instrument cases stacked under the weakest roof beam to buy a little more support. Frank added weight where it helped and cleared lines where it did not. Hailey fed the transceiver more battery through the beacon board and mounted it on the broken desk so the antenna could remain high while she worked. The first hunter tested the barricade within a minute, not with a full rush. With a probing hand, pale fingers hooking around the doorframe while the body remained hidden to the side. Cole struck through the gap with the rebar spear and got blood, not depth. The hand vanished. Clicking followed outside, low and evaluative. They learned from watching us in the city, Hailey said. Cole did not deny it. Everything here learns from whatever survives longest. Frank braced his back against the side wall and rolled his neck carefully. Then let us provide an educational experience. The next approach came from the roof. A juvenile dropped through the caved-in corner in a spray of ash and broken slats. Hailey saw only movement and swung the battery casing on instinct. The metal block hit the creature's skull and sent it sideways long enough for Frank to finish it with the rebar through the chest. He booted the body back out through the hole before its weight could bring more of the roof down with it. That, he said, breathless, was almost elegant. Cole took position under the weak beam and looked at Hailey. Can you make the beacon louder? She wiped blood from her wrist onto her pants and looked at the wiring. Yes, if I burn the board out. Do it when you hear the bird. Meaning not before. Not while the sound might also draw more hunters from farther down slope. She nodded. Minutes stretched. The hunters probed from all sides, testing wood, metal, and nerve. Cole stopped the first at the door and the second at the rear breach. Frank handled one that came through the collapsed corner and another that tried to squeeze under the desk barricade at floor level. Hailey took a jagged instrument stand and learned in ugly real time that stabbing downward required more shoulder than she would have guessed. Nothing about killing felt clean. Everything about failing to kill promised something worse. Between assaults, they breathed in ragged synchrony and listened for rotor blades through wind and clicks. At one lull, Frank crouched beside the transceiver and looked at Cole across the shack. You know they can take only 2 if we have to get ugly about weight. Hailey went still. Cole did not. He had apparently carried that possibility already. They take Hailey and you. No. Both men looked at her. She lifted her chin. That is not how this ends. Frank gave a tired little smile. You have a charming belief in negotiation. I have a practical belief in all three of us surviving long enough to argue later. Cole's gaze stayed on her. There were 10,000 reasons in it for why he thought the alternative more likely and perhaps more proper. There was also, underneath all of them, the same terrible attachment that had pulled him across the city to the crash and then back into the lair. He spoke softly enough that only she heard it over the wind. If it becomes choice, you do not choose me. Too late, she said. The words sat between them, simple and irreversible. Something changed in his face. Not surprise. He had known in pieces. This was the moment the pieces became whole. Frank pretended great fascination with the dead battery cell in his hand. The roof beam cracked. The sound snapped them all back. Another hunter had made it onto the shack roof and was using body weight to worry the damaged structure apart. Dust sifted down over the transceiver. Hailey grabbed the unit and moved it farther from the collapse line. Cole jumped for the beam support, shouldering it upright as another cracking report ran across the rafters. Back entry, he said. Frank turned in time to see two hunters hit the rear gap together. He killed the first with the rebar spear, but the second got inside and crashed into him chest to chest. They went down amid instrument shards and old papers. Hailey snatched the broken antenna mast and drove it into the hunter's side once, twice, again, until Frank tore the body off and rolled clear with a hiss of pain. You are developing a style, he said. I dislike refinement. Cole forced the sagging roof beam into place again and looked toward the crest. The sky beyond the ridge had become unmistakably bright now, a pale blazing wash behind the last line of stone. Even filtered through high cloud and divide haze, the light carried a force that made the shack interior look suddenly smaller, dirtier, temporary. It turned the ash at the doorway silver. Rotor blades thudded faintly in the distance. Hailey heard them first because she had wanted that sound so badly. Frank. He heard it too and grabbed the transceiver. Echo 7 to Bird. We have audio on approach. Marking now. Hailey ripped the safety off the overdriven beacon circuit and jammed the contact shut with the knife. The board screamed alive. A piercing electronic pulse shot out of the antenna mast in repeated bursts, strong enough to make the transceiver speakers squeal feedback. Outside, every hunter on the slope answered with enraged clicks. Visual markers hot. Frank shouted into the unit. Repeat, marker is hot. The response came a beat later over rotor wash and static. Copy visual. 60 seconds. 60 seconds might as well have been a decade. The hunters stopped probing. Cole recognized the shift before either of the others. They rushed now. They did. Bodies hit the shack from every side at once, abandoning patience because the screaming beacon and the incoming bird had changed the equation from hunt to last chance. The front barricade buckled inward. The rear gap vanished under pale limbs. The roof corner tore open as two more dropped from above in a storm of ash and rotten wood. Frank met the front surge with the spear and pure rage. He took one through the throat and shoulder-checked another back into the doorway. Hailey swung the battery casing until her arms felt disconnected from her body. Cole held the center, moving where collapse was worst and striking whatever came through with terrible efficiency. The roof beam gave anyway. Out, Cole shouted. He grabbed Hailey with one hand and Frank's vest with the other and drove all three of them through the rear breach a heartbeat before the shack roof pancaked inward under hunters and timber alike. They spilled onto the open slope behind the outpost just as the helicopter surged over the ridge. Hailey had seen military aircraft all her adult life. She had never seen one arrive like Salvation. It came low over the crest with sunlight blazing behind it, rotors chopping brilliant air into hard waves that sent ash streaming off the mountainside. The craft's side door was already open. A crew chief leaned out with harness line in one hand and rifle in the other, scanning the slope below them. For one impossible instant, Cole stopped moving. The light beyond the helicopter hit the edge of the ridge and spilled around the machine like liquid gold. It was not the weak, gray brightening they had climbed through. It was not the blue bioluminescence of ember grubs or the electric harshness of salvage lamps. It was sunlight, real and unforgiving, pouring over stone that had not seen it in years. Cole stared as if the sky itself had split open. Hailey touched his arm. Cole. He did not answer. The nearest hunter, having survived the shack collapse, launched from the ash behind them straight for his blind side. Frank saw it. He moved without hesitation, throwing himself between the attack and Cole with the same ugly bravery he had used in the kiln chamber. The hunter hit Frank high across the shoulders and drove him to one knee. Its claws raked his back, tearing cloth and skin. He trapped one wrist with his good arm and shouted through his teeth, "This is becoming a pattern, Cole." The words broke the trance. Cole turned with the sunlight full across half his face and killed the hunter in one savage thrust of the rebar spear. The helicopter flared lower, skids nearly kissing the ridge stones. The crew chief threw the harness line. "Move," Frank barked. Below them more hunters poured out from the broken shack and up the traverse, driven mad by rotor wash, beacon scream, and the impossible brightness spilling over the divide. Hailey snatched the line first and clipped it to Frank's vest because he was bleeding anew and because he would argue if given time. "You go." He looked ready to refuse. Then he looked at the slope behind them and did the soldier thing instead of the noble thing. He obeyed. The line yanked taut and hauled him toward the open door where waiting hands dragged him inside. Hailey turned back for Cole. He stood one step below the true line of light, breathing hard, the dead city behind him and a sunlit world ahead. It frightened him more than the lair had. She saw that now in all its naked truth. The dark side had shaped every instinct in him. Up there waited brightness, open sky, clean air, people, voices, crowds, rules, warmth without blood, and a life that did not require him to become a knife just to wake up again tomorrow. It was salvation. It was also transformation. Survival often demanded one identity. Living after survival demanded another. She climbed down one step to him despite the helicopter crew chief screaming for urgency over the rotor thunder. "Look at me," she said. He did. "You earned the light long before you reached it." His throat worked once under the torn collar marks. "I do not know how to live there." No one knows before they begin. Hunters hit the lower rocks. The crew chief shouted again. The cable swung in the wash between them. Hailey took Cole's face in both hands, heedless of the blood and ash. "You do not have to belong to the dark because it made you. Come with me anyway." The plea was not gentle. It was honest. It held everything she had not had time to say in the city, in the lair, in the mountain cut, in all the moments where survival had stolen language from them. Cole looked past her once toward the ruins below. Perhaps he was saying goodbye. Perhaps he was confirming that nothing there still owned him. Then he put his hand over hers and leaned his forehead briefly to hers in a contact so intimate it cut through rotor thunder and fear alike. "All right," he said. Together they stepped upward. The sunlight reached him. He flinched hard, not from heat, but from sheer unfamiliarity. The light struck his skin, found the old ash ground into every seam, and turned him suddenly visible in a way darkness never had. Hailey watched astonishment move across his face as the world resolved in honest color around him. The stone was not just black, but veined with rust red and silver. The sky beyond the chopper was not merely bright, but blue, a blue so clean it hurt to look at after all that blue underground had meant. The clouds were white. The helicopter was olive green. Her own hands on his face were flushed and shaking and real. Tears sprang to his eyes from brightness and shock together. He laughed once on the edge of a sob, the sound helpless and disbelieving. Hailey kissed him, not because the moment was safe. It was not. Not because they had privacy. They did not. She kissed him because he had carried her through ruin, because she had walked back into hell for him, because there are times when declaration is more practical than restraint. He answered with the stunned fierceness of someone who had spent years starving without admitting the hunger. The crew chief yelled something impolite but useful. They broke apart just long enough to clip into the line together. The helicopter lifted them hard from the ridge as the first hunter leaped and missed by inches, claws snapping in empty air where Cole's boot had been. Rotor wash flattened ash across the stones and sent the remaining bodies scrambling back. Inside the aircraft, hands dragged them across the floor. The door slammed. The machine banked away from the divide. Cole collapsed onto the deck, breathing like a man reborn by violence, and utterly unsure whether rebirth counted as mercy. Hailey knelt beside him. Frank sat opposite with medics on him and blood soaking through a fresh bandage across his back, looking immensely satisfied for a man who resembled a ruined map. The helicopter rose above the ridge. Through the open side window, Cole could see both worlds at once for a brief, impossible span. The dark side behind, shrouded in ash and shadow, and the bright side ahead, opening into sunlit ranges, green valleys, and distant water flashing under the morning. He pressed one bloody hand to the frame and watched the buried city shrink. "What happens now?" he asked, not to anyone specific. Frank, wincing as a medic bound his shoulder more tightly, answered first. "Now we become an administrative nightmare." Hailey laughed through tears she had not realized were there. Then she took Cole's hand and held it. "Now," she said, "you get to find out who you are when the world stops trying to eat you every day." He looked at her. The sunlight through the window turned the ash in his hair almost silver and lit the raw mark at his throat like a scar made by survival and choice together. For the first time since the crash, and perhaps for the first time in years, Cole did not answer as a man bracing for the next attack. He answered as someone allowing the future to exist. "Then I would like," he said slowly, "to see what else the light keeps." The helicopter carried them on. Once the helicopter had them, safety still did not arrive all at once. The medic nearest Cole reached for the torn collar at his throat and paused when Cole flinched on instinct. Not from pain, from unfamiliar touch. The medic's face softened with a professionalism Hailey recognized from disaster zones and field hospitals, that blend of speed and gentleness shaped by seeing too much too often. "You are all right," the medic said. Cole looked at Hailey as if for translation. She took his hand again and squeezed. "He means he is about to hurt you in a medically useful way." Frank barked a laugh and immediately regretted it, clutching his ribs. There she is. Civilization restored. The medic cut the collar the rest of the way off. Steel clanged onto the helicopter deck. Cole stared at the thing by his knee. The crude band of metal had been only one restraint among many, yet the sight of it lying open and empty seemed to affect him more than the bright sky outside. Hailey understood why. Sunlight could be entered. Freedom had to be believed. He lifted his gaze to the window again. Below them the divide sharpened into geography. On one side the ash cloud lay like a continent of grief spread over towers and dead streets, swallowing distance, muting color, keeping its own weather. On the other side the mountain fell away into ridges bright with morning. Meltwater flashed in narrow silver threads through dark evergreens. Farther out, plains opened in bronze and green. Roads cut clean lines through sunlight. Tiny structures shone white or red under the day. It was not a perfect world. Even from above, Hailey could see the scars left by the cataclysm. Yet compared to what lay behind them, it looked impossibly alive. Cole watched until his eyes watered again. "I used to think the stories were lies told by people who needed to sleep," he said quietly. Hailey brushed ash from his cheek with the back of one finger. "Which part?" "That there could still be this much color." Frank, half bound into a trauma harness while a second medic worked on the slashes across his back, looked over. "Wait until someone hands you an orange." Cole frowned. "Eh, what?" Hailey actually laughed then, helpless and full. "He is not joking. It is a fruit." Frank nodded solemnly. "It is round, bitter if you are unlucky, and miraculous if you are not." Cole stared at both of them as though they had become unreliable narrators. "You risked all this for fruit." "We risked all this for people," Hailey said. The distinction mattered. She saw him absorb it slowly, with effort, the way a man might test weight on a badly healed leg. The helicopter banked and sunlight flooded the cabin more fully. It hit the medic's gloves, the metal floor, the straps, Frank's blood-dark shirt, her own torn sleeves. Nothing in the light was gentle, yet nothing in it hid either. She thought of what she had told Cole in the shack. The sun makes it impossible to pretend not to see things. Here, in the hard, honest glare, she could see exactly how broken they all were and exactly how alive. Cole caught her looking, and, despite everything, some softness entered his gaze. "What?" he asked. "You are here." The words were small. Their weight was not. He seemed to search for an answer that did not reduce the moment. Finally, he gave up on elegance. I almost was not. Frank closed his eyes briefly against the medic's work. That is true of all decent stories. The trick is irritating death long enough that it complains, but leaves empty-handed. The medic binding Frank's shoulder said dryly, "Please stop philosophizing while I am taping you together. I only do my best thinking while leaking." Across from them, another crew member handed Hailey a foil water pouch. She tore it open and passed it first to Cole. He stared at the clear liquid inside, as if even water had changed species in the light. "It is just water," she said. "There is no just," he murmured and drank. Some of it ran down his chin where the swelling at his jaw made swallowing awkward. She wiped it away without thinking. His eyes closed for one brief second under the touch. The pilot's voice crackled from the front cabin, naming destinations, medevac clearances, contamination protocol. The language sounded like another planet intruding, full of procedure and assumption. Cole listened as if trying to decode a civilization from the grammar of urgency. Frank noticed, "You do not have to understand all of it today." Cole looked toward the cockpit. "I would rather learn than be carried." "You can do both for a little while," Frank said. Hailey leaned back against the webbing as the first genuine warmth reached through the chill and adrenaline. Below them, the dark side receded. She found herself thinking not just of survival now, but of aftermath, which was its own kind of danger. Hospitals, decontamination tents, questions, news, and bureaucrats. Grief for Frank's dead squad. The long, raw work of teaching Cole a world that would call him miracle, witness, victim, and threat depending on who got the microphone first. The future was no longer blank. It was crowded. She looked at Frank. "When this lands, they will bury you in reports." He opened one eye. "I have spent 20 years disappointing paperwork. I will survive it." "And Cole?" Frank followed her gaze. Cole sat with the cut steel collar by his boot and sunlight on his face, looking like a man half stunned and half intent on memorizing everything before someone took it away. Frank answered quietly enough that only she heard it over the rotors. "That depends on who stands in the doorway when the world starts asking him to explain how he survived the dark." Hailey understood the answer for the task it was. "I will," she thought. Not as obligation, as choice. The helicopter crossed fully into the light side then, leaving the eclipse wall behind like a storm no map should have permitted. Cole kept looking back until the ash cloud vanished behind brighter mountains. Only then did he release the window frame and let himself lean, just a little, into the seat. His hand found hers again without searching. She laced her fingers through his and held on while the morning opened wider in front of them. Chapter 16. The helicopter did not carry them into peace so much as deliver them into a brighter kind of chaos. By the time the aircraft reached the forward medical station built along the safe side of the ridge, radio traffic had swollen into a constant metallic stream of coordinates, triage calls, contamination protocol, and air corridor clearances. Cole sat in the middle of it with Hailey's hand in his and the broken steel collar at his feet, listening to the language of a world that still had procedures for disaster. The existence of that language unnerved him more than the guns strapped to the crew. Below them, the camp spread across a terraced valley in clean grids of white shelters, steel sheds, fuel bladders, flood lamps, landing pads, fenced lanes, and long rows of vehicles marked with emergency insignia. Men and women in bright jackets moved with disciplined speed. Nothing leaned. Nothing sagged. Nothing had been stitched together from scrap and stubbornness. Even from the air, it looked like a place built by people who expected tomorrow to exist. Cole did not trust it. The aircraft touched down hard enough to punch pain through every bruise in his body. Before the rotors had fully slowed, the side door rolled open and white daylight struck him so hard that he recoiled as if from a blow. It was not only brightness. It was exposure. Ash, shadow, steam, soot, and broken walls had taught him to move inside dimness, to let edges blur, to listen before looking. Here there was nowhere for anything to hide, including him. A paramedic stepped up to the open door. "Move him first." Cervical check, blood loss, contamination level unknown. Cole's grip tightened on Hailey's hand until his knuckles whitened under the dirt. She leaned close enough that he could hear her over the rotors. "You do not have to like any of this," she said. "You only have to let it happen." His eyes lifted to hers, still dark with the old instinct to refuse touch, refuse handling, refuse every surrender survival had once punished. "If they separate us, I will find you." "How?" She gave him the faintest flash of a smile. "I already found you in a falling aircraft and an entire dead city. A medical station full of overconfident professionals does not scare me." Frank, half strapped into a trauma brace across the cabin, managed a rough laugh. "Mercer, your bedside manner remains alarming." The medics moved then. They reached for Frank first because blood had soaked through 2 layers of dressing and stubbornness. He cursed them, tried to stand on his own, failed to stand on his own, and finally allowed himself to be transferred to a waiting gurney with the offended dignity of a man insulted by the basic concept of collapse. Cole watched him go with the same concentration he used when judging whether a bridge would hold. "Frank," he called. Frank twisted his head back. Sunlight flashed across the gray at his temples. "Still here." Cole nodded once. The answer seemed to matter. When the medics turned to him, he did not make their work easy. He came out of the helicopter under his own power and immediately had 4 people trying to direct him toward 3 different stations: decontamination, imaging, and blood draw. He spun once in the middle of the landing zone, chest rising fast, every instinct screaming that too many strangers were closing too quickly. Then Hailey stepped into his line of sight. Her face was smeared with dried blood and ash. A blanket hung around her shoulders. There was adhesive across one temple and a bruise darkening along her jaw. She looked nothing like the composed engineer who had boarded a company flight. She looked like the only familiar fact in a world gone blindingly wide. "This way," she said. He followed. They took them through decontamination tents first. The process was necessary, efficient, and to Cole, almost unbearable. Gloves cut away layers of stiff, ruined fabric. Warm water hammered down from overhead nozzles in white sheets that smelled faintly of antiseptic instead of rust or ash. Foam stripped soot from his skin in gray rivers that pooled at his feet and vanished into drains. Bright lamps shone down from every direction. He had not stood under that kind of light since childhood. He felt flayed by it. A technician said, "Tilt your chin. I need to inspect the scar tissue there." Cole froze. The technician, a woman with calm eyes behind a transparent shield, caught the change in him and lowered her voice. "I am not restraining you. I am asking." From the adjacent bay, Hailey's voice rose through the hiss of water. "Cole." He shut his eyes against the light. "You can hate this later," she called. "Right now it is only one more ugly thing between you and breathing." The practical cruelty of that cut through panic. He opened his eyes again and forced his chin up. The technician examined the mark around his throat, the older scars across his ribs and forearms, and the newer cuts from the ridge and the lair. At each touch, he felt his body preparing for violence that did not come. By the time they finished, he stood in loose medical clothing the color of slate and stared at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. Clean skin looked unnatural on him. The scars showed clearer now. The blood he had fed to ember grubs, the bites he had survived, the claws, steel edges, falling concrete, broken glass, and bad choices of a life measured in attrition all stood out in pale and dark maps across his body. He felt not relieved but exposed, as if the dirt had been part of his armor and the water had washed away not grime but disguise. Hailey emerged from the neighboring stall, drying her hair with a rough towel. The water had darkened it to a deeper brown and uncovered the fine lines of exhaustion around her eyes. The medical clothes hung too large on her. She stopped when she saw him, and for a suspended second neither of them spoke. It was the first time she had seen him truly clean. Nothing could erase what the dark side had made of him. Yet stripped of ash and blood, he looked younger and older at once. Younger because the grime and constant tension no longer made him seem carved from ruin. Older because every scar stood out in plain light, proof of years no one should have survived alone. Damp dark hair fell across his forehead. His eyes looked even stranger without soot around them, clear and intent, and still disbelieving that the ceiling above him was canvas instead of cracked concrete. She crossed the space between them and touched his wrist, giving him the chance to move away before her hand settled. He did not. "You all right?" she asked. "No," he said with plain honesty. He looked down at his own sleeve. "Everything smells wrong." That almost made her smile. "That means the disinfectant is working. It smells like someone murdered a forest and declared it sanitary." Now she did smile. "That is exactly what it smells like." The woman with the clipboard, who had been trying unsuccessfully not to stare at Cole, cleared her throat. "We need separate evaluations." Cole's gaze snapped toward Hailey at once. Hailey caught it. "For how long?" "Not long. Initial assessment, X-rays, blood work, and neurochecks. And after that." The woman hesitated, glanced at the tags clipped to their wrists, and seemed to understand that the answer mattered beyond logistics. "After that, we can place them in adjacent recovery rooms if the doctors approve." Hailey nodded. "Do that." Cole stood still a moment longer, then said to her under his breath, "Find me." She squeezed his wrist. Every time. They took him through corridors formed by connected field tents into a trauma unit, so bright it looked made from light itself. Machines hummed. Plastic curtains whispered. Footsteps sounded on temporary flooring laid over packed earth. Someone tried to put him on a bed and learned quickly that ordering him flat on his back without explanation was a poor strategy. The physician adjusted. She introduced herself, told him what each machine did, asked before every touch, and accepted that he preferred the chair to the bed. He answered questions in short, deliberate bursts. When they asked his name, he said Cole. When they asked for his family name, a long silence passed before he answered, Rayner. When they asked his age, he said, I think 26. The doctor repeated the uncertainty, and he explained, the years were not marked where I was. How long in the dark side? Since the eruption. She stopped writing for half a second. Since you were a child? Yes, since I was a child. Nutrition source. He explained ash root, fungus, water reclamation, grubs, scavenge stores in winter, and the blood price of keeping ember grubs alive. That finally got an open expression from the doctor, equal parts disbelief and professional horror. When was the last time you ate anything prepared in a kitchen? She asked. He considered. The memory that surfaced was small and cruel in its gentleness. Fruit in a bowl, the scrape of a knife, his mother singing softly because fear had not yet become panic. He looked instead at the steel leg of the chair. When I was a child. By the time the doctor finished, she had ordered more tests than he understood and twice as many as he wanted. Before leaving, she paused by the partition and said, For what it is worth, I know you are hearing this from 15 people at once, but your survival is extraordinary. Cole's expression did not change. It was mostly unpleasant. The doctor laughed before she could stop herself. I imagined so. After she left, the silence in the room felt stranger than noise. Cole listened to generators in the distance, radio chatter, boots outside, cart wheels, clipped voices, and somewhere a child crying in another tent. He flinched before he understood why. He had not heard a child cry in years. Someone knocked on the support pole instead of the open frame. It was Frank's idea of courtesy translated through pain. Frank entered slowly with one shoulder braced, a thick bandage wrapping his torso beneath a clean shirt, and a medic hovering in the doorway wearing the patient expression of a professional losing an argument to stubbornness. Frank waved the medic away. 5 minutes. If I collapse, you may all act vindicated. He sat with a grunt in the chair opposite Cole and looked him over. You clean up like a citizen. Cole studied Frank's fresh bandages. You smell worse. That is hospital soap and government-grade disinfectant. Then perhaps civilization remains overrated. Frank's laugh turned into a wince. That opinion I expected. They sat with the awkward gravity of men who had nearly died together and were not yet practiced at surviving the afterward. In the city, everything between them had been simple: threat, direction, command, covering fire, and gratitude too urgent to dress up. Here, under white light and medical scrutiny, those things no longer explain the whole shape of what had happened. Frank rested his forearms on his knees. I need to say something before paperwork swallows the day. Cole waited. You saved Hailey, Frank said, voice roughening. More than once. You saved me more than once. You got us out when every chart, training module, and stupid confident briefing said nobody could live where you had been living. I do not have language large enough for that, so you are getting the blunt version. He met Cole's eyes. You have my respect, fully and without ceremony. Not as a courtesy, not because you kept me breathing, because you earned it. Cole took that in without visible reaction, but Frank saw the shift anyway, minute and deep. In the city, Cole said slowly, respect usually came from being feared. Frank shook his head. Fear is easy. People offer that to anything sharp enough. Respect costs more. Cole's mouth moved as if he almost argued, then did not. You stepped between me and the chief. Frank leaned back carefully. I was attempting not to be shown up by a man half my age. You failed. That is true, Frank said. Yet I failed heroically. The humor loosened something in the room. Frank sobered again a moment later. They will ask you for statements. Some deserve answers. Some deserve nothing. You do not owe any executive, politician, or camera your pain arranged into a useful narrative. Camera. Frank closed his eyes briefly. Yes, there will be cameras. Cole looked at him as if the word named a species of predator. Not today if I can stop it, Frank said. Tomorrow, maybe. This situation is bigger than a camp in the mountains now. Bright Horizon lost an aircraft, a senior systems engineer, and an entire recovery squad in restricted airspace, and nearly buried all of it inside their usual mountain of euphemisms. That strategy is no longer available to them. Cole heard the real thing under the words. Your people are dead. Frank went still. He had spoken the fact in the city, to himself if no one else. He had counted the losses because leadership required counting. Yet inside bright canvas walls, with antiseptic in the air and the first safe daylight in days pressing against every seam, the sentence landed differently. It stopped being arithmetic and became mourning. Frank looked down at his own hands. They had been cleaned too. The blood was gone. The memory had not followed. Yes, he said at last. My people are dead. Cole did not offer comfort he did not know how to shape. He did something rarer. He stayed silent without looking away. Frank let out a slow breath. I keep replaying the drop. Every bad assumption. Every second I let the arrogance of better equipment stand in for knowledge. I was supposed to get them home. You were supposed to lead them through a place you did not understand, Cole said. That is not the same thing. Frank looked up. In my city, Cole went on. Ignorance is paid for quickly. The dark does not care about rank. It does not care about manuals written by people who have never stepped into it. It only cares whether you know what the floor does, what the smell means, what wakes at noise, which hunger is patient, and which hunger runs. He paused. You learned. Slower than I wanted. Faster than most would. For a moment Frank's face tightened with something perilously close to gratitude. That may be the nicest insult I have ever received. Cole almost smiled. A nurse appeared in the doorway with the efficient cruelty of someone obeying recovery schedules. Captain Danner, if you are walking around instead of lying down, I am informing your surgeon that you fear rest and crave pain. Frank pushed himself upright with visible effort. You see, civilization is full of threats. Before leaving, he gripped Cole's shoulder once. Not hard, not possessively, just enough to make the contact deliberate. Hailey is 2 rooms down. They cleared that after she argued with 3 people and a procurement officer. What is a procurement officer? A punishment created by bureaucracy. After Frank left, Cole sat alone again with a little more of the world arranged in understandable terms. Hailey did, in fact, argue with 3 people and a procurement officer before noon. She had been cleared for observation, imaging on her knee, minor stitches, and rest. She accepted the first 3 and openly resented the 4th. The moment a junior executive from Bright Horizon appeared in the corridor wearing polished boots and a face built for shareholder confidence, she forgot every instruction about conserving energy. Absolutely not, she said before he finished introducing himself. You do not get to appear in this tent 30 hours after you sent us into a graveyard and ask for a discreet internal debrief. The man blinked, still recovering from the fact that she looked more dangerous in medical clothes than he did in a tailored field jacket. Mercer, the board is deeply concerned about your welfare. The board can concern itself with a structural beam. I have actual priorities. He lowered his voice. There are legal implications. There are corpses, she snapped. There is negligence. There is a restricted flight corridor you approved after dressing a reckless salvage operation up as systems analysis. There is a pilot dead because your people wanted data. There is a recovery team dead because your people assumed money could outrun biology. Do not say legal to me as if that is the largest noun in the room. The procurement officer, who had only come to get signatures for replacement equipment and looked horrified to find himself in the middle of moral accounting, slowly backed away. The executive tried another angle. We should discuss this in private. The fun part is that my answer to that keeps being no. He glanced toward the closed partition where Cole was resting. There are sensitive matters involving the survivor. Her whole expression changed at the word survivor. It hardened from anger into something colder. He has a name, she said. The man made the mistake of sounding patient. The media will need a controlled identity framework. The media can wait until his skin stops reacting to daylight, and his body remembers what regular food is. You will not build a controlled framework around him, as if he were an asset accidentally left on the wrong side of a spreadsheet. Frank heard the exchange from the adjacent treatment bay, ignored direct medical orders, and joined it because he had apparently decided convalescence was for weaker species. I am going to simplify this, he told the executive. Miss Mercer is being charitable. Leave now, or I begin describing your company's decisions to uniformed investigators with a level of precision your legal department will find spiritually upsetting. The man looked from Hailey's fury to Frank's bandages and decided retreat might, after all, be a respectable corporate instinct. He left with the rigid pace of someone already drafting self-protective emails in his head. Hailey exhaled and pressed her fingers to her eyes. Fatigue hit in waves now. Adrenaline had carried her out of the city. It would not carry her forever. Frank leaned one shoulder against the support frame. Feel better? Not at all. Excellent. Honest rage is usually healthier than polite collapse. She let her hands drop. They are already trying to package him. Of course they are. I will break fingers. Frank considered that. Target only the guilty ones, and I will testify to your restraint. The line should have been funny. It was a little. Yet grief moved under everything now, dark and unignorable. Hailey looked at the bandages crossing Frank's shoulder and sighed, at the fresh exhaustion under his eyes, and suddenly remembered the names of the team members who would not be making sarcastic comments in neighboring tents. Frank, she said more quietly, I am sorry. He looked past her, out through the open flap, toward the landing zone where new aircraft were still arriving. So am I. Late that afternoon, when the medical station calmed into something almost orderly, Hailey went to Cole's room carrying contraband in the form of 2 oranges stolen from the nutrition cart and 1 cup of coffee she had not stolen because the nurse watching the station liked her despite herself. Cole sat by the narrow window slit cut into the side of the tent, staring out at the sunlit valley as though prolonged observation might reveal the mechanism by which color had been returned to the world. He turned when she entered, and even that small movement told her he was already learning how to inhabit safety badly, but earnestly. I was told these matter, he said, noticing what she carried. She held up the oranges. Frank was right about them. Should I be alarmed by that? Always, but not on this occasion. She sat beside him and pressed one into his hand. He turned it slowly, thumb tracing the dimpled skin, expression somewhere between suspicion and awe. It is absurdly bright, he said. That is one of its better qualities. He brought it to his nose, and the sharp, sweet scent hit him so quickly that his eyes changed. Hailey saw the shock first, then something softer and more dangerous, memory. He closed his fingers around the fruit as if it might vanish. My mother cut these, he said, almost to himself. Not this one. One's like it. Before. He did not finish. Hailey waited. She was singing, he said at last. In the kitchen. I did not know then that she sang when she was frightened. I thought she sang because she liked mornings. Hailey peeled her orange slowly, letting the scent spread through the room. What was her name? His answer took time. Not because he did not remember, because names were doors. Mara, he said. The name sat between them like an object carefully set down. Hailey nodded. Do you know if she made it out? I do not. His jaw tightened. I stopped knowing many things that day. She separated a slice and held it toward him. Then maybe one thing we do next is find out. He looked at her sharply. Hope touched him like pain. You think that is possible? I think impossible has had a bad week. That startled a brief, low laugh out of him. She counted it as victory. He tasted the orange. For a second, he forgot to breathe. Juice ran over his lower lip, and he closed his eyes with a look that was almost grief and almost wonder, and perhaps could not be divided cleanly into either. When he swallowed, he shook his head once in disbelief. Frank undersold it. That may be the first recorded instance. They ate in slow quiet. The fruit changed the room, not because it solved anything, because it carried the brutal tenderness of ordinary life. And ordinary life had become the rarest thing either of them knew how to trust. Halfway through the second orange, a social services officer arrived with a tablet, a careful expression, and the grave patience of someone used to walking into rooms where hope had to be handled like glass. She introduced herself, asked whether Cole would consent to a record search, and explained how refugee archives, evacuation logs, and municipal death lists had been maintained after the eruption. Maintained badly, she admitted, especially in the early years. Maintained across several jurisdictions. Maintained with gaps large enough to swallow families whole. Cole listened without moving. You are not required to do this today, the officer said. Hailey glanced at him. The muscles in his throat worked once. Do it, he said. They began with the Old City District, the apartment tower, the year of the eruption, fragments of memory. Mara Rayner, female, evacuation convoy 5 days after the eruption. Her husband's name. The block number. The officer entered each detail carefully. The tablet chimed and searched invisible systems spread far beyond the mountains. No result came immediately. Cole's face did not change, but disappointment moved through him like a door shutting. The officer tried alternate registries, hospital transports, shelter rolls, border passage records, displaced persons lists. It took 20 minutes and 3 database connections for the first partial match to appear. Mara Rayner, smoke inhalation, blunt trauma, transferred east, status unresolved at time of transfer. Cole leaned forward so abruptly the chair legs scraped. Alive, he asked. The officer kept her voice level. Alive at the time of transfer. At the time of transfer, he repeated, because he had lived too long to mistake a shard for a hole. We can continue, she said. This gives us a chain. Hailey put her hand over his. It was cold. They followed the chain through relocation housing, aid registries, workforce records, and finally a rural township 200 miles east of the original blast corridor. The line ended in a current address and a phone number. The room went very still. The officer looked up from the screen. Mr. Rayner, there is a living match. He did not speak. Hailey watched his eyes fix on the tablet, as if language itself had abandoned him. The officer asked gently, Would you like us to make contact for you? Cole swallowed once, then again. Not yet. The single answer came out too hard, reflexive as a raised guard. The officer inclined her head with zero offense. All right, we can wait. He dragged a hand over his face. Not forever. Just. He looked at Hailey with the raw bewilderment of a man who had survived monsters and starvation and now found himself defeated by the possibility of a phone ringing in another town. What if she believes I am dead? Hailey answered softly. Then perhaps she has earned the right to be astonished. The officer left the contact information and the means to arrange a supervised call when he wanted it. After she was gone, Cole sat motionless so long that Hailey thought he might be retreating into the hard blankness he used in the city when emotion threatened function. Instead, he said, I do not know how to sound like her son. The sentence struck her harder than any dramatic declaration could have. You do not have to sound like the boy she lost, Hailey said. You only have to sound like yourself. That may frighten her. She studied him a moment, then shook her head. It may hurt her, because she will see what survival cost you. That is not the same thing. Evening fell slowly over the valley. Cole watched the light change outside the tent opening, each stage of gold and amber and cooling blue, as if memorizing a ritual long denied. When the sun finally slipped behind the far ridge, He seemed startled by the fact that darkness here arrived gently. No screaming winds. No ash swallowing the sky. No instant transformation of the city into a layered hunting ground. Just evening. Hailey stayed until one of the nurses threatened her with mandated sleep. Before she left, Cole caught her hand. "If I make the call tomorrow," he said, eyes on their joined fingers instead of her face, "stay." "I will." His thumb moved once against her wrist. It was such a small touch that another person might have missed the significance. She did not. Everything with him was built from small permissions. That one carried more intimacy than any declaration. She leaned down and pressed her forehead lightly to his. "Sleep if you can." He did not let go immediately. When he finally did, it was with visible reluctance, as though trust had become not easier, but more expensive now that losing people again was once more imaginable. That night the camp settled into generator hum, radio checks, and the distant cough of aircraft. In his narrow room, Cole dreamed of the city and woke before dawn with the taste of ash in his mouth. For one terrible second, he believed he was back in the shack, ember grub light pulsing blue against broken walls, blood already drying on his wrist for the next day's price. Then he saw the pale fabric roof above him, heard no hunting calls, and remembered the impossible truth. He was in the light. The relief that followed did not feel clean. It felt guilty. Behind his closed eyes, the dead stayed dead on both sides of the divide. The pilot, Frank's squad, the nameless people from the lower towers, the mothers and fathers who had not crossed out during the eruption. Survival had never been a simple victory. In the light it became even less simple, because here there was room to mourn instead of merely endure. He rose before dawn, walked out past two startled nurses and a guard who wisely decided not to challenge a man with that expression, and stood at the edge of the camp while the horizon brightened. The first true sunrise he watched without ash in the air was almost unbearable. Color did not creep back into the world. It arrived in layers so rich they felt invented. Cold blue over the distant range, then silver, then a long spill of rose across the snow on the upper peaks. The valley grasses caught gold. Canvas roofs glowed. Frost on parked vehicles flashed and melted. The sun lifted, whole and impossible, and struck his face like the hand of a god that had finally remembered his name. Cole did not realize he was crying until someone put a blanket around his shoulders. He turned sharply, then stopped. It was Frank, pale from blood loss, wrapped in his own field coat over hospital clothes, looking like a man who had also decided that sleep was overrated. "I had a nurse looking for me with homicidal intent," Frank said. "Thought I should make the journey worthwhile." Cole faced the rising sun again. Frank stood beside him a while before speaking. "You look angry at it." "I am." "That seems ungrateful." Cole took a breath that trembled in spite of him. "It left." Frank considered that. "Yes." Cole kept staring ahead. "We waited for it. For years. We told stories about what it looked like. How it felt. I thought if I ever saw it again I would kneel. Instead I want to demand where the hell it was." Frank nodded as if the sentiment were entirely reasonable. That is the right relationship to keep with most powers. All with a side of accusation. The corner of Cole's mouth moved. After a while Frank said, "Today we call your mother?" Cole's jaw tightened, then eased. "Today," he said. The sun climbed higher. Behind them, the camp began to wake. Chapter 17. The call took 3 attempts. The first failed because Cole walked into the communications trailer, saw the headset, the monitor, the waiting technician, and turned around so fast that the orderly at the door nearly lost a clipboard. The second failed because the line connected, rang twice, and he pulled the headphones off as if they had burned him. Nobody mocked him for either attempt. Hailey counted that as evidence the camp contained more decent people than she had expected. On the third morning, he asked her to come with him and did not turn back. The technician set them up in a private cubicle barely larger than a storage closet. A screen glowed in front of them, blue and clinical, awaiting connection. Cole stood instead of sitting. He had dressed himself in borrowed field clothes rather than hospital gray, as if fabric with pockets made him less vulnerable. His right hand remained open and empty at his side. His left gripped the edge of the table so hard the metal trembled. Hailey rested one hand lightly against his back between the shoulder blades. She could feel each breath he dragged in and forced back out. "You can stop at any point," she said. His answer came after a long pause. "If I stop now, I will begin again tomorrow and hate myself the whole way there." "That sounds like you." "It is." The technician dialed the number and withdrew. The line rang into a silence, so large Hailey thought perhaps no one would answer. Then there was a click, and a woman's voice came through, thin with distance and age and ordinary life. "Hello." Cole's whole body went still. The voice continued, polite but cautious. "Hello." He opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Hailey leaned closer and said softly, "She cannot hear what you do not say." His fingers whitened on the metal edge. "Mara." The sound that came back was not a word at first. It was the sharp intake of breath of someone hit unexpectedly in the center of her life. "Who is this?" Cole shut his eyes. "It is me," he said, and already the sentence was impossible, because who was me after all those years? He made himself continue. "It is Cole." Silence. Not empty silence. Full silence. Trembling silence. Then she whispered, "No, that cannot be." The word was not rejection. It was the grief-shaped refusal of a mind trying to protect itself from hope too violent to trust. Hailey saw Cole flinch as if struck. The woman on the line made a sound halfway between a sob and a laugh breaking apart. "No, my boy." His hand left the table and covered his mouth. He turned away from the screen, shoulders bowing under something heavier than injury. "I thought you were dead," Mara Rayner whispered. "I thought. They said the block came down. I looked for you. I looked for 3 days until they pulled us out. I came back after, when they let us. I kept coming back." "Cole, please, say something. Please say something." He forced himself to look at the screen. The image resolved slowly under weak signal. A woman in late middle age appeared, gray threaded through dark hair, face lined by weather and years and every kind of waiting. She sat in what looked like a small kitchen with morning light through a window behind her. One hand covered her mouth. The other gripped the edge of the table exactly the way his had a moment earlier. Hailey had never seen resemblance strike that hard. It was there not in obvious features, but in the intensity of gaze, the held stillness, and the way strong feelings seemed to tighten rather than loosen their faces. "Hi, Ma," he said, and the word nearly destroyed the room. Mara began crying openly then, the kind of crying people do when the body chooses truth before the mind can reorganize around it. Cole stared at her as if every year between them had become visible all at once. He was the first to recover enough to ask, "Are you alone?" "Yes and no. Your aunt lives 2 houses over now. She comes in too often and steals my good tea. Your cousin fixed my roof last winter. None of that matters." "Cole." She laughed wetly through tears. "Look at you." He gave a strained, almost helpless sound. "I do not know if I should apologize for that." "Oh no." She wiped at her face and failed. "No, my love, you do not apologize for surviving." He sat finally, because his knees had made the decision for him. Hailey lowered herself into the adjacent chair and stayed silent while mother and son tried to bridge a canyon measured in years, disaster, and false endings. The first minutes were rough with disbelief and repeated questions. Were you really there all this time? How did you live? Were you alone? Are you hurt? Did they treat you well? Did you ever think I stopped? Never, not once. Never at all. He told her the clean version first. The shelter in the early months. The ruined upper floors. The food he learned to find. The rules that kept him breathing. He did not describe the full violence. Not yet. She understood anyway. The shape of what was omitted filled the space around each careful sentence. She told him about evacuation convoys, aid camps, years of temporary housing that became permanent because nobody knew what else to call the lives built after catastrophe. She had remarried? She had not. She had worked in a clinic laundry, then in a school cafeteria. She still woke some mornings expecting to hear his father humming in the shower, and some nights convinced she had heard a child calling from the stairwell. She had never stopped checking lost person bulletins, never stopped opening every official envelope with shaking hands, never stopped hating the phrase presumed dead. Hailey watched their faces change as the conversation lengthened. Shock softened into recognition. Recognition deepened into the terrible tenderness of people learning each other again. Mara noticed Hailey only after 20 minutes, when Cole looked toward her to steady himself between answers. "Who is with you?" Mara asked, squinting at the edge of the screen. Cole followed her gaze. "That is Hailey." Hailey lifted a hand. "Hello." Mara's eyes sharpened in the way maternal eyes have always done across every culture and century. "You look exhausted." Hailey laughed in spite of herself. "That is accurate. Are you the reason my son is sitting in a chair instead of climbing out a window?" Cole made a quiet, affronted sound. "I was not going to climb out a window." Hailey looked at him. "That is technically true. You were going to use the door." Mara's laughter broke, through tears like sunlight, through rough cloud. "Then yes, I like her." When the call finally ended, it was not because there was nothing left to say. It was because the signal kept failing and the medical technician began making apologetic gestures about bandwidth, and because both of them had reached the edge of what human nerves could sustain in a single sitting. They arranged another call for that evening, then another for the following day. Then, before the connection broke, Mara said the thing that settled the matter beneath all bureaucratic caution. "I am coming there." Cole started. "You do not have to." Her face on the screen took on a fiercer shape. "Young man, I have spent years with grief inside my house. Do not imagine I will now keep resurrection at a respectful distance." After the screen went dark, Cole sat motionless. Hailey waited. At last he said, "I forgot the sound of her voice." "You have it back now." He stared at the blank screen. "I am afraid I am going to wake and lose it again." She reached for his hand where it lay on the table and turned it palm up under hers. "Then for today, we will keep you awake out of spite." The days that followed developed a rhythm the camp had not expected. Doctors fed him. Therapists pushed him. Researchers requested access and were refused with varying degrees of politeness. Reporters gathered outside perimeter fencing and filmed white tents from dramatic angles, as if canvas itself might confess. Government investigators arrived. So did Bright Horizon attorneys. The whole valley filled with the secondary violence of institutions discovering they could no longer keep a story buried. Cole hated most of it. He tolerated medical evaluation because some part of him still believed knowledge was armor. He learned the names of foods carefully, as if language might help his body accept them. Broth, rice, orange, coffee, bread, apple, cheese. Some he liked at once. Some he distrusted on principle. He stared at yogurt for a full minute before declaring it suspiciously soft. Hailey nearly fell out of her chair laughing, and his expression when he realized she was laughing with delight rather than at him altered the whole meal. Frank, once released from the most restrictive part of recovery, made it his mission to turn bureaucratic warfare into a spectator sport. On the fourth day, he entered Cole's room carrying a stack of printed forms thick enough to stop a bullet. "Good news," he announced. "Everyone in authority remains incompetent in distinct and fascinating ways." Cole led the paperwork. "That looks contagious." "It is. Exposure creates meetings." Frank dropped the packet on the table. There were statements to review, chain of command questions, airspace violation findings, casualty notices, and the first of what would become 3 separate inquiries into Bright Horizon's conduct. Hailey arrived halfway through Frank's profanity-laced summary and sat cross-legged on the spare bed to listen. "They falsified the route risk analysis," she said when he finished. "I knew the probability model looked wrong, but I assumed they were underweighting ecosystem drift, not erasing half the threat variables outright." Frank nodded grimly. "Your assumption was too charitable. They wanted a narrow corridor opened fast so they could get you to the Ridge beacon site before the next weather closure." Cole looked from one to the other. "The beacon from the plane." "Yes," Hailey said. "Except the one in the aircraft was only the receiver. There is a buried relay array near the terminator line. Bright Horizon had been trying to use it to map thermal changes under the ash crust." Her mouth flattened. "Officially, it was for infrastructure assessment. In reality, they thought there might be stable energy pockets, rare minerals, maybe even a way to commercialize ember grub bioluminescence." Cole's expression chilled. "They sent people into that place to harvest light." "Not only light," Frank said. "Anything that could be patented, branded, and sold back to governments as innovation." Cole looked out the window toward the distant wall of dark cloud beyond the ridge. The city eats greed faster than fear, he said quietly. I am surprised it did not kill more of them. Frank's face hardened. Give it time. The board is still trying. That afternoon, Hailey attended the first formal deposition and discovered that rage, when properly aimed, was a renewable resource. She sat across from legal counsel, investigators, and two men from Bright Horizon Strategic Operations who still spoke as though diction could disinfect culpability. They asked about chain of command, flight conditions, technical anomalies, unauthorized deviation, survival circumstances, and post-crash actions. She answered clearly. Then one of the attorneys asked, in a voice almost gentle, to what extent would you say prolonged isolation may have affected the judgment of the dark side survivor? The room went quiet enough to hear a pen being set down. Hailey folded her hands and smiled with such precision that the attorney should have been afraid sooner than he was. To what extent would you say privileged distance has affected yours? He blinked. Excuse me. You seem to be trying to establish whether the man who kept me alive in an ecosystem your employer chose to underestimate is a reliable witness. Let me save us time. His judgment in that environment exceeded the judgment of every executive who sent us there, every planner who signed off on degraded risk models, and every armed professional who entered that district believing superior equipment counted as understanding. If you want to assess compromised reasoning, start in your own building. Frank heard about the exchange from 3 separate people and congratulated her on what he called responsible violence. The day before Mara arrived, Frank buried what he could. Not bodies. Most of his team still lay beyond the line, in places the dark side would not yield easily. What he had were names, service tags cleaned of blood, and a row of folded flags brought in by helicopter from regional command. The memorial took place on a rise above the camp where the valley opened west and the eclipse wall remained visible in the far distance, a stain across the horizon no one present could ignore. Attendance was kept deliberately small. Frank had refused cameras. He had refused speeches from officials who wanted to stand beside grief and inherit some of its moral gravity. So there were only the camp chaplain, 3 surviving logistics staff from Recovery Team Black, Hailey, Cole, and a few medics who had known the dead only long enough to keep them from dying alone. The wind moved steadily through the grass. Frank stood without a podium, one hand in his pocket to hide the tremor left by pain and exhaustion. He read each name slowly. He said where each man or woman had been born, where they had served before Bright Horizon contracted them, what habit had annoyed the rest of the team, what joke they repeated too often, and what they carried in side pouches besides ammunition. One hated powdered eggs. One made bad card tricks wait out storms. One wrote long messages home, but never mailed them on time. One believed every difficult mission could be improved by stronger coffee and worse music. As Frank spoke, the dead became impossible to reduce to losses on a page. They returned, briefly and with dignity, as specific people. Hailey felt cold beside her stiffen when Frank described the first man who had fallen after the bug bite in the alley. It was one thing to survive around strangers. It was another to hear their names spoken over open ground. When Frank finished the last name, he looked not at the flags, but at the dark horizon. I led them in, he said, voice carrying without effort. They trusted my judgment. That trust cost them their lives. I will spend the rest of mine accounting for that honestly. But this is also true. They went in because someone told them knowledge mattered, rescue mattered, and leaving people in the dark because the place was inconvenient or expensive was unacceptable. Their leaders failed them before their courage did. I will not help history reverse the order. The chaplain stepped forward then, but Frank lifted a hand a fraction. One more thing, he said. His gaze moved to Cole. Every other followed. Cole had not prepared for attention of that shape. Battle attention he understood. Suspicion, fear, command, even gratitude given in short, rough forms. Not this. Not a circle of waiting silence granting him the right to speak into the memory of people who had died trying to cross his world. He could have refused. Nobody there would have blamed him. Instead, he stepped forward because leadership, he was beginning to understand, often consisted of walking into roles before comfort arrived to accompany you. I did not know them long, he said. His voice sounded strange to him in the morning air, neither swallowed by concrete nor answered by predators. The city does not give long introductions. It gives moments, enough to learn who listens and who does not, who steps toward danger because they are arrogant, and who steps because someone else is behind them. He looked at the folded flags, then at Frank. Your people learned. They paid for ignorance, then they learned. They covered each other. They kept moving when fear would have been easier. In the dark side, courage is not the absence of terror. It is choosing where to stand while terror is fully present. He stopped, searched for something large enough to honor what had happened, and found only the truest thing. They died in a bad place, he said. That is not the same as dying for nothing. The wind moved through the grass again. Frank lowered his head once, hard, as if accepting a verdict both merciful and exact. Later that afternoon, the rescue training began almost by accident. Regional Command, unwilling to admit dependence yet unable to ignore the obvious, had sent up a half-dozen mountain recovery specialists and one research biologist to interview Cole about the dark side edge ecology. They expected a witness. What they got was a man who took one look at their equipment layout, asked 3 questions about wind direction and fallback spacing, and then dismantled their assumptions with such efficiency that the session turned from interview into instruction. You walk too loud, he told the first team as they practiced moving through a mock debris lane built from scrap pallets and collapsed steel. Your packs jangle. That buckle will announce you 3 floors away. And if you step there, the sheet drops and everything under it wakes angry. A sergeant with frost-blonde hair frowned. There is nothing under it. Cole nudged the metal with his boot. It clattered, slid, and triggered the hanging pipes Hailey had rigged as a demonstration line. The noise rang across the yard. Every member of the team turned instinctively toward it. Cole pointed. Now there is. Hailey, standing near a workbench improvised from cargo crates, felt an odd thrill at the sight of him in full command under daylight. In the city, his competence had carried the wild sharpness of necessity. Here it was becoming something broader, transferable, and teachable. He was no longer only surviving his knowledge. He was turning it outward. She spent the next hours translating that knowledge into hardware. Under canvas shade with tools spread around her, she rebuilt one of the plane's surviving acoustic housings into a directional noisemaker small enough to clip to a harness. She adapted respirator seals to hold Cole's reeking masking sap in replaceable cartridges instead of on bare skin. She used conduit springs, salvaged triggers, and field batteries to create decoy pulse units that mimicked the intermittent blue flicker of ember grubs without demanding blood from anything living. When she looked up from the bench, Cole was watching her. What? She asked. His gaze moved over the prototypes laid out beside her. In the city, I use scrap to stay alive for one more day. And you use scrap as if tomorrow has already agreed to show up. That landed with more force than any polished compliment. She hid part of it by holding up one of the mask canisters. If tomorrow leaks through this seal, we all deserve what happens. He crossed the space between them and crouched to inspect the part in her hand. Their shoulders touched. Neither moved away. Your workshop habits are alarming, he said quietly. That is not an answer. No, he said. It is admiration wearing poor camouflage. By dusk, the team could navigate the mock lane in half the time and with a fraction of the noise. She saw Cole before her boots hit the ground, and all the caution built into both their lives shattered at once. He moved first. She met him halfway. The collision was not graceful. It was desperate and imperfect and so human that Hailey had to look away for a second because witnessing joy that intense felt indecent. Mara threw both arms around him and held on with the strength of someone who had spent years gripping absence and refusing to let it define the final shape of love. Cole folded over her, taller now by far, scarred and lean and shaking as though the ground itself had become unreliable. She touched his face, his hair, his shoulders, as if verifying him through every available sense. He made a sound Hailey had never heard from him before, low and broken and young. My boy, Mara kept saying. My boy, my boy. He laughed once through tears he did not attempt to hide. I am not much of a boy anymore. You are to me. There was no answer to that except the one he gave, which was to pull her close again and stand there under the open sky until even the camp personnel nearby found reasons to look elsewhere. When he finally introduced Hailey and Frank, Mara hugged both of them with the alarming decisiveness of a woman who had already decided gratitude outranked social hesitation. She held Frank carefully because of his injuries and told him, with wet, fierce eyes, that he had better stop getting stabbed while helping other people's children. Frank answered that he would make no reckless promises. When she embraced Hailey, she drew back only far enough to study her face. "You are the reason he looked steadier on that call," Mara said. Hailey opened her mouth to deflect and realized Mara was not asking for modesty. She was noticing. "We helped each other," Hailey said. Mara looked between them and nodded as if cataloging a fact for later use. That evening they sat outside the officers' mess on folding chairs while the valley cooled around them. Cole listened to his mother speak about ordinary years, bad roofs, school lunches, a winter flu that took out half a town, and a neighbor who raised terrible tomatoes with unearned confidence. He listened like a starving man taking food too slowly because he feared the plate might be removed. In return, he offered pieces of the dark side as carefully as he could. Not the worst pieces. Not yet, but enough that Mara would never again imagine him as untouched by what had happened. When she saw the old scars across his wrists in the lantern light, she took one of his hands and turned it over on her lap. He tensed by reflex, then let her. "These?" she asked. "For the grubs," he said. "The light things." He nodded. They needed blood to stay alive. She breathed in slowly through her nose. Pain crossed her face like weather over open ground. Yet Mara did not recoil. She did not ask him to stop. She simply sat with the fact until she could hold it without dropping either the horror or the sun attached to it. "I hate that world," she said at last. "So do I." She looked at him then, deep and direct. "Do you?" He took time before answering. "I hate what it took," he said. "I do not know if I can hate what kept me alive when people did not come." Mara accepted that without flinching. It was one of the bravest things Hailey had ever seen. Love, she realized, was not always agreement. Sometimes it was the refusal to simplify what survival had made complicated. The camp was never truly quiet, but that night it felt almost peaceful. Mara retired to the family quarters arranged for her. Frank went to torment the night staff with requests for coffee. He was not allowed. Hailey began to rise from her chair. Cole touched her sleeve. "Stay." It was the first time he had used the word without camouflage. She sat back down. They faced the dark ridge together. In full evening, the ash wall looked less like weather and more like a bruise across the world. The sight no longer made Hailey feel only terror. Part of her now saw routes, trap sites, choke points, vertical hazards, forgotten stairwells, and the exact places where survival had been purchased with intelligence so costly it bordered on cruelty. That knowledge lived in her because he had given it to her. "Are you sorry you came?" he asked. She knew he did not mean to the chair, or the camp, or even the valley. "No," she said. "I am angry I came the way I did. I am furious at why. But sorry? Not at all." He looked at his hands. "I am not. For me coming? For the plane? For the noise? For everything it woke." He was silent a beat. "If you had not crashed, I would still be there." The truth of it throbbed between them. "And if I had not crashed," she said carefully, "I would still believe a great deal of polished nonsense about how the world works." A faint line appeared between his brows. "That seems a poor trade. It was not only for me." She turned in the chair to face him more fully. "You once said the dark side only cares whether you know what the floor does, what the smell means, what hunger runs. Out here the dangers wear better clothes. But the principle is similar. People build language to hide the price other people are paying. I lived inside some of that language. I did not any more the minute I saw you in those ruins." He met her gaze then, steady and unreadable at first. "And what do you see now?" The question was too serious for flirtation and too intimate for easy truth. She answered anyway. "A man who learned to survive in a place designed to erase him," she said. "A man who keeps counting exits even while trying to trust the room. A man who is much gentler than he wants anyone to know." Her mouth softened. "A man I missed while you were in the next tent." Something in him gave way at that. Not all at once. Just enough. He lifted one hand and touched the side of her face with a care that felt almost ceremonial. "I did not know missing someone could happen so quickly," he said. "It can." The kiss arrived without urgency, and with more force than urgency could have managed. It was slow because neither of them knew how to treat this as casual. It tasted faintly of coffee and cold air and the strange, fragile future opening around them. When she leaned into it, his hand shifted to the back of her neck, still careful, still giving her room to move away. She did not. When they separated, the valley seemed suddenly too wide for the scale of what had changed. Frank's voice drifted from somewhere near the mess tent. "I am deliberately not looking in that direction." Hailey laughed against Cole's mouth. Cole actually closed his eyes and smiled, small and unwilling and real. For 3 days the camp almost resembled a place of healing instead of crisis management. Then the Ridge Station sent up a red flare. The message reached them at dawn by radio. A Bright Horizon subcontract team, working under suspended authorization they should not have possessed, had returned to the relay site near the Terminator line under cover of weather maintenance. They were there for equipment retrieval, unofficial sampling, and likely evidence control. A sudden ash storm had broken across the boundary faster than forecast. 2 men were dead, 4 were trapped in a service bunker with failing seals. The relay array had partially reactivated during emergency power cycling. Motion signatures were registering from the dark side approach corridor. By the time Frank arrived in Cole's room with the report, Cole was already pulling on boots. "You are not cleared for mountain deployment," Frank said. Cole tied the second lace. "Neither are you." "That is uncomfortably true." Frank set the report on the table. "Regional Command wants to wait for the storm to weaken. Then they want 4 people dead," Cole said. Frank did not argue. He had not come to stop him. He had come because decisions of this size should be made with the right witnesses in the room. Hailey entered moments later with the look of a woman who had read the same report and was halfway through designing solutions in her head. "The relay field is the problem," she said. "If those idiots brought the auxiliary power cells online, they may be throwing electromagnetic noise and intermittent acoustic bursts into the dark side approaches. That could pull anything nearby straight toward the Ridge Station." Cole stood. "Then we shut it down." Frank folded his arms carefully over his healing ribs. "Command will not sign off on a civilian leading a rescue team into a restricted zone." Cole's expression did not flicker. "Then do not tell them who they are following until we return." Hailey looked at Frank. "You called them a citizen once. I think you may have undersold the matter." Frank blew out a breath. "I was hoping for at least 1 week before the next impossible mission." Mara, who had come to the doorway unheard and now stood there in a borrowed camp sweater with worry plain across her face, said, "If you are all about to do something terrible, at least tell me whether I should shout." Cole turned. The sight of her altered his entire posture. For the first time since extraction, someone in the room could terrify him merely by having the right to ask him not to leave. He crossed to her. "There are people on the ridge. I gathered that much. They will die if no one goes now. And if you go?" He did not lie. "I may not like the odds." She closed her eyes once, opened them, and reached up to touch his cheek. "I did not wait all these years to become the woman who chained you to safety while other people's children suffocated." Her voice thinned but did not break. "Go then, but come back. I would like the chance to be irritating in person for at least another few decades." Cole bent and pressed his forehead to hers. "I will come back." Frank looked at Hailey over their heads. "Well, that settled faster than Command would have." Hailey was already moving. "Give me 20 minutes. I need tools." Chapter 18. The storm reached the ridge before they did. From the helicopter, the Terminator line looked alive in a way weather should not. Sunlit air on the safe side ran clear and cold over the upper slopes. Beyond the fracture in the sky, the ash front writhed as if some vast buried thing were turning beneath it. Gray-black streamers lashed across the mountain. Electrical static crawled along the clouds in pale veins. The line where light ended and eclipse began cut diagonally across rock and snow and dead forest, too sharp to be natural and too old now to call temporary. Cole sat nearest the open side door with a harness strapped across his chest and one of Hailey's redesigned masking canisters clipped to his rig. The rescue team around him wore mixed gear: mountain equipment, tactical harnesses, respirators modified by Hailey's field workshop, silent clamps over loose buckles, decoy units, flare tubes, and compact line launchers for vertical extraction. They had listened during training. Cole could hear it in the absence of noise. Hailey sat across from him, checking the seal on a hard case full of relay shutoff tools and insulated cutters. She had argued herself onto the mission with logic, so sharp command eventually stopped trying to blunt it. The power field at the bunker was Bright Horizon hardware. She knew its habits. More importantly, Cole trusted her under pressure, and by the time Regional Command understood how much that mattered, they were already in the air. Frank, denied field deployment by 3 separate doctors and 1 furious nurse, had accepted command duty from the Ridge Operations tent with the look of a man swallowing sand. His voice crackled over the team channel every few minutes anyway, proving injury had not improved his talent for hovering. Approach vector updated, he said now in everyone's earpiece. Storm front accelerating. Bunker heat signature still reading 4 live occupants. Outer relay spines are active intermittently. Motion returns on dark side slope remain inconclusive. Cole looked through the door at the ash wall ahead. They are not inconclusive. A pause. Then Frank answered, dry as old paper. Noted, and motion returns are now officially bad news. The blonde sergeant from training, Keen, crouched beside Cole and followed his gaze into the murk. What do you think is moving? Cole watched the pulses between gusts, the faint pattern of interruption near a switchback shelf below the bunker access road. A scavenger pack at first. Then the relay started singing and drew something bolder. Mutants. Maybe. Maybe wolves driven uphill by the sound. Maybe both if we are unlucky. He tightened the strap across one wrist. Assume hunger with options. Keen accepted that with admirable professionalism. That is not my favorite operational category. No, Cole said. It rarely is. The helicopter could not land at the bunker. Wind shear across the line made that suicidal. Instead, the pilots dropped them on the last clear pad inside the light side perimeter, half a mile below the ridge station, where old service steps climbed through fractured stone toward a cluster of antenna masts and concrete structures bolted to the mountain decades earlier. Snow patched the gullies. Ash dusted the higher ledges and dirty fans where the storm had already breached farther than forecast. The instant Cole's boots hit rock, memory slammed into him. The smell was thinner than the city's suffocating blanket, but unmistakable. Sulfur, metal, and the dry, bitter trace of old burn and living danger. The mountain itself felt different underfoot from the bright valley below. Here the world remembered the eclipse in its bones. Hailey saw the change in him and came up on his left. Too much. He looked toward the ridge where gray vapor rolled over concrete and bent antenna masts against the sky. No, but it is enough. That was answer enough. Keen signaled the team into motion. They climbed in staggered silence, each person placed according to Cole's route judgment rather than the original rescue manual. He kept them off the outer edge where ash over ice turned steps into traps. He redirected them around a service tunnel because the wind moving through it carried the wrong note, a resonant pulse that meant the relay array was feeding sound into the hollow interior. He halted them twice to listen. The second halt saved a life. Below the upper switchback, a shape burst from behind a half-buried transformer, housing and launched for the rear operator's leg. The thing had once been a wolf. Enough of that ancestry remained in the narrow body and snapping jaws to make the differences worse. Skin patchy and dark from ash exposure, eyes clouded and lightless, muzzle split by old scar tissue, shoulders too lean and too hard from generations of bad hunger. It moved without hesitation toward the sound of breath behind a respirator. Cole was already moving. His knife flashed once across the creature's throat in the same motion he used to pivot between it and the operator. Blood sprayed black against stone. The animal crashed sideways, skidded, and went over the edge in a tumble of claws and rock fragments. Nobody spoke for a second. Then Cole crouched by the blood on the stone and touched 2 fingers to the splatter pattern. Not alone, he said. The pack tested the rear and failed. They will adjust. The rear operator swallowed audibly behind his mask. Thank you. Cole looked up. Stay near the center. Predators like the quiet ones at the edge. The team tightened formation without being told. At the ridge station, they found the first body jammed in the half-open outer blast door. He wore a bright Horizon contractor patch under his winter shell and a harness loaded with sample canisters instead of emergency supplies. The left side of his face had been torn away to the bone. One arm ended at the elbow. The snow around him was gray-red slush. His frozen eyes still pointed toward the bunker interior, where he had apparently been trying to force his way inside when the things in the storm reached him first. Hailey closed her own eyes for a beat. Not in squeamishness. In fury. He died carrying specimen tubes, she said. Cole eased the corpse free from the threshold so the inner crew would not have to stare at it any longer than necessary. Greed is heavy. They entered the station in two elements. Keene took security toward the communications mast. Cole and Hailey headed for the bunker access with two operators carrying breaching tools and thermal blankets. Power fluctuations made the corridor lights strobe. Every few seconds a low hum pulsed through the floor, followed by a faint answering scrape from somewhere beyond the concrete. Hailey knelt by the relay junction panel. They tied the emergency bunker grid back into the primary spine, she said. Idiots did this. That lets the outer acoustic array bleed into the shelter walls. Cole listened to the next hum, heard the way it rolled outward through steel and concrete like a dinner bell for everything on the dark slope. Can you stop it from here? Temporarily, yes. Permanently, no? The core switch is outside on the auxiliary mast. Outside. In the storm. Of course. He leaned to the intercom beside the bunker wheel. Listen inside. You have rescue at the door. Step back from the seal. Nothing answered. He banged the metal with the base of his knife and shouted, Back from the door now. A scrambled voice answered through static. How do we know you are not company? Hailey's head snapped up from the panel. Because if I were company, I would have arrived with lawyers before a med kit. There was a beat of silence. Then, faintly, from inside, Mercer? She recognized the voice with visible disgust. Paulson, open the inner bar when I cut power on 3. The contractor inside actually had the nerve to sound relieved. Thank God. Do not thank God yet, she muttered, and drove an insulated driver into the panel. At the cut, the hum stopped. The corridor seemed to inhale. Cole heard the storm beyond the walls in its full, ugly texture for the first time. Ash hissed against concrete. Metal cables whined. Something tapped lightly on the outer station siding, as if testing thickness. 3, Hailey said. The inner bar clanged free. The bunker door opened 3 inches and jammed against drifted debris. 2 operators forced it wider. Heat and panic spilled out with the trapped air. The 4 survivors inside looked as if fear had chewed them all day. Gray faces, cracked lips, red eyes above cheap contractor masks. Paulson stared at Hailey through the gap, shame and relief fighting openly on his face. We lost Duval at the ridge. Chin on the tower steps. The outer mast will not stop cycling. Every time it surges, something comes out of the storm. Cole looked past him at the emergency rations stacked inside the bunker. Corporate labels. Sampling crates. Not enough oxygen cartridges. Can they walk? Yes, Paulson said quickly. One of the others shook her head. Lena can. I can. Morse twisted his ankle, and Sato is barely breathing right. Cole glanced once at Sato and revised. Not barely breathing. Terrified into uselessness, maybe, but still upright. Keene's voice cut through the channel. Movement on the mast side, multiple contacts, moving fast. Cole turned toward the corridor window slit. The first mutant crossed the snowfield below the antenna base at an angle no ordinary human spine should have managed. It moved low and quick, pale skin smeared dark by ash, mouth open to taste sound. 2 more followed, then a 4th dragging one leg with grotesque speed anyway. They were not the city pack that had hunted under the chief. These were ridge scavengers, thinner and patchier, perhaps former edge dwellers long adapted to weather and signal bleed. Their decorations were scavenged wire, bolts, and a child's red glove tied at the throat. Hunger had stylized them into something half ritual and half rot. Cole counted automatically. For scene. More likely in cover. Keene, hold the corridor mouth, he said. Nobody fires unless they breach 10 meters. Noise buys us enemies. Hailey shut the panel and rose. The mass switch is still cycling. If it surges again while we move, every scavenger in range will have a map to us. Cole met her eyes. Then you and I go cut it. Keen objected at once. Negative, it is too exposed. Cole pointed through the slit. Those things are moving on signal and vibration. Your people can hold the doorway. I can get to the mast. She can kill the field. Together we do it faster. The sergeant saw the truth and hated it. 2 operators with you. No. More footsteps. More gear noise. More targets. Hailey snapped her case shut. He is right. Frank, listening from operations, chose that moment to weigh in. I hate both of you and support the plan. Paulson looked from face to face. You cannot leave us here. Cole's stare landed on him like a blade laid flat. You came back here for samples while the site was under suspension. Be grateful you are getting leave at all. Then he was moving. The outer station door bucked in the wind the instant they cracked it. Ash and ice needled across Cole's face shield. The world outside had narrowed to gray turbulence, bent steel, and the stuttering red blink of the auxiliary massed 30 yards downslope. Between them and it lay a service trench half full of drifted cinders, 2 ruptured cable housings, and a field of loose gravel already vibrating under approaching feet. Hailey clipped her line to Cole's harness. If you disappear in this, I am going to be unbearable. He checked the lock once. You are already close. That earned a breath of laughter from her, brief and furious and alive. They ran bent low through the trench as the first scavenger hit the station wall behind them with a wet slap of flesh against concrete. Keen's team held fire, which was good sound discipline. Cole vaulted the first cable housing and landed badly on a sheet of ice hidden under ash. His boot slid. Hailey's line caught. He regained balance before the fall took him. The mast loomed above them, guy wires shuddering in the gale. The control box sat waist-high on a steel post with its cover hanging open where some dead contractor had already tried and failed to fix it. Blue sparks spat from the inner relays. Hailey dropped to one knee and jammed her tool case against the wind. Hold them. He did not ask how long. He turned toward the storm. The ridge scavengers came in differently from the city ones. Less coordinated. Less ritualized. More willing to hurl themselves straight into bad odds if the signal pitched their hunger high enough. The first reached him almost immediately, climbing the guy wire like a spider and launching from above. He caught its wrist, twisted, and used its own momentum to slam it headfirst into the mast. Bone cracked. The body slid down, leaving a dark smear on galvanized steel. A second came low. He kicked its knee sideways, felt the joint fail, and drove the knife under the jaw as it shrieked. The sound lanced through the storm. Behind him, Hailey said, "That did not help." "Then hurry." She ripped out the first fried relay card and replaced it with a manual bypass shot. I am moving with admirable speed under terrible conditions. A shadow crossed the snow to his left. Not a scavenger at all, but a wolf. It came through the ash at full sprint, lean body almost invisible until the last second. Cole barely had time to turn before it hit him in the hip and drove him against the mast. Teeth snapped at his shoulder. The new suit fabric held for half a second, then tore. He rammed his forearm across the animal's throat, feeling hot breath and desperate muscle, and slammed the knife twice into the ribs behind the foreleg. The wolf convulsed, blood pumping over his glove, then tore free and vanished limping into the churn of gray. Hailey looked up once, took in the shredded sleeve and the blood, and went even faster. The control box gave a violent pop. Lights on the mast flickered from red to blue to dead. For one miraculous second, the storm seemed to pause in surprise. Then every hidden thing on the slope screamed. Not from the mast. From farther down, where the primary relay spine buried under the rock had caught the cut and kicked one final uncontrolled burst into the dark side ravine. The sound was too low for clear hearing and too deep for human bodies not to feel. It rolled up through the mountain like the voice of a machine learning hunger from the creatures that fed at its edges. Cole swore. That was the core. Hailey snapped the control box shut, which means the buried relay is still live. If it overfeeds, the whole station grid could arc. Can you stop it from the bunker? She looked toward the concrete blockhouse through streaming ash. No, it has a manual isolator at the ravine service hatch. The ravine service hatch lay on the dark side face of the ridge, beyond the fence line and directly in the path of whatever the burst had called uphill. For half a heartbeat, both of them measured the distance against reason. Then Keen's voice came through the channel, tight and clipped. Outer corridor breach in 30 seconds at most. We need movement now. Cole made the decision before fear finished naming itself. Get the survivors moving downhill with Keen. I will cut the core. Hailey stood so fast the tool case tipped. Absolutely not. You know the way back. They do not. And you think I am letting you disappear into that storm alone because you are feeling heroic? I think one of us can get 4 contractors and 6 operators off this ridge without them panicking into noise. He grabbed her by both shoulders, not rough, just enough to pin the argument for one urgent second. Hailey, listen to me. The wind tore at them. Behind the station, something crashed through fencing. If the core keeps calling, he said, the whole slope becomes a throat. Nobody gets out. Her face changed. Fury remained, but calculation cut through it. She knew he was right. She hated being unable to disprove it. I can show you the isolator sequence, she said. Show me fast. She yanked a marker from her chest pocket and wrote directly across the back of his glove. 2 switch numbers, 1 safety latch, and the order. Her handwriting shook only at the last digit. If the panel arcs, do not grab the housing. Use the insulated hook. If it jams, kick low left. The hinge sticks. He looked at the ink as if memorizing a prayer. Then he bent and kissed her once, hard and sudden, ash whipping around them like static. When he pulled back, her eyes were bright with anger and terror and all the things people call love only after it has already become expensive. Come back, she said. I will. You do not get to lie to me because the weather is dramatic. A scavenger screamed from the station roof. Keen finally opened fire with one controlled burst. Cole backed away toward the fence line. Take them downhill. Hailey caught his harness, pulled him back one fraction, and pressed something into his palm. The orange ribbon she had tied to her tool case during training so she could find it at a glance in bad light. For the dark, she said. Then she turned and ran for the station with the relay case in one hand and a sidearm in the other, and he went the opposite direction into the storm. The service path beyond the fence was barely a path at all, just a blasted ledge cut into the ridge face years earlier for maintenance crews who no longer existed. On one side, rock rose nearly vertical. On the other, the mountain fell away into gray absence where the eclipse swallowed distance. Ash underfoot hit ice, loose bolts, broken cable ties, and older bones whitened by weather. Cole moved fast because speed was risk and delay was death. The core pulse hit again before he reached the hatch. Below him, shapes turned in the ravine and began climbing. He did not count them. At the service hatch, the manual isolator panel sat inside a recessed concrete niche coated with ash. The latch wall had frozen half open. He jammed Hailey's insulated hook into it and hauled with both hands until metal screamed. The wheel spun free. The pulse came again, louder, close enough now to vibrate his teeth. Downslope, the first scavenger appeared, hauling itself up over a cable anchor with blood on its chest and an old miner's helmet tied to one shoulder. Others followed, pale hands on black rock, driven upward by the machine's dying summons. Above them, lean wolf shapes tracked the same line at a wider angle, waiting for weakness like water waits for cracks. Cole dropped into the niche and found the switches by touch. Number 2 first. Safety latch. Number 7. He jammed the insulated hook against the housing and threw the first switch. Nothing happened at first. He hit it again harder. The hinge stuck exactly where Hailey said it would. He kicked low left. The switch slammed over. Sparks burst blue across the niche mouth. Hot metal stink filled the air. The first scavenger reached the ledge. Cole drew the pistol Keen had forced into his hand before deployment and fired once. The shot cracked the thing backward into the ravine wall. The echo came back wrong, doubled and stretched, awakening farther movement below. Number 7. The second switch resisted as if welded by spite. He hauled. It moved a fraction. A wolf hit him from the side. This one was larger than the others, fur mostly gone from the neck and shoulders, hide patterned with old burns. Its impact drove him half out of the niche. The pistol skidded away into ash. Jaws clamped on his upper arm where the fabric had already torn. Pain flashed white. He slammed the insulated hook across its skull once, then twice. The third strike broke bone enough to loosen the bite. He shoved the animal off with his forearm and felt warm blood running instantly down to his wrist. No time. The scavenger he had shot was crawling again, one leg ruined but hands still working. Another hauled itself onto the ledge behind it. Cole seized the second switch and put his whole body into the pull. It came free with a shriek of metal and a burst of blue light, so bright it burned his vision. Then the mountain went quiet. Not silent. Storm still. Wind still. Wolves panting. Scavengers scraping rock. But the deep mechanical call was gone, and with it the ugly coherence that had been drawing everything uphill. The creatures on the ledge faltered, as if waking in the middle of a sentence. Cole did not waste the gift. He kicked the crawling scavenger backward, ripped the knife free, and drove forward through the opening confusion. One slash across a throat, elbow to a jaw, shoulder into a chest. The second scavenger toppled against the rail and disappeared into the ash. Above him, from the station side, a flare arced red through the storm. Extraction signal. They were moving. He ran. The return path felt twice as long and half as stable. Blood slicked his sleeve. The ledge crumbled under one boot and showered the ravine below with stone. Behind him, the wolves no longer moved with guided purpose, but hunger alone was motivation enough. He heard them gaining in bursts. At the fence breach, a contractor was down on one knee, frozen by fear, while Keene tried to drag him through the gap, one-handed under covering fire. Hailey saw Cole first and shouted something the storm tore apart. Cole slammed into the nearest wolf before it reached the kneeling contractor and took the full impact across his ribs. They hit the snow together. Teeth snapped inches from his face. He drove his forearm under the jaw, felt the bite tearing deeper into already damaged flesh, and for one vivid second saw the city again. All those years of surviving alone collapsing into this single impossible demand from the future. Do not die now when people are finally waiting for you. A shot cracked above him. The wolf jerked and went limp. Hailey stood beyond the fence line with the pistol braced in both hands, face white with focus. "Move," she yelled. He moved. The team fell back by bounds down the service steps, dragging the injured contractors between them. Without the relay call, the predators did not stop. They simply lost coordination, coming in fragments instead of waves. A scavenger dropped from an overhang and gutted itself on Keene's outstretched knife. Two wolves circled wide and vanished when a decoy pulse unit detonated down the slope in blue flicker and metallic chatter. One contractor, half hysterical, began to shout until Cole grabbed the man by the front of the shell. "If you want to live," he said with absolute calm, "be quieter than fear." The man went silent. At the lower pad, the helicopter arrived through crosswinds no sane pilot should have trusted. Rotor wash blasted ash into spiraling walls. Keene's team loaded the contractors first, then the injured operator. Then Hailey shoved Cole toward the skid and found him not moving. He looked back up the ridge. "What?" she shouted over the rotors. Frank's dead stood suddenly in his mind, not as the memorial had named them, but as he had seen them in fragments on the approach through the city. Too many bodies still left in bad places. Too much of the dark side still waiting to devour proof. "The tags," he said. Her face changed. She understood instantly. During the scramble at the station, Keene had recovered one sample case Bright Horizon had tried to drag out. The case now sat by the helicopter door. Inside, along with stolen cores and illegal specimens, were two recovered dog tags scavenged from the tower steps where Chun had died. Someone had grabbed them in panic on the way out. Hailey reached into her vest and pulled the chain she had looped there without telling him. 3 more tags, dull against her palm. She had found them at the bunker threshold while he fought the mast. "We got these," she said. "Not all, but not none." Relief hit him so sharply it felt like weakness. He took the tags, closed his fist around them, nodded once. Then they boarded. Inside the helicopter, blood loss caught him all at once. The floor tilted. Someone pressed gauze to his arm. Someone else cut the ruined sleeve away and swore softly at the depth of the bite. Hailey was beside him before the medic asked, hands shaking only after she touched him and confirmed he was still solidly there. "You liar," she said, voice ragged. I returned, bleeding. "Yes." Infuriatingly. He tried for a smile and got something less successful but more honest. She leaned forward and put her forehead against his for a brief second while the medic worked. Across the cabin, Keen reported to Frank over headset. Survivors recovered. Relay core isolated. One operator with minor lacerations. One civilian with significant bite trauma. For contractors alive and deeply regrettable. Frank's response came after a pause long enough to hide whatever had first risen in him. Copy all. Tell the regrettable ones they owe their continued breathing to the people they ignored. The helicopter lifted free of the pad. Through the side port, Cole watched the ridge station shrink beneath them, the auxiliary mast dark, the service path almost invisible in the storm. Without the signal call, the creatures scattered back into the gray, becoming once more part of the bad country, rather than an army summoned by human stupidity. The mountain looked older in that moment, less like enemy territory and more like a scar so vast that weather lived inside it. Hailey followed his gaze. "Are you trying to decide whether you left anything of yourself down there?" He thought about the boy who had waited for the sun, the feral man who had paid blood for blue light, the guide who had led strangers through his city, the rescuer who had just gone back by choice rather than entrapment. "No," he said after a while. "I am deciding what came back." When the helicopter landed back in the valley, Mara was waiting at the edge of the cordon despite 3 different officials trying to persuade her that protocols required distance. She ignored them with maternal authority so complete that even the pilots seemed inclined to obey it. Cole saw her through the open door while medics were still reaching for him. For one sick flash, he thought he had failed her promise merely by arriving bloodied again. Then she moved toward the aircraft and stopped only when the lead medic raised a hand and said, very gently, "1 minute, ma'am." Hailey climbed down first because she could still do stairs without assistance. The moment her boots hit the tarmac, Mara caught both her hands. "Is he alive?" Hailey nodded. The relief that passed through Mara's face looked almost violent. She released one of Hailey's hands only to press it briefly against her own mouth in gratitude before stepping back to let the medics bring Cole out. He insisted on walking the first 3 paces out of pride, habit, and a refusal to be carried unless physics absolutely demanded it. On the 4th pace, the valley tilted and 2 medics took his elbows. Mara came close then, not crowding, just letting him see her. "You said come back," she murmured. "I interpreted that as a command." Correctly. Only after they had him seated inside triage did he open his blood-slick fist and place the recovered tags in Frank's hand. Frank had arrived from command still wearing the headset around his neck. He stared at the chains across his palm as though the small weight might alter the structure of the day by itself. His throat worked once. The room, busy seconds before, seemed to sense the gravity of the exchange and quieted around it. "Tower steps?" Frank asked. Cole nodded. "And bunker threshold?" Hailey found 3. Frank closed his fingers carefully over the metal. "That will matter." Cole met his eyes. "I know." Frank looked down again, then back up. "No, you know too well. That is why it matters." He turned away for a moment, shoulders rigid, gathering himself not out of shame, but because composure had become the only respectful shape grief could wear in public. When he faced them again, his eyes were red and his expression resolved. "I will get the rest," he said. Hailey, sitting on a supply crate while a medic bound her scraped knuckles she had not noticed until now, answered before anyone else could. "Then you will not go alone." Frank's mouth twitched. Apparently solitude has gone out of fashion. The medical treatment that followed was quicker and angrier than the first round because everyone involved had already used up their patience on the fact that a rescue mission had been required at all. Cole endured stitches in his upper arm, a crushing antibiotic injection, and 3 lectures delivered by professionals who had each independently concluded that saving lives did not entitle him to tear open healing tissue every week. He accepted the lectures with the look of a man storing them for later, and obeying none of them immediately. Hailey escaped with bruises, raw windburn, and the peculiar exhaustion that comes after sustained terror once the body realizes it may finally collapse. She found Cole after both of them had been processed, patched, and threatened with recovery schedules. He stood outside the treatment ward under floodlights, night having fallen while they were indoors. The valley smelled of cold grass and aviation fuel. Above them the sky stretched clear and black and full of stars, no ash veil muting them, no ruined ceiling cutting them into manageable fragments. She had noticed by now that he looked up more often than anyone born to the light did, as if the continuity of open sky remained a personal astonishment. She came to stand beside him. "How bad?" he asked without looking away from the stars. "You first." "My arm objects to everything, and my ribs are discussing mutiny." "That is not a medical assessment. It is a truthful one." She angled toward him. "You scared me." He let that sit between them before answering. "I know." "No, that is too mild." Her voice thinned on the word. "You know in theory. I need you to know in practice." When you turned toward that ridge path, something in me went cold. Not because I doubted you. Because I understood exactly how possible it was that skill would not be enough. He looked at her then with the full force of attention he reserved for things he intended never to misunderstand again. "And when you went back to that station instead of to the helicopter," he said quietly, "I learned I am capable of several forms of fear at once." The honesty of it disarmed any rehearsed anger she might have used. She exhaled, stepped closer, and touched the clean bandage high on his arm with 2 fingers. "Does it hurt?" "Yes, it does." "That is good." He blinked. "That seems unkind. It means you are still attached to yourself." Her hand slid down to his wrist and remained there, pulse to pulse. "I can work with attached." His mouth softened. "That is reassuring." She leaned into him carefully, mindful of ribs and stitches. He folded his good arm around her and rested his cheek in her hair. Around them the camp continued in distant motion, radios murmuring, engines ticking as they cooled, people carrying blankets and reports, and all the ordinary debris of organized crisis. Inside the circle of his arm, none of that mattered for a minute. After a while he said, "When the ridge went quiet, I thought I heard the city exhale." She tilted her head back enough to see his face. "You think places remember. I know they do." His gaze drifted toward the invisible line in the mountains. "People leave themselves in stone, metal, blood, fire. Why should cities be worse at memory than bodies?" She considered that. "Then perhaps we owe the place better memories next time." He studied her for a moment, then nodded. "That sounds like something worth building." The next day Frank requested a private room and invited no one. Then, after 10 minutes, he sent for them anyway. They found him seated by the window with the recovered tags laid in a row on the table beside him. Morning light struck the metal and made each stamped letter painfully clear. He had a pen in one hand and casualty files in the other. Half the pages were already marked with notes for family delivery, burial honors, and corrected after-action records. He looked like a man performing surgery on history with office supplies. "I thought I wanted to do this alone," he said as they entered. "Turns out solitude remains overrated." That is the part one intend to keep. They spent the next hour helping him reconstruct the final movements of the dead with as much dignity and accuracy as memory allowed. Where each person fell. Who bought time for whom? Which body could not yet be recovered? Which promise still stood? It was hard, patient work. When they finished, the room felt less haunted. As they rose to leave, Frank said without looking up from the page in front of him, "You know, the new rescue unit will need a proper insignia." Hailey paused by the door. "That is your transition strategy? Straight from grief to branding." "It is not branding," Frank said with offense. "It is heraldry for practical people." Mara laughed. Cole, unexpectedly, did too. By evening the first sketch existed on the back of a supply manifest, a mountain split by a line of light, with a small blue ember at the center and no corporate mark anywhere near it. The answer unfolded over the weeks that followed. Bright Horizons board lost the luxury of internal handling. Suspension became seizure. Inquiry became prosecution. The contractors from the ridge, frightened enough at last to discover honesty, confirmed altered risk models, covert retrieval orders, and deliberate attempts to preserve site access after fatalities. Hailey testified until entire rooms learned to dread her calm voice. Frank testified until carefully phrased corporate defenses sounded pathetic even to the people paid to produce them. Keene submitted after-action logs so clean and thorough they became training doctrine for every future Edge deployment. Cole testified only once, in a closed hearing with no cameras. He described the city as it was, not as companies like to imagine it from conference rooms. He described the price exacted by ignorance. He described the dead when names existed and the unnamed when names had been erased. He described why the dark side should not become a market. When one committee member asked whether controlled resource extraction might still be possible under better security, Cole looked at the polished table between them and answered, "Anything is possible if you decide other people will pay for it." No one asked the question again. The rescue program was authorized before winter. Not a salvage operation. Not a corporate venture. A public unit under regional command with strict ecological limits, memorial protocols, and an entire doctrine built around the principle that knowledge belonged first to those who had survived the place, not to those arriving later with grants and appetite. Frank accepted an advisory post after pretending for 2 days that he wanted retirement. Keene took field command. Hailey was given a lab and workshop space, then promptly ignored the lab for the workshop because machines that functioned in ash and fear interested her more than offices. Cole was asked what role he wanted. He stood at the valley overlook with Mara on one side and Hailey on the other when the offer came. Snow lay high on the distant peaks. The eclipse wall remained, immense and wrong, yet it no longer represented only abandonment. It also marked work not yet finished and rules no one would again be allowed to write from ignorance. "I do not want a desk," he said. Frank snorted. No sane witness expected that. Cole looked at his scarred hands, then out toward the line between worlds. "I want to teach the people who go near it how to come back. I want the dead counted honestly. I want no child left there because paperwork found darkness convenient." Mara slipped her arm through his as if to steady not him, but the sentence itself. Hailey's shoulder rested warm against his other side. Frank nodded once. "Good. Then that is what we build." Months later, on the first official training day of the new unit, Cole stood under full daylight in front of 12 recruits and began with the rule that had cost them most to learn. "The dark is not evil because it is dark," he told them. "It is dangerous because it remembers everything badly handled inside it. Respect is how you pass through. Arrogance is how you feed it." The recruits listened. He looked over their faces, then toward the workshop window where Hailey was pretending not to watch while calibrating a new decoy rig, then toward the command porch where Frank argued with logistics over coffee standards, and then toward the housing lane where Mara had hung laundry in actual sunlight, as if the world could be trusted to dry things instead of ruin them. Leadership, he realized, was not the moment people first followed you through terror. It was what you did afterward with the space survival created. He had earned the light not because it had finally reached him, but because he had chosen what kind of man to be inside it. And for the first time in his life, that choice did not feel temporary. When winter tightened over the valley, they moved Mara into the house on the edge of town with the fruit trees and the deep porch. At first it was supposed to be temporary while repairs were done to her old place farther east. Then one season became another, and everyone quietly admitted that temporary had never stood a chance against comfort, proximity, and Mara's increasingly territorial opinions about the kitchen. She and Hailey developed a domestic alliance built out of affection, argument, and the firm belief that Cole required more regular feeding than he would ever voluntarily arrange for himself. Frank arrived often enough that a chair came to be known as his by occupation, if not by law. The first time he fell asleep in it after dinner, chin tucked to chest and one hand still around an empty mug, Mara draped a blanket over him with the muttered declaration that stubborn men eventually turned into house cats if one was patient. Cole saw this from the doorway and laughed so hard he had to brace himself against the frame. These moments, he learned, were part of earning the light too. Not the large heroic ones. Not only the hearings, the mountain runs, the rescue doctrine, and the public language hammered into honesty. Also the smaller things, a repaired hinge that no longer squealed like an alarm. Hailey cursing at a stove because coffee should not take that long. Mara humming in the kitchen again, not from fear now, but habit reborn without dread. Frank standing on the porch with a bag of oranges and pretending he had bought too many by accident. Ordinary life was not lesser because it lacked spectacle. It was the point toward which all worthy struggle bent. By the time spring returned, the house had begun to feel less like a refuge and more like a center of gravity. Field maps shared table space with seed catalogs. Relay prototypes sat beside bowls of fruit. Boots dried by the door while sunlight reached over them in long, clear bands. Cole still kept knives within reach, but now they shared the room with books, recipes, spare machine parts, and the domestic evidence of people expecting to return home after work. That expectation, more than any medal or title, told him how much had changed. Epilogue. Years later. The house sat on the south edge of town where the afternoon sun reached the porch all year and laundry dried on the line with a confidence Cole still found faintly miraculous. It was not a grand house. Mara said that was to its credit. Hailey said grand houses only meant more roof to repair. Frank said any place with good coffee and structurally sound chairs qualified as civilization. Cole, who had once measured shelter by whether the ceiling was likely to collapse before morning, thought the place bordered on indecent luxury. There were fruit trees behind it. That detail continued to move him more than the furniture. In spring the yard filled with white blossoms. In summer the branches bent under peaches and small fierce plums. In autumn the kitchen smelled of spice, bread, and whatever experiment Hailey had decided to conduct after claiming she was only making a pie. In winter the windows held frost in delicate silver veins while the inside stayed warm, lit gold rather than blue, no blood price required. The first time he saw his own boots beside the front door and did not have the urge to keep them laced for a quick escape, he understood that safety had finally moved from concept to habit. Years had carried the mountain camp into history and the rescue unit into permanence. The line between light and eclipse remained where the world had broken. No amount of policy, engineering, or stubborn hope had erased it. But the way people approached it changed. Edge teams trained under rules written by survivors instead of investors. Memorial runs were performed before survey work. No unauthorized corporate mission had crossed since the prosecutions. Frank made sure of that with the tenacity of a man who considered oversight a personal art form. Hailey thrived in ways that made sense only to people who loved both her and machinery. She built quiet harness systems, relay dampers, portable decoy fields, sealed nutrient rigs for long deployments, and one famously indestructible coffee heater that became beloved enough among field crews to inspire arguments over procurement budgets. Papers were written under her name. Awards were offered. She accepted some, ignored others, and kept returning to the workshop because she preferred useful things to polished ones. Cole trained new teams, advised on every approach corridor, and went out only when a mission truly required someone who knew how fear changed in the dark. He was careful with that authority. The city had taught him too much about the ways power could masquerade as necessity. He counted the dead honestly. He counted the living harder. And every time a team came back, because they had listened to a lesson bought years earlier with his own blood, he felt something settle a little more cleanly inside him. He and Hailey married on a bright morning with mountains in the distance and no roof between them and the sky. Frank stood with them because there had never been any version of the day in which he would not. Mara cried before the vows began, during the vows, after the vows, and while eating cake, which she insisted was a sign of good health. The officiant lost track twice because Frank kept muttering side commentary about tactical posture and emotional preparedness under his breath. Hailey laughed through half the ceremony. Cole, when he spoke his vows, did so with the same deliberate gravity he once used while describing safe paths through murder. I did not know a future could be trusted, he told her in front of everyone. Now I trust one because you are in it. There were people who cried at that who had not expected to. Their son was born the following autumn with a furious voice, dark hair, and the uncanny habit of going very still when listening to wind through leaves. Hailey said he was evaluating structural conditions. Cole said he was already suspicious of the world, which meant he was clearly family. Mara declared that both parents were ridiculous and proceeded to spoil the child with principled enthusiasm. On the afternoon Frank arrived to babysit. The house smelled of peaches and cinnamon. Sunlight lay across the kitchen floor in warm bars. The back door stood open to late summer air, carrying the hum of insects and distant laughter from the lane. Cole stood at the counter slicing fruit, while the child watched from a high chair with solemn attention, usually reserved for major diplomatic talks. Hailey came in from the workshop behind the house, wiping grease from her hands onto a towel she had been repeatedly instructed not to sacrifice to engineering. She kissed Cole on the cheek, stole a slice of peach, and glanced toward the front window. "He is early," she said. "That means he wants to pretend he is not sentimental." "No," Hailey said. "It means he wants extra pie." There came the knock anyway, heavy and familiar, and somehow incapable of sounding formal, no matter how often Frank wore jackets with authority stitched into them. Cole went to the door. Frank stood on the porch with silver stronger at his temples now, shoulders still broad, one old injury making itself known in the set of his stance when the weather changed. He held a paper sack in one hand. "If this is more toy equipment with tiny working hinges," Hailey called from the kitchen, "I am vetoing it in advance." Frank raised the sack. "It is books." Mara's voice floated from the garden. "Lies travel poorly in daylight, Frank." He grinned and stepped inside. For a brief second, as often happened in ordinary moments, Cole felt time overlap. The porch at his back, the warm house ahead, Frank in the doorway, Hailey in the kitchen, Mara laughing outside among the trees, his son turning in the high chair at the new voice. Memory rose behind it all of another threshold, another world, and another self staring into shadow and believing light was a rumor. Frank set the sack down and washed his hands at the sink with the stern thoroughness of a man about to be judged by an infant. Then he turned, opened his arms, and said, "Well, are you going to let your favorite uncle hold you or not?" The baby considered him with grave intensity for a second and then leaned forward. Frank gathered him up with surprising gentleness for someone who had once looked most at home, carrying rifles and bad news. The child settled against his chest, immediately fascinated by the shine of Frank's watch. Frank's face changed the way it always did then, rough lines easing, old griefs not erased, but put into proportion by the warm, living weight in his arms. "There you are," Frank murmured. "That is a better mission." Cole watched from the doorway between kitchen and hall, one hand still sticky with fruit juice, sunlight on the floor at his feet. Hailey came to stand beside him and slipped her fingers through his. He looked at her, then at the child in Frank's arms, then out through the back door where Mara moved among the trees and the world held together in plain bright color. Years earlier he had stepped into the light, unsure whether he had earned the right to remain there. Now he knew, not because the darkness was gone, not because the losses had stopped mattering, but because he had carried what the nightmare made of him into day and used it to build shelter for other people. The dark divide still cut the world in two. Inside this house, and in the lives joined because one plane had fallen and one man had chosen not to hide, the light had learned how to answer it.